No one can foresee the unexpected, be it the destruction of a planet or the strange phenomenon of crossing into another existence. Karla Zo-Al, a soul displaced through time. On planet Krypton, a civilization advanced far beyond many others in the universe, power and innovation thrived. For over 100,000 years, the Kryptonians had colonized parts of the galaxy, leaving their mark even on Earth and its moon. This expansion was born of necessity. The Kryptonians had long known their parent star was nearing the end of its life. Calculations from eons ago foretold the planet's ultimate collapse. A plan for mass migration was initiated, ensuring their survival across the cosmos. But something changed. The Kryptonians abandoned their colonial efforts and turned their full attention to saving their homeworld. They created the Codex of Life, a genetic repository that dictated the traits of every Kryptonian. No longer were children born naturally. Instead, their creation was determined by need. Warriors, scientists, leaders, every newborn was engineered to fit Krypton's requirements. Among them, however, there was an anomaly: Kal-El, the only naturally born Kryptonian in generations. When Krypton faced its end, Jor-El, Kal-El's father, embedded the Codex within his son's very DNA, giving Kal-El the ability to one day restore Krypton's people. Alongside Kal-El was his cousin, Karla Zo-Al, whose mission was clear: to protect him at all costs. But Karla's journey was anything but smooth. A chaotic escape. Two small spaceships soared through the void of space, their destination locked onto Earth. One carried Kal-El, leading the way. The other lagged behind, damaged after a collision with a meteorite. Inside the second vessel, 10-year-old Karla struggled to stay conscious. Blood trickled from a deep wound on her head, her injuries compounded by Krypton's now faded red sun, which had left her as powerless as any ordinary child. Except, this Karla was no longer the same person. A soul displaced. Somewhere in the chaos, the original Karla Zo-Al had perished. In her place now resided the soul of someone from another world, a young woman who had been watching a movie with friends just moments earlier. Her memories were disjointed, blending with those of the original Karla. "What is happening?" she muttered through the haze of pain, barely registering the blood on her hands. She clutched her throbbing head. Whose prank is this? It's not funny. The vessel trembled as it approached a new solar system, the sun's golden rays piercing through the ship's transparent canopy. Unbeknownst to Karla, these rays held the key to her survival. A new dawn. The sunlight bathed Karla's small, injured body. Her pale skin began to glow with a faint golden light, and the wound on her head healed rapidly. She drifted upward in the cabin, her body instinctively defying the gravity simulation within the ship. Had she been conscious, she might have marveled at this newfound strength that would only grow on Earth. Astra's silent vow. Far away, in the shadowy depths of the Phantom Zone, another figure watched Karla's escape. Astra, Karla's beloved aunt and once a revered general of Krypton, stood behind the reinforced glass of her prison. Betrayed and exiled after attempting to save Krypton through rebellion, she now gazed helplessly at her niece, a lone refugee fleeing their doomed planet. She clenched her fists, her voice trembling with resolve. "Krypton will not perish, my beloved Karla. You are more than a survivor. You are a warrior, a leader, a queen. The future of Krypton rests with you." Her words, though unheard, carried a solemn promise. Karla Zo-Al, reborn into this new existence, was destined for more than she could ever imagine. With Krypton's advanced technology, the two spacecraft swiftly navigated the solar system and entered Earth's outer atmosphere. The siblings, Karla Zo-Al and Kal-El, had embarked on their journey under dire circumstances. While Kal-El was sent away as an infant to escape Krypton's doom, his survival was precarious. A newborn, after all, could only last so long without care. In less than a day, the two small spacecraft reached Earth's atmosphere, their paths altered by unforeseen events. Originally, Karla's ship was meant to remain trapped in the Phantom Zone for decades, leading to her eventual arrival on Earth when Kal-El was already a grown man. However, a prior accident had changed the course of fate. Karla's ship, damaged but functional, trailed behind her cousins instead of veering into the Phantom Zone. This twist of destiny brought the two vessels into Earth's atmosphere together. The crash landing. Earth's primitive technology, especially that of the 1990s, failed to detect the Kryptonian spacecraft. Without interference, the two ships streaked through the sky, each trailing a fiery blaze, before crashing into a cornfield on a quiet farm. The double impact created two deep craters in the soil, accompanied by thunderous booms. The commotion, though loud, went unnoticed by most. The farm was remote, with only a single farmhouse nearby. Boom boom. The ground shook, the cornfield smoldered, and within minutes the farm's owners, a husband and wife, arrived at the scene. Jonathan and Martha, the couple who owned the property, stared in stunned disbelief. Two small, strange vessels had embedded themselves in their fields, leaving behind significant destruction but sparing their home. "What should we do, Jonathan? Should we call the police?" Martha whispered, clutching her husband's arm. Jonathan hesitated. Calling the authorities might seem logical, but something about the situation felt different. Before they could decide, the hatches of both ships creaked open simultaneously, revealing two passengers, a baby and a young girl. Karla awakens. Inside her ship, Karla groggily regained consciousness. Her head throbbed, and for a moment, she remembered the blood and pain from her earlier injury. Yet, as she touched her forehead, the wound was gone. The pain, the bleeding, it was as if it had never happened. "Am I imagining things?" she muttered, still dazed. A sudden cry broke her thoughts. She turned to see Kal-El, the infant, wailing from the adjacent ship. His tiny fists flailed as his cries pierced the silence of the field. Instinctively, Karla moved toward him, her movements awkward but determined. Gently lifting her cousin from his ship, she cradled him in her arms. "You've been through so much already," she murmured. "I guess it's my job to look after you now, huh?" Meeting the farmers. "Excuse me," Jonathan called out, his voice uncertain but steady. Where are you from?" Karla turned sharply, her instincts immediately on edge. Though her Kryptonian body now hummed with newfound strength, she felt vulnerable. Her soul, that of a displaced time traveler, added another layer of confusion to the mix. English words sprang to her mind effortlessly, a skill she didn't fully understand but attributed to her Kryptonian genes. Kryptonians were, after all, genetically designed to excel. Still, her thoughts raced. "They mustn't know we're aliens." "We're locals," Karla blurted, her voice trembling slightly. "We were playing a game and accidentally ended up here. Sorry for the mess. We'll leave now." Her hastily concocted excuse was as transparent as glass, and Jonathan wasn't buying it. He stepped forward, his gaze steady but non-threatening. "I don't think you should leave just yet," he said calmly. Karla tensed, clutching Kal-El closer. "Are they going to turn us in? Experiment on us?" Her instinct screamed to fight, to protect her cousin at all costs. Kryptonian genes engineered her for battle, and even as a child, her first thought was always combat. But before she could act, Martha spoke up. Her voice was soft and soothing, cutting through the tension. "It's okay," she said, stepping beside her husband. "The baby. He must be hungry, right? We have milk in the house. Why don't you stay for a while and let him eat? My name's Martha, and this is Jonathan." Karla hesitated, glancing down at Kal-El. His cries had turned to hiccups, his small face red and tear-streaked. He was clearly hungry, and the offer of food was tempting. Finally, she relented. "My name is Karla," she said cautiously. "And this is my younger brother, Karl." Martha smiled warmly. "Well, Karla, it's nice to meet you both. Come on inside. Let's get that little one something to eat." Karla nodded reluctantly. "Okay, thank you. Sorry to bother you." A new chapter begins. As Karla followed the couple back to their farmhouse, carrying her crying cousin, she couldn't shake the unease in her chest. The world she had landed in was foreign, unpredictable. She didn't trust anyone, not yet. But for now, survival came first. Little did Karla know, her arrival marked the beginning of a story far greater than she could imagine. A story that would intertwine the destinies of two worlds and reshape the fate of Krypton's legacy.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Because she had to take care of Karl, Karla had to accept the kindness of Jonathan and Martha, and carried Karl, who was still crying, and followed them to their house. The house on the farm is nothing special, just an ordinary three-story building built on the side of the farm near the road. Various farming tools can be seen in the yard, as well as a pickup truck that Jonathan used to pull goods, or other tools. When they came to the living room on the first floor of the house, Jonathan and his wife invited Karla and Karl to sit aside, while Martha turned around and went into the inner room, and came out with a small basin after a while. Karla sniffed, smelling a milky scent. Even Karl seemed to have smelled it, and the crying finally stopped, and he couldn't wait to struggle in Karla's arms, obviously anxious and hungry. Karla felt amused and hugged Karl tightly, worried that he would fall to the ground. After all, her body was only 10 years old, and she was still a child. "Let me do it." Martha suddenly reached out her hand when she came to Karla, trying to hug Karl. Karla hugged Karl and avoided, looking at Martha warily. Martha tried her best to show a gentle expression, and explained, "I think you should be hungry too, right? Jonathan, there is still some bread in the back, and give it to this child too. Your name is Karla, right? Bring her a bowl of milk too." Hearing his wife's order, Jonathan hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen behind. Karla swallowed subconsciously. Martha was right. In fact, she was also hungry, and more importantly, thirsty. Because she was too nervous when fleeing Krypton, there was no food or drink prepared on the spaceship, and even she was starved and thirsty along the way. So when Jonathan was holding a plate of bread slices in one hand, 2 pieces of freshly cut bacon and 2 slices of sliced bacon were placed on the side, and he came over with a basin of milk in the other hand. Martha tentatively reached out to Karla again. This time she didn't dodge again, but let Jonathan use the food in his hand to replace the younger brother in his arms. If this is seen by a giant panda, it will definitely call it an expert. Ursins will never be slaves, except for food and shelter. After Karla took the things, she couldn't wait to pick up the slice of bread, sandwich the eggs and bacon, and took a big bite in her mouth. She swallowed it before chewing a few times, and took another big mouthful of milk. She didn't realize how hungry she was until she actually ate something in her mouth. Not to mention Karl, Martha was worried about how to feed him without a bottle. Unexpectedly, Karl seemed to be instinctively reaching out to grab the basin containing the milk, opened his mouth and began to drink heavily. Martha was worried about spilling the milk, and holding him, and worried that Karl would choke and want to pat him on the back, but she only had 2 hands after all. In the end, Jonathan silently came to Martha's side, patted Karl's back lightly with his big rough hands, and showed a kind and gentle look in his eyes. The siblings who fled here met kind people and finally had enough to fill their stomachs. "You can stay here if you want," Jonathan said suddenly. Karla paused, put down the plates and basins in her hands, looked up at Jonathan, and then at Martha who was holding Karl and couldn't bear to let go, and she realized something in her heart. In fact, if she hadn't disturbed, this family would have adopted Karl, and they are Karl's adoptive parents. Karla has no resistance to this. The siblings are newcomers, and even where to stay tonight is a problem, let alone food and drink. If it's just Karla herself, it doesn't seem to work. Not only is her body only 10 years old now, it is difficult to find a job, but the key is that she doesn't even have identity information, so it is not an exaggeration to say that she is struggling. What's more, what if you encounter bad people? It's not that Karla is bragging, she has blonde hair, and her beautiful facial features have already begun to show the embryonic form of a beauty. Not only will she become a rare and peerless beauty in the future, she is also a rare beauty now. She didn't know how she was going to survive, let alone carry an oil bottle. To be honest, Karla is very moved, but can they really be trusted? As if feeling Karla's complex feelings of both heartbeat and worry, Jonathan continued to comfort him. "We will not ask about your origins, even if you are really aliens, we will not reveal it, but will help you hide it. And your previous thing," referring to the spaceship, "I will also help you hide it in the attic of the warehouse, so as not to be discovered, and take it out until you grow up and need it. How about it?" Martha hugged Karl tightly and refused to let go. She seemed to like the child tightly, and she also raised her head and said to Karla, "And you are still a child, how do you take care of such a small child?" referring to Karl. "So stay, he has a few cows on the farm, he can drink milk every day, he can thrive here. And you, we can arrange a status for you, and even let you go to school." Karla is getting more and more tempted, not only providing shelter, but also food and drink, and solve the identity problem? But Karla was also skeptical. "Aren't you afraid that we are bad people?" Jonathan and Martha looked at each other. "Such a small villain? So are you?" they asked Karla instead of expressing their amused thoughts. Karla shook her head. "In fact, we are refugees. Our home planet was destroyed, and everyone died. We can be regarded as the second of the few survivors. We escaped because the Earth's environment is suitable for us to live in." In fact, Karla is taking the initiative to explain the origins of herself and Karl, and at the same time telling Jonathan and Martha that they are not bad people and have no purpose. After hearing this, Martha hugged Karl even more tightly, and Jonathan also stepped forward with sympathy and compassion, and reached out to pat Karla on the shoulder. Karla shook her head, because she absorbed the original memory of this body, so she also felt a touch of sadness. To be honest, Karla raised her head and said to Jonathan and Martha, "If you are really willing to take us in, we are very grateful, because we really don't know what to do. We will repay you in the future." "What repayment are you talking about?" Martha became excited. "Jonathan and I don't have any children of our own. As long as you are willing to stay, that is the best repayment. We finally have our own children, Jonathan." Jonathan looked at Martha with a wry smile, not afraid to scare the child, but even he was a little excited. Karla feels helpless in her heart, but since she wants to be taken care of by others, she must be adopted, right? So from this day on, Karla and Karl have their respective names on Earth. Karl is now called Clark Kent, and Karla tried to keep her first name, but the surname was changed to Kent, called Karla Kent. Now that they decided to stay, the 2 spaceships should also be packed up. In fact, Karla didn't plan to ask for it before. If she wanted to take Karl, should be called Clark now, away, she would definitely not be able to fly around with the spaceship without being shot down. Although the level of science and technology on the Earth is far too low today, it is impossible for her to stay in the spaceship without eating or drinking for the rest of her life. Once she is locked by someone, she will be in great danger. So being adopted by the Kent couple is the best result. Karla was also relieved that someone could take care of Clark, who was still a baby, and she didn't have to worry about it. Really, even in her previous life, she was only a high school student, she didn't have any children of her own, and they were siblings, and she wasn't Clark's mother. While packing up the spaceship, Karla also found some small things from her own spaceship, including a special object in Clark's spaceship. Those are two stone-like, pure black small things, not square, but somewhat triangular, finger-sized long sticks. Because Karla absorbed all the original memories of this body, she knew that it was the controller used to open many organs on Krypton, and there was an S logo on it. That is not the letter S commonly recognized on Earth, but the logo of the Al family on Krypton, and it also symbolizes hope. Both Karla and Clark have such a mechanism, which is equivalent to inheriting the authority of their respective fathers and families. Not only can they start their spaceships, but they can also control and activate other Kryptonian technologies when they encounter them. Krypton began to explore and colonize the entire universe as early as 100,000 years ago, but I don't know why it chose to give up later. Perhaps it was the constraints imposed by the code of life that prevented them from abandoning their home planet, and in the end they had no choice but to abandon their plan to immigrate to the whole population. Otherwise, there is no such thing as the Apocalypse Star and the new Protoss in the universe, and there is no such thing as the so-called Seven Lantern Corps. The Kryptonian army can destroy everything. One Superman is powerful enough, think about tens of thousands, or even tens of millions of Superman pictures. After putting away the little thing, Karla also found a set of clothes in her spaceship. It was dark blue tights on the upper body, a red skirt on the lower body, and a pair of red boots with an S logo printed on the chest, a bright red cape on the back, and an S on the back of the cape. In addition to the different lower body, isn't it the most classic dress of Superman? Superman's is pants, and Karla's is a skirt. Fortunately, it is a skirt, otherwise Karla would not want to wear underwear outside. Karla scratches her cheek. Female Superman? In the past, she didn't like to watch that kind of literary and emotional dramas, but liked martial arts movies and science fiction movies, especially Premier League movies. Didn't you think that she would have the chance to become a superhero one day? That was really looking forward to it. Only Karla has her own battlesuit. Clark doesn't have his because he's too young. So sorry bro. Karla happily packed up this battlesuit, and it was built with Kryptonian technology. The original material of the clothes has the most basic indestructible and invulnerable ability. If it is combined with Superman-level defense power, it will not reach to a certain extent. Don't even think about hurting Karla. Even the clothes have good lighting, even wearing clothes can perfectly absorb the golden rays of the sun. We all know that Superman's power comes from the light of the sun. In addition to the red sun, the golden sun can greatly enhance the power of Kryptonians. This is very important. After Karla packed everything that needed to be packed, Jonathan felt a little headache looking at the two large spaceships. Because the spaceship needs to be hidden, we can't ask for help, but how can we lift it to the attic of the warehouse and hide it? Let me do it. Karla came to the side of the spaceship suddenly, and she raised her hands to grab the edge of the spaceship and exerted a strong force. Whoosh! Karla suddenly jumped up with the spaceship, easily jumping up to a height of more than 10 meters. Karla herself was stunned, she just felt that the spaceship was not too heavy, at least she could lift it up. But Karla didn't expect to have such great strength, or is it because the Earth's gravity and gravity are too light? Karla lowered her head. She did not fall down quickly, but more slowly drifted down like a light feather. Karla finally realized that for her, the gravity of the Earth seemed too light, and it was completely incomparable with the gravity she felt in the spaceship before. This allows her to easily get rid of gravity, and maybe even flying is not a problem. Jonathan and Martha looked at each other, and saw the shock of the other party. Although I know that these two children have extraordinary origins, it is said that they are aliens who escaped from the destruction of a certain planet, but Karla is only 10 years old. Does she have such powerful strength? God knows how terrible the people on that planet are. If they become hostile to the Earth, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, they have already exterminated their race. What? Suddenly, Karla, who was about to land, let out a cry of pain, let go of the spaceship, and fell to the ground with both feet. What's the matter? Jonathan and Martha, who was holding Clark, hurried up to greet them. They liked these two children who suddenly fell from the sky. If they didn't consider their identities as aliens, the Kent couple would think it was a gift from God. Up. So they were nervous what happened to Karla. Karla covered her ears with her hands, shook her head vigorously, and shouted, "It's so noisy." Quarrel? It turned out that a lot of noises suddenly appeared in Karla's ears. Her super ability began to awakening. First of all, it was the enhancement of the senses, and now it is just hearing. With Karla as the center, any point within a 100-meter radius of at the moment she can hear every wind and grass clearly. She can even hear the crawling of underground mice, the sound of flying insects in the crop plants, and even the movement of a few ants. Such a sudden noisy sound is like someone holding a gong and drum to hold a concert in your ears, or it is a terrible kind. Karla was at a loss for a while, and when she raised her head to look at Jonathan and the others, subconsciously, the prototype of supervision began to appear in her eyes. First, we see through the bodies of adoptive parents, and we can see their hearts, bones, and even the flow of blood all over them. What's more, the effect of a microscope has even appeared, and even the smallest details can be seen clearly, such as fingerprints and cell composition. In the end, Karla only felt her eyes heat up, and she quickly turned her head to look in another direction. In the next second, 2 blue laser beams burst out from Karla's eyes. That's one of Superman's most famous abilities, the heat vision ray. After Karla came to Earth, she finally started awakening. Many people find it hard to imagine, but in fact, it is scary and uncomfortable when the senses are infinitely magnified. It was also because Karla hadn't adapted yet, and she couldn't control it freely at first, so she couldn't control it, and would receive any sound within a radius of 100 meters in her ears. It also caused her so much pain that she could even hear the fighting between the bugs. A few ants were tearing at a caterpillar, a mouse was eating crops, and another mouse seemed to have caught a butterfly and was feasting. Ordinary people seem to be fine, but because Karla can hear it too clearly, she finds it scary. There is also vision. Karla can see through or microscopic things unconsciously. Fortunately, she realized that the heat vision rays can be controlled, otherwise she would be a laser gun that could go berserk at any time. Because Karla knew what was going on, she didn't panic, but she still needed to figure out how to control her ability. But she can't be like this all the time, can she? Hey, Karla, Jonathan and Martha didn't leave. They were also taken aback by Karla's heat vision rays, and there was still a smoking pit not far away that had been charred. But they still bravely came behind Karla, who was crouching on the ground. Jonathan squatted down and patted Karla's back lightly. He didn't ask her what's wrong, but calmed Karla's emotions, and said, "Although I don't know what's wrong with you, I think you should focus on what's on your mind. Things to see, and sounds to actually hear. Try to focus your mind. Don't underestimate the Kent couple. Although they seem to be ordinary farmers, they have always helped Superman a lot." Karla raised her head, looked at Jonathan's encouraging expression, and agreed. "I'll try," she shouted, because the voice in her ears was too loud, so she unconsciously increased the volume. Jonathan picked his ears. It was a deafening experience at such a close distance. According to Jonathan, Karla closed her eyes and slowly calmed down her mood and emotions. Not to mention, although Jonathan originally didn't have a super ability, his method unexpectedly worked. Slowly, Karla turned off her super hearing, from the first 100 meters to tens of meters, and finally only her surroundings, so that she could decide whether to listen to the surrounding sounds. Then Karla opened her eyes and found that she could control her supervision very well, and no longer uncontrollably see through the physical condition of her adoptive parents, and she no longer saw skeletons when she opened her eyes, which was terrible. Karla took a deep breath, and fell back relaxed, only to fall into a tender embrace, and Martha caught her. Jonathan stood up, seeing that Karla was no longer so uncomfortable, and smiled gratifiedly. Because of Karla's sudden awakening, the 2 spaceships were not sent to the warehouse in the end. The whole morning passed, and Martha told them to wait until after lunch. And Clark was about to cry again. It seemed that he was hungry again. After all, it is a baby's body. One is that it cannot eat too much, and the other is that it is easy to get hungry. The lunch at noon was not very rich, and Martha just made some soup from the farm. To Karla's surprise, there was rice on the table. In fact, there are rice paddies planted in a certain country, but they are not used as a staple food, but eaten as a dish or soup, just like other vegetables. On the contrary, Karla eats very well. "I'll drive to a nearby town in the afternoon to buy some ingredients and come back, and I'll cook you a table of delicious food in the evening." Martha felt relieved and happy to see Karla eating sweet and delicious food, and offered to prepare a table of sumptuous food. Dinner party. It seems that the Kents are used to living a simple life on weekdays, and there are not too many hearty ingredients prepared at home. At the same time, dinner is more important than lunch, let alone breakfast, in almost all regions. Generally, 1 bite for breakfast, a little more for lunch, and dinner is the most hearty and best. Karla said that she doesn't mind. As an adopted daughter who escaped, don't ask so much. But Martha pointed to Karla's clothes. "I also want to prepare some clothes for you." Karla was still wearing her previous clothes, which were too conspicuous in a dress that obviously didn't belong to the Earth style. Only then did Karla agree, feeling warm in her heart, feeling that she had made the right decision, and she was so lucky to meet such a nice family. In fact, in Superman's comics, there is a parallel world where Superman landed in the Metropolis instead of this farm. As a result, he was locked up since he was a child, and because he had no chance to bask in the sun since he was a child, he ended up emaciated and without a little bit super ability and did badly. Fortunately, the siblings did not have such a plot. After lunch, Karla volunteered to come to her spaceship again. She had tried it before, and she seemed to have a great super strength. She could even jump tens of meters high with one jump. Karla wonders if she can try to master flight's ability. This time, she didn't burst out with too much force in one breath, but gently lifted the spaceship up bit by bit. Jonathan and Martha couldn't help being amazed when they saw this picture again. The spaceship was at least heavier than a car, but it seemed to be very easy in Karla's hands. How strong does she have to be? According to Jonathan's instructions, Karla lifted the spaceship and followed her adoptive father to the side of the house where she lived. There was a spacious warehouse where used tools, fertilizers, and even harvested crops could be stored. Jonathan arranged the storage of the spaceship upstairs, and there is also a lot of space on the 2nd floor. After Karla moved the 2 spaceships up and put them in the corner, they covered them with a rainproof cloth. Unless they were opened specially, it would be difficult to find them. Up. After finishing all this, Martha found an old clothes for Karla to replace the original Kryptonian clothes. It was an old dress, and it was actually well maintained, but the style was too outdated. Martha tied Karla's long hair with a hair tie, leaving a long ponytail to keep the wind from blowing everywhere. Karla didn't resist, she blinked her big blue eyes, and said after she finished, "Actually, you don't have to buy me new clothes." She didn't want to owe too much, and she wasn't the kind of person who likes to take advantage of small things. But the more she was like this, the more the Kents liked it. "We have no children. You are God's gift and gift to us. From today onwards, this is your home. Although we are not your real parents, we will fulfill our obligations as foster parents, so don't be polite to us." In fact, there is another thing that really impresses Karla. In addition to adding some clothes that are more in line with the surrounding style, she also needs to add various daily necessities, including tableware. Besides that, the main one is Karl, aka Little Clark. Not to mention the baby bottle, and you can't just give him milk, and there are all kinds of necessities, including diapers and so on. There are also beds that 2 children need, quilts. The 2 children of the Kent couple suddenly ushered in 2 children, which not only added more vitality and excitement to the family, but also required a lot of changes in a short period of time. Even the issue of their identity information must be resolved, otherwise not only will they not be able to go to school, but they will be taken away and considered as smugglers. Fortunately, there are some peculiarities in this era, so after heading to a nearby town, the first thing they did was to complete the identity registration for Karla and Kent. Karla and Clark are said to have been adopted by relatives. Karla is so big, it is impossible to say that she was born suddenly, even Clark appeared too suddenly. No one heard that Martha was pregnant. So they joined the Kent family as adopted daughters and adopted sons. Next came the shopping session, and there was nothing to say. Karla had a few more clothes and skirts, and the trunk of the pickup truck was full of things, and there was a crib on it for Clark. Especially for dinner, Martha also prepared a turkey. Even if it's not Thanksgiving, they still think that 2 children are a gift from God, so they make turkey to eat at night. In short, Karla and Clark successfully integrated into this small family on the first day they came to Earth, which is a very smooth start. Karla also heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she doesn't have to run around alone in this strange world, otherwise she doesn't know what she should do. Because it was too sudden that day, there was no time to prepare the room for Karla and Clark. After dinner, Jonathan moved to live on the sofa in the living room downstairs. Upstairs in their room, Martha took Clark and Karla to the queen bed. After so many twists and turns, Karla soon fell asleep, and Clark was beside her, and hearing Clark's sleeping sound made her feel more at ease. After a night's rest, Karla wakes up the next day full of energy, but she obviously hasn't adapted to the current life, which needs more time. Jonathan and Martha were not in a hurry to let Karla accept them immediately, but hoped to let her take their time, and let Karla accept them with sincere feelings subtly. After all, Karla doesn't have her own feelings and memories like Clark. Jonathan then took care of the farm and used his spare time to help Karla decorate her room, and put Clark's crib in her room without Karla's request. This also made Karla more satisfied with the attitude of her adoptive parents. Although it is obviously a better choice for Martha to take care of Clark, at least for a short period of time, she definitely wants to protect this younger brother herself. At the same time, in order to repay her adoptive parents, Karla will also take the initiative to change into farming clothes to help. Anyway, with her current awakening power, she won't be tired from doing some work. Instead, under Jonathan's guidance, she becomes more efficient and faster than him. Jonathan bluntly said that maybe Karla is very suitable to inherit their family business. The farm was sort of an heirloom, which meant that Jonathan was treating Karla and Clark as his own true children. Karla definitely didn't want to stay in the country and take care of this farm for the rest of her life, and if Clark wanted to, let him do it. In this way, Karla and Clark settled down in Kent's house. Under the careful care of Jonathan and Martha, Clark also began to thrive, and Karla also saved a lot of trouble. Later, Jonathan waited for Karla to get used to the current life before paying to send her to a school in a nearby town. Jonathan is really a powerful person. He is not in a hurry, but waits until Karla really believes in them and will rest assured that Clark will be taken care of by them before sending Karla to school. With such comprehensive care, even Karla finally fit in. I still remember one day when she subconsciously called her adoptive parents dad and mum. The old couple embraced each other excitedly, and were moved to tears. Is it that exaggerated? Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, it has been 5 years since Karla came to Earth and this home, during which time she has completely mastered her own power and those super abilities, and even sneaked out at night to master flight's abilities. In fact, Karla should have been able to fly a long time ago. Since she came to the Earth, she felt that the Earth's gravity and gravity are much lighter, and she can easily get rid of the gravity. But at first Karla could only jump very high, and could not really do flight. It took a lot of effort to finally master the method of flight. Karla didn't hide it, and had happily shared these with her adoptive parents. However, her adoptive father, Jonathan, warned Karla very solemnly, telling her not to show it in front of outsiders, fearing that the power she displayed far beyond ordinary people would cause panic among others, and even more worried that she would be ostracized. Disgust. Karla also understood Jonathan's worry, and readily agreed that she would only go out when no one was around, so as not to cause trouble. So Karla has always behaved well in the past few years. Apart from being more beautiful and having better academic performance, she goes to and from school on time every day, helps the family take care of the farm when she returns home, and is sometimes a friend at school. Tell her to go out to play before going out. The proper image of a good girl also makes Karla very popular in school. And Clark has grown up too. He is 5 years old now, 10 years behind Karla, and finally he is no longer a baby who needs to be held and cared for. And the 5-year-old is currently attending a kindergarten or preschool. He goes out with his sister Karla every morning, and at night because he leaves school earlier, Martha or Jonathan picks him up. It's just that Clark has been having some troubles recently, and he doesn't know what's wrong with him. Sometimes he hears some voices inexplicably, like whispers from people far away, or light knocks on the table. Including his eyes are also problematic. Sometimes what he sees is not an ordinary person, but sees a skeleton through the flesh and blood, and can even intuitively observe the other person's heart and so on. Little Clark was going through what Karla had been. Time flies. Karla is 15 years old, and now she is dressed in fashion, originally beautiful, blonde, long hair that now reaches her waist. In addition, his academic performance is also good, and he doesn't usually go out to fool around. He goes home after school, and mostly stays at home to help out on holidays, and he doesn't feel ashamed at all. Before, other children laughed at her as a peasant girl. But so what? Karla thought that my sister would tell you that my sister is a female Superman? Who do you look down on? It is also because of this self-confidence that she is more radiant and attracts attention. She has always been a famous figure in school. If there is a list of the most popular girls, she will definitely be the first. There are also many boys who want to pursue Karla, but they are all rejected directly by Karla, not even accepting any invitation from bad boys, and the girls who can hang out with her are also good girls. Over the past few years, Karla has always put Jonathan and Martha at ease, and sometimes they take the initiative to let Karla go out with friends, watch movies, drink coffee, and so on. And I also bought a phone for Karla in advance. In the past 2 years, technology has begun to develop. She uses a flip phone, which is very beautiful. However, Karla's mobile phone is not only in contact with her adoptive parents, but also with school teachers or those good girls. Other than that, it is difficult for others to get her phone number, and it hardly rings very often. The only thing that happened in class today was an accident. When the teacher was in class, Karla's cell phone rang suddenly. The teacher got angry all of a sudden, but when he turned around and saw Karla taking out the phone and answering it, he calmed down and said, "Go outside to answer it." Karla nodded, stood up and walked outside. The other students behind them looked at each other in blank dismay. Is the teacher too eccentric? If our mobile phone rings, we will definitely be punished, let alone answer the phone. Isn't it just a little more beautiful? What's the matter? There was a sour murmur in the classroom. As a result, the teacher in front was also unambiguous, reached out to knock on the desk, and scolded angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, people don't make trouble once a year, how about you? You have to make trouble almost every day in every class, blame me." The ones complaining behind those backs are all girls, some are gorgeous, some are wearing heavy makeup, anyway, they look like a bad girl. The reason why I can't stand it is because Karla's reputation has always been good, and she is beautiful, jealous. In the corridor outside the door, Karla didn't bother to listen to those trivial matters. Although she always had the image of a good girl, Karla dared not neglect this only thing. Even in class, she had to turn on her mobile phone and turn on the ringtone. She is not afraid that someone will play a prank on her, but she is afraid that there will be a sudden accident at home but she will not receive the news in time. Like now, Mom. Karla found out that the phone number was from her adoptive mother, Martha, and she couldn't help feeling a little bit in her heart. Her adoptive parents hardly called her when she was in class, and even after school because she would go home as soon as possible. Nothing to worry about. What happened? What's wrong? Karla's expression suddenly became serious, and she asked her adoptive mother what's wrong. I heard Martha's worried voice from the opposite side. I just received a call from Clark's teacher, saying that something strange happened to him, and he locked himself in the storage room and no one can take him away. Come out. Your father and I are rushing over there. If you have time, come with us. After all, you know, your siblings are a little, that. It means that they have powers different from ordinary people. Instead, Karla breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if that was the case, as long as nothing happened at home. I see, I'll be right here, Karla said, before hanging up the phone and returning to the classroom. Teacher, I have something to go back early today, sorry. Karla said hello to the teacher, and then quickly returned to her work, quickly packed her things into a small shoulder bag and left. Karla doesn't care about other people's feelings, because in her heart, only family is the most important thing, and she doesn't even care about her studies. What's more, Karla's past life soul was already a high school student after all, and it would be more effective to relearn, only the history here is a bit difficult. Later, Karla also found that her memory and mind are getting better and better. It can be said that she can remember things by rote. In fact, if she was not worried about being too exaggerated, she would have been admitted to university without any problem. It's just that she is only 15 years old after all, and the cost of going to college is not low, so she wants to wait, such as helping the family earn some money, and wait until she is 18 years old. Therefore, Karla's academic performance has always been among the best. Even if she can't get full marks in every exam, she is almost always in the top 5. In the face of such a good student with excellent grades, it is acceptable to suddenly be rude once. So the teacher didn't say anything. As a result, this definitely attracted a lot of dissatisfaction and complaints. Boom. The huge amounts of voice suddenly startled the whole classroom. Everyone looked at the door stupidly. It was Karla who kicked the door frame almost to pieces. Turning her head to the side, Karla stared at her eyes. The beauty who usually only thinks of beauty is now angry, and suddenly gives people a terrible deterrent. A group of bitches, are you looking for death? Karla glared at those guys who always looked at her displeased. In the past, she didn't bother to talk to them, but today she was in an irritable mood, and she was still muttering. It immediately made Karla anxious. Karla put his hand on a table beside him, and he might smash it at any moment. With her strength, if she exploded against those ordinary classmates, it would be death or injury. Jingle bell. Karla paused for a while when the phone rang, and took out the phone from her trousers pocket. This time it was no longer the adoptive mother, but the adoptive father. What's the matter, Dad? Karla answered the phone. Jonathan's helpless voice came from the opposite side. Martha was too anxious just now, and I still don't know the specific situation at Clark's place. If you, Karla, are still in class, don't come here. Karla glared at those people fiercely, turned her head and continued to leave, and said as she walked, it's okay, I have already greeted the teacher, let alone with my current grades and almost full attendance, I skip class occasionally no problem. The teacher in the classroom said that she didn't hear it, but she was right. The students in the classroom obviously haven't recovered from Karla's sudden outburst, and they were stunned for a long time before continuing the class under the teacher's reminder. On the other side, by the time Karla met up with her adoptive parents and came to Clark's school together, the kid had locked himself up for over an hour. Karla leaned closer to the door, glanced at the shape-shifting handle that seemed to be roasted, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, because she recognized it. This is what it looks like after being burned and heated by heat vision rays. When Karla came to Clark's school with her adoptive parents, she learned what happened through Clark's teacher. It turned out that Clark suddenly ran away during class and shut himself in the storage room in the corridor. Come out. At least in the eyes of others, that's how Clark ran away for no reason. The teacher tried to get Clark out, but when she grabbed the doorknob, it suddenly became hot for some reason. This also caused the surrounding students to murmur. Some said that Clark was a freak, and that he was weird, and few people even played with him, etc. Even the Kents tried their best not to let Clark play with other children. It wasn't because they were too strict. In fact, it was Karla's fault. After seeing Karla's strength, how dare they let Karla's younger brother Clark play with other children? What if one day he bursts out with such strength and beats other children to death? This is also a means of protecting Clark, but blocking is worse than sparse. Karla glanced at the traces on the doorknob, and guessed that Clark should have awakened the heat vision ray, and maybe found an opportunity to teach him how to control his own power. Thinking about it, while adoptive father Jonathan was going to apologize to the principal, and adoptive mother Martha was also talking to Clark's teacher, Karla came to the door, knocked on the door and said, Clark, it's me, sister, Karla. Hearing Karla's voice, Clark inside the door raised his head, his eyes completed the perspective unconsciously, and he saw his sister as expected. Karla felt amused, and opened the perspective to see Clark sitting there. The little guy was covering his ears tightly. It should be the same as she was at the beginning, and suddenly awakening super hearing and felt uncomfortable and at a loss. Karla blinked, knowing that Clark could see her small movements, squatting down to the same height as Clark's current position, and lowering her voice, said, Clark, do you hear a lot of noise? It's messy and noisy. Clark subconsciously asked, how do you know? Karla shrugged, glanced at the children around her, and continued to speak in a low voice, because I'm your older sister, so I can hear it too. But it doesn't matter, Clark, as long as you focus on the voice you want to hear on, you can ignore the noise. Including your eyes, Clark, learn to master it. Clark fell silent, probably doing it the way Karla taught him. After a while, the door of the utility room was opened by Clark. The little guy was probably frightened, with tears still on his face. Karla stretched out her hand to hug Clark with some distress. The siblings are already related by blood, and they have lived together for so many years. Karla has long regarded him as her own brother. Are you saying you can do that too? Clark was still struggling with his previous experience. He just completely awakened supervision's clairvoyance, microscopic vision, thermal vision rays, and super hearing today, and he is at a loss. Karla smiled and nodded, then raised her index finger and made a SHH gesture. I'll talk about it when I get home, it's a secret. Clark was obedient and didn't ask any more questions. He squeezed Karla's hand tightly, and the two siblings stood there looking at their adoptive mother, Martha, to deal with the teacher's question. The teacher was still dutiful, and kept talking to Clark until the family arrived, and even burned his hand because of it. Karla thought for a while, walked over and took the teacher's hand, lowered her head, and under the teacher's puzzled gaze, exhaled a cold breath, which relieved her a little pain from the burn. It was super breathing, one of the new abilities that Karla mastered at some point, which allowed her to exhale the breath of a strong wind, or into an icy cold air, which could even put out a fire. Karla tried it, and the lowest temperature can easily freeze a lake. This is also because she is not very old now, and she will only become stronger and stronger in the future. Teacher, it won't hurt if you blow it on. Karla smiled playfully at the teacher. The teacher is a middle-aged woman who taught Karla a few years ago, so she is an old acquaintance. The teacher put out his hand and pushed Karla's head in a funny way. She is not a child anymore. She usually fools other children like this. She didn't expect to be fooled by her former student today. But I don't know if it's an illusion, but the palms really don't hurt anymore. After a while, Jonathan also came back after speaking with the principal, and glanced at Clark with a worried look in his eyes. The family spoke a few more words with the teacher, because Clark's situation today is quite special, so they are going home together. When returning to the car, Jonathan asked Karla a question worriedly. She was also in class before. Is there any problem? I told you, it's okay to skip class once in a while, and Mom and Dad, don't you always think I'm too homey? It's not a good thing to stay at home all the time. Karla and Clark sat in the back row, looking uncomfortable in the face of their adoptive father's concern. I care very much. Martha turned her head and gave her daughter a blank look, dumbfounded. So don't you want to go home again now? They hoped that Karla could hide out and play with friends. When she was a young girl, she always ended up helping their old man and old woman in the farmland, which made them feel distressed. Karla was about to speak with a smile. Clark finally couldn't bear it any longer. He took Karla's hand and asked, "Sister, what happened to me? Do Mom and Dad also know about this kind of thing?" The whole family was silent for a while. Karla didn't want to hide it, but Clark was still too young, and she was worried that it would be difficult to accept telling him the truth suddenly, so she sighed, "No, because something happened to Clark and his sister when they were young, so only Clark and his sister are special." Jonathan and Martha looked at each other, secretly relieved in their hearts. In fact, they didn't want to tell Clark the truth now. They were not Clark and Karla's biological parents, but their adoptive parents. On the way back, Karla continued to explain to Clark the control of superhearing and supervision, but never mentioned any news about Krypton, but told him that their power comes from the sun, and Clark can to bask in the sun. She often helps out at home instead of going out to play with other people, because she can bask more in the sun at the same time, which is beneficial. The most important thing is, Clark, you will gradually improve your own strength in the future, and your speed will also increase at that time, but it is best not to expose these things easily, so you have to learn how to master them. Actually, I'm learning some fighting techniques. Maybe I have the opportunity to teach you. Jonathan, who never interrupted the communication between the siblings, asked strangely, "Fighting technique?" Karla stuck out her tongue and said she had slipped up. Karla knew that whether it was her or Clark, they would never remain ordinary forever. Sooner or later they would become superheroes, and by then they might encounter all kinds of enemies. So Karla found an opportunity, either from the internet or from TV programs, and saw some specious fighting techniques, definitely just playing around now. But with Superman's strength and Superman's speed, how can ordinary boxing skills be so simple? At least temporarily calmed Clark down, but Karla didn't just fool Clark. Apart from not saying anything about Krypton, she spent a few days with him almost every day after school, and finally allowed Clark to temporarily control his new life. The awakening ability was gone. At the same time, Karla also warned him in advance that as Clark grew up, his strength would become more and more superhuman. When Clark grows up to be 10 years old, he may be as strong as Karla when he first came to Earth, that is to say, by then Clark can even lift a car. So Karla also asked him to keep an eye on his changes. Fortunately, Karla was by Clark's side, so that he was not too flustered and overwhelmed during the excessive growth period. With this sister's company and guidance, Clark can adapt to his own power more easily. It's just that Clark didn't know that every time he fell asleep, his parents and sister were all worried about him. According to his adoptive father, Jonathan, he hoped that Clark would continue to stay away from other children, fearing that he could not control his strength and hurt others. But Martha and Karla disagree. "You can't keep him so withdrawn," Martha said, concerned about Clark's current state. Karla also said, "You treat me and Clark very differently." She even wondered if Jonathan was charged by his daughter. Jonathan naturally had his own reasons. "Karla, you are different, you are older than Clark, you are his sister. And you remembered everything when you came to our house, so you can control your power, but Clark is not yet. In short, let's talk about it after he grows up, and your origin and life experience, and when he can accept it and understand it better, then tell him." At least Karla agrees with Jonathan's second sentence. As for Jonathan's so-called telling Clark not to get in touch with others, Karla felt that it was a bit of a fuss. Definitely Jonathan also didn't want the existence of Clark and Karla to be exposed. He worried that once the Superman power of the siblings was exposed, they would not even have peace. Although Jonathan is just a farmer, he knows that human beings are afraid of unknown power, and this fear will bring confusion, exclusion, and persecution. He is only using his own method to protect his child, and he is only fulfilling the responsibility that a father should do. Karla also knew that he hoped that the two siblings could grow up smoothly without any worries. In the final analysis, it was for their two siblings, so he had no choice but to agree. In this way, the Kent family returned to peace. Karla then went back to class as usual. It's just that Karla still left some influence that day. For example, she not only answered the phone during class, but also suddenly ran away and skipped class. The principal called her directly to the office. In the office, the principal was a fat old man wearing a bloated suit, looking at Karla who was sitting on the sofa beside him waiting to be reprimanded after he came in. Today Karla wears a ponytail and a headband at the back of her head, but has two long sideburns on either side of her forehead. She was wearing jeans in line with the style of this era, a small shirt with a denim jacket, and a pair of white canvas shoes. She looked fashionable, youthful, and conservative. Mr. Principal, if it's okay, I'll go back. Karla raised her eyebrows. This principal is a bit too much. It only takes a few glances, and you will be charged for another look. The principal didn't feel embarrassed, but rather heartbroken. Karla Kent, I always thought you were different from those bad boys in school, and even planned to recommend you to a good university for further study after you graduated. But now you are going to degenerate yourself yet. Karla felt speechless. Is there a reason for me? Do I have to sit in the classroom obediently when my family is in trouble? It was because my younger brother Clark was in trouble that day, so I was in a hurry to go out, and I already said hello to the teacher. So that's how it is. The headmaster finally realized the reason, and asked, so is it all right now? It's about your brother. Karla agreed, it's all right now, thank you for your concern. If I'm all right, I'll go out, don't worry, I'm too lazy to go out with a bunch of brats, I'd rather read a few more interesting books. Okay, then you should pay attention to yourself. Wait, are you just too lazy to go out and fool around with little brats? You can't go out to fool around, right? But when the principal realized it, Karla had already gone out. Karla bid farewell to the principal, pushed the office and went outside. Outside the door, two chicks, one on the left and one on the right, one in black and one in white, suddenly came up. How's it going? Did you get scolded? A white girl asked. But the black chick reprimanded angrily, hey, Jennifer, are you gloating? They are two of Karla's few friends, and they are about the same age, but they are not in the same class, so they received the news a little behind. The white girl is called Jennifer. She has a beautiful face, blue eyes, a tall figure, and is also a popular figure in the school. She and Karla have known each other since elementary school, and their relationship was normal back then, and there were even some festivals and frictions. But then Jennifer was bullied by a male student once, and when she was about to lose money, she was rescued by Karla, so they became good friends. The black girl is called Danny, and because of the small size of the town, she and Karla and Jennifer went to the same elementary school, but they were not in the same class at first. Later, because a few bad boys wanted to bully Danny, they were saved by Karla passing by, and they became friends. Initially, Danny and Jennifer wanted Karla's shelter more, as long as they stayed by her side, they were safe. But later, the three of them had similar personalities and average ages, so they got closer and became good friends. It's okay. Faced with the concern of the two friends, Karla briefly explained what happened just now. The principal knew that I left because of my younger brother Clark, so it was easy to talk. That's it. The two women were not too surprised. They already knew what happened in the past 2 days, and they guessed that this was the result. By the way, Karla, let's go around the town after school in the afternoon. It's been a long time since we played together, watch a movie, and find a place to have a drink or something, Jennifer suddenly proposed with great interest. Danny's eyes lit up too. Both women looked at Karla together. Karla showed an embarrassed expression, but how can I go home after the school bus has left? Wouldn't it be nice to let my dad send you off? I can also go home with you. Come on. Jennifer was about to pull her to act coquettishly. Danny also said, it's true that we haven't watched a movie together for a long time. Even if I help at home, it's not so hard. Karla had no choice but to agree. Okay, but it can't be too late. I have to call home. After Clark experienced that growth, it seemed that the track of life had returned to the right track and daily life. After school that afternoon, at the invitation of Jennifer and Donnie, the three girls went for a stroll in the small town together. Karla has been in this city for more than 5 years, and she is also familiar with the town. The town is small in size, but it has everything you need in every way. The three girls first went to the cinema to watch a movie, and then went to a fast food restaurant to eat something, snacks and drinks before dark, and they already thought it was very interesting. It's just that they ignored the time because they were too involved in the game, and when they came back to their senses, they realized that it was already very late. Coming out of the fast food restaurant, the three girls quickly called their families and said they would go back soon. In fact, only Karla lives on her own farm outside the city, and Danny and Jennifer both live in the town. Because Jennifer promised to let her father drive Karla home, Danny went home first. Only Karla and Jennifer were left standing on the side of the street, waiting for Jennifer's father to drive over, chatting about something, talking about interesting things in school for a while, and talking about the movie they watched before. Without paying attention, I noticed that not far away, 3 drunk men who were obviously drunk were approaching here. Hey, little girl, let's play with the uncle. One of the drunks suddenly grabbed Jennifer's shoulder. The girl was taken aback and screamed to escape. But the drunk man's wrist was holding her tightly, and it was not known whether Jennifer's scream was frightened or painful. Karla turned around quickly, and the more beautiful face made all 3 drunks shine. Even the drunk man let go of Jennifer, and the 3 of them surrounded Karla. Jennifer's expression was very complicated, and she didn't know whether to be grateful or annoyed, whether to thank Karla for saving her life, or to be jealous of her more beautiful face than her own. Now is not the time to think about these things, Jennifer hurriedly shouted. Karla, be careful. Karla. The 3 drunks were taken aback and looked at each other, as if they had heard the name before. Although Karla was surrounded by 3 big men, she wasn't afraid at all, she just felt that the alcohol on them smelled bad, so she wrinkled her nose. Wash it well when you get back, but I guess you won't be able to wash it in a short time, Karla said, and shot directly without any politeness. She was surrounded by people, and if she didn't make a move, she would only suffer, and she refused to suffer. Karla took a sudden step forward, first chose one of the people surrounded in front of him, raised his right foot and kicked him in the chest. But Karla didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of kicking people to death. So the man just flew a few meters away, and it seemed that he fell to the ground and did not move for a long time, but his life was not in danger. The other two drunks were dumbfounded by Karla's swift action. They looked at each other, and one of them stammered and said, "I seem to have heard of her name. It is said that there is a strong girl in high school who is also called a tyrant. Although she has always shown herself as a good girl, but she is extremely powerful, and she shows no mercy to all the punks, even many people in the town have suffered from her." Unexpectedly, Karla has gained such a reputation in recent years. But Karla looked at the two with a dark face. "Who do you think is Dolly Girl?" Karla's forehead was pulsating with cross veins, but she still had to put on a graceful smile on her face, which made her look even more terrifying. Jennifer on the side covered her mouth unceremoniously and let out a burst of uncontrollable sniggering. She wasn't gloating, but just thought it was funny that Karla was deflated. "And I don't know which brat or gangster she has dealt with deliberately spread that title, Dolly Girl?" Thankfully they figured it out. Run away. The two drunks recognized Karla, even a little sober from the wine. Remembering the rumors they had heard about her, they immediately turned around and fled. But they just offended Karla. How could Karla let them escape? Jennifer, who lowered her head and covered her mouth and giggled, didn't notice that Karla's figure turned into an afterimage, grabbing the backs of the two drunks instantly like a ghost. Originally, the three drunks surrounded Karla in a triangle pattern, but Karla was the first to clean up the drunk who was directly opposite her, and the other two drunks were already planning to separate and escape without knowing it. But they were still grabbed by the back collars of Karla respectively, and then pressed their heads and bumped into each other in the middle, making a bang sound, and passed out on the spot. After doing this, Karla clapped her hands alternately, made a posture of hitting the dirt, and turned around to tell Jennifer not to laugh. But suddenly, Karla saw that the drunk man got up from the ground at some point, but without a word, he took out a black object from his clothes. Karla has good eyesight, and when she saw the true face of that thing clearly, her expression changed on the spot. The gun, it was a pistol. Damn it, Karla cursed inwardly. She should have scanned the three drunks for weapons or something. But it was too late to say anything now. The only thing that made Karla feel a little better was that the drunk man pointed the gun at herself instead of Jennifer next to her. "That's good," Karla murmured to herself, then kicked off the ground and rushed straight at the drunk man. Boom. Huge amounts of gunshots rang out on the street, and amidst a burst of flames, a bullet capable of piercing a person's body and skull came straight to Karla's face, even aiming at her eyes. It's not that the drunk man's marksmanship is accurate, but because of Karla's own relationship. In her eyes, the drunk man's speed is very slow. In order to prevent the drunk man from firing a second shot, she acted desperately. Karla's speed was very fast. If the drunk wanted to aim consciously, he would have no chance to fire the shot, and he pulled the trigger subconsciously. As a result, as soon as the bullet came out of the gun, Karla had already crossed the middle distance and came to the front, and let the bullet come to Karla's eyes. So how will Karla face the unexpected situation? The answer is neither dodging nor dodging. She just continued to charge straight up. There was only a sound of pop, and the bullet hit Karla, but the bullet couldn't hurt Karla at all. Even if she opened her eyes, the bullet could only smash into Karla's eyes in vain. Immediately afterwards, before the drunk man fired a second shot, Karla grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. Crack. The drunk man uttered a terrible cry, and the bones in his arm were crushed by Karla into a comminuted fracture, which may never heal in this life. Immediately afterwards, Karla walked around behind the drunk again, picked up the hair of the drunk with his left hand, and made a hand knife with his right hand. The power of this knife is definitely faster than any real magic knife. She's going to kill him. After Clark experienced that growth, it seemed that the track of life had returned to the right track and daily life. After school that afternoon, at the invitation of Jennifer and Donnie, the three girls went for a stroll in the small town together. Karla has been in this city for more than 5 years, and she is also familiar with the town. The town is small in size, but it has everything you need in every way. The three girls first went to the cinema to watch a movie, and then went to a fast food restaurant to eat something, snacks, and drinks before dark, and they already thought it was very interesting. It's just that they ignored the time because they were too involved in the game, and when they came back to their senses, they realized that it was already very late. Coming out of the fast food restaurant, the three girls quickly called their families and said they would go back soon. In fact, only Karla lives on her own farm outside the city, and Danny and Jennifer both live in the town. Because Jennifer promised to let her father drive Karla home, Danny went home first. Only Karla and Jennifer were left standing on the side of the street, waiting for Jennifer's father to drive over, chatting about something, talking about interesting things in school for a while, and talking about the movie they watched before. Without paying attention, I noticed that not far away, 3 drunk men who were obviously drunk were approaching here. "Hey, little girl, let's play with the uncle." One of the drunks suddenly grabbed Jennifer's shoulder. The girl was taken aback and screamed to escape. But the drunk man's wrist was holding her tightly, and it was not known whether Jennifer's scream was frightened or painful. Karla turned around quickly, and the more beautiful face made all three drunks shine. Even the drunk man let go of Jennifer, and the three of them surrounded Karla. Jennifer's expression was very complicated, and she didn't know whether to be grateful or annoyed, whether to thank Karla for saving her life, or to be jealous of her more beautiful face than her own. Now is not the time to think about these things, Jennifer hurriedly shouted. Karla, be careful. Karla. The three drunks were taken aback and looked at each other, as if they had heard the name before. Although Karla was surrounded by three big men, she wasn't afraid at all, she just felt that the alcohol on them smelled bad, so she wrinkled her nose. Wash it well when you get back, but I guess you won't be able to wash it in a short time, Karla said, and shot directly without any politeness. She was surrounded by people, and if she didn't make a move, she would only suffer, and she refused to suffer. Karla took a sudden step forward, first chose one of the people surrounded in front of him, raised his right foot and kicked him in the chest. But Karla didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of kicking people to death. So the man just flew a few meters away, and it seemed that he fell to the ground and did not move for a long time, but his life was not in danger. The other two drunks were dumbfounded by Karla's swift action. They looked at each other, and one of them stammered and said, I seem to have heard of her name. It is said that there is a strong girl in high school who is also called a tyrant. Although she has always shown herself as a good girl, but she is extremely powerful, and she shows no mercy to all the punks, even many people in the town have suffered from her. Unexpectedly, Karla has gained such a reputation in recent years. But Karla looked at the two with a dark face. Who do you think is Dolly Girl? Karla's forehead was pulsating with cross veins, but she still had to put on a graceful smile on her face, which made her look even more terrifying. Jennifer on the side covered her mouth unceremoniously and let out a burst of uncontrollable sniggering. She wasn't gloating, but just thought it was funny that Karla was deflated. And I don't know which brat or gangster she has dealt with deliberately spread that title, Dolly Girl? Thankfully they figured it out. Run away. The two drunks recognized Karla, even a little sober from the wine, remembering the rumors they had heard about her. They immediately turned around and fled. But they just offended Karla. How could Karla let them escape? Jennifer, who lowered her head and covered her mouth and giggled, didn't notice that Karla's figure turned into an afterimage, grabbing the backs of the two drunks instantly like a ghost. Originally, the three drunks surrounded Karla in a triangle pattern, but Karla was the first to clean up the drunk who was directly opposite her, and the other two drunks were already planning to separate and escape without knowing it. But they were still grabbed by the back collars of Karla respectively, and then pressed their heads and bumped into each other in the middle, making a bang sound, and passed out on the spot. After doing this, Karla clapped her hands alternately, made a posture of hitting the dirt, and turned around to tell Jennifer not to laugh. But suddenly, Karla saw that the drunk man got up from the ground at some point, but without a word, he took out a black object from his clothes. Karla has good eyesight, and when she saw the true face of that thing clearly, her expression changed on the spot. The gun, it was a pistol. Damn it, Karla cursed inwardly. She should have scanned the three drunks for weapons or something. But it was too late to say anything now. The only thing that made Karla feel a little better was that the drunk man pointed the gun at herself instead of Jennifer next to her. That's good, Karla murmured to herself, then kicked off the ground and rushed straight at the drunk man. Boom. Huge amounts of gunshots rang out on the street, and amidst a burst of flames, a bullet capable of piercing a person's body and skull came straight to Karla's face, even aiming at her eyes. It's not that the drunk man's marksmanship is accurate, but because of Karla's own relationship. In her eyes, the drunk man's speed is very slow. In order to prevent the drunk man from firing a second shot, she acted desperately. Karla's speed was very fast. If the drunk wanted to aim consciously, he would have no chance to fire the shot, and he pulled the trigger subconsciously. As a result, as soon as the bullet came out of the gun, Karla had already crossed the middle distance and came to the front, and let the bullet come to Karla's eyes. So how will Karla face the unexpected situation? The answer is, neither dodging nor dodging. She just continued to charge straight up. There was only a sound of pop, and the bullet hit Karla, but the bullet couldn't hurt Karla at all. Even if she opened her eyes, the bullet could only smash into Karla's eyes in vain. Immediately afterwards, before the drunk man fired a second shot, Karla grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. Crack. The drunk man uttered a terrible cry, and the bones in his arm were crushed by Karla into a comminuted fracture, which may never heal in this life. Immediately afterwards, Karla walked around behind the drunk again, picked up the hair of the drunk with his left hand, and made a hand knife with his right hand. The power of this knife is definitely faster than any real magic knife. She's going to kill him. After Clark experienced that growth, it seemed that the track of life had returned to the right track and daily life. After school that afternoon, at the invitation of Jennifer and Donnie, the three girls went for a stroll in the small town together. Karla has been in this city for more than 5 years, and she is also familiar with the town. The town is small in size, but it has everything you need in every way. The three girls first went to the cinema to watch a movie, and then went to a fast food restaurant to eat something, snacks, and drinks before dark, and they already thought it was very interesting. It's just that they ignored the time because they were too involved in the game, and when they came back to their senses, they realized that it was already very late. Coming out of the fast food restaurant, the three girls quickly called their families and said they would go back soon. In fact, only Karla lives on her own farm outside the city, and Danny and Jennifer both live in the town. Because Jennifer promised to let her father drive Karla home, Danny went home first. Only Karla and Jennifer were left standing on the side of the street, waiting for Jennifer's father to drive over, chatting about something, talking about interesting things in school for a while, and talking about the movie they watched before. Without paying attention, I noticed that not far away, 3 drunk men who were obviously drunk were approaching here. "Hey, little girl, let's play with the uncle." One of the drunks suddenly grabbed Jennifer's shoulder. The girl was taken aback and screamed to escape. But the drunk man's wrist was holding her tightly, and it was not known whether Jennifer's scream was frightened or painful. Karla turned around quickly, and the more beautiful face made all 3 drunks shine. Even the drunk man let go of Jennifer, and the 3 of them surrounded Karla. Jennifer's expression was very complicated, and she didn't know whether to be grateful or annoyed, whether to thank Karla for saving her life, or to be jealous of her more beautiful face than her own. "Now is not the time to think about these things," Jennifer hurriedly shouted. "Karla, be careful. Karla." The 3 drunks were taken aback and looked at each other, as if they had heard the name before. Although Karla was surrounded by 3 big men, she wasn't afraid at all. She just felt that the alcohol on them smelled bad, so she wrinkled her nose. "Wash it well when you get back, but I guess you won't be able to wash it in a short time," Karla said, and shot directly without any politeness. She was surrounded by people, and if she didn't make a move, she would only suffer, and she refused to suffer. Karla took a sudden step forward, first chose one of the people surrounded in front of him, raised his right foot and kicked him in the chest. But Karla didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of kicking people to death. So the man just flew a few meters away, and it seemed that he fell to the ground and did not move for a long time, but his life was not in danger. The other 2 drunks were dumbfounded by Karla's swift action. They looked at each other, and one of them stammered and said, "I seem to have heard of her name. It is said that there is a strong girl in high school who is also called a tyrant. Although she has always shown herself as a good girl, but she is extremely powerful, and she shows no mercy to all the punks. Even many people in the town have suffered from her." Unexpectedly, Karla has gained such a reputation in recent years. But Karla looked at the 2 with a dark face. "Who do you think is Dolly Girl?" Karla's forehead was pulsating with cross veins, but she still had to put on a graceful smile on her face, which made her look even more terrifying. Jennifer on the side covered her mouth unceremoniously and let out a burst of uncontrollable sniggering. She wasn't gloating, but just thought it was funny that Karla was deflated. And I don't know which brat or gangster she has dealt with deliberately spread that title, Dolly Girl. Thankfully they figured it out. Run away. The 2 drunks recognized Karla, even a little sober from the wine. Remembering the rumors they had heard about her, they immediately turned around and fled. But they just offended Karla. How could Karla let them escape? Jennifer, who lowered her head and covered her mouth and giggled, didn't notice that Karla's figure turned into an afterimage, grabbing the backs of the 2 drunks instantly like a ghost. Originally, the 3 drunks surrounded Karla in a triangle pattern, but Karla was the first to clean up the drunk who was directly opposite her, and the other 2 drunks were already planning to separate and escape without knowing it. But they were still grabbed by the back collars of Karla respectively, and then pressed their heads and bumped into each other in the middle, making a bang sound, and passed out on the spot. After doing this, Karla clapped her hands alternately, made a posture of hitting the dirt, and turned around to tell Jennifer not to laugh. But suddenly, Karla saw that the drunk man got up from the ground at some point, but without a word, he took out a black object from his clothes. Karla has good eyesight, and when she saw the true face of that thing clearly, her expression changed on the spot. The gun, it was a pistol. Damn it, Karla cursed inwardly. She should have scanned the 3 drunks for weapons or something. But it was too late to say anything now. The only thing that made Karla feel a little better was that the drunk man pointed the gun at herself instead of Jennifer next to her. "That's good," Karla murmured to herself, then kicked off the ground and rushed straight at the drunk man. Boom. Huge amounts of gunshots rang out on the street, and amidst a burst of flames, a bullet capable of piercing a person's body and skull came straight to Karla's face, even aiming at her eyes. It's not that the drunk man's marksmanship is accurate, but because of Karla's own relationship. In her eyes, the drunk man's speed is very slow. In order to prevent the drunk man from firing a second shot, she acted desperately. Karla's speed was very fast. If the drunk wanted to aim consciously, he would have no chance to fire the shot, and he pulled the trigger subconsciously. As a result, as soon as the bullet came out of the gun, Karla had already crossed the middle distance and came to the front, and let the bullet come to Karla's eyes. So how will Karla face the unexpected situation? The answer is neither dodging nor dodging. She just continued to charge straight up. There was only a sound of pop, and the bullet hit Karla, but the bullet couldn't hurt Karla at all. Even if she opened her eyes, the bullet could only smash into Karla's eyes in vain. Immediately afterwards, before the drunk man fired a second shot, Karla grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. Crack. The drunk man uttered a terrible cry, and the bones in his arm were crushed by Karla into a comminuted fracture, which may never heal in this life. Immediately afterwards, Karla walked around behind the drunk again, picked up the hair of the drunk with his left hand, and made a hand knife with his right hand. The power of this knife is definitely faster than any real magic knife. She's going to kill him. It was the drunk who fired first, otherwise Karla would just give them a little lesson and stop. Karla was also furious in her heart. At the moment she was facing her, with indestructible defensive power, but what if it was someone else? This guy is holding a gun? And actually pulled the trigger on someone else. It's just courting death. Karla held the drunk man's hair with his left hand, forcing him to raise his head. Even the pain in his arm couldn't make him ignore the pain from the top of his head. Karla raised her right hand in the shape of a hand knife. With her strength and speed, if this knife is cut down, the power will definitely not be inferior to that of a magic weapon. Karla. At this moment, Jennifer called Karla's name in a terrified tone, looked down at the drunk man, and couldn't help shivering. You don't mean to kill him, do you? Karla froze. Jennifer shook her head. Don't do that, Karla. We all know you have great power, but if you do that, there's no going back. Some people even call Karla a strong girl. In fact, many people know that her strength is different from ordinary people, but Karla has only shown her own great strength, and has not shown other super abilities. I don't know which bastard started shouting first, and even gave her such a lousy title as Dolly Niu. Don't let her know who it is. Karla, please, Jennifer said aloud, anxiously hoping Karla would calm down. Karla looked at Jennifer, thought for a while, and asked, if I were not here today, but you met them yourself, what would happen to you? Jennifer was taken aback for a moment, subconsciously thinking of an extremely miserable scene. And as you can see, this bastard is not only carrying a gun, but he also shot without any hesitation. If you were attacked instead of me, you would have been killed by him. Karla raised her foot. The pistol that fell to the ground was crushed with one foot. Karla raised her head and asked Jennifer, even if you can forgive what they did, what if today it's not me and you, but Danny? If she was hurt by them, how would you face Danny? Even if it's just a stranger who has never met, will be persecuted by them in the future because of our inaction today. What will you think when you know the news? Facing Karla's rhetorical question, Jennifer was a little at a loss. After all, they are only 15-year-old girls, and they don't have so many ideas. Besides, Karla is not only 15 years old, she should be in her 20s. She was a high school girl before crossing, and now she has lived in this world for another 5 years, at least 20 years old. Karla looked at Jennifer. Killing a bad guy may save countless good people. If Batman's willpower is firmer and he kills Joker, he won't give Joker the slightest chance to speak and do things from the very beginning. How can there be so many? No matter how many things happen, no matter how many people are hurt, they don't have to be insane. But Jennifer was puzzled. Batman? Joker? Who is that? She and Karla have been best friends for many years. If it is a movie or magazine that Karla has watched, she has no reason not to know. At least in this world, Batman hasn't made his debut yet. So Karla gave her best friend a spoiler. Anyway, Jennifer, this person cannot be kept. He has murderous intentions and will take action. This person is too dangerous. Keeping him will only leave endless troubles. Karla lowered her head while talking, and raised her left hand to make the drunk look up at her. Suddenly Karla laughed. She saw that the drunk man had stopped screaming. Unexpectedly he was still a tough guy, but this made Karla unable to keep him. I like an idiom called cutting grass and roots. Are you still wanting revenge? Hurt my relatives? My young brother? Or hurt my two best friends, Jennifer and Danny? Or their families? Karla gently touched the drunk man's eyelids with his right hand. His eyes had long since lost the confusion of drunkenness, but there were clearly identifiable hatred, resentment, madness, and killing intent in his eyes. Karla smiled. Just take it as my debut. With that said, Karla turned around and pulled the drunk man to leave. Karla. On the street behind her, Jennifer stood there helplessly, watching Karla's back quickly disappear into the darkness of the street, knowing that there was no way to persuade her anymore. But Jennifer was very worried about what would happen to her if Karla did such a thing. Even legally speaking, she is the criminal. Until Jennifer's father drove over and found that Karla had disappeared. Jennifer could only lie that Karla's father came to pick her up, and then the father and daughter went home. On the other side, Karla didn't care anymore. She dragged the man all the way to a remote alley. The drunk seemed to know his end, so he didn't beg for mercy all the way, but just kept looking at Karla coldly, until he was thrown into several trash cans by Karla. You dare not kill me, the drunk sneered. So you're still delusional. Karla spread her hands. The drunk looked deeply at Karla, and warned, I'm not underestimating you, but you have to be clear. You are still a beautiful girl in your prime. If you kill me, you will spend at least a few years in prison. It's really worth it. Do you still have family members? Are you not afraid that they will be sad? It turned out that he was relying on this reason. If it's true from the perspective of ordinary people, Karla nodded, agreeing with the drunk man. In anyone's opinion, it is impossible for a young girl with a bright future to trade with a drunk. He was right, and if it was tracked down that Karla had killed him, he would definitely be in trouble. But as long as people don't know that I killed you, that's fine. Karla shrugged. Her eyes slowly began to turn red, and suddenly, Karla's eyes released two terrifying lasers, instantly piercing the drunk's eyes. I hate the look in your eyes, Karla said, putting away the heat vision ray, and the blow was enough to burn the drunk man's entire brain, and he was completely dead. With the current Earth technology, laser guns haven't been developed yet, right? Even if there is such a black technology, a farm girl like me has no chance to get it anyway, right? Well, let's say it's a guy in a black bat suit. Someone killed him. It has nothing to do with me, Karla said to herself, starting to make plans for what would happen next. As for whether Karla will be afraid of killing someone for the first time, or have any negative effects, why? Karla was mentally prepared to do it, and when she was a child, she often heard the noise in the field outside in the middle of the night, many sounds that were enough to leave a psychological shadow on people, and enough to make people have nightmares every night. She has long been accustomed to the picture. Karla has super hearing and supervision. She heard Jennifer's conversation with her father, and also saw Jennifer's restlessness and hesitation. Jennifer wants her father's help to find Karla, and hopefully stop Karla if it's still possible. But Jennifer is worried that they will meet Karla's good thing just in time. If they run into each other while Karla is doing something, they will become witnesses against Karla. So in the end Jennifer could only leave with her father. It was not until they left that Karla came out of the alley. Looking at the direction where Jennifer's father and daughter left, Karla smiled with relief. At least she didn't make friends. If it's a superficial girlfriend, Jennifer doesn't need to be entangled. If it's a little more green tea, she can say nothing, but she will accuse Karla afterwards. In that case, Karla is too poor. But this kind of thing can happen easily. Fortunately, Karla's vision is not bad. Going back to this street, because the small town is small, and the current age has not yet reached the millennium, there are almost no people on the street after the time is late. This is not one of those big cities where the lights stay on until late at night. There were almost no pedestrians on the street, and no one passed by for such a long time. Karla went back to the two drunks whom she had knocked unconscious by their heads, and nearly broke their leg bones with one kick. Huge amounts of pain instantly awakened the two of them. Karla stood there condescendingly. At the moment, she didn't have any tenderness that belonged to a girl, but only a cold hostility. The drunks mentioned two titles for Karla before. One is the strong girl, referring to her infinite strength. Another one is called tyrant. Even Karla herself may not have noticed that at the moment. She exudes a terrifying, cruel, and terrifying aura. Speaking of which, Karla's family is even more glorious than Karl's, that is, Superman's family. In fact, Karla and Karl belong to the same family, which is definitely. But Karla's father is a scientist and a judge just like Karl, and the mothers of the siblings are almost judges, with the same position. But Karla's aunt, her mother's sister, is a general at the same level as Sid, including Karla's mother, who is not only a judge, but also a general. This led to Karla's genes being full of the best fighters, the most qualified generals and leaders, and the elements of all other positions. There is only one exception. She is not suitable for synthesis as an elder of the Supreme Council, because the Al family actually has complaints about the elders. Those parliaments will only make the problem more and more complicated, but they can't solve any problems at all, which leads to Krypton not finding any solution until it is destroyed. Far away. When Karla faces opponents who can be regarded as enemies, he has a coldness different from Superman, and can even be called cruel. She looked down at the other two drunk men, and scanned them with a perspective eye, and found that they did not have guns on their bodies. Since there is no fatal threat ability, then I will spare your life. However, you should know what to say and what not to say. Karla asked coldly, what does she look like in at the moment? She is a 15-year-old girl, almost like a queen in charge of the world. Ruthless, undeniably powerful, and unabashedly hostile and threatening. The two drunk men curled up and fell to the ground. They were already dizzy, being hit, and each of them lost consciousness in one leg, and it was not known whether it was broken. The two nodded quickly, not daring to argue. But Karla sneered, know what? That companion of yours has already been killed by me. I believe the police will start investigating tomorrow. If you dare to confess me by then, I will make you feel miserable. Remember, a guy dressed like a bat took that guy away, not me, get it? It seems that Karla is determined to blame Batman, and I don't know how Bruce Wayne will feel when he learns that he has been active in this small town when he debuts in the future. The two drunks had already sobered up, facing Karla's threats. They dared not go against her will at all. Karla was not afraid that they would be disobedient, so she turned around with a soft snort and was about to leave. By the way, after walking a few steps, Karla turned around and asked thoughtfully, about the title of Dolly knew. Who told me? As expected, she still cared about the title Dolly knew. The two drunks looked at each other, and finally shook their heads together. It seems that they don't know either, they just heard something about Karla from somewhere. The reason is that Karla is actually not as well behaved as she appears on the surface. There is another side hidden behind her. The other side of her is irritable, powerful, and aggressive. Any bad guys and gangsters who dare to provoke her will eventually be killed by Karla. Definitely it was indeed the first time she had killed someone before this. Jonathan and Martha didn't know that this obedient and sensible adopted daughter had actually been a famous figure in the small town. Apart from being pretty and having excellent grades, many people in the underworld even wanted to win her over. It's just that Karla will definitely not be a big sister. After that, Karla didn't delay any longer, and continued to leave and walk outside the city. After entering a nearby alley, Karla jumped into the sky and took off. Karla became more and more proficient at controlling her own powers, and even discovered a biofield originating from herself. The so-called biological field is launched based on Karla's power, which allows Karla to apply power to a certain thing as a whole. For example, if a passenger plane loses control and falls from the sky, using the file size of a human palm to support the plane will not catch the plane, but will cut the large passenger plane in half, like putting a piece of tofu on a sharp edge. The nails are the same, and they can be worn in one bucket. But the power of the biological field is different. Instead of grabbing a piece of the plane alone, it supports the whole plane with the power of the biological standpoint. Another example is that someone falls from a high altitude. Under the interaction of forces, if you use Superman's steel body to catch the opponent, it will easily cut the opponent into 3 sections. Superman's body is the sharpest weapon. But as long as you greet each other from a biological standpoint, it will be fine, like a Simmons big bed to accept the other party. Including defense also has a great effect. Superman's uniforms, such as Karla's suit, originally had indestructible and indestructible effects, but if they encountered Kryptonian technology-level weapons, they would still be injured and their clothes would be damaged. But from a biological standpoint, one's own defense can be brought into the clothes, even ordinary clothes will be bulletproof. And including actions or flights at a speed beyond the factor, or even beyond the speed of light, the body and clothes will not be affected. Otherwise, when a supersonic flight is carried out suddenly, the huge amounts of power will tear all the clothes in an instant. Karla didn't want that. That night, Karla took a high-speed flight all the way home by herself. When she got home, her family was already asleep. Karla quietly opened the window and went back to her room. The first floor of this small building is the living room, kitchen, and other facilities. The upper floor is the living room. The main house of the adoptive parents is the largest, followed by Karla's room, and finally Clark's cabin. After changing into her pajamas, Karla quietly went downstairs to open the refrigerator. There were several cows at home, which used to be Clark's main food, but now they became the designated drink at home. After pouring a glass of milk and taking a swig, Karla's ears trembled, and she heard a slight sound of footsteps going downstairs. Karla turned around, and in the next second, she saw the figure of her adoptive mother Martha appearing at the stairs. With 2 sensitive children in the family, both Martha and Jonathan were in the habit of walking up and down the stairs at night very lightly so as not to wake them. Martha actually didn't sleep until now, because Karla never came back, and she was relieved when she saw her standing there. "Why so late?" Martha asked in the lowest voice. Karla pointed upstairs. "Clark is already asleep, it's fine." Martha was afraid of waking Clark up. The child still couldn't control his power as perfectly as Karla, and sometimes there were still many voices coming into his ears. So Clark is still very distressed recently. Fortunately, Clark had gradually gained control when he was sober, so he didn't act too weirdly in school anymore. "I watched a movie with Jennifer and Danny before, I didn't notice it was so late, I'm sorry." Karla briefly explained the reason, and fooled it casually. At home, Martha spoils the children very much, and generally does not speak in a harsh tone. Jonathan's words are also very caring for the 2 children, but he is the image of a strict father, and being a father for the first time, sometimes he appears to be extremely strict. But most of the time it is still available. Especially for Karla, Jonathan is very relieved, because he doesn't know the other side of his daughter, and even has the titles of strong girl and tyrant. If Jonathan heard the news that someone in the underworld was trying to win over Karla, his mind would probably explode. After talking with her adoptive mother for a while, Karla filled the glass again, and then returned to the upstairs room with the milk. It's as if nothing happened today, as if she didn't kill someone for the first time before. Everything is so peaceful. But on the second day, things finally came to light. When I got up early in the morning, there was a police car with the school bus. Karla was taken away, allegedly in connection with a murder. Jonathan and Martha were extremely worried, and Clark also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Karla, so he didn't have to worry about himself and just continued to go to school as usual. Karla was taken to the police station and found that the 2 drunks yesterday, as well as Jennifer and Danny, were also brought. The body of the drunk man who died in the alley was discovered by the person in charge of taking out the garbage in the morning, and the peaceful town suddenly caused a sensation. In such a small town, the biggest situation in the past was a fight, but today there was a life lawsuit. Karla was brought into the interrogation room, where a police officer was responsible for recording a statement and asking about the process of last night. Karla is not timid either. First, she talked about the experience of 3 little girlfriends playing in the town, and finally mentioned that she and Jennifer were stalked by 3 drunk hooligans while waiting for the bus. Until the life lawsuit, Karla had described it truthfully, which was in no way different from other people's confessions, and the police officer had been nodding vaguely. Until finally disagreements arose. Donnie's confession is that she left first, so she doesn't know what happened afterwards. Jennifer's confession is that she only saw Karla take the drunk man elsewhere, and then she didn't know what happened afterwards. Regarding these confessions, Karla can actually see them, including the confessions of the 2 drunk men. They really followed Karla's last account last night, saying that a person wearing a bat suit appeared last, and they admitted that it was he killed their companions. Satisfied in her heart, Karla also said what she planned to say last night, saying that she had planned to scare the drunk, but in the alley, she met a man dressed like a bat. "I was threatened and intimidated by him so that I had to leave, and then I didn't know what happened, and I didn't dare to go back to see. What did that guy die for?" After finishing her planned confession, Karla specially guided, or lure the police officer in front of him to say what he wants to hear. The police officer on the opposite side said without thinking, he was killed by a powerful and terrifying weapon, like the legendary laser gun, or some kind of flame gun. The police officer shook his head as he said that, in fact, they have not yet determined what weapon killed the man. It has to be said that the thermal vision rays are very strong, but a small test can kill a person in an instant, and it can't even be investigated. Laser gun? Is it the one in the movie? Can it really be made? Karla began to show her acting skills, pretending to exclaim exaggeratedly, and said enviously, if there is a chance, I really want to meet that guy again and see what a real laser gun looks like. In fact, she is inducing others to focus on Batman completely. Anyway, Batman hasn't debuted yet, so where can I find him? Even if Batman made his debut, he was still a vigilante who was not protected and supported by the law at the beginning, and he was a scapegoat anyway, so I wouldn't mind if there was one more, right? That's a dangerous guy, you'd better not think about getting to know him. The police officer on the opposite side also warned Karla, who knew that the harmless and beautiful girl in front of her was the real culprit. In this way, under Karla's careful arrangement, all the clues point to the Batman who has not yet debuted. It's not that everyone else is a fool, but Karla's confession is the same as that of the two drunks, which means that both the plaintiff's and the defendant's confessions point to a third party, so there is nothing to say. In addition, the murder weapon used to kill the drunk man was really unimaginable, and all signs indicated that it had nothing to do with Karla, so it seemed so easy and smooth. In fact, Karla was also worried about whether it would be exposed, and now it seems that there should be no problem. Speaking of which, the two drunk men later were too cooperative, right? Karla showed a thoughtful expression, and she seemed to have a faint understanding in her heart. Actually, it's not that they were threatened by me. It seems that I have opened up a new ability, hypnotic ability, or something closer to mind control. It's as if Superman can't be recognized by others as long as he wears a suit and glasses. Although Superman will also do some disguises, the most important thing is that Superman can exert a suggestive effect on others, so that people can't recognize him. Look. And it was Karla who awakened this new ability last night, which made those two drunks cooperate so willingly and perfectly. Okay, you can go now, your parents are already waiting outside. At this moment, the police officer's voice brought Karla back to his senses. Karla turned her head. In fact, one-way glass was used in the interrogation room and the sound insulation effect was very good, but she still saw the adoptive parents outside. At the moment, Karla smiled at them and said it was fine. However, Jonathan's face was ugly. She could hide it from others, but she couldn't hide it from her own family. Because such a thing happened suddenly, and even Karla and the others were involved. The school happily gave the three of them a 3-day holiday so that they could adjust their status. In fact, Jennifer really needs to adjust her mentality, because she knows that Karla killed the man. But Jennifer didn't tell anyone, including Danny, who didn't know their little secret. It's not that she doesn't believe in Danny, but that Jennifer is very gentle and worried about the relationship between Danny and Karla. In fact, when she left the police station, even she didn't know how to face Karla, including Karla's side, who was immediately taken away by her family. On the way back, the Kent family kept silent. Martha purposely sat in the back seat with Karla, holding her hand all the time as a gesture of comfort. Karla felt amused and patted the back of her adoptive mother's hand in turn, reassuring, "Mom, I'm fine." "Humph, you're definitely fine." Jonathan, who was driving ahead, glanced at his adopted daughter behind him in the rearview mirror, and said solemnly, "Karla, tell me the truth, you must be the murderer." Martha's hands trembled. In fact, she also guessed it, but as a loving mother, she didn't think about it. As a mother, she still hoped that her daughter would be a kind and good child. But she and Jonathan both know, that's your heat vision ray. When you showed us your ability, you should know that if you use your ability to do bad things, you can't hide it from us. They almost all know about Karla's ability, including Karla's super strength, super speed, flight, thermal vision rays, clairvoyance, microscopic vision, and even farsightedness, as well as super hearing and super breathing, including that she can even hold her breath in 1 breath hours without needing to breathe, etc. Definitely they also have things they don't know, such as the biological standpoint, and the super hypnotic ability technique that was awakened last night, which can also be called mind control, or psychological suggestion. Faced with accusations and interrogation by her adoptive father, Karla turned away from looking out the window. The cool breeze blowing in from the open window also messed up Karla's beautiful blonde hair. She was born with blonde hair and blue eyes, and this beautiful hair alone is enough to arouse the jealousy of many girls. Because most of the girls are blonde themselves, a lot of people in the school dyed their hair blonde the day after tomorrow. But Karla is born, which is relatively rare anywhere, and has a pair of beautiful blue eyes. "Karla," Martha said worriedly, "it's not you, is it? Tell Mom, you're not a murderer." Karla sighed, "Sorry, it was me." Squeak. The car suddenly slammed to a stop on the small road home, and Jonathan sat there stiffly, his eyes looking a little blank. It seems that he is actually the same as Martha. Although he guessed that it was Karla, he didn't want to believe it, but hoped that his child would be a good child. As a result, Karla directly admitted it. "Let's go back," Jonathan said, turning the car around and heading back to the police station. Karla shrugged, leaned back in her chair and said nothing. Martha was anxious. "Jonathan, what are you going to do? Do you want to send my daughter to prison?" "You can't do that." "But she killed Martha." Jonathan usually respected his wife very much, but now he reminded Martha loudly that Karla didn't make a small mistake, but killed someone. Martha didn't know what to do, so she could only turn her head and ask Karla, "Karla, tell Mom, is that person who threatened you first? Didn't you? Isn't it definitely?" Karla sighed helplessly. Maybe you didn't see the detailed report? There was a gun and a broken bullet at the scene, and I was shot in the eye. Bang, a bullet shattered in my eyeball. If it wasn't me, Papa, if it was you or Mama, you'd be dead. Karla was telling the truth, but she didn't know it. In fact, there was no detailed record in the report. It only mentioned that there was a broken pistol at the scene, and the fingerprints belonged to the drunk man who was killed. But as for the broken bullet, it was treated coldly because it was a bit unimaginable. Even if it was not reported or recorded, even the bullet was disposed of. Hearing Karla's words, Martha quickly held her small face and carefully checked Karla's eyes. Karla was definitely fine. Even if the bullet hit her open eyeball, it still couldn't do her any harm. Jonathan snorted softly. Are you threatening me? He said that's what he said, but he still turned off the car, and turned his head to look at Karla. Seeing that she was fine and Martha was caring, he didn't ask any more questions. Karla definitely wasn't threatening them, but said with a serious face, that guy threatened me with revenge, and he will definitely hurt you and Clark in the future if he can't do anything with me. If it's just me, it doesn't matter, because after all no one can threaten me. But someone threatens you. No, he is looking for death. This is also true. Karla felt it at the time, or awakening a super premonition. In short, she had an ominous premonition that if she hadn't killed that person at that time, then that person would probably hurt her family. Clark may already have the power to protect himself, but his adoptive parents are just ordinary people. Since the family could easily get a gun, Karla would not be able to forgive herself if he broke into the house and endangered the lives of her adoptive parents. She was the one who caused the disaster, and she had a chance to avoid the tragedy, but Karla will never let go of the tragedy that happened because she did nothing. Jonathan's expression softened when he heard this. It turned out that the child was protecting his husband and wife. But you can't kill people at will, Jonathan warned Karla. This is the most unforgivable sin. I don't want blood on your hands in the future, and they are not worthy of you. Your childhood hope is to be a superhero. I remembered that when Karla was a child, she brought her younger brother Clark in the yard. She wore the battle suit with the cape in her spaceship, and then tricked Clark into getting him a red blanket to hang on his shoulders. The two siblings played in the yard as well. Very happy, Jonathan couldn't stop showing a gentle look. It was precisely because his daughter had lofty goals and ideals that his heart ached even more, and he didn't want her hands to be stained with the blood of these people. However, Karla objected. Dad, let's not talk about world wars. It doesn't matter who is right and who is wrong. But you think they are not worth it, so I shouldn't take action? Wrong, it is because my goal is to become a superhero, so I can't turn a blind eye. If I let him go today, maybe tomorrow more people will be attacked and killed, but what's the point of locking him up? It's just to let the crime continue to breed. It's like a certain prison that keeps the crime. The worst offenders are locked up, then let them escape, locked up again, and then escaped. Who cares about the real victims? Karla became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally had a sneer on her face. If it's just a group of people trying to catch fame, don't mention it to me. How many people have been killed by a certain joker? How many people have been twisted? How many people have been ruined? It turns out that bad guys don't need to take responsibility for killing people, and they don't need to pay a price. They even get special treatment and care. The so-called superheroes don't protect the victims, let alone prevent tragedies from happening. Are they actually protecting the criminals? Karla shook her head slowly. That's not the superhero I want. It's only right and proper to kill people and pay debts. I will not become the umbrella of the devil. Dad, you say their blood is not worth my shot? Full of blood, I also want to wipe out all the damned people. In the end, Karla showed her powerful and terrifying aura in front of her adoptive parents for the first time. Jonathan and Martha looked at each other, and they could see the worry in each other's eyes. They knew too well how terrifying Karla and Clark's potential and current power were. If they were not restrained and controlled, it could be said that the whole world would have crisis of destruction. This is not an exaggeration at all. Karla's power is only estimated by herself. If there is no restraint, it can even tear up the earth and destroy a city with ease. Just when the two were worried and didn't know what to do, Karla suddenly changed the subject. Definitely, I'm not a murderer. I'm a normal person, not a psychopath, so I don't care about those who don't deserve to be damned. They're all killed, don't worry about that. Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. Remember what you promised me today. Then Jonathan still didn't send Karla back to the police station, but drove home. The family will definitely talk again after they get home. Jonathan is a righteous person, including Martha, who gave Superman justice during his childhood. It is because of their influence that Superman can become one of the greatest superheroes. Possessing great power does not make people a hero. It is very likely that people will get lost in front of power and become a super criminal. After all, it is more difficult to restrain yourself than to indulge yourself. Including Karla has been under the influence of Jonathan and Martha, and she has longed for a superhero, so she said a long time ago that she would dream of being a superhero in the future. But only this time, even Jonathan felt awkward and hesitation. After all, Karla killed someone, but what she did was right or wrong, and even Jonathan didn't know how to choose. Homicide originally is certainly a grave mistake and the most unforgivable crime. But Karla was attacked. She was first molested by the man, and then shot. If she didn't have the power of Superman, she would have died. That can only be regarded as a counterattack in self-defense. You can't think that Superman can be attacked at will just because Superman has great power. Can't you beat and scold at will without getting hurt? Can you take away part of a person's property just because he is rich? Just because a person is healthy, you can beat him up? What gangster logic is this? In fact, the most important thing is Karla's scary-sounding remarks and thoughts, which are what Jonathan is most worried about. He could already foresee that in the future, Karla would definitely become a ruthless killer with an iron face and selfless eyes. And the only thing she promised was that she would not kill anyone who should not die, but in other words, no one should be left behind. He was worried about what Karla would become in the future. Relatively speaking, Martha's thinking was much simpler. She was only worried about whether Karla was injured. Karla was very helpless, she was really fine, but the adoptive mother was too worried, and walked around her for a day, opening her eyelids from time to time to see if her eyes were affected, or if there was any shrapnel left to cause infection. Obviously there is only one eye, but Martha carefully looked at each eye dozens of times. Karla explained that even if there were shrapnel remaining, they would be crushed in the blink of an eyelid. But she still benefited from the care from her adoptive mother. It wasn't until that afternoon that Jonathan asked Martha to watch Karla, and he went to pick up Clark from school, and the family was considered quiet. After Clark came back, he suddenly hugged Karla. It turned out that even he had heard the news that his sister had been involved in a murder case. "It's okay, Clark, sister is okay," Karla comforted her brother who was 10 years younger with a gratified smile. Clark carefully looked up at Karla's expression and there was nothing wrong with her body, and then let go of his hand. "Someone in the school keeps saying bad things about my sister, saying that you are a troublesome woman, and you are the one who caused it." Karla raised her eyelids. She thought those people were praising her beauty. Really, no matter in which world there are people like this, because girls are beautiful, so after being attacked, it is the girls themselves who are wrong to speak ill of girls. Karla wondered, shouldn't the bad guys be punished? Still the same sentence, because people have money, can they rob casually? When it's over, why are they so rich? Don't worry about what they say. If you feel annoying to Clark, just ignore them. If anyone dares to bully you, tell your sister when you come back, and she will beat them up. Karla wanted to comfort her brother in turn. Not far away, Jonathan rolled his eyes, pulled Clark away quickly, and said not to let Karla lead Clark away. The power of their siblings is terrifying enough. If they are allowed to make trouble without restraint, something will really happen. So Jonathan didn't dare to let Karla instill dangerous things in Clark casually. Because of what happened to Karla today, Martha specially asked Jonathan to buy some steaks and some fish when he came back. The fish here is not bought by the strip, but in pieces or slices. It is the kind of fish after the whole fish is cut and the places with many thorns are removed. Some are called fish blocks piece by piece, and some are called piece by piece. Filet. Karla hadn't gotten used to it for a while, and obviously wanted to eat fish head soup, or braised cod. As a result, only the whole cod meat is used here, either pan-fried or made into fish broth. The taste is definitely not the Chinese food she used to eat. Today Martha prepared 3 pieces of steak and 5 pieces of fried fish for Karla and Clark, as well as rice, potato, and pumpkin soup, and a large bowl of vegetable salad prepared with fresh vegetables. Fortunately, they have a farm in their own family, otherwise these vegetables would be more expensive than meat, not because there is no fruit and vegetable production here. On the contrary, there are many large farmers in a country with many people and little land. This is because the cost of labor is too high, so vegetables are more expensive than meat. As for meat, there are more and more advanced machines to process all kinds of meat, which is much cheaper. Karla and Clark's appetite is not small, even Jonathan can't match it. Maybe their stomachs are also Superman level. After dinner, before going to bed at night, Karla also received a call from Danny and Jennifer. The former questioned Karla for a while, because Danny went home early and didn't know what happened afterwards. When it was Jennifer's turn, the 2 close girlfriends suddenly fell silent for a long time, looking very embarrassed. Finally, when the cable was being pulled up, Jennifer said to Karla, "Karla, I believe you. You must not be a bad girl." Karla felt amused. "What are you talking about? We were the ones who were almost hit by so-and-so before, and if that shot was aimed at you, you would have died." In fact, Jennifer was also afraid for a while, and then felt strange. "Speaking of which, the shot didn't hit you." Karla opened her mouth without even thinking about it. "Nonsense, do you think I've been shot?" Unexpectedly, Jennifer said, "I seem to see a scene of sparks in you, as if." "Then you must have misunderstood it." "Well, it happens to be 2 days off. Let's go out and have fun, and we'll meet and talk tomorrow," Karla said while fooling around with Jennifer. "I really heard something." Jennifer heard that she didn't want to talk about bullets, and smartly followed Karla's words. "You won't stay at home to help? Dolly girl." "Huh." Karla said anxiously, "Don't call me that title, damn it, and I don't know who gave it to me. When I find him, I must make him look good. As for helping, forget it. My parents are so annoying these days and I'm sure you'll be annoyed if you see me, so I'd better hide." While she was going to be bored to death by Martha, she was also going to be bored to death by Jonathan. During the 2 days of vacation, it was rare for Karla not to help at home. The main reason is that Jonathan doesn't know how to guide this 15-year-old adopted daughter. Moreover, Karla and Clark are different. When they came to Earth, they had their own memories and opinions. It is difficult to establish values like Clark did from an early age. Definitely Jonathan didn't even know that Karla actually had another memory. She came from time travel, and this identity was even more mysterious. So the next morning, Karla and Clark got on his school bus and left to play with the little sisters in the city. Karla also took this school bus a few years ago, and greeted the driver very familiarly. But when Karla and Clark sat down in the back seat, there was a murmur from around. Is she the woman in the news? It's her. You look really good looking, no wonder she will seduce others. Clark obviously heard these whispers. The little guy was still very protective of his sister, and was about to stand up immediately. But Karla put her hand on her younger brother's shoulder and stood up by herself. When is it her turn to let her brother protect her? I thought there was a fly in the car and made a noise. What's going on? Do you dare to mutter behind your back? I'm right here, dare you stand up? Karla stood in the middle of the aisle, even if the school bus shook her, not moving at all. Karla looked at those gossipers and sneered. How dare you speak ill of people behind their backs with this little guts? Those few dared not stand up to face Karla, who was at least 5 years older than them. But Karla didn't intend to end it like this. She raised her head with her arms around her shoulders, glanced at everyone in the car, and said with a sneer, a group of cowards, brats, what? I heard that someone is going to bully my brother? Who can bully people, believe it or not? I will find some people to block your school gate every day in a few days. At the moment, she doesn't want to be a superhero at all. She is just a sister who protects the shortcomings and bullies the elementary school students. Not only elementary school students, 5-year-old children can only go to a kind of school similar to preschool or kindergarten, and the oldest is only 6 or 7 years old. Don't talk about one playing two. She probably has no problem playing one class alone, I mean without super strength. In the end, even the driver couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted without turning his head, Dolly girl, it's you again. You used to bully the whole car when you were in elementary school, and now you're bullying this girl again. Are you a member of the first class? Sit down quickly, and be careful that I will call your father and ask him to teach you a lesson. Karla was so angry that her teeth were itching. Why did the school bus driver hear the title of Dolly girl? Which bastard passed it on? Don't let her know. Huh, Karla snorted, and gave someone a random glare, some fat little guy. The little fat man was very innocent. He lowered his head and dared not speak. Karla also left a warning before sitting down again. You don't need to play with my brother, and he doesn't need to play with you bastards. He will naturally have his own real partners and friends in the future. But you think he is kind and gentle, it's easy to bully, then it's a big mistake. If you have a big brother-sister in your family, then ask for the name of the old lady. I will really make people block your school gate. The children, who had never seen such a hooligan before, were immediately silent and didn't dare to say another word. The driver shook his head dumbfounded. She was such a beautiful girl, but she was usually very polite and well-behaved. But for some reason today it's become so, hooligan. There is no way, after all, it is related to Karla's younger brother. She doesn't care what others say about her behind her back, but she has heard that her brother has been excluded in school. Some people even dare to bully him, which is not acceptable. As Clark grew older, his strength also became stronger. But because of Jonathan's instructions, he has never dared to have conflicts and disputes with others, so Karla can only protect his younger brother. Even Karla's original responsibility was to take care of Clark when he grew up. After all, they were siblings, cousins, with the same surname, and belonged to the same family. After a short episode, the school bus came to the city in silence, and Karla got off the bus with the others until the gate of Clark's school. At the door, Karla took out $50 and handed it to Clark as pocket money, and if he was hungry at noon, he could buy something delicious. Clark has her own pocket money, but it is much less than her sister's. The reason is not that Karla is more favored by her adoptive parents, but that Karla has always been helping the family, so her adoptive parents will give her a little more pocket money. What's more, Karla is 15 years old, and she is a big girl. There are many places where money is needed. Normally, it is a lot, but Karla has never spent much money, and has saved a lot of money in the past. As an aside, Karla may not even have a menstrual period because she is a Kryptonian. Or maybe it's because she has the quality of Superman, so she doesn't need to detoxify, which also saves a lot of money. There are also clothes. She wears a few jeans all year round, jeans, sneakers, and denim tops or small shirts, which are simple, convenient, and cheap. As for the dresses that other girls like, she doesn't care much. Once Martha thought she didn't want to waste money and insisted on buying her a pure white dress. But Karla asked her adoptive mother, if she flew up, wouldn't the people below see everything? It turned out that this was what she cared about. Even later, Karla prepared some shorts in advance, the kind of shorts that only reach the knees, not for normal wear, but intended to be used as safety pants when wearing combat uniforms in the future. The result is that it has not been used for several years. After dropping off Clark, Karla called Jennifer and Danny, and the 3 little girlfriends found a place to meet up. Since the school was so considerate and gave them 3 days off, they definitely didn't hesitate to take full advantage of it. Even Danny boldly proposed to go to a nearby big city, that is, the most famous city, Metropolis. Metropolis, which is where Superman lives and fights in the original book, is also the headquarters of the Daily Planet where Superman went to work after high school. Unlike this small town, Metropolis is a bustling metropolis. Young people are more or less unavoidable yearning for the life in the bustling city, and even Karla is curious about the metropolis, so Donnie's proposal hit it off. They planned to take the train there in the morning and come back by train in the evening after a day of fun. Anyway, I have nothing to do tomorrow, so it shouldn't be a big problem even if they stay overnight. After all, they have Karla to protect them. But what if something happened on the way? What if something happened to Karla on the halfway train? Have they thought about it? The Metropolis is not far from the town where Karla and the others live, and there are also trains that can go there directly, and there are even many trains, which are open all day. So Karla and the other three bold girls immediately decided to have fun. Definitely, after buying the ticket, they still called their family to let them know. The adults of the three families are very helpless. You have all bought the tickets, can you still let you refund the tickets and go home? This is simply a cut first and then play later. So the adults can only tell them to be careful, and ask them to come back before the last bus, and if necessary, the adults will go to the station to pick them up. Also, if the money is accidentally spent, you can also ask the adults to find a way, so as not to scare you away in a panic. In short, told a lot of things. Especially in the Kent family, Martha kept asking Karla if she had enough money, and Jonathan kept telling her not to make trouble, let alone expose her strength and so on. How should I put it? It's very annoying, but that's also an expression of concern from the elders. After calling with their family members, the three girls finally got on the train and chose a partition specially. It is still an old-fashioned train. The chairs on both sides can seat a total of 4 people, and there is a table in the middle. Danny and Jennifer sat across from each other, and Karla leaned against the window on this side. They also bought some snacks and the like to eat on the way. The three of them chatted, looking forward to it. Even Karla guessed in her heart that although the Metropolis is a virtual city, it still has a prototype after all. It is said to be New York City, and it is also said to be Manhattan. The former is considered to be New York City because of its prosperity, while the latter is because of its geographical location. Even if the current Metropolis is not as prosperous and advanced as it will be in the future, it will at least be much better than their small town. And their main target today is actually the amusement park in the Metropolis. The small town only has a park and a few chairs, and at most there are a few things to fool children, such as seesaws, swings and other facilities. Even if the small town buys large-scale equipment such as roller coasters, jumping machines, and pirate ships, how many people will ride it? Will pay to die. So they can only think about going to a big city like a Metropolis to have fun. On the way, before the train started, the three of them had already started planning what to do after getting off the train. First of all, they have to go to those big shopping malls. Even if they can't afford it, it doesn't matter, they can look at those beautiful clothes and jewelry, because they are still young, so the pursuit of high heels is not too high. Then go to see the difference between the movie theaters in big cities and those in small towns. Definitely they don't really go to the movies to cherish their time. There are also things to buy, drinks and milk tea. Finally, go to the amusement park in the Metropolis. They also debated whether to go to the amusement park or the zoo. Danny wanted to go to the amusement park, and Jennifer wanted to go to the zoo. Later, because Karla voted for the amusement park, Jennifer had to submit. Karla felt amused. It was not that they didn't organize activities to go to the zoo when they were in elementary school, but they didn't come to the amusement park a few times. The three chatted happily, and at the same time, Karla was also doubting whether those roller coasters and other facilities would bring surprises to herself. She can fly herself now, and she plays wilder. At the highest point, she crossed the clouds and reached a height of 20,000 meters, and then fell headlong in one breath, until she was a few meters above the ground, and then reversed her direction in one breath. Fly elsewhere. Sometimes she would go to a small island in the sea, and then go to the sea to catch fresh seafood and bake it. At first she would take it home, but Jonathan would scold her and stop her from running around, and then she would play by herself. So is this trip to the amusement park really worth the wait? We can only wait and see. And just when the three girls were chatting happily, suddenly, an accident happened. In an instant, Karla noticed something strange. First of all, the voices of the friends around her were gradually fading away. They were obviously by her side, but with Karla's super hearing beyond ordinary people, she couldn't hear their voices and conversations clearly. Then Karla also noticed that some symbols inexplicably appeared on the walls of the surrounding trains, especially there was a display screen on the top of the train aisle, like a streaming broadcast to see if there is anyone in the toilet, and the destination of the next stop, etc. Wait. But now there are some symbols with unknown meanings on it, as if, it seems to be some kind of magic spell. In the end, even the speed of the train began to get out of control, as if it had accelerated dozens of times at once. If it were an ordinary person, she would be terrified, but Karla is not an ordinary person, and even this speed can't scare her. It's just that when Karla stood up subconsciously, she felt her eyes blurred and her mind blurred. All the other guests around her disappeared, and she was the only one standing there. At the same time, the train gradually stopped, and a mysterious space appeared outside this carriage. Through the glass, Karla saw a cave surrounded by all kinds of rocks, as if it was not on the earth. Crack. Suddenly the train doors of the train opened. Does that mean you want me to get out of the car? Karla raised her eyebrows, guessing what it meant. Normally she wouldn't pay attention to it, but Karla chose to get out of the car directly because of her skillful courage. Let's see who it is. Karla's purpose is also very simple, just to see who is up to it. In the worst case, she would run away. The top speed of the train just now was only the speed of sound, but now she can fly at supersonic speed. The most important thing is that the other party is obviously targeting her. Karla is worried that if she doesn't solve it, she will threaten her family. There is a saying that is good, if you can run away, the monk can't run away from the temple. Karla is the monk now, and her family is the temple. Sometimes what she fears and worries the most is that someone will harm her family. So she had to come forward. Go over the train gate, because it's not a platform, so Karla has to jump from a distance. Anyway, she is not the kind of weak woman, but it doesn't matter. After getting out of the train door, Karla turned around and found that the train behind her had disappeared. Everything I see and experience now reveals a touch of weirdness. Karla couldn't help frowning and showing a dignified expression, but she continued to walk forward, and after passing through a stone tunnel, she came to another space. It was a spacious hall, and some weird and terrifying sculptures could be seen on one of the walls, and Karla could even feel them, as if they were living creatures, exuding a terrifying and evil aura. In the innermost part of the hall is obviously a conference table, with 7 chairs placed in a circle, but only one of them has an old man with long hair and beard sitting on it. I am Necromancer Shazam, I have been waiting for you, my champion. What? Karla was dumbfounded on the spot. Shazam? Are you kidding me? No wonder Karla felt that this place was no longer the Earth, in fact it was no longer the Earth. Strictly speaking, this is a space called the Rock of Eternity, which does not belong to the Earth, but a place that transcends the concept of time and space on the Earth. It is mysterious and unpredictable, with gates connected to many magical worlds, and some dangerous things are sealed, such as meditation might. This thing looks like a caterpillar, but it is said to come from Venus. It is an alien insect that has superhuman intelligence and can control other people's brains. At the same time, it is also Shazam, the old opponent of Captain Fantastic. Speaking of which, in fact, Shazam's original publication and title have always been Captain Marvel. Yes, that's Captain Marvel. The original Shazam had nothing to do with the DC universe, but was created by a small magazine called Fawcett Comics. However, Shazam's power settings and costumes almost overlapped with Superman's, so he was sued by DC, and the name Captain Marvel. You know, the predecessor of Marvel was called Marvel Comics. It is better to say that Marvel's Marvel originally meant surprise, and the old translation was indeed Marvel Comics. It's just now officially changed globally to Marvel Comics. So when DC bought the Shazam character, Marvel also bought the title. In the end, Shazam became a member of DC Comics, and the title of Captain Marvel was taken by Marvel. I also want to know that it is impossible for Marvel to let DC have a Captain Marvel, right? That's not crazy. It's a bit of a stretch. In short, Thunder Shazam once also had the title of Captain Marvel, and was even the first superhero in live-action movies. Superman is indeed the first superhero in the comic world, yes, but Shazam is the first live-action hero movie to be put on the big screen. Later, in order to distinguish it from Marvel's Captain Marvel, it became Shazam. And now, Karla somehow came to the Rock of Eternity suddenly, and the old man who appeared in front of him was the Necromancer Shazam who gave Shazam the power of Shazam. Whether it is Shazam or Black Adam, that is, another Shazam, it can also be called Egyptian Shazam because his power comes from the gods of the Egyptian pantheon. The power of the 2 generations of Shazam comes from this Necromancer Shazam. In fact, the 2 generations of Shazam were just mortals who borrowed divine power, but the Necromancer Shazam in front of him is the real God-man. He should be a certain god. It was after he made an agreement with the gods that the gods agreed to lend him Shazam power. Now, the Necromancer Shazam came to Karla and shouted, "My champion, successor, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Karla blinked, quickly stretched out her hand and said, "Wait a minute, what's going on?" She was a little confused about the situation. Why did she suddenly come to the Rock of Eternity? And this Necromancer Shazam seems to think he is his successor? Isn't she going to become a female Shazam? Never. Karla herself is a female Superman now. It's not that she looks down on Shazam's power, but it's unnecessary. Besides, the power of Shazam is borrowed from other people's power after all. What if others don't borrow it? Even the power of Shazam was replaced by Yuga-Khan of the New Protoss, and Darkseid and Superman of the New Protoss were sworn enemies and were defeated. One is to borrow Aesir's strength, and the other is the power that can defeat the Protoss. I don't know which one is stronger and weaker. That's why Karla doesn't want to inherit the power of Shazam. To put it bluntly, the power of Shazam must not surpass the Protoss, because his power was given by the Protoss. So when the Necromancer Shazam was about to explain to Karla, she interrupted the Necromancer Shazam again and pointed to the monster statue on the wall. Now that she knows where it is, Karla finally knows what those evil statues are. They are indeed still alive, they are only temporarily sealed by the Necromancer Shazam, because they are generally considered unkillable. Yes, they are exactly the 7 deadly sins. Karla said suddenly, "These guys are talking bad about you, do you want me to clean them up for you? Even without your Shazam power, I can help." As she spoke, Karla slowly floated up. Since she was here, she could definitely show her strength as she wanted. As for the 7 deadly sins, it would be difficult to solve them if they were still illusory, but since they have become things on the material side, there is a way to defeat them. The Necromancer Shazam looked at Karla in surprise. Karla spread his hands. "Don't you still know who I am? My name is Karla Zo-Al, the last daughter of Krypton. If you can, I hope you call me Supergirl, or simply you can just call me Female Superman." Karla finds it funny, she really doesn't need the so-called power of Shazam, because she already has the power of Superman powerful enough. I don't even know why I came here. Karla looked around. It might seem mysterious here, but she wasn't surprised, because she herself was an existence worthy of shock. Necromancer Shazam explained, the reason is also very simple. I used search magic, and all those who are qualified to inherit power will be brought here. I see. Karla had to remind Necromancer Shazam, then you have to keep your eyes open, don't choose the wrong person, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Unexpectedly, Necromancer Shazam also knew this, I will choose a person with a pure heart as my champion, and it will never happen before. By the way, Black Adam has probably existed for more than 5,000 years, and that is a negative example of the Necromancer Shazam. Okay, I don't need your Shazam power. I think you will meet a boy with a pure heart in the future, but that's obviously not me. Karla smiled self-deprecatingly. Is the heart pure? Sorry, you lost your eye again. Karla pointed at herself consciously, actually, I'm a very selfish bad girl. I don't have a so-called pure heart, so you can send me back. Definitely, if you have any magic books to make me increase a little bit of knowledge about magic would be nice. Karla may be worried that she only has strong physical fitness and strength from the Kryptonians, but the magic resistance seems to be almost zero. After all, Superman's power is all physical. If there is a chance, I still want to read about magic. Unexpectedly, the Necromancer Shazam looked at Karla deeply, and actually took out a book and handed it over. Karla took the book curiously, and looked up at Necromancer Shazam. I heard him say, don't underestimate yourself. I don't think people who are brave enough to look into their own hearts are treacherous villains, do you? Definitely not. Karla rolled her eyes, she was going to be a superhero, but maybe her methods were a bit cruel. The Necromancer Shazam pointed to the book and continued, it really can only give you insight, it can increase your willpower, and it can also make you somewhat resistant to magical power. If one day, I hope you can help deal with the 7 deadly sins. No problem. In a daze, Karla returned to her seat on the train, and no one seemed to notice her departure just now. If it is an ordinary person, it is very likely that the experience he just experienced was a hallucination or a dream after taking a nap unconsciously. But Karla clearly remembered what happened, and even held the magic book that Necromancer Shazam gave her at the end. Where did you buy this? Jennifer and Danny on the opposite side also noticed the book in Karla's hand. The magic book was made of pure black sheepskin or cowhide, and the cover was inlaid with gold thread, which looked very beautiful. Karla came back to her senses, temporarily ignoring the encounter at the Rock of Eternity. Smiling at the girlfriends on the opposite side, Karla opened the magic book in her hand, and said casually, I found it at home, maybe it was a novel written by my dad when he was in school when he fell ill. Jonathan was innocently tricked. Jennifer and Danny on the opposite side looked at each other and let out a low chuckle. Looking at Karla again, she couldn't wait to flip through the magic book in her hand. With Superman's super learning ability, coupled with the ability to see 10 lines at a glance and never forget, Karla quickly finished reading the book. The Necromancer Shazam was right. He was not exaggerating at all. This book is really just an entry-level book for magic apprentices. It really just let Karla know about the power of magic. It's so simple. Karla gritted her teeth and smiled, but a vein on her forehead was throbbing. She was just being modest and asked if there was any entry-level magic book for herself to read, but the old necromancer really gave herself an entry-level introduction? It's your fault that you can't find a successor. Damn it, you can't find it in your life. No, it seems that Shazam is still very useful. For example, when encountering enemies on the magic side, that kid is also very helpful. But the words come back again. In fact, the magical power in the DC world is very strange and difficult to explain clearly. For example, Shazam, although his power setting is very similar to Superman, he has super strength, super speed, and so on. But Shazam's power is set as magical power, including his Shazam's power also comes from begging and borrowing from the gods. For example, the wisdom of Solomon, generally called the locked door by fans, the strength of Hercules, Heracles, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles and the courage of Mercury. Speed. The initials of these gods happen to be Shazam, and the phrase Shazam must also be formed. S for Solomon, H for Hercules, A for Atlas, Z for Zeus, A for Achilles, and M for Mercury. But think about Shazam's combat mode. He usually shouts Shazam, and then rushes up to punch and kick the enemy. Where is the magical power? Is it because one of Shazam's strongest attack methods is to hold the enemy and call Shazam, and then attract terrible lightning to attack the enemy? Karla clutched her aching forehead. If she knew she would have tried to accept the inheritance, imagine that if physical attacks were not enough, she would hug the enemy and play a song of Shazam, Shazam 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 Shazam. Speaking of which, there are still various magical scenes in Marvel's Doctor Strange Next Door, especially against the Titan Thanos, even Ebony Maw, and Scarlet Witch, etc. At least a few magic light waves Bayou. In fact, because of her birth, Wonder Woman is actually a superhero with magical blood. Her father is the legendary Zeus, and her mother is the Queen of Amazon. So Wonder Woman's power should belong to the magic side, but Wonder Woman's fighting style is also. Anyway, it's over. I really don't understand it. This entry-level magic book made Karla a little disappointed. It actually recorded some things about the introduction of magic, such as the 4 elements, wind, fire, water, also called chi, soil, and the most basic control of spiritual power. The necromancer Shazam also said that he hoped that Karla could master some resistance to magic through this magic book. He was telling the truth, maybe it was too real, so Karla didn't expect that what he said was not humble at all. As for the introductory magic of the 4 elements, snap your fingers to create a cluster of flames that can be more vigorous than a lighter, summon a ball of water in the palm of your hand, and create a small hurricane in the air, and you can control a piece of mud and brick. If that counts as magic. But the method on how to control willpower, that is, mental power, Karla thinks it's not bad, and only this chapter is really useful. Karla tried a little bit, secretly formed psychokinesis with mental power, and moved towards a glass of drink on the table. This was just a little bit of trying. She added some strength and found that she could hold the drink like her own hand stand up. But she didn't continue to do it, and she didn't want to be discovered. I'm going to the toilet. Karla stood up, carrying the magic book that had been fully memorized and read the contents, got up and walked to the toilet. This book is a real magic book, and anyone who gets it may succeed in cultivation. Karla knows its importance, so she dare not collect it casually. It will be bad if it is taken away by others. Anyway, Karla memorized the content by herself, so she can teach Clark in the future, so there is no need for books. So Karla came to the toilet. She didn't really want to go to the toilet, but summoned a flame in the palm of her hand with the magic she learned now. In terms of Karla's strength, even if her whole body is on fire, she won't be hurt, not to mention that this is the flame she summoned herself. Karla just held the magic book in her hand, intending to burn it to ashes with flames so as not to leave hidden dangers. But Karla didn't expect that the magic book in her hand would not be burned to ashes after being ignited by the fire, but turned into 5 books instead. Karla opened her mouth wide. Why is she still breathing? Wait a moment. Karla quickly put away the flames in her palm, picked up one of them and opened it, put the other 4 books under her arm, and quickly flipped through the book in her hand. That book still records things related to spiritual power, but it is no longer as simple as an entry-level one, but an advanced version. The power of mental power is not as simple as psychokinesis, which is only the most entry-level. When the mental power is strong and you have enough means, you can even use psychokinesis to break through the barriers of time and space. The former can foresee the future and observe the past, and the latter can open the portal to enter the space you want to go to. For example, if Shazam wants to go to the Rock of Eternity, he needs strong willpower. The other 4 books are also advanced versions of the 4 elements, which are more high-level methods that should have the 4 elements. Karla didn't expect that there would be a follow-up to the magic book, so she was overjoyed and quickly read it. She is beginning to master the power of magic. In the toilet, Karla frantically memorized the contents of the 5 books that suddenly split into her brain. If the first book is just an introduction to magic, then these 5 books are advanced high-level magic books. And many people may not know that Kryptonians do not reject and resist magic attributes, which means that if Kryptonians have the opportunity to come into contact with magical power, they can definitely learn it. Even Kryptonians will only get twice the result with half the effort because of their strong physical fitness and mental strength. The premise is to have the opportunity to master this power. Another point is that many people mistakenly believe that Superman is purely physical power, but the magic resistance to magical power is almost 0. This is definitely wrong. For example, many people should have heard of Pink Tuj, the honey badger. Honey badgers have high poison resistance, so they almost ignore the venom of the most poisonous snake in the world, and they can eat snakes as spicy noodles despite the poison of poisonous snakes. At most, it's just a coma for a while, and you can continue to eat after you wake up from sleep. And Superman has also been knocked out by magic many times in the comics, but he was only in a coma for a period of time. If this still doesn't reflect the magic resistance, then let's look at his confrontation with Wonder Woman. Others are almost captured by mantra lassos, but Superman doesn't, it just weakens some of his strength. There was even Wonder Woman Blacken, and then Superman used the lasso of mantra to bring Wonder Woman back to her senses. All signs have shown that the magic resistance of Kryptonians is not 0, but they really don't have much magic power. As for the troublemaker who always makes trouble for Superman, it is a 5-dimensional creature. This kind of 5-dimensional creature is completely unreasonable. It can create things out of thin air, and can also rewrite reality at will, which is confusing. It's a bit of a funny character invincibility stock, like Errol from the Dragon Ball world can even beat Vegeta. Vegeta can burst into stardom, but he will be defeated by Errol in the end. This kind of plot has no logic at all. The setting of the 5-dimensional person can change the reality as he likes, without any theory to support it. He can do whatever he wants. Doesn't this mean that they are comparable to those who created the multi-universe? Each is a creator who can create a multi-universe? It's a bit far-fetched. After all, I haven't started to get in touch with 5-dimensional people. Here, Karla has quickly mastered all the contents of the high-level magic book. At present, she just writes down the contents at a glance, and she will study them slowly when she has time. After she mastered all the contents, the 5 magic books in her hand suddenly burned by themselves, and instantly turned into ashes. It turned out that it was organized. Even the words of the necromancer Shazam sounded in Karla's ears. If you choose to burn it after reading the book, the following content will appear. If you want to collect it, then you will only see the entry-level one in the end. It's just the content. You didn't disappoint me. If you choose to inherit my power, you can call Shazam's name to return to this space at any time, and I will always be waiting for you. Unexpectedly, Necromancer Shazam is still very optimistic about Karla. But Karla smiled and shook her head. Forget it. As long as you have these powers that can resist magic, it's enough. In the final analysis, her power still comes from her own Kryptonian blood, which is the foundation of her power. As long as she continues to grow and soak in the sun's rays, she will become stronger and stronger. She doesn't need to beg or borrow other people's power. Karla doesn't need magic power as her main power. All she needs is a better way to resist the enemy's magic power. That's all. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door, and the voices of Jennifer and Danny sounded from outside. Karla? Are you okay? We will arrive at the station soon. It turned out that they were a little worried after seeing that Karla hadn't come out for so long. Karla collected her thoughts, opened the door and walked out, facing her friend with a smile and said, I've been a little constipated recently, so I've been delayed for a while. Is it almost there? Both Jennifer and Danny showed disgusted expressions, don't say it, and immediately felt as if there was a bad smell coming out. In fact, it was all a psychological effect, because Karla didn't go to the toilet, but kept flipping through the magic book. If there is a fragrance in the book, it should be full of fragrance. Karla just laughed, and deliberately reached out and waved at the two of them. Donnie's face became even darker. You didn't wash your hands, did you? How is it possible? She was sterilized by the flames of the 5 books that spontaneously ignited. Okay, don't make a fuss, go back and sit for a while, we will arrive at the station soon. Jennifer went back first as if fleeing, followed by Danny. Karla, who was lagging behind, showed a thoughtful expression. The advanced version of the magic book does contain many interesting things, and she may gain a lot from this. Even Karla had her first foresight. She saw a picture of the future. One day in the future, there will be a crisis in the Rock of Eternity. The Necromancer Shazam died for unknown reasons, and disappeared into a cloud of dust. At that time, the sealed 7 deadly sins will turn into terrifying demons to disturb the world, and the meditating might will also escape, and many magical worlds may be unstable. The next Thunder Shazam is originally just a 15-year-old boy, and he cannot be entrusted with important tasks. At that time, maybe Karla will have to help because she accepted the favor of Necromancer Shazam today. Nasty old Necromancer, he is actually plotting against Karla. No matter whether Karla wants to become the successor of Necromancer Shazam because of this magical power or not, she will help when the 7 deadly sins escape in the future. But Karla did bear the benefits of others. That's how it is. Karla didn't continue to entangle, but accepted the responsibility one day in the future with relief. Not to mention that since she wanted to be a superhero in the future, if something happened, she would definitely take care of it. Then there's nothing to worry about. Next, Karla returned to the original position, and the 3 girlfriends continued to chat happily. Not long after the train went on, they finally arrived at the Metropolis before 10 o'clock in the morning. It is really a bustling city, and the scale alone is far from comparable to that of a small town. It is said that Metropolis and Gotham City are still close to each other, not too far apart. Karla said in her heart that she would not go to Gotham City to develop in the future. Absolutely not, no matter how much she gave. Ask how much she gave first. The 3 girls started their trip, walking around the Metropolis. They went to the busiest commercial street, walked through a few shops without looking to buy, and were fascinated by the dazzling array of things inside. I also went to the best and largest cinema and found that there are more types of movies shown here. But what they care most about is the amusement park. Then Karla found out that she was really not interested in facilities like roller coasters. After a day of crazy fun in the Metropolis, when the evening approached, the 3 girls were quite well behaved and sensible, and they took the train back before catching the last train. The adults of the 3 families each sent male hosts to pick them up, and the 3 fathers also knew each other because of their children, and they could chat while waiting for the train. After they came out of the train station, the 3 families said goodbye briefly, and then drove home. I have to say that the cars used by the 3 families belong to Karla's family. The pickup truck is relatively old, but Karla didn't care at all, and excitedly told Jonathan the interesting things he had seen in the Metropolis, even the halfway experience. I met an old necromancer, and he gave me a magic book. Karla didn't hide, even her and Clark's foster parents knew the biggest secret, let alone such a small thing. But Jonathan was very worried. Necromancer? Magic book? What trouble have you caused? Karla is innocent, why say again? Is she a troublemaker? Really, the family doesn't know her other side, so it's good not to talk about it casually. No, the necromancer may have asked me for something, so he gave me some benefits in advance, Karla said nonchalantly. She had a passive foreknowledge before and saw a picture of the future. Sooner or later, the 7 deadly sins will break free. Once the new Shazam can't deal with the 7 monsters, then she will come forward. Or that foresight might not be her ability, maybe the Necromancer Shazam showed it to her on purpose. Karla initially wondered why the Necromancer Shazam was so easy to talk, and gave her the magic book so easily. But later she understood that this is shorthanded, and the favors owed must always be repaid. This can also be regarded as the investment of Necromancer Shazam. After all, Karla and Clark rely on the physical fitness of Kryptonians, that is to say, they all come from physical strength. But the 7 deadly sins are monsters on the magic side. Giving Karla the magic book, actually 5, no, it should add up to 6, is also to give her the strength and methods to deal with the 7 deadly sins in the future. What kind of magic book is that? Jonathan's expression was a little worried, and he even had some doubts. Could it be able to summon demons? Karla rolled her eyes. You think too much, and I'm not a fool. I don't want things that are full of malice when I hear them. In fact, this is a serious, regular magic book, which includes the cultivation of spiritual power, and the control of the 4 elements, for example. As Karla spoke, she raised her right hand and snapped her slender fingers like pale green, and a ball of flame sprang up from her fingertips. Jonathan glanced sideways at Karla and immediately turned back to focus on driving. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but said, I've saved the lighter. That's really only a little higher than the flame of a lighter. Karla froze. The complaint from her adoptive father made her unable to refute. Okay. Karla put away the flames, leaned sideways on the car door, turned her head to look at the surrounding environment passing by outside, not knowing what to think. Jonathan glanced at Karla out of the corner of his eye, as if he had noticed something. What? Do you want to go to the Metropolis after graduation? Can you guess this too? Karla turned around and agreed. There must be such considerations. After all, you can't spend your whole life farming in the countryside, can you? Jonathan didn't care about the offense in Karla's words, knowing she was just telling the truth. But he could also feel Karla's hesitation, and couldn't help but smile and said, Are you worried about me and your mother? And Clark? Karla scratched the back of her head. She was also a young girl, and she certainly didn't want to be trapped in the farmland for the rest of her life. If she could, she would also like to wear OL clothes, sit in the office or write copywriting, which is not bad. It's so close to home, I can go home every week or every month. But Clark was still too young. Including Jonathan and Martha made her feel at ease, or she had already become dependent on this family, like a child going out for the first time, always a little uneasy. I'm just in high school now, at least I won't think about my future until I graduate, whether I'm going to go to university, or go find a job directly. Let's talk about it after that. Karla raised her hand to support the car window, her face a little dazed looking outside. After all, she is only 15 years old, and she hasn't figured out what to do in the future. Or why not try the Daily Planet? If she uses her ability to be a reporter, she can definitely unearth many secrets. Like which big star is dating whom, or pictures of which star changes in the locker room. No, it seems too dishonest. If she really started to act recklessly, there might be chaos in the world. Jonathan glanced at his adopted daughter again, knowing what she was thinking, and didn't bother her, just focused on driving straight to the direction of home. The school only gave 3 days off, and on the last day Karla chose to stay at home to help out and take care of the farm. With her help, Jonathan can relax a lot. She alone is more convenient, faster and more powerful than any machine. There are no other people around here, and Karla can sway her strength to the whole farm as much as she wants. Then after the 3-day vacation, Karla will start to go to school again on the 4th morning. But this time, when Karla boarded the school bus, she obviously noticed the difference. Many boys didn't dare to look up at her, their eyes dodged, and their faces also had terrified expressions. Especially when Karla deliberately stood next to someone, the other person was very unnatural, and stood up quickly after a few hesitations. Do you like this position? Then I will leave it to you. He ran away. But this kind of seat is for 2 people side by side, and the boy inside is about to cry. Karla was also polite, sat down directly, and turned her head to look around. In fact, not only the boys, but also the female students secretly looked at her with complicated eyes. Karla glanced sideways at the blocked boy sitting inside, and smiled. What's going on in the school again? Let's hear it. She immediately guessed that someone must be spreading rumors about her again, or this time it wasn't a rumor. The boy said it almost in a crying voice. Some people say that you actually killed that person, and after you dug out the eyeballs with something, you burned his brain to ashes with fire. The atmosphere in the school bus suddenly became extremely solemn, and some girls even covered their mouths and made retching sounds, as if the sense of substitution was too strong, and they were disgusted and frightened by the pictures they imagined. I really have a hand in scaring myself. Karla rolled her eyes speechlessly. By the way, what kind of image do I have in your hearts? Am I so ruthless? She is so beautiful, so let's think of something better. Beauty is really beautiful, there is nothing wrong with that. But the student whispered, but on the first day of school, didn't you beat all the gangsters in a small club in the school to the bone? When Karla froze, it was because they were looking for trouble for her, right? As the drunk man said before, Karla actually has another in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed since that incident. Now Karla is finally 18 years old. If there is no accident, she will graduate from high school this year. In the past few years, Karla has gradually started to keep a low profile, probably also aware that her reputation is being ruined by those jerks. It's just that Karla is destined to not be able to keep a low profile. After all, Karla is so beautiful. Every time after a freshman enters school, there will be either good boys or bad boys who will pursue her at first. If it was an ordinary good boy, she would politely refuse. If she encounters that kind of gangster, Karla will not do it directly now, but will use her stronger mental strength to make the opponent wrestle dozens of times a day. Her actions also reassured the adoptive parents, and finally there were no more troubles. At the same time, Clark was already 8 years old. This kid was now in elementary school, and he was gradually beginning to master his own strength. But because Clark has been relatively withdrawn in the past few years, he still can't make friends, which is a pity. Fortunately, he was accompanied by his sister. Karla has been training Clark for the past few years, and even taught him the ability of flight, but Clark's speed is not as fast as Karla's, and his strength is not as strong as Karla's. Also, Karla's hotter. There is still a lot of gap between the two siblings, after all they are 10 years apart. Also a Kryptonian, Karla has an advantage in age, and as a sister, she has stronger strength. It was obviously going to take a lot of work for Clark to catch up to her. At noon that day, Karla was sitting alone on the grass in the school, leaning against a tree behind her, reading with relish a book in her hand. In fact, it is a college guide, and she is still hesitation whether she wants to go to college or not. If you go to university, you need a lot of tuition fees every year, but it is easier to find a job with a university diploma. If Karla wants to stay in the small town and develop, she doesn't care about whether to go to college or not. Graduating high school is enough for many jobs. And because the small town is within the scope of the Metropolis, it will be much cheaper to go to university in this state. And with her super learning ability, she can apply for some scholarships, grants, etc. every year. Maybe a few $1,000s a year is enough. If she does some work or something, it should be fine. Karla, at this time, a boy suddenly appeared in front of Karla, looking at her expectantly. You are Karla, right? Your name is Karla, right? Well, I think. You'd better not think about anything. The boy was interrupted by a crisp voice. Karla raised her head, and saw two youthful and beautiful figures walking towards her. The dark-skinned one was Danny, who was wearing a casual shirt, casually matched with a pair of jeans and a pair of sneakers. The one who opened the mouth was obviously another girl, with fair skin, big wavy blonde hair, a blue suit and a pair of exquisite high heels. She looked very beautiful and cute. Jennifer glanced at the boy who was at a loss, snorted softly and said, "It's already the last semester, and you just now think of confessing to Karla? What do you think? You should go after your contemporaries. Sisters." The boy blushed from being squeezed, turned, and walked away. Danny shook her head amusedly. It doesn't need to be that much, and Karla didn't say anything, did she? What if that's the type she likes? Forget it. Karla doesn't like people in such a small place. Jennifer clasped her right elbow with her left hand, and made a gesture of spreading her right hand. Karla sighed helplessly. She didn't say anything, and said, "Jennifer, don't forget that I am also from this small place, and my family is still outside the city, so there is nothing wrong with it." What she didn't say is that it's not that she doesn't look down on boys in such a small place, but in fact she looks down on almost anyone. After all, she traveled from the real world. How could she want to marry a character in a work? Karla's dress is somewhat similar to Donnie's. She wears a white shirt with sleeves rolled up on both sides. Her long hair is simply tied into a single ponytail with a headband. Because she hasn't cut her hair in the past few years, her long hair has exceeded her waist up. And unlike Jennifer, Karla's hair color is natural blonde, long and straight, and has never been permed. Jennifer dyed her hair the day after tomorrow because she likes blonde hair, and because her hair quality has been more or less affected, she deliberately permed it into big waves, but she is still very beautiful. Karla also wears jeans and sneakers and doesn't like to dress up like Jennifer. You guys, should you pay more attention to fashion and grooming? Jennifer taught the two best friends a lesson. Karla and Danny glanced at each other, both feeling speechless towards her. They haven't graduated yet, they are still students, right? Karla, have you already started planning to go to college? Danny leaned closer to Karla, noticed that she was reading the college guide, and guessed that Karla might go to college. Jennifer's eyes lit up. Which university are you going to go to? Karla is good at pointing out the introduction in the guidebook. One of the universities is the Metropolitan University. She may go there, if she really wants to take the exam. Because it's cheap. Jennifer and Danny looked at each other, both feeling strange. Your family can't afford it, right? Although Jonathan's family is a farmer, it is a large-scale farmer, and their annual income is not low. Clark is still young, and by the time he needs to go to college, Karla will have graduated. So totally affordable. Karla shook her head, and it wasn't all about money, because I want to stay in the Metropolis after graduation and be closer to home. This is the main reason. Now that I have decided to develop in a Metropolis, it will be better to study in a local university, and it will be much easier to find a job. I knew you would say that. Jennifer and Danny looked at each other, and then Danny showed Karla two wish forms. It turned out that they also applied to overcome the list of admission to the Metropolitan University. If you want to go to university, you need to apply, otherwise you will go to work directly after graduating from high school. In other words, instead of filling out a voluntary form and then passing the college entrance examination scores to confirm whether you are finally admitted, you need to fill out an application form and then take a special college entrance examination to determine whether you have passed the assessment. Some schools even have to participate in interviews, which feels a bit like applying for a job. Now Karla is worrying about her college. She has grown up. Afterwards, Karla made up her mind that if she had the chance, she would still go to college. The adoptive parents at home are definitely supportive and have prepared the tuition fees. Karla does not need to work to earn money. However, Karla said that this can also play a role in exercising themselves, so they gave up the idea of persuading Karla to concentrate on studying. Then Karla noticed that after hearing the news that she was going to go to college, Clark became more depressed. Karla felt amused, and came to Clark's room after dinner at night. The little guy was sitting on his bed with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. "What's the matter, Clark?" Karla came to him and sat down beside him, put her arms around Clark's shoulders, and asked, "Because my sister is leaving home, do you feel lonely?" Knowing that she still asks, she is really an unscrupulous sister. This is the case with older sisters. If they are of the same age, they will bully younger brothers. Even though there is a 10-year gap between the two siblings, Karla still likes to tease Clark. He is so cute now, and when he grows up, he won't be able to tease him like this. Clark nodded honestly. He has never had many friends in school, only this sister can talk. It's not that there is any barrier between him and his adoptive parents. In fact, Clark still doesn't know that Jonathan and Martha are just his adoptive parents, and he always thought they were his biological parents. But his parents are just ordinary people, and his super abilities can only be discussed with his sister. Suddenly she might have to leave this home to study and live in another city, which made it difficult for Clark to accept for a while. Karla smiled and patted Clark on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go to the secret base." The so-called secret base refers to a small uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean, which they discovered a few years ago. The area of the island is not too large, but it is not small enough for the two siblings to toss and explore. And they will also go to the sea, go to the bottom of the sea to find some delicious seafood, and take them to the island to cook and eat. That is the secret base they often go to play, because it is an uninhabited island. They can release their own power as much as they want. The premise is not to destroy the island. At that moment, Karla left home with Clark, and quickly flew towards the Pacific Ocean, during which they passed the sky above the Metropolis. Karla pointed to Clark and introduced, "This is the city I'm going to come to next. It's actually very close, so I can go home every week, at least every month. Can't you come back every night?" Clark asked expectantly. Karla couldn't laugh or cry. Let's not say that it's troublesome. They have lived together for several years. It's okay to be separated a little bit. It seems that little Clark is very attached to her. It's also because this sister is usually very reliable. Unless she deliberately teases Clark, she is more dangerous than anyone else. The height of the siblings even exceeds the clouds, and their speed can easily exceed the speed of sound. With the current level of technology, it is difficult to find them. So the two of them also boldly soared freely in the sky and night sky, and soon came to a small island located in a certain sea area of the mortuary. As a tropical island, there are many tropical fruits on it. Karla also picked 2 coconuts from the coconut tree. She held the coconut in her left hand and waved her right hand like a knife. Shua! A phantom flashed quickly, but the coconut remained motionless. With a slight flip of Karla's right hand, it turned out that she had peeled off the shell of the coconut, but because of the speed and sharpness, even the coconut didn't notice that it was split. This is a very high achievement. Even with the sharpest knife, it is difficult to achieve this level. Karla handed one of them to Clark, and took a sip of one herself. "It's so sweet." Karla squinted her eyes with a smile. "It's really good to use this place as a secret base. There are many free fruits to eat, and this sweet coconut juice to drink." Clark also took a sip, then looked at Karla beside him, knowing that she must have something to say when she brought him here. Karla turned her head, smiled at Clark, and said, "Clark, in fact, I left because I hope you can grow and exercise. Although I also want to stay by your side for the rest of my life, it is obviously impossible and unrealistic. Yes, you will eventually grow into a reliable man who can stand on his own, Clark. I never doubted that. He is the future Superman. If he is not reliable, then there is no reliable person, right? Batman? While Batman is certainly reliable, what if the enemy is Steppenwolf? Doesn't it still depend on the power of Superman? Wonder Woman is also very powerful, and it is said that she can wrestle with Superman. But what if the enemy is Doomsday? The power of Wonder Woman can't help Doomsday, at least she can't destroy Doomsday. Even in that phantom space, there are still many enemies waiting for Clark to face when he grows up. In Karla's memory, he already knew that General Zod was sealed in the phantom space, and he might escape at any time. At that time, Clark would definitely be the first target, and he, too, would become the second target. The reason is that Jor-El, Karla's uncle and Clark's biological father, took away the Kryptonian life code, and that was Zod's only means to revive Kryptonian and Kryptonians. Once Zod is allowed to create the same cultivation tank as Krypton, and then get Krypton's code of life, the genes of all Kryptonians will be activated, and then they can be reborn on Earth. However, the Earth is not Krypton after all. The Earth is the Earth of the Earthlings, not the Kryptonian of the Kryptonians. If Zod wants to occupy the planet that already has a master, Karla will not sit idly by. Karla looked at Clark seriously. "Clark, although you are still young, I hope you can understand that since we have great power, we will inevitably take on heavier responsibilities one day in the future. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. So grow up quickly, Clark. At the same time, I also hope to go outside, see more things, and even learn more fighting methods." In fact, Karla has been training herself secretly all these years. For example, the one-handed knife just now is enough to show that she has great ideas. It's just that Karla hasn't studied any genres systematically, and is more of a nonsense based on what she sees on TV or movies, and researches by herself. In fact, it was all done by relying on strong physical fitness and strength. It turns out that apart from wanting to go to college, Karla has her own plans. She wants to take advantage of her time at university to try to find opportunities to learn combat skills more systematically. Maybe there is an opportunity to join some club. As Karla grew older and soaked in the golden sun's rays over the years, so did her strength. But Karla has never underestimated Clark's strength. He may not be able to reach his own level now, but Clark will never be too weak in the future. And Karla knows that there will be many enemies in the future, although it has been calm now, but that is because the Superman has not appeared yet. Once Superman appears in front of the public, events will start to happen one after another. Powerful enemies have always existed, but they haven't appeared yet, but that's only temporary. So Karla has never been in a hurry to act. Anyway, the town has always been peaceful, even if there is no Superman or female Superman secretly protecting, there is no problem at all. Karla worried that once she started to move, under her influence, those powerful enemies would emerge one after another. So now she is not in a hurry to act, but to accumulate enough strength before Clark grows up. Among them, you need to practice combat skills. Among the many enemies of the future, there is even someone from Krypton, a general and his soldiers. Karla and Clark can easily take down most enemies, but if the enemy is also Kryptonian, they may not have much advantage. Even Karla knows some things better than Clark. For example, they almost grew up on the Earth, and they didn't experience the experience of being attacked by kryptonite and red sun rays on Krypton all the year round. This may make them less able to bear than those of General Zod. Karla is not bad, she has lived in Krypton for at least 10 years. At that time, maybe she will become the main force, so she must strive to make herself more reliable before then. Clark, I don't want to completely abandon you, it's just a brief separation. Maybe when you grow up, you can also come to the city where your sister is. Karla also extended an invitation to Clark. It's impossible for Clark to become immortal, sorry for his adoptive parents, maybe no one will inherit their farm. Clark nodded vigorously, he will definitely follow in his sister's footsteps. Okay, Karla stretched her waist with open hands after calming Clark's emotions, unwilling to think about those heavy things, and suggested to Clark, would you like to go to the sea? I haven't been here for a while. I kind of want to eat king crab. King crabs generally live hundreds of meters deep in the sea, or even thousands of meters deep. But this is not a problem for the two siblings. They can not only withstand the huge pressure of the seabed, they can even hold their breath for several hours. Karla is the most exaggerated. Now she cannot breathe for a day and a night. Once she even ran to the edge of the atmosphere, almost wanting to break through the atmosphere and go to outer space. At that time, it was because an artificial satellite happened to come from nearby, and she was afraid that her image would be photographed, so she gave up the idea. Later, Karla was also afraid for a while. There are many deadly elements in outer space that the human body cannot bear, but it doesn't matter that she doesn't need to breathe. In fact, she doesn't know whether she can survive in outer space. But one day, Karla will continue this challenge, because she knows that Superman's power comes entirely from the golden sun's light, and the closer the distance, the better the effect. Maybe one day she might run to the surface of the sun to bask in the sun. This is something to be said for the time being. The siblings stayed on the island for more than an hour before returning home. They did go into the sea. With their supervision, they can clearly see the surrounding things even on the bottom of the sea, and they can use farsightedness and perspective. Easily find the location of the seafood you want to eat. Karla is also a bit of a foodie, and she had to satisfy her hunger before returning home contentedly, leaving a lot of king crab and lobster shells on the beach of the island. Jonathan and Martha didn't sleep until they got back to relax. He also smelled the smell of the sea from the two siblings, and guessed where they went. But seeing that Clark's mood has stabilized, he didn't teach Karla a lesson, but told them to be more careful when they act in the future, so as not to be seen or expose their Superman power. Jonathan has always been worried that their power will cause panic among the people around him, and he is even more worried that they will affect the whole world in the future, and even their attitude towards the Earth, and what people on Earth think of them. It's no wonder that Jonathan is so cautious and worried. It's because the Kryptonians are too powerful. Karla now has the power to tear up the Earth. Not only can she easily destroy the Earth, but no one can stop it. Karla didn't argue, and she didn't feel bored, because she knew that Jonathan and Martha treated their siblings as their own, and they were just worried about them, not really blaming them. I still have a lot of materials to read tomorrow, I'm going to bed first, greeted Karla, and Karla was about to go upstairs. Martha chased after her and shouted, take off your clothes, and I'll wash them for you later. Karla is 18 years old, and it turns out that her adoptive mother is doing her laundry. Definitely Karla has helped the family a lot in other things too. Here. Karla turned her head and made a gesture of unbuttoning it. Go upstairs, Jonathan growled. Martha shook her head, this child. Karla ran upstairs with a smile on her face, changed her pajamas after a while, and threw the changed clothes and shoes down the stairs. The couple had nothing to do with her. Still, Clark was well behaved and sensible, and he went back to the room upstairs and changed into his pajamas, but he took the clothes downstairs by himself and sent them to the bathroom. There was actually a washing machine at home. Clark put the clothes in the washing machine and planned to wash the shoes himself. After all, their siblings once ran to the bottom of the sea, and they smelled of sea water all over their bodies, which was not very good. It was Martha who urged Clark to go to bed. Leave this to me, it will be done soon, go to bed Clark. Clark got up and went upstairs. In fact, Clark's character is a bit too cute and sensible. One reason is that he was relatively withdrawn in school since he was a child, and he had few friends. Another reason is that his strength is not as perfect as Karla can control it from the beginning, and it has only been slowly controlled in recent years. The main reason is because of Jonathan's influence. Jonathan has always cared about Clark's growth, hoping to guide him into a good person. Karla also approves of Jonathan's education method, so it has never hindered him. It is precisely because of Jonathan's careful care and correct guidance that Clark became the admired Superman. Including Karla herself has been influenced and educated by Jonathan a lot. After appeasing little Clark's emotions, Karla began to fully prepare for the college entrance examination. She didn't think it was difficult for those materials, because Karla could read 10 lines at a glance and never forget them. However, how to deal with the interview needs to be well prepared. For this reason, Karla and the others had a simulation when they were in school. 2 people acted as examiners at a time, and interviewed another person based on the success information of some seniors and sisters in the school. Definitely they all tend to turn into farce in the end. For example, Jennifer will ask some Karla how to take care of her hair and skin. Karla expressed helplessness. She had never done it before. Could she say that sunlight is her best nutrition? It's okay to bask in the sun. But if Jennifer follows her example, she might get tanned. Danny also cares about what kind of type Karla likes, or whether she just likes the same sex, likes other girls and so on. Karla was even more speechless. Are you sure the examiner will ask these questions? Okay, let's talk about your measurements. Jennifer pretended to sit there with her arms folded, looking at Karla's figure with unabashed envy. Karla raised her hands and surrendered. It's okay to stop playing. She does have a perfectly proportioned figure, and she is now over 1.8 meters tall, which is considered tall even among boys. But Karla is not tall and thin, only her waist is relatively thin, and her measurements are in the golden ratio, which made Jennifer say sour words a lot. For a while, Jennifer even wanted to move to Karla's house, eat and live with her, and work with her. Jennifer has always wondered whether it is exercise that makes Karla have a good figure. Definitely her parents will never agree. In this way, the 3 girls finally ushered in their college entrance examination in the seemingly tense but not at all nervous preparations. The exam went very well. They all did their review and homework well, so their final scores were also very good. If there were no accidents, they would all be able to pass the exam. But in the end, I still have to face the interview examiner. Generally speaking, the interview questions are divided into 2 types. One is about the school and the other is about the students themselves. For example, the examiner will ask, "Why did you choose our school?" Karla's answer is also very solid, "Because my hometown is nearby, and I plan to stay in the Metropolis after graduation. This school is my first choice." The 3 examiners in the interview were all observing Karla's expression, and found that she was looking back at them frankly, so they couldn't help but nodded. Then they asked Karla about her understanding of the school. Karla has also done homework in this area, but instead of directly memorizing the information found on the internet, she organized it according to her own understanding. And in the process again, the examiners have been considering her words. If the examiners feel that the words are inappropriate and make them feel that Karla is still a little naive and not suitable for entering university life now, they will also give a poor score. Fortunately, Karla did not show timidity at all, but talked freely, relaxed and confident. Finally, the examiners took out Karla's paper and asked about the questions and content on the paper. Karla definitely also memorizes back and forth, without any mistakes. The interview examiners all showed satisfied expressions, but there is no way to announce the result yet, so Karla was asked to go home and wait for the news. Karla also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, stood up and was about to go out. But I heard the examiner press a phone behind him to summon the next candidate. Let the next candidate come in. I remember it's Bruce Wayne. Karla paused. Bruce Wayne? There are a lot of people named Bruce, and there are people named Bruce Banner. But when it comes to the surname Wayne, the first thing that comes to mind is the Wayne Group, right? Just like Iron Man Tony and Stark Group in the Marvel world, DC's Batman Bruce and Wayne Group are definitely one of the richest companies. But the headquarters of the Wayne Group should be in Gotham City? Karla left the room suspiciously, and she paused at the door until the sound of footsteps came from the other end. Karla looked in the direction of the voice as she stepped forward again, pretending to be walking outside, and then she saw a handsome young man with a hint of emptiness in his eyes and some viciousness walking here. He is Bruce Wayne, right? Karla felt a little strange, or many people don't quite remember who this name is, but Karla knew that if he was really that Bruce Wayne, then he would be Batman. After all, Karla cheated on Batman, so she naturally remembered his name. But looking at Bruce's slightly downcast appearance, it's not about his external appearance, but his temperament. He seems to be in a state of desperation, and he can't be connected with Batman no matter what. Karla deliberately had a face-to-face with Bruce, and Bruce was also looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, but he finally pushed open the door behind Karla, and it was his turn to go to the interview. Batman came to Metropolis suddenly? What's going on? Karla complained secretly in her heart. Could it be some unexpected situation? Batman is the hero of Metropolis, and it's time for Superman to go to Gotham? Don't, she didn't want to guard the place where the Arkham Asylum was established. After Karla finished the exam, she had to wait for Danny and Jennifer. Although the three of them submitted the application together, the order was messed up. After Karla was Bruce, then Danny, and Jennifer. Hey, Karla, I just found a handsome guy. Jennifer looked excited and whispered before Karla came to sit down. Karla knew she must be talking about the Bruce just now, otherwise, if the handsome guy she spoke of was still here, she wouldn't have shouted out like that. Danny put her hand on her forehead, and complained to Karla, "You don't know, Karla, she almost posted her whole body just now, but that kid is really good looking, did you just pass by and meet?" Karla nodded. Indeed, she had seen it before, but the first impression Bruce gave her was actually not good, and she even began to doubt, is this Bruce Wayne really that Batman? Could it be something wrong? Hey, Karla, don't you also like that kid? Seeing Karla's thoughtful look, Jennifer couldn't help making such a guess. Karla rolled her eyes. You think too much, don't you know my character? Well, you should prepare for the next interview first. If you are the only one who fails the exam, Donnie and I will pass. Oh, you fell. Jennifer gave it up, but Bruce was clearly impressed, and it took Jennifer another few minutes to get back on track. Karla and Danny looked at each other and shook their heads speechlessly. After that Bruce Wayne interview is over, it will be Danny and Jennifer's turn. Karla doesn't pay much attention to Bruce, because she has already determined that, whether Bruce will be the Batman in the future, at least he is definitely not the current one. So she lost interest. It was Bruce who paid special attention to Karla when he passed by and left. This made Jennifer very concerned, and she was about to accuse Karla of stealing her limelight. Karla can only remind her that it will be her turn soon, and if she doesn't go in, it will leave a bad impression on the examiner and directly affect her grades. Jennifer had to give up. Watching the back of Bruce leaving, Danny shrugged, this kind of slightly gloomy and sad sense of decadence, no wonder Jennifer is a nympho. Karla glanced sideways at Danny, then turned her head and continued to look at the things in her hands. That is the guidebook of the Metropolitan University. Unlike the previous university guidebooks, this is a detailed guide dedicated to the introduction of the Metropolitan University, including the classification of courses and the types of clubs. And what Karla is looking at now is the club part. Some of them are engaged in research, some are engaged in sports, and they also include various enthusiasts, such as photography enthusiasts, news enthusiasts, and so on. In addition, there are tea ceremony, chess club, billiards, and so on. What Karla cares most about here is that there are some fighting clubs like taekwondo, karate, judo, and so on. There is even a Chinese kung fu club in it, but Karla is very suspicious. The head of the club is a white man. Does he really know kung fu? Do you want to join this? Danny peeked from the side, doubting Karla's choice. Is she the type who likes kung fu? Just want to exercise and exercise, Karla said casually with a smile. Still exercising? Danny thought that helping the family is enough exercise, right? So Jennifer has planned to live in Kent's house for a while. After a while, when Jennifer came out, it was finally Donnie's turn. Where's that person? Jennifer asked about Bruce's whereabouts as soon as she came out. Danny is very convinced. She even cheered Jennifer up just now. She really forgets her friends. Only Karla reached out and gave Danny a high five, wishing her well. As for Jennifer's question, Karla could only shake her head to signal that she left early. Jennifer was very disappointed. She always felt that that person had an indescribable feeling. There was an indelible sadness and gloom in her eyes, and a bit of decadence. This kind of person was the most difficult for girls. Karla sighed, Miss Nympho, you should consider whether you can pass the exam. What if you meet again in school? Only then did Jennifer turn her worries into joy. That's right, since he is also here for an interview, maybe he will become a classmate in the future? Karla said in her heart that you are really optimistic, so I just said casually, Metropolitan University is so big, where can I find a random person to come out? By the way, Karla, which major did you apply for? Jennifer asked curiously, and she finally began to return to normal. Karla said without thinking, psychology. Do you want to be a counselor in the future? Jennifer was curious. Karla smiled and said nothing, definitely not, but to use psychology to break their spirits when fighting bad guys in the future, and even if she meets Joker one day, she also wants to try to make a joke, even if she can't. To win, at least you can't be led by the nose. What Karla didn't say was that what she really wanted to specialize in was criminal psychology. As for whether he can really grasp the essence of it, Karla doesn't care too much. Anyway, some help is better than nothing. Next, after Danny also completed the assessment interview, the three girls took the train back together first, and the notification would be sent by letter in a week later. As for the result, definitely all three of them passed. The three adults were also happy about this, and they also met at Karla's farm, bought a lot of ingredients, set up an oven and held a barbecue meeting. Jennifer's father is a businessman, running a small business in a small town. Donnie's parents own a dental practice. None of them are considered wealthy, but they all belong to well-off middle-class families. Because of the relationship between the three children, the three families also had many contacts. Jennifer, Donnie, and Clark have known each other for a long time, and they even teased Clark unscrupulously, asking him if Karla went to school, would he be lonely or something. Karla felt amused, but fortunately, she had already comforted them before. Clark didn't let them do what they wanted, but said that her sister promised to come back every week or at least every month, so she wouldn't feel lonely. Because the school will not start immediately, and there is still a long time before the new semester, so Karla will basically stay at home next. I help the family with some chores every day, mainly to spend more time with my adoptive parents and Clark. Definitely, even if she is asked to go out to play, she basically has no friends except Danny and Jennifer. But Danny and Jennifer are different from her. They have other friends and they also have to accompany their families, so it's not easy to get tired of being together all day long. Around the end of August, Karla finally ushered in her college life. The new semester is about to start. She brought her things and went with Danny and Jennifer, and chose to come to the university to report one day in advance, and then got the keys to the rooms assigned to them. Maybe because they came from the same place, they were assigned to a 3-person dormitory, which made it easier for them to take care of each other. After the day came, naturally there was nothing to say, and I must go to this school where I will live forever from now on. During this period, Jennifer has been looking around as if looking for something, or someone. It seems she still misses Bruce. Karla said with a smile, maybe you will meet unexpectedly in the first class tomorrow. It turned out that Karla really hit the nail on the head, but it was not Jennifer and Bruce who met unexpectedly, but she and Bruce. When Karla was in the classroom and sitting next to him, she was shocked to see Bruce's figure and his friendly smile. Why is he here? No, Batman was originally a master of psychology, arguably the best detective, the best tactician, and he is considered the best at analyzing problems in the world. Psychology is absolutely essential in this. Perhaps the purpose of these two people learning this course is still the same. Facing Bruce's gesture, Karla smiled and nodded as a greeting. So far, it can only be said to be a coincidence, but when Karla went to several fighting clubs to report and found that she would bump into Bruce every time, she really felt that this is too much of a coincidence, right? From this day on, Karla officially became a student of Metropolitan University, and Bruce also became her classmate. When Jennifer found out, she asked Karla seriously if she liked Bruce. Karla also made it clear to Jennifer that she really doesn't like Bruce. Well, if it's Batman's identity, she still wants to collect a bat flying darts, a Batmobile, and a motorcycle. It would be best if she could give her a Batmobile definitely. Only then did Jennifer feel relieved, and started to go to Karla's classroom specially, in name to find Karla, but the drunkard's intention was not to drink. It's just that Jennifer soon discovered that Bruce didn't have her in his eyes, and even the prettier Karla was actually indifferent to him. He just greeted politely when they met, but that's all. Maybe they already have someone they like. Danny doubted this during lunch once. Karla doesn't care about these, she is reading some elective books now, for example, a book about astronomy that she can't put down. Because that was the introduction about fixed star, which is the sun. It is well known that the Kryptonians' power comes from the golden sun's rays, which is related to the knowledge of the source of her own power. Moreover, in addition to introducing the sun, the book also makes a guess about the fixed star outside the solar system but not beyond the Milky Way. The first is the number of fixed stars in the Milky Way, which is estimated to be hundreds of billions. Among them, the sun is not the most massive and the most outstanding. For example, Eta Carinae, the brightness of this fixed star is more than 4 million times that of the sun. There is also the Peony Nebula fixed star, also known as the Peony star, whose brightness is more than 3 million times that of the sun. If it is said that Superman's power comes from the light of the sun, can it also be considered that the light of the moon, the greater the power of promotion? After all, everyone knows that the light of the moon at night is the refraction of the sun, but the light of the moon does not make Karla feel the improvement of strength. On the contrary, Superman's power will be depleted at night. If Karla's physical strength is unlimited under the sun, her physical strength will become limited under the moon. There is definitely no shortage of red glowing fixed stars in the universe, and there are even quite a few. Karla will also remember their approximate location, and will stay away from the place where the red sun's rays shine in the future. It means that if there is an opportunity to enter outer space for operations in the future. Speaking of which, I'm going to participate in club activities in the afternoon. How about you? Do you want to come together? After the three of them had lunched together, Karla put away the book he had finished reading, got up and was about to leave. Don't you have class in the afternoon? But Danny and Jennifer felt strange. It's not Friday and weekend, so she doesn't have to go to class? Karla shrugged. I have already finished my first-year major courses by myself, so my professor allowed me to learn something else according to my hobbies. I am going to apply for an astronomy class. Speaking of which, the news club is pretty good, and I've already submitted my application. Danny and Jennifer stared at her dumbfounded. With the help of super learning ability, Karla has no problem at least in rote memorization. As for whether she can apply what she has learned, it depends on her future performance. After saying goodbye to her friends, Karla went to participate in club activities, and it was a news agency she just joined recently. The reason why she suddenly wanted to join the news agency was because she noticed by chance that the current president of the news agency should still be called the team leader, a classmate named Perry White. He is one grade higher than Karla, and he is considered a famous figure in the school, because he is responsible for the newspapers and news in the school. If Karla remembers correctly, this person seems to be the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet that Clark joined later. It seems that she wants to establish a good relationship with the other party in advance and find a way out for work. In addition, Karla also participated in clubs including Taekwondo and Karate. It goes without saying that Taekwondo originated from Tangshao, and Tangshao was originally rumored to be improved by the introduction of Tang Dynasty martial arts to Ryukyu. Now it has been transformed into karate, which includes various techniques such as kicking, hitting, throwing, holding, throwing, locking, twisting, reverse skills, acupuncture, etc. It is also a good fighting technique. The main reason is that Karla doesn't know what to learn, and she doesn't know where to learn real kung fu. Simply using her Superman power, even if it is a flamboyant fist for ordinary people, is a powerful killer move in her hands. For example, in Taekwondo, all the school clubs learn are fancy performance moves and routines. Many kick moves are too high, and it is easy to be attacked by others. But Karla's kicks are fast, precise and ruthless. When a gust of wind passes by, she can kick a board or a brick lifted by a classmate neatly. Then she retreated before anyone else attacked. Once Bruce watched from the sidelines and couldn't bear it, and he wanted to compete with Karla. Bruce also joined these two clubs. I heard that the progress of cultivation is very fast, and the two new students are almost overwhelmed by the old students. This time, the duel between the two ended with a flying kick from Karla, and Bruce was instantly killed. This kick almost kicked him to death. In addition to these, Karla also saw the so-called Kung Fu Club, and found that they were just figuring it out, and it was actually not reliable at all. In short, Karla's life in college went on in an orderly manner, and soon she became a man of the hour. Among other things, she was still too beautiful. I just don't know why, although Karla's reputation has spread, no one has come to confess to her. It's not that no one has confessed, but there is a rumor in the school that all those who have confessed to her, if they are better students, will just be rejected by her mercilessly in person. But if it is those bad boys, many of them will be unlucky later, and they will wrestle dozens of times in a day for no reason. Since then, no one has dared to provoke this demonic woman. It is said that a year passed quickly, and after Bruce had been in school for a while, he suddenly disappeared overnight. If he's really Batman, Karla understands his departure. Because Batman is considered one of the smartest people and has studied various subjects such as biology, physics, mathematics, engineering, geography, theology, history, etc. Moreover, at the age of 21, he obtained degrees in criminology, law, computing, chemistry, and engineering. So, these few years may be the time when he is accumulating himself. Batman hasn't made his debut yet, but the day when Batman appears is not far away. In fact, in the past year, although Karla and Bruce were classmates, they were still classmates, and even some club activities overlapped. However, there are not many intersections between the two, because Karla always comes and goes in a hurry. It's not that she is too mysterious, but that she has participated in almost all courses, open courses, and electives besides her own compulsory courses, class and so on. It wasn't until later when I was participating in the activities of the news club that I probably learned why Bruce left the school from a piece of news brought by Perry White. There was a recent hearing in Gotham City, and the reason why Perry White would bring Karla was because a prisoner who had been in prison for 14 years wanted to get bail. And the crime this person committed was that he shot and killed Thomas Wayne, the president of Wayne Group, and his wife Martha Wayne 14 years ago. They are Bruce's parents. But Karla quickly put down the news, and asked Perry White indifferently, "You don't think it has anything to do with me, do you? Or should I call Bruce to comfort him? Please, I don't even have him. Is your phone okay?" Although he knew why Bruce was in this state, he had a decadent look on his face, and there was always a touch of sadness and gloom in his eyes, and he was not in Gotham City, but ran to the nearby Metropolitan University. But Karla didn't pay much attention to it. That's Bruce's business, and it's his own problem to fix. Karla has her own thing to do now, which is to take advantage of the current time to try her best to absorb all kinds of knowledge, and later she even joined the Kung Fu Club that was just a joke. The reason is that within a year, Karla's Taekwondo and Karate ranks have reached the highest level. Even Karla specially went to apply for the assessment, and finally got 2 black belts with a 10th degree black belt. That is already the supreme level, which means that she has reached the end. Taekwondo, who can practice beautiful fists and embroidered legs, finally kicked a professional Taekwondo master away, and almost killed a cow with a single punch in karate. She didn't show too extraordinary super strength, but her strength is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. So now Karla can only join the Kung Fu Club, figure it out with them, and sometimes even follow a martial arts movie to imitate moves. Karla also knew that this was nonsense, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't just let go of everything around her now and run around the world to learn from her teacher, right? At least not yet. Later, she gradually became unfamiliar with the relationship between Jennifer and Danny. There are still 2 to 3 years of college life to come, and she almost wants to stuff all the knowledge in the Metropolitan University library into her head. Even if you don't know what it means now, you have to memorize it by rote, including observations and estimates of the Milky Way in astronomy, and even other galaxies in the larger universe. She also kept them all in mind. Not to mention those biology, physics, mathematics, engineering, geography, theology, history, etc., as well as criminology, law, computer, chemistry, engineering. Almost the degree Bruce got. Even if she didn't reach the level where she could get a degree, she still dabbled a lot. Many of them are not important to her personally, and Karla doesn't care. She learns first. Even Karla wanted to find an opportunity to study the difference between the red sun's light and the golden sun's light, and why for Kryptonians, the former is a fatal weakening, while the latter is an invincible strengthening. Including the knowledge of minerals, she also wants to find an opportunity to experiment with kryptonite. Kryptonite is a special product of the planet Krypton and the deadliest threat to Kryptonians. Karla really wants to use the knowledge of the Earth to enrich herself, and even find a solution. Could it be said that Kryptonians really cannot resist the weakening of kryptonite? I'm sorry for Jennifer and Danny, but Karla is too busy now. In the last year, she simply forgot to go home, especially in the last semester. She didn't go back for the whole semester. Later, Jennifer and Donnie had to bring her living expenses. In a blink of an eye, Karla was 24 years old, and it was time to graduate from university. Clark, who is 10 years younger than her, is 14 years old and will be in high school next year. Today's Karla doesn't know when she started wearing a pair of glasses on her face. Others may think that she is too short-sighted because of studying too much. Only Karla knows that she is not short-sighted, but is laying the groundwork for the future. This is a cover-up method like Clark's. Cooperate with the hypnotic ability of psychological suggestion, and then slightly change the image and appearance, so that people will not recognize themselves. So don't look at Superman who acts without wearing a mask, but when he puts on glasses, no one recognizes him. There are reasons for this. Not long after, Karla ushered in her graduation exam. The process was definitely easy and smooth. Her credits had already exceeded the quota, so even if she wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination, she would be fine. It's just that Karla didn't choose to stay, but left Jennifer and Danny in a hurry after getting her graduation certificate, and left without a trace. Even Jonathan, Martha, and Clark can only receive messages from Karla every now and then, reporting on her recent situation. Sometimes she went to the South Pole, and sometimes she went to the North Pole for a circle, and more often she would be active in a crowded city in a certain country, but she also went to uninhabited places, such as Mount Everest. She has also climbed to the top, and she still wants to visit Ancient One under the trend of curiosity. But this is the DC world, and Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme of the Marvel Universe. It would be hell to see it. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Karla is crazy, including many people in the town who say that Karla must have gone crazy because of studying. Only Karla knows what she's doing. She spent nearly 3 years after graduation, not only learned almost all the languages on the Earth through visiting the world, but also saw many customs. Even Karla has really visited famous mountains and is proficient in almost all fighting techniques in the world. Muay Thai, boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Israeli fighting technique, Mega, Sambo, Sisturma, French kicking, wrestling, kickboxing, fencing, Filipino wand, Taekwondo, Karate, Kyokushin Karate, Judo, Aikido, Sumo, Ninjutsu, Kendo. Even Sanda, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Tai Chi, Shaolin Kung Fu, Baijiquan, and all styles of Chinese martial arts, etc. Some people may think it is exaggerated. However, this is all achieved by Batman Bruce, and even Karla met Bruce, who was also traveling halfway. This is definitely not an accident, and it was Bruce who made suggestions to Karla. It's just that the two didn't come together later, but separated after meeting and having a drink. Karla is actually walking the same track that Bruce walked once. In a blink of an eye, Karla was already 27 years old. Since graduating from university at the age of 24, she was not in a hurry to go home or find a job in the Metropolis, but embarked on a trip. In fact, by the time Karla embarked on the trip, Bruce had already traveled 3 years in advance. So when Karla spent almost 3 years traveling the world, Bruce has been traveling for the 6th year. Later, Karla heard that Bruce met another good teacher and helpful friend, who seemed to be called the Shadow Warrior Alliance or something. Karla and Bruce have exchanged phone numbers since they met halfway before, mainly because Karla got a lot of help from Bruce. Bruce has learned almost all the fighting techniques in the world over the years, and he told Karla where he had practiced, and recommended that she also go to practice apprenticeship. The two of them have become close friends. It's just that Karla is not interested in the Shadow Warrior Alliance. On the phone, Karla said that she has been out for too long and it is time to go home. Yes, if you don't go back, your adoptive parents will go crazy. She hardly came home before she graduated from university, and now she has been going crazy outside for several years. She is still a girl, so how can the family not worry about it? Definitely their worries are superfluous. With Karla's super strength, and even the defensive power that can be called the Man of Steel, it is very difficult for anyone in the world to hurt her. Unless it's that sinister man. Do you think Karla is talking about Joker or Reiners? Wrong, she was talking about the man who was chatting on the phone just now, the Batman who will wear the Bat battlesuit in the future, that is Bruce. Many people may think that Superman's biggest enemy is Doomsday, Darkseid, or even Karla or Shazam, and others in the Justice League, etc. However, the person who really defeated Superman with a mortal body can only be done by Bruce. Others are as powerful as Doomsday, and Superman died with it. Darkseid? He was also defeated many times by the Justice League led by Superman. Only Bruce, if this bastard dares to store a warehouse's kryptonite in his warehouse curry, Karla will definitely make him look good. This second five son is submissive to the enemy. He only studies his teammates thoroughly, strikes hard at critical moments, and has many plans for his teammates. As long as he is given enough opportunities to set up, this master tactician can beat all teammates. As for the enemy will not give him this chance. Otherwise, why is Batman still one of the giants and even leaders of the Justice League without any super ability? He is just the smartest brain. Thinking of this, Karla started to go home, and she was finally going home. Naturally, the harvest in the past few years has been great. Karla used to be a little arrogant, immature, and irritable, but now she has become much more restrained. Karla tied her conspicuous long hair into a ponytail, casually wore a sweater, and underneath was a pair of jeans that had turned white. Only her shoes were relatively clean, because she could fly and float in particularly dirty places. Walk in the air 1 centimeter above the ground. Karla wore a pair of glasses, as if this could cover her beautiful eyes and peerless face, but she didn't encounter too much trouble along the way. Definitely there are still troubles. God knows how many people in the world mysteriously disappeared just because of her journey. Especially at a certain point, Karla finally got bored with herself and had to choose to leave early. When Karla set foot on the familiar land and saw her lush farmland from afar, she couldn't help but get excited. She closed her eyes and took a long breath, smelling the familiar smell, and listening to the voices of her family. There were 3 voices in the house, and it was obvious that the whole family was at home. Karla opened her eyes again, the corners of her mouth raised a big arc unconsciously, and walked quickly towards home. When Karla suddenly opened the door and entered, the family members were shocked, but it was a shock of surprise, not shock. In fact, it was a little frightening. Karla's trip along the way was not an ordinary trip, but a kind of experience, so she didn't go happily, and she was inevitably a little embarrassed. Karla is carrying a package on her shoulder in her right hand, as if she has just returned from working outside, and it is not at all obvious that she is a proud girl who graduated from a prestigious school. Karla. Martha looked at Karla, tears streaming down her face. You child, you are finally back. Karla was also very moved, smiled, and went up to hug her adoptive mother. It's been a few years since Karla's stature even reached 1.9 meters, tall and well-proportioned, and her momentum is more calm and confident, making Jonathan nod secretly. He originally wanted to scold this disobedient and unfilial girl, so he ran away without saying a word. The last time he called back he was still at the Antarctic, and the next time he called, he went to the North Pole. He even ran to the top of Mount Everest once. This makes them feel at ease as parents. Fortunately, she has completely become a mature adult. This journey must have yielded something, so I won't talk about her. Sister. At this moment, a hesitant voice sounded from the side. Karla turned her head and saw Clark. Now Clark is no longer a child, no longer the brat who followed her but a 17-year-old file-size guy. Even Clark's height has reached 1.7 meters, maybe he will surpass Karla in the end. After all, it is a boy. Clark had turned handsome, only now he was looking at Karla with complicated eyes. When Karla left home, Clark was less than 8 years old, and then the 2 siblings lived apart. Including when Karla traveled around the world after graduation, Clark was only 14 years old. He is 17 now. No matter how close relatives are, it is inevitable that they will be a little strange. Karla didn't mind at all. She put down the package casually, walked over, and hugged Clark with open arms. Clark wanted to break free with some embarrassment, but his sister was always his sister, and with Clark's strength, he couldn't fight Karla at all. Clark has become a big kid. Karla patted Clark on the head, then opened his hands and let him go, and asked expectantly, "How is it? Do you have a girlfriend?" Martha reached out and patted Karla behind her. "Clark is only 17 years old, don't teach him badly." Karla rolled her eyes. "Come on, those brats in school started picking up girls when they were 14 or 15 years old. If you don't worry, the good girls will be picked up by others." But all of Karl's world as Superman is almost inseparable from a Louise. So it seems that there is no need to worry about his lifelong event. Speaking of which, is Clark on vacation today? You should be in high school, right? Karla felt strange again. Or did you sense that my sister was going home today, so she greeted me at home early? It's the middle of the school term, why is Clark at home? After hearing this, Jonathan and Martha looked at each other with unnatural expressions. He got into trouble. Damn it. Karla, who had just returned home, didn't care about resting or washing up. She turned around and sat on the sofa next to Clark, pulled her younger brother to sit down, and asked with a strange look, "What trouble can he cause? Dad trained him to be a puppy." Jonathan rolled his eyes, knowing that she was accusing himself of having always been strict with Clark since he was a child, and even preventing other children from playing with Clark when he was still unable to control his powers as a child. The reason why Clark had no friends since he was a child, and even few people he could talk to, was all due to Jonathan. Definitely Jonathan is also protecting Clark, and the reasons don't need to go into details. Martha muttered, "This child, how can you talk? Don't describe your brother as a dog." Karla also rolled her eyes. "Mom, are you naturally black?" Was she trying to compare Clark to a dog? What is that self? Is she blaming her father? Clark is the most innocent. After Jonathan and Martha's narration, Karla knew what happened to Clark. It's not a bad thing, but a good thing. It turned out that just 2 days before Karla went home, a school bus that Clark was riding in had an accident and plunged into a river. The situation was urgent, and when the whole car was about to drown, Clark had to forcefully push the car ashore with his own super strength. But what he did was seen by 2 students, so he almost exposed his extraordinariness. This is what Jonathan has been trying to prevent and conceal since he was a child, so he said that he caused trouble. During the investigation at the police station, the 2 children said that Clark saved them, but because he behaved so unbelievably, he was also very scary, Jonathan said with a helpless expression. He was worried that the existence of Clark and Karla would be known by outsiders. Even once their identities as aliens are exposed, humans will know that the Earth is not alone in the universe, and at the same time know that there are powerful alien creatures and civilizations that can threaten the Earth at any time. As a result, the Earth will inevitably fall into panic. Never overestimate a person's ability to withstand. When the sky is full of alien warships and aiming at the Earth, few people can keep calm. Not to mention whether the 2 siblings will be dragged into slices, just because of their alien identities, they may attract slander and crusade from people all over the world, and even expel them. It's all possible. Only Karla seemed indifferent. Clark did a good thing, Dad, and he is already an adult. He knows what he is doing. Human life is more important than heaven. If I had met at that time, I would have spared no effort to save people. How about if Clark turns a blind eye? I will teach him to have a sense of justice alone. Or do you think that if only Clark survives in the end, what kind of accusation will he suffer? If all the people in the car died, but only Clark survived unharmed, others would blame him for being the only one who survived, regardless of whether he had super abilities or not. Parents who have lost their own children must do that. Jonathan wanted to say something more, but there was a knock on the door. Jonathan? Martha? I know you are at home, I think we need to talk. That was the wife of another farmer nearby. Karla remembered that their family's last name seemed to come from Ross. They have a kid about Clark's age, Pete Ross. At least 2 people had seen Clark's behavior before. One was this Pete, and the other was a child named Lana. Speaking of which, that Lana was Superman's first love in high school in some stories. Maybe this will be a good opportunity? Taking advantage of Clark saving her and leaving a good impression, maybe it can be facilitated. Martha went to open the door, and a middle-aged woman came in. She looked a bit pretty, and it seemed that she was also a tweed in the town when she was young. Definitely Karla still thinks Martha is more beautiful. The woman was Pete's mother, and she was accompanied by a child of Clark's age, and when she saw Clark's eyes, she visibly trembled and was taken aback. Seeing this situation, Jonathan asked Karla to take Clark upstairs. Karla just came home, so she can go wash up. When passing by Pitt's mother and son, Karla greeted them casually. Mrs. Ross, long time no see. Mrs. Ross also agreed. Karla, I heard that you have gone to work in other places. You have grown up so much, should you get married? Why? Karla looked at Mrs. Ross with a puzzled expression. I just came back to develop my work. Why did I get married? And no one is worthy of my sister. Mrs. Ross looked at Karla in shock, only thinking that her words were too shocking. What's more, calling yourself a sister? Martha came over with a wry smile and pushed the Karla siblings up the stairs. Go take a shower, and the clothes you left at home are already too small, right? Karla squinted at her adoptive mother. Do you mean the length of the sleeves and trousers is too small, or the chest is too small? It's all small, it's all small. It's all grown up, okay, Mom. Anyway, it's time to take you shopping for clothes tomorrow. The 2 mother and daughter went upstairs noisily, leaving Jonathan to entertain Mrs. Ross and her children downstairs. Clark looked back downstairs worriedly, but what he got was Jonathan's comforting look, so he continued to go upstairs. Back upstairs, Karla found that her room hadn't changed. It was clear that Clark could live in it for the past few years, but even Clark never asked to change the room. Instead, he felt that this room had always belonged to his sister. We'll definitely be back too. The room is cleaned every day, so it is kept spotlessly clean and tidy, including the bed linen and quilt cover, which has always been the pattern before Karla left home many years ago. It is definitely cleaned every week, so it exudes a fresh fragrance. Karla found that she was so familiar with this room that she wouldn't fall even with her eyes closed, including everything that was the same as before she left. There were books she used to read at home on the desk next to the bed, and the closet was full of her previous clothes. But as Martha said, Karla, who has grown to 1.9 meters, has shortened the sleeves and bottoms of all the clothes and trousers, and the chest of the clothes is not suitable, and the hem of the clothes can't even cover the belly. I can only find time to buy some new clothes. Clark, I'm going to take a shower, don't peek. Karla teased Clark, took the washing things and walked to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. As for the conversation downstairs, she didn't care at all. Karla didn't care, but it didn't mean Clark didn't care, especially when Mrs. Ross said that Clark might be the chosen one. He even jumped out of the window. Perhaps Clark is beginning to feel that his super ability is a curse. In the evening, the finally reunited family of 4 sat around the dining table with a sumptuous dinner. After all, Karla finally came back after a few years and needed to celebrate. It's just that the atmosphere at the dinner table seemed a little heavy, because of Clark's incident, mainly because Clark began to doubt why he had this super ability. Maybe I'm cursed. Clark couldn't help but offer his thoughts. Karla doesn't think so. Why do you think so? While talking, she used psychokinesis to take a ball of mashed potatoes from the table and threw it into her mouth, eating it deliciously. The travels of the past few years have allowed her to release her power more easily and casually. Jonathan looked at her helplessly. He had been asking Clark to conceal his super ability, but this disobedient daughter was showing off all the time. Martha, dumbfounded, picked up the spoon from Karla's dinner plate and stuffed it into her hand. Order normally, this is at home, Karla. Karla shrugged, turned to Clark and said, do you think you are cursed? And me? But I don't think so. Maybe this power is becoming a drag on you now, because Dad wants to protect you in this way. But one day, when you want to be a hero who can help others, or when someone important to you is in danger, you will understand how lucky it is to have the power to protect someone important and help those in need. Clark, I have traveled to every corner of the world, fought against dangerous environments, fought and robbed the most ferocious beasts, met the most vicious villains, and even the most shameless guys. If I didn't have my own strength, I might be frozen to death in the Antarctic, the North Pole, and even on Mount Everest, not to mention the various dangers I encountered. Wearing the crown will take its weight. Consider this a test, Clark. As an older sister, Karla, who has experienced so much, naturally has to shoulder the responsibility of mentoring Clark. But would Clark really be so easily appeased by her? Obviously not. Clark stared into Karla's eyes seriously, and asked his own question, I just want to know why only my sister and I are different. Even my parents don't have these super abilities, only you and me are different from others. Why is that? What why? There are so many reasons, really, eat and eat. It's been a long time since I've eaten my mother's cooking skills, and I'm so hungry. Karla looked away, and shifted the subject guiltily. This time, she simply put her hands on the table. The roast chicken in the middle has a thigh torn off. Martha glared at her. Did she not prepare tableware for her or something? She was not allowed to use the super ability, so she started directly? But I also heard what happened to Karla over the years, to fight and grab food with Beast. She obviously didn't go on a trip, but went through a lot of hard work. Karla, said Jonathan, who had been more silent than usual, suddenly, as you said, Clark has grown up, so it's time to tell him where you all came from. Origin? Clark was startled, looked up at Jonathan, saw Martha showing a worried expression, and finally looked at the silent Karla. Karla bit her lip, finally put the chicken leg into her mouth with a click sound, and smashed a large piece of it together with the bone, then bit it hard in her mouth. She can bite and digest even steel, and even her stomach is Superman level. Definitely the taste of steel is not very good, and Karla will not eat inedible steel, stones, and trees as food. A chicken leg was eaten whole by Karla, not even the bones, because she's a little fidgety now. Are you sure? Karla asked Jonathan, still not meeting Clark's eyes. Clark became a little impatient, and raised his voice and called out, Sister. Karla. In desperation, he even called his sister's name directly, trying to make her value him. What's going on? Are you hiding anything from me? If it has something to do with me, I have the right to know. He has been troubled by his own weird situation, and has been wondering why he is different from others, even his parents. Fortunately, he has a sister like himself, otherwise he would feel even more lonely and self-doubt. Now it seems that Cobweb has caught a clue, definitely excited and eager to know the truth. Karla finally turned her head to look into Clark's eyes, and sighed, since Dad said so, and you have indeed grown up, let me tell you. In fact, Clark, you and I are not the Earth people, not parents' children, they are our adoptive parents. Definitely I think they have always been competent as parents, and have been doing their best to take care of us as if they were their own children. Jonathan and Martha felt very relieved. Fortunately, this girl is not a white-eyed wolf, and she has not loved their siblings in vain for so many years. Clark was hit hard, but he didn't expect that he was really a different kind. What's going on? Clark could only ask Karla feebly. He didn't know anything, he didn't even have a name, and he didn't even know where he came from. He only learned about his life experience from Karla. Now that Karla has already made a start, there is no need to hide it anymore, and immediately revealed their origins. Clark, your real name is Karla Zo-Al, and my real name is Karla Zo-Al. Your father's name is Jor-El. He is the elder brother of my father Zo-Al. That means we are not real siblings, but cousins. Our planet is called Krypton, and we should also be called Kryptonians. Our home planet has been destroyed. Before that, your father and my father sent us to Earth in spaceships. In other words, we are already the last Kryptonian is also a refugee. Then after we arrived on Earth, we met our parents. At that time, you were a newborn baby and I was only 10 years old. Although I wanted to take care of you, I also needed to be taken care of. Fortunately, my parents took us in order to grow up smoothly on the Earth. As for our super ability, in fact, as long as the Kryptonians are exposed to the light of the golden sun, they will gradually awaken the power of Superman. In addition, the gravity of the Earth is much lower than that of Krypton, and the oxygen of the Earth has a great impact on the Kryptonians. The advantage, because the Earth does not have the mineral kryptonite, so we will show more and more powerful power. Karla did not hide anything, and told Clark everything she knew, from the origin of the two, to the demise of Krypton, the purpose of coming to Earth, and even the reason why the Kryptonians were so powerful. But she doesn't know too much, at least Karla doesn't know much about the situation of her uncle's family, that is, Clark's side. So in the end Karla said, when I wandered to the North Pole, I once discovered a spacecraft from Krypton. It was an exploration force sent by Krypton many years ago, possibly more than 20,000 years ago. Krypton once had a plan to colonize the entire universe. Perhaps it was sent to Earth at that time, and the civilization on Earth at that time obviously had not yet developed. We each have a controller in our hands. You can use the controller to activate the spaceship system. I think your father's system will explain it to you. Done, and grown up a little more. That night, Karla, Jonathan, and Martha even took Clark to see the spaceship they had come to Earth with. And Jonathan gave him the controller that belonged to Clark. Because of Clark's young age, his controller has been kept by Jonathan on his behalf. The controller is not just the key of the spaceship, it is actually an activation switch for a smart housekeeper, and it even contains a lot of data. It can be regarded as Iron Man's smart butler Jarvis. With Krypton's high-tech level, almost every family with a certain status has its own smart butler. This smart butler can do many things, including helping manage the family, including helping in combat, and even defending Krypton as an intelligent robot. The galaxy where Krypton is located is on the other side of the Milky Way, far away from the Earth. In the galaxy where Krypton is located, there is actually not only one civilization on Krypton. For example, a planetary civilization called Gotham even has a hostile relationship with Krypton. The abilities of the people on the two planets are similar. If the Daxing people come to the Earth, they will also have various super abilities similar to the Kryptonians. This also led to the reason why the representative character Mon-El was mistaken for another survivor of Krypton when he first came to Earth. The difference is that the Kryptonians' weakness is kryptonite, while the Darshans' weakness is lead. Lead has no effect on Kryptonians, and the inability of Superman's perspective to penetrate lead appeared after Kryptonians came to Earth to obtain super ability. But it's just that you can't see through it, and there is no other effect. It's a bit of a stretch. This controller may seem small, but it contains ample knowledge reserves, as well as more secrets and information belonging to his family or family that can clarify Clark's doubts. Karla wasn't so ignorant, she could have taken Clark's controllers, but she didn't. At best she activated the ship's systems with her own controllers. Karla not only mastered more knowledge about Krypton, but also saw the image of Zo-El, and even Al, and General Astra, Karla's aunt. At the same time, Karla also learned some information. General Zod and her aunt, General Astra, two powerful army rebels, should have been imprisoned in the Phantom Zone at the same time. Karla is now very worried that there will be more than one General Zod facing the enemy in the future, and her aunt is likely to become her enemy as well. This is really sad. Looking at Clark again, he was shocked by the sudden truth, and couldn't let it go for days. Later Karla comforted Clark. His life experience as a Kryptonian was true, and his life on Earth was also true. He was not only a child of Kryptonians, but also a child of Earth. You are a child of the Al family, and you are also a child of the Kent family. Is there any conflict? No, you are you. Your Earth name is Clark Kent, and your Kryptonian name is Kal-El, that's all. At least Karla thinks so, so she has never been too entangled. When she felt the sincerity and attitude of her adoptive parents as her own, she also smoothly integrated into this family. Why bother with these things? Perhaps it was Karla's consolation that helped, or maybe it was the inseparable relationship with his adoptive parents for so many years, but Clark still calmed down. Karla also told Clark not to rush to the North Pole to find the spaceship, but hoped that he could be more mature, and even hoped that Clark would have the opportunity to circle the Earth like himself in the future. Doing so would both sharpen Clark's knowledge and give him experience. But the premise is that Clark has to finish his studies first. I just graduated from college. If you don't even get into college, it would be too embarrassing for me. Clark, come on. Karla put pressure on Clark. Since she was a college graduate, Clark had to go to college at least once. In fact, Clark also has a similar super learning ability, which should not be a problem. All in all, Clark's potential problems were solved this time, and the family returned to peace. Clark and Karla still respected their adoptive parents, as if Clark still didn't know that they were not his biological parents. It should be like this, even if there is no gift of childbearing, but there is the gift of nurturing, so they are called adoptive parents, and the relationship of so many years is not fake. In the past few days, Martha accompanied Karla to the town to buy some clothes, 2 sets of pajamas and a tracksuit for her morning run. Although Karla has never run in the morning, she has done a lot of farm work for the family. I also bought 2 sets of standard OL outfits according to Karla's request, which are what I will wear when I go to the Metropolis to find a job after preparation. In addition, there are a few sets of casual clothes that I usually wear. Although the times have changed and the style of dressing has become more fashionable, Karla still likes trousers, not skirts. There are jeans, and there are ordinary slacks or trousers. Even her OL outfit is not a skirt, but trousers. In Karla's words, although it is generally believed that men cannot wear skirts, it is still okay for women to wear pants. Definitely she also knows that there is no law that says men can't wear skirts, and even does have a quirk of wearing skirts. Let's not talk about it. After returning this time, Karla did not forget to ask about the whereabouts of Danny and Jennifer. They were best friends when they were students. Contacted. Now that she has completed self-test and experience, she may be able to continue her career. As a result, I was told that Jennifer is now a stern prosecutor in the Metropolis, and Danny has also gotten into a good position, which seems to be a relatively mysterious department. Among the 3 sisters, it is Karla who is doing nothing now. Karla couldn't help being surprised. These 2 girls can mix well. It seems that I have to go to the Metropolis to find a job as soon as possible. Karla originally wanted to stay at home for a while, mainly to re-establish relationships with her family. But now it seems that the relationship with her family has not weakened in the slightest, and the recent situation of the two friends also made her anxious. It's not that I want to compare, but I can't be the only one who can do nothing. At the beginning, she agreed to go to the Metropolis to develop together, but now she is the only one who is still an old man. So after a few days Karla left home again, boarded the train to Metropolis again, and wanted to fight that city again. Coming to Metropolis again, Karla couldn't help but feel strange. She has only been away for 3 years, and it's not like she didn't walk around when she was studying here. But the Metropolis has changed a lot, and she wonders if she will get lost. Coming back to the Metropolis this time, Karla has an obvious goal, which is to find a good job and at least be able to support herself. And she called her classmates before she left. She also met some people in college before, and one of them might be able to help her. That person is Perry White. Because of his experience in a news agency, Perry White has now joined the Daily Planet and has his own column. Karla is going to join him now, saying that she has traveled to many places and can write a travel column or customs of various places. Perry White also remembered this schoolgirl who was both beautiful and a bit lonely, and seemed weird in every way. So I agreed to help her get a direct interview. So Karla is now headed to the Daily Planet headquarters. Planet Daily is the most important newspaper and news agency in the Metropolis. It even has an office building of its own, and there is a planet-like decoration on the roof. After all, it is called the Daily Planet, and that planet fits the name of the Daily Planet. Karla dressed up specially. At the moment, she changed into an OL outfit, with a white shirt inside and a tie specially worn. The coat was a beige suit jacket and trousers of the same color, and a pair of white leather shoes under her feet. To be honest, her dress is not only neutral, but more masculine. This is also because of the age. At the moment is still in the 1990s, although the status of women has improved a lot, but there are still differences in the treatment of women in the workplace. Karla loosened her long hair and wore a pair of glasses, exuding a confident and artistic atmosphere all over her body. She didn't need to hold any documents, so she just walked into the building with empty hands, and went straight to the upstairs office as Perry had instructed before. After hearing the news that Karla was coming, Perry came out to greet her personally, and introduced to her the personality and hobbies of the current editor-in-chief, hoping to help Karla. Today Perry is close to 30 years old, she is 1 year older than Karla, and is Karla's senior brother. Karla looked Perry up and down. What? I don't know you anymore. Perry felt strange, she was the one who came looking for him, why did he look at him like this again? But Perry was also looking at her, and realized that Karla, whom he had not seen for a few years, still maintained the style of the past. Not only was he still so beautiful, but he seemed to have not grown older. Indeed, even Karla's family felt that she was still in her early 20s rather than approaching her 30s. Karla shook her head, pointed at Perry's belly, and teased, I just think that your belly has changed the most. Perry used to be a relatively burly figure when he was in school, but now he only looks bloated. Maybe this is the disadvantage of sitting in the office often. Or maybe he is too lazy and doesn't like to exercise when he is resting, so that's it. Perry rolled his eyes, you still have the mind to joke with me, so you should think about how to deal with the next interview. While talking, someone came to inform Perry and Karla that the editor-in-chief was ready to interview her. Karla waved her hand, no problem, wait for my good news. She is extremely confident, in fact, she does have enough self-confidence. First of all, Karla has a degree from Metropolitan University, which makes the editor-in-chief who also came from the same school feel closer. Secondly, like Perry, Karla also has the experience of participating in the news club, which can be regarded as the counterpart in terms of profession or hobby. The most important thing is Karla's rich experience. Karla has traveled to all corners of the world. When the editor-in-chief asked her what advantages she had, she directly said that she could open a new column to introduce tourist attractions and interesting local customs around the world, and even witnessed many ferocious beasts, live, hunt footage, and even personally survive some of the harshest environments. Mr. Editor-in-Chief, I once entered a desert and successfully traversed it. I think many people will like to read this experience, and want to know how I searched for water, how I survived the cold at night and the heat during the day. I also know a paradise that almost no one has set foot in. There is a small waterfall, surrounded by abundant fruit trees, and small animals running around without defense. It is rare that there are no annoying mosquitoes there. I have been there. I stayed for a week, and I was still reluctant to leave when I left. Do you know who really dominates the lion group in the lion family? If there are enough male lions and strong enough, the female lions will not dare to provoke them in the slightest. But if there is only one male lion, or if they are old, then the female lions will turn over and call the shots, and some lions will even tear the offending male lions to pieces if there are enough female lions. I saw it once when there were a few young teachers in the lion group, and those female lions were really brave. Do you know how many wild tigers there are left in the world? Do you know how many undiscovered insects and fruits there are in the world? Blah blah blah. Karla's experience is too rich and too bizarre, from all over the world, the environment, people, fruits, and vegetables. In short, even the editor-in-chief couldn't help but get caught up in her experiences, lost in the magnificent, charming, harsh, or peaceful world described by Karla in a few words. Finally, he decided on the spot, Miss Kent, you have been admitted, and just as you hoped, I will announce a separate column for you at the meeting in a few days later. You can go back and get ready now. One is job preparation, and the other is a plan for a new column. Name, content, series, etc. I hope you won't be disappointed by my decision. Definitely. Karla stood up in satisfaction, stretched out her hand with a confident smile, and shook hands with the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief looked at her back as she turned and left, and had an intuition in his heart that the newspaper office had picked up a treasure. On the other side, after Karla came out, she told Perry about the result, and Perry was also happy for her junior sister, and said that she would celebrate for her. There is a restaurant downstairs that serves good steaks. Forget it, brother Perry, next time. Today I made an appointment with Jennifer and Danny. Do you remember them? We have always been inseparable friends. Karla declined Perry's kindness, and he was already troublesome. I don't want him to invite me to dinner again. Perry, who had already seen her downstairs at the door, had no choice but to give up. At this time, a cold snort came from behind. I think you still remember us? Could it be that you forgot us? Karla turned her head with a look of surprise, and saw two beautiful women who were also wearing OL formal attire standing there. They were her former close friends Jennifer and Danny. They haven't seen each other for 3 years, and Danny and Jennifer have grown noticeably more mature. After all, they were also 27 years old, and Karla also learned that they were doing official work. Jennifer is now a prosecutor in the Met. Danny seemed a little mysterious, and it was said that she was working in a certain department. Karla had called them before coming and made an appointment to meet after her interview. I found a restaurant nearby, and the three good friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time reunited. Perry consciously did not disturb them, knowing that they must have a lot to say. Really, even if you know that you have been running around the world these few years, you still have to call us a few times. Jennifer has been complaining about Karla, because Karla has only contacted her family members to report that she is safe in the past few years, but never contacted them. Karla shrugged. After all, international calls are expensive. Jennifer was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she couldn't blame anything, because the phone bill was really expensive at that time. Danny could only feel amused and comforted. Okay, she's already back, so don't complain anymore. Speaking of Karla, are you still in touch with Bruce? Why did you mention him suddenly? Karla was a little surprised. Danny glanced sideways at Jennifer beside her, and spread her hands. This silly girl is like a demon. No one has been in her eyes for so many years, and she only misses that person. Karla looked at Jennifer unexpectedly. Jennifer scolded a little angrily. What nonsense, I'm because of work, haven't you been single all the time? Unexpectedly, Danny said something that surprised the two of them. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend, and I even plan to get married at the end of the year or next year. Real or fake? I'm not a bachelor, said Danny, who never said she wanted to be single for the rest of their lives. After talking about Donnie's relationship status, the topic involuntarily shifted to Bruce again. If I have to say, they have had faults in the past few years. To be honest, the only person they can really talk to is Bruce, right? Karla raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't you think I was with Bruce for the past 3 years? No, but we did meet once by chance, and then separated. Jennifer, I think you'd better give up. Karla and Danny want to persuade Jennifer to forget about Bruce as soon as possible. Jennifer shrugged. She was no longer the nympho girl at the beginning, but she knew exactly what was going on with her. Don't worry, if I meet someone better than him, I definitely won't miss it. It's a pity that I don't know. It's not that my luck is too bad, the people around me are not as good as him. Karla thought to himself that you can see how good he is again, really. To put it bluntly, he is still a nympho, fascinated by Bruce's gloomy and sad style at the beginning. If Jennifer had seen Bruce's miserable state during his years of homelessness, she would have been disillusioned by now. Karla couldn't help regretting that if she knew Jennifer was so infatuated, she should have asked Bruce to take a photo with her. The three friends reunited and definitely talked a lot. Not all of them talked about feelings, but they also narrated some of their experiences in the past few years. For example, Karla's experience, Jennifer's handling of cases in recent years, and Donnie's experience to some extent. Danny briefly talked about her work to her friend, and she is mainly dealing with some Superman-like things now. In fact, the Superman class has always existed on the Earth, but ordinary people don't know it. For example, the Amazon family, the representatives of which are Wonder Woman and Amazon Queen Hippolyta. It's just that the Amazons live on the mysterious Paradise Island. Legend has it that Zeus built it for them, and there is a magic wall around it to protect the Paradise Island from being discovered. Even Karla didn't find the whereabouts of Paradise Island at the beginning, and she definitely didn't look for it specially, otherwise she could still find it. Amazons have greater strength and physical fitness than humans, and are said to have immortality because of the magic shield. Or maybe it was the extraordinary ability of the Amazons originally. In addition, there is a Superman race in the depths of the sea, who call themselves Atlanteans, and the representative of them is naturally Aquaman. When Karla and Clark went into the sea, they also vaguely noticed this race of life, but they didn't provoke it, not wanting to cause trouble. In addition, the gods in the legendary myths are actually real, but they have left the Earth now, and are even called the Old Gods. In the universe, there is a planetary civilization named Apocalypse, and the residents on it are called New Gods, who are about to replace the Old Gods and become the new gods and rulers of the universe. There was even a collision between the new god and the old god in ancient times, and Dani also brought a news that she unearthed a thing called the Mother Box not long ago. Karla slapped his forehead. You just die. The Mother Box is the power brought by the Apocalypse Star, and it is the original existence of power. Just like the infinite gems in the Marvel world, although the origin of the Mother Box may not be as noble as infinite gems, if the 3 Mother Boxes are integrated together, the huge power generated can easily destroy a planet, and it can also be destroyed simultaneously transform the planet. The war that took place on Earth in ancient times was because the Steppenwolf from Apocalypse led an army to destroy the Earth and transform it into a more suitable environment for Apocalypse. At that time, the old gods, Atlanteans, Amazons, and people from all countries and tribes in the world all gathered together, combined all their forces to defeat Steppenwolf, and divided the Mother Box into 3, and gave them to Atlanta respectively. One was kept by the Ts, one was kept by the Amazons, and finally the Mother Box belonging to humans was hidden, in order to prevent humans from pursuing this power and facing the threat of Steppenwolves again. But I never expected, did I still dig it out? But at least there is no danger for now, and Karla did not disclose the information she knew about the Mother Box, because after all, Dani is mainly responsible for this aspect now, and she has to consider Dani regardless of other things. It turns out that the reason why Dani's work is so mysterious is because she is now in charge of dealing with those Superman-like things, such as some mysterious ruins, and various items and props beyond human common sense. It is estimated that even if the Superman class appears in the future, she will also be responsible, right? If this is the case, Karla thought it would be okay to let Dani be in charge of monitoring her in the future. The reunion between Karla and Jennifer and Dani didn't take too long. At most, they had lunch, and the conversation broke up after a while. The reason is that they are all very busy at work now, and it is not easy to find time to meet Karla. Also, the news of Karla was too sudden. She called on the train coming to Metropolis, and she was dead. Later, they agreed to wait for the two to adjust their rest days, and then find opportunities to get together and spend a few days in the Metropolis. Karla also has things to do here, such as finding a house first. Now that I have decided to come to work for the Metropolitan Daily Planet, I have to find a place to live. I can't fly home every night and come back in the morning, right? Not to mention it was too troublesome. Jonathan would not agree. It was impossible for her to do such a dangerous behavior that would expose herself at any time. In order to make it easier to get off work, Karla finally found an apartment near the Daily Planet and rented it on the spot. She is not short of money, not that she was given a lot of money by her parents. In fact, the package she brought back was not simple. It contained a lot of gold and a few diamonds. That's what she discovered during her travels. She found an undiscovered gold mine, and even a vein that could yield large quantities of raw diamonds. Karla doesn't care which country those people are from. When she came back, she first refined some gold bricks with heat vision rays and collected some diamonds. In fact, she didn't need to work to live in style. But Karla felt that just living a life of doing nothing every day is not a life, and she still needs to have a job. Even if she is a little busy, it doesn't matter. Those gold and diamonds startled Jonathan and Martha. This wealth could easily buy their farm, worth at least tens of millions of dollars. Those few diamonds alone could sell for tens of millions. This also shows the bug of Superman. Supervision can easily discover underground mineral deposits, and even complete mining easily by one person, including mineral veins and even oil fields on the seabed. Karla can find them as long as she wants to look for them. As for the news about the Mother Box that Dani brought, Karla didn't take it seriously. The Mother Box has not been activated yet. Even if it is now in the official hands, it is very difficult to study the power of the Mother Box. With the current level of technology, it is impossible to think about it in a short time. Therefore, Steppenwolf will not appear immediately, and there is still a peaceful atmosphere. At least Metropolis is much more peaceful than Gotham City. In the evening, Karla returned home and shared the good news of her successful application with her family. At the same time, Karla also expressed her willingness to move away, and she will completely move to the Metropolis. To tell the truth, Martha was very reluctant to leave again just after returning. It was Jonathan who comforted Martha. Clark was still at home, not to mention that Karla was already so old, and it was impossible for her to stay at home forever. When are you going to start moving there? Jonathan asked Karla's intentions and plans. Karla said without even thinking about it, start tomorrow, move the things there first, and then tidy up the house, so as not to be overwhelmed when you have to move at the same time as you have to enter the job. Jonathan nodded. Karla was right. Just before going to work, she should prepare everything that should be done, otherwise she would be too busy if they all rush together, and she doesn't have the super ability of duplication. Then make some preparations tomorrow, and I'll drive you off. Jonathan took the initiative to help his daughter move. Clark also said, I have a day off tomorrow, so I can help. Seeing that her family supported Karla's moving out, Martha could only sigh and mutter, it's really a girl who doesn't want to stay, so let me help too. It's not for the purpose of not staying in a female university. Mom, I haven't planned to get married yet. Karla smiled wryly. In this way, the whole family began to discuss Karla's moving again. Martha was the most resistant at the beginning, but after she agreed, she cared the most. If it wasn't for Karla's obstruction, Martha even planned to move Karla's bed away, worrying that she wouldn't be used to sleeping in a strange bed. But Karla asked dumbfoundedly, it's not like I was kicked out, where will I live if I come back? Martha had no choice but to give up. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. At most, I just bring some clothes and some handy things. I can buy anything else I need there. I still hope to keep the things at home as much as possible. I always come back for a few days every once in a while, or do you mean you are not welcome? Karla didn't intend to move all her things away, as if she was going to leave the house completely. This is the only place on Earth Karla can call home, and only these 3 family members. If she severed her relationship with this place, what bond would she still have with the Earth? Danny and Jennifer are best friends at best, but one needs a family. Hearing this, Jonathan and Martha felt relieved, and hoped that she would come back several times, preferably every night. It's okay to have your dad pick you up and drive you to get off work every day, Martha actually mentioned. Jonathan said in his heart that I am not too young, so you can't pity me? Still, Karla felt sorry for her adoptive father. It was too hard and troublesome. You should spare dad. Clark also persuaded with a smile from the side. It's not that my sister is going to disappear this time. She's in the Metropolis. If you have time or miss her, you can go and stay with her for a few days. Welcome, welcome. My 3 meals a day will be taken care of by then. Am I your nanny? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the Kent house. The next day, the whole family went into action. Karla and Martha were responsible for packing the things she was going to take away, and then Jonathan was responsible for driving the car out, and Clark was responsible for the strength, and he was the one who carried the things. It is obvious that Karla's strength is the greatest, but what is the younger brother used for? Isn't it just for bullying? Cough cough cough. After packing up Karla's salute, the family had some bread and milk before driving to the Metropolis. They first went to the small town, and there were still some things that needed to be purchased, such as new sheets and quilt covers, pots and pans, and so on. Karla is the only one who moves, not the whole family. Karla can't take all the furniture with her. What does the family use? With Clark in charge of lifting things, Karla easily purchased all kinds of things, and finally couldn't even fit in the back of the pickup truck. It's also fortunate that Clark is Superman, otherwise he would definitely be exhausted to death by this sister. The next step is to take the things to the apartment in the Metropolis. There is still a long road to go, and they have to try to get back before night. And just as the car was on the road to the Metropolis, Karla suddenly felt a flash in front of her eyes, and unconsciously started a super premonition. She sees that there will be a tornado on the road ahead, and most importantly, her adoptive father Jonathan may die. Faced with this sudden disaster, Karla fell into hesitation. If she follows her ideals and goals of becoming a superhero, since she knows that there is such a disaster, she will definitely go forward to help those in need. But Karla is more aware of Jonathan's persistence. He is not a selfish person, but very upright, and has played a great guiding role for both Karla and Clark. Only when it came to protecting the 2 children, he seemed extremely rigid, and even Karla had already guessed that the reason for Jonathan's death would definitely have something to do with protecting their identities. Maybe Jonathan would rather die than let them save him, just like the plot shown in Man of Steel. The car was still moving fast, but the atmosphere in the car gradually became quieter. Karla's dignified expression and atmosphere affected the family members, and they all noticed her strangeness. Honey, what's the matter? Martha thought Karla was worried about herself. Are you worried that I can't accept you leaving home? It's okay, as you said, I can come to the Metropolis to see you. Karla shook her head, and was about to tell her previous foresight, but at this moment, they were already able to see the situation ahead. What is that? Run. Outside the windows, other drivers on the road began to abandon their cars and flee. This road is not the kind of deserted road where you can hardly see anyone, so it is unrealistic to turn around and drive away. I would rather escape on foot. Jonathan stopped the car slowly. The front was impassable, and many cars were parked there, blocking the road. The family got out of the car and looked forward. I saw a tornado appeared on the road somehow, and the scale of the tornado was getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, the closest vehicles on both sides began to be affected, and many of them didn't have time to get out of the car, and there were bursts of terrified cries. Jonathan subconsciously wanted to go forward to help, but Karla grabbed his hand. Karla shook her head at Jonathan. Jonathan didn't know that Karla saw the future picture of himself dead, so he just comforted. You and Clark stay here to protect your mother. I'll go ahead and have a look. I'm going too. Clark was about to follow, but Jonathan pointed at Clark. Clark, stop. Don't let more people see your strength. He cared a lot about Clark exposing himself. Clark was very helpless and powerless. He could only watch Jonathan walk towards the tornado step by step. What to do? Just watch. Clark turned to Karla and asked, just watch him approach danger. Martha answered Clark before Karla, listen to your dad, he'll take care of it. No, he can't solve it. Karla shook her head vigorously. She foresaw Jonathan's death. He would die. But there are many people around here. If she rushes out with this body, she will definitely be recognized. Seeing the tornado in front of him getting more and more violent, Jonathan was helping some trapped people escape in the face of danger. He did help others, but those who were helped turned and ran away. Jonathan didn't care. He was still saving others as quickly as possible, and he had already rescued the last person. But at this moment, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a dog abandoned by its owner at a critical moment appeared in a car. He didn't have any hesitation, and turned around to knock on the window to rescue the dog. But with his power it is difficult because the glass is of good quality. Should the car company be praised? Joe, Martha exclaimed in a critical moment, seeing that Jonathan might be swept in by a tornado in the next second. Clark subconsciously wanted to rush over, but Jonathan seemed to guess his actions, turned around, shook his head in Clark's direction, and raised his hand to stop him. Clark was used to being obedient, and he had followed his father's teachings almost all his life. At this time, he thought about the past again, but he still couldn't help but obey his father's words. Jonathan looked up again. He also has an adopted daughter, Karla. But he didn't have time to stop this time, because Karla was no longer by Martha's side. Where did she go? Jonathan was anxious. He never wanted to see Karla expose her powers in order to save himself. But it's too late. SHHH. A piece of clothing was scattered around. Karla took off her glasses, and suddenly changed into a dark blue top, a bright red skirt and cape, and a pair of red knee-high boots. Kenjin's long hair flutters behind her, but Karla still can't help showing the Superman's figure, because she can't just watch her adoptive father die anyway. Whoosh. A red and blue figure quickly rushed to the front of the tornado. The people behind looked at the figure and exclaimed, "Is that a bird? Is that a plane? No, it's Superman." Karla turned around, revealing the first appearance of Superman, but it was her, the female Superman, who appeared first. The next moment, Karla came in front of Jonathan. She stretched out her hand and patted it lightly, and the glass of the car was easily shattered by her immediately. The dog inside was startled, but before he could react, Karla grabbed the deadly scrunchie. Karla held out her other hand to Jonathan. Jonathan yells at Karla, "You shouldn't be here." Karla shrugged and grabbed Jonathan's shoulder. "Sorry Dad, I'm in a rebellious period." Jonathan was speechless. How could there be a 30-year-old rebellious daughter? But knowing that there is no way to take her, and she is already like this, what else can I do? Just like that, Karla held the dog in one hand and her adoptive father in the other, turned around and flew back in this posture. Because Karla has a biological standpoint, she will not hurt Jonathan and the dog, but will return to Martha steadily. Martha took a step forward and grabbed Jonathan excitedly. Karla winked at Clark, handed the dog over to her, and turned back into the eye of the tornado. Suck. Flying there, Karla opened her mouth and took a deep breath. She could have inhaled the entire tornado, but there was a lot of dust in the tornado, and she didn't want to wash her lungs afterwards. So Karla exhales super breath violently, but instead of freezing air, it just exhales in the opposite direction. The huge amounts of reaction force dissipated the inertia of the tornado in an instant, and the tornado that might cause terrible natural disasters was easily solved by her. When all the dust settled, everyone watched Karla foolishly floating from midair to the ground. Wow, I don't know who started it first, and there was loud applause and cheers all around. Karla looked around, feeling a sense of accomplishment in her heart, but she immediately flew into the air again, and quickly disappeared into the sky without a trace. It wasn't time for Superman to debut. Karla knew that she was already a bit out of line, and she must not continue to influence her dup because of that tornado. The entire road was temporarily paralyzed, and a large number of cars were destroyed, including some nearby houses. It will take at least 2 to 3 days to clear and normal traffic to resume. Jonathan and the others had no choice but to turn back halfway. By the way, the puppy they rescued couldn't find its owner, so they brought it back together. Karla was the first to return home. She was so fast that she easily broke through the sound barrier. No one knew her whereabouts. She went around and returned home. When Jonathan and the others came back, Karla found a set of clothes from the package she had packed before and changed into them. Looking at Karla's handsome uniform, Clark showed an envious expression. He didn't have his own battlesuit yet. "When did you put on this suit?" Jonathan looked at Karla's battlesuit, getting angrier the more he looked at it. "You shouldn't take risks. Should I just watch you die?" Karla turned to look at Jonathan. "Sorry, I can't do that." Jonathan was relieved and helpless. "I'm worried that you and Clark's identities will be exposed because of this. If the world knows about your existence, do you know what will happen? Karla, the two of you can easily destroy the world. Everyone is panicking. Even if you have no malicious intentions, if no one believes you, you will only be targeted by the whole world. The world is not ready to accept you." Jonathan had always seen clearly. Karla put a long-sleeved sweater on indiscriminately. The tights were okay, but the cloak was a bit in the way, which made her feel a little annoyed. Martha sighed, and came to help her hide the cloak under the hem of her blouse, and lifted up her skirt. Jonathan looked back, but it was nothing. Karla was wearing an extra pair of shorts under her skirt, which she used as safety pants, to protect herself. No wonder she was able to wear pants outside the skirt before, but she could lift the skirt up. It's a little unladylike though. As for the shoes, Karla hides her boots in her trousers and puts a pair of shoes on top of the boots. In fact, this is also the first time she has done this, but Karla is worried that she may have to do this frequently in the future to prepare for battles at any time, which can be regarded as a preview in advance. Jonathan glared at Martha, seeing her skillfully helping Karla straighten her clothes. She knew that she must have done it secretly for Karla before, so just pet her. Martha didn't care at all. Jonathan sighed and reminded Karla, "This is only the first time. No one has had time to take your video yet, but never take chances, Karla. Never do it again next time. It's you. Don't be too selfish, Dad." "You say I'm selfish." The father and daughter suddenly quarreled, and the atmosphere of the confrontation was a little stiff. Martha patted Karla at a loss. "Don't talk to your father like that." Karla didn't say the hurtful words that it wasn't her biological father, but looked directly into Jonathan's eyes and raised her own question. You are the head of the family, don't you think that if something happens to you, if so, what should we do with this family? What about my mother? Where about Clark? Don't you want to set an example for him? Don't you want him to become a hero who can bring hope to the earth and mankind in the future? What about me? If I helplessly watch you were taken away by the tornado and remained indifferent, what have I become? How should I let go in the future? I definitely know that you are worried about the situation of me and Clark on the earth, and even attract potential threats and enemies, and even if you are not caught by the government, you may be wanted for a lifetime. You have your reasons. We are very grateful and understand the support, but we also have our reasons. I have never regarded this family as a game of playing house. You are family in my heart. Let children see their parents with their own eyes. Don't you think it's cruel to die in front of you? Karla has lived in this family for more than 10 years, and has integrated the most sincere feelings. People's hearts are fleshy. How can a person who has been kind to you for half his life have no feelings? Even if they are not related by blood, she still regards them as her parents. So Karla clearly wants to be a superhero, but reaches out to hold Jonathan to prevent him from passing. Is this what a hero does? It was impossible for her to just watch at the critical moment, but she took the risk of revealing her identity and made a move. It's impossible for me to watch you. My most important family members are being hurt. The forces of nature can't do it, let alone others, Karla said, turning and pushing the door and going out. Oddly enough, the puppy came out with her. Maybe it remembers that Karla saved it. Or maybe it's completely obeying the instinctive memory that Hobojing was once controlled. Could it be that he thought she was his mother? Outside the house, Karla found a baseball from nowhere and showed it to the puppy, letting him smell it and remember it. Then Karla tossed the baseball in front of her field. The dog had obviously been trained or experienced this kind of game, so he rushed out immediately and brought the baseball back after a while. Karla took the baseball and was about to throw it again. There was movement behind him, and Jonathan chased him out of the house. Seeing that Karla has already started teasing this new puppy who just joined today, she also laughed and wanted to open the topic. If no one comes to look for it, it should replace you as a new member of the family. Karla's hands froze. What do you mean? Is she a dog? It turned out that this little thing replaced him. Gritting her teeth, Karla raised her hand and threw it away, just watching the baseball disappear into the distant sky with a swoosh. The puppy was dumbfounded, and rushed into the farmland instinctively, but let alone this farmland, it doesn't matter if the baseball is still in this country. It is very difficult for the dog to come back to Karla innocently. If it could talk, it would definitely say, "Am I a human? You are a real dog." Even Jonathan was speechless. Karla turned around and sat down in the back compartment of the pickup truck beside her. The puppy was circling under her feet. Karla didn't try to pick it up, and the puppy sat down obediently beside Karla. Jonathan also came to the side of the pickup truck, reached out and patted Karla's younger generation gently, and said softly, "I don't know that you are here to save me. Dad is definitely very touched, but I don't want you and Clark as enemies of the world." "Dad, you're thinking too much." Karla finally couldn't help it anymore, turned her head, and looked at Jonathan seriously. "Let's not talk about anything else. There are existences on the earth that are more threatening than us." Then Clark ran to the deep Aquaman country 10,000 meters deep to make a big fuss, and then caused a war between the surface and the underwater world. Jonathan was taken aback. Deep Aquaman country. Karla nodded. "Ah, it's the legendary Atlantis. It really exists, and it's in the depths of the sea, with a population of more than hundreds of thousands of people, and their technology is leading hundreds of years on the ground. I guess they can even build spaceships. At worst, they will be pulled out and blamed, and the ground will fight them to the death, and no one will care about me and Clark." Jonathan was taken aback, sweating coldly. "Don't mess around, the world will be destroyed." Karla pouted. That definitely was the worst solution, but it was also a good solution. Karla is already a badass. In short, under her intimidation, Jonathan didn't know what to do for a while. "You said Atlantis was real? Seriously?" Jonathan seemed to be very concerned about the Straight Kingdom. Karla shrugged, and suddenly she jumped up into the air, and raised her hand. In the next second, a baseball fell into her hands accurately. Jonathan's eyelids twitched when he saw it. Did this kid throw a baseball around the earth just now? Leaving aside the fact that the baseball is still intact at such a high speed, how much strength does it take to go around the earth so easily? One more. You just wanted the dog to find this baseball. Jonathan looked at Karla speechlessly. "Were you kidding?" Even the dog opened its mouth, staring at Karla dumbfounded. "Are you serious?" Karla landed lightly on the ground, shook the ball at the dog, and was about to throw it forward again. Jonathan behind him couldn't help reminding her, "You must first decide whether you are playing with it or with yourself." Karla's shoulders tilted. "Dad, when did you learn to be so black-bellied?" As she spoke, she just threw the ball into the field not far ahead this time, watched the puppy rush out, turned around and returned to the pickup truck, stretched out her hand and sat on it. Jonathan put his arms around Karla's shoulders and sighed. "When did you grow up like this? I still remember when you and Clark first came home." At that time, Karla still had distrust and great vigilance towards him and Martha, and even some hostility. It took them a long time to finally get Karla to give Clark to their care day and night, including Karla herself finally willing to call their parents. Unknowingly, so much time has passed, Karla has grown up, and will even be 30 years old in 2 or 3 years. If she would be honest, maybe Martha would be happy to arrange a blind date for her, find a husband early and have 2 or 3 children, and the family will grow stronger. Definitely they did mention that they hoped that Karla would get married early, but Karla has always resisted. Once she directly told them not to even think about it. Want to hold a grandson? Tell Clark to find a girlfriend and it'll be over. Clark lay innocently shot. But Clark has also grown up, and in the coming year he will have to decide whether he wants to go to university, or whether he is ready to work after graduating from high school. If it's the latter, you can indeed get married and have children. In fact, this is normal in a certain country. For example, in the bucket list, Carter Chambers should have a good future. He has already been admitted to college, and was even the main force of the basketball team at that time. He will have a decent job in the future. That is beyond doubt. However, because of his innocence, his girlfriend became pregnant. Carter had to choose to plunge into the workshop after graduating from high school and work as a repairman all his life to support his family. So Karla has the same attitude now. Dad, you should teach Clark to bring a girl back quickly, otherwise who do you plan to inherit this farm? Me? I don't want it. Karla shook her head. Jonathan was angry. He wasn't dead yet, and he didn't say that he would hand over the farm to her. Go to bed early, and you don't have to worry about Clark. Jonathan couldn't talk to her anymore. The child always threatened himself. Was he just cursing himself to die early? Jonathan turned away angrily. Karla didn't care. She looked down at the dog who had found the ball and brought it to her. She smiled and thought of using psychokinesis to ingest the baseball in front of her, and without taking a shot, the baseball flew out automatically. The dog turned around and was about to chase, but found that the baseball was not going forward, but flying into the sky, and disappeared in the sky in an instant. The dog looked at Karla with resentful eyes, got up and left lonely, and stopped playing with her. Because of the road, Jonathan couldn't see Karla often move. In desperation, Karla chose to take the train, and with Clark's help and company, the siblings came to the Metropolis together. When I got off the train, Karla walked in front alone. I saw that she was wearing a standard professional uniform, a suit, and leather shoes. What shouldn't be is that she was obviously wearing men's clothing. Karla was wearing a pair of glasses, and was only carrying a suitcase full of clothes in her hand. It looked like a large suitcase, but she couldn't see the weight in her hand. People around might think it was an empty suitcase. It was worse for Clark. Although Karla was kind enough to not bring all the pots and pans, Jonathan and Martha even bought her a TV. Karla is very speechless. Not only are there a lot of choices for this thing in the Metropolis, but it is also cheaper. Why do you have to buy it in the small town at home? But anyway, Clark will help her carry it, and it's fine. Then I saw that Clark was struggling to carry a TV with his left hand, and he had to help her carry a bigger package with his right hand, which contained Karla's entire set of bedding. Everything in the house was untouched, and this was a new set. Ask, why do you want a younger brother? Definitely is bullying. Definitely, with Karla and Clark's strength, it's not heavy on them, it's just in the way. When walking towards the exit, Karla also saw the news about yesterday's tornado on the wall-mounted TV in the aisle, but because no one was filming the scene at the time, only 2 hosts were talking about some information. Not even a word about Karla. Karla knew in her heart that before there was any actual evidence, she must have been suppressed by her superiors. She even guessed that it might have something to do with Donnie's department. After all, this kind of thing is not easy to leak out, unless the day comes when it is needed. So it is difficult for ordinary people to know those secrets, not for anything else. Think about it, in ordinary daily life, a piece of news about aliens suddenly pops up, and it may threaten the Earth at any time, and they don't even know the attitude of the other party. Is it good or bad, friendly or hostile to Earthlings? Apart from causing turmoil and panic to the society, what is the meaning of such news? So it is better to let only a small number of people know. There is no need to make a scene known to the whole world. Karla glanced at Clark triumphantly. Clark knew what she meant, and she still mouthed silently, Dad is making too much of a fuss. Clark shook his head with a wry smile, but you still have to be honest for a while. Hey Clark, who's the sister from? Okay. With Clark's help, Karla simply arranged the new home. Not bad, just buy what you need directly in the nearby shopping mall. That's why she said, wouldn't it be more convenient to buy it nearby without having to worry about it at home? It's just that Clark was pulled over by her as a labor force again. To reward Clark, Karla also cooked for him and made him a sumptuous dinner. When did you learn to cook? Clark was surprised. Karla snorted softly, just kidding, I have traveled all over the world. Not only have I seen the scenery of various places, but I have also eaten almost all the delicacies of various places. So taking advantage of the travel, I learned all kinds of cuisine. Learn to cook with super learning ability, just read it once. Karla is now probably the only gourmet in the world who has thoroughly studied the cuisines of the world. She had thought about it before, if she didn't pass the interview with Planet Daily, she could actually open a restaurant by herself. It is not a Chinese restaurant, nor a Western restaurant, but a combination of Chinese and Western, mixing all the menus in the world. Definitely not needed now. Clark ate a delicious meal. Karla made chicken nuggets and potatoes in a pressure cooker, and then prepared a dish of braised pork, especially the pot-wrapped pork, which was eaten by Clark because it was sour and sweet. Karla is helpless, it is obviously the favorite of girls. But at this time she has become a good sister who dotes on her younger brother again. In particular, Karla found a lot of steamed rice in the rice cooker that she bought around the corner. It was the first time Clark had eaten such rice, so he gave a thumbs up, and he just hung on to the rice cooker and devoured it. Karla only managed to grab a bowl of rice. Is this kid crazy? In fact, Martha's worries are a little unnecessary. After all, Karla has traveled the world alone for a week, and it is absolutely fine to take care of herself. Clark even wanted to move in with his sister, because the Chinese food she cooked was really delicious. It's just that Clark still didn't choose to stay overnight, but had to fly back in the middle of the night. Karla also warned Clark not to go back and talk nonsense to her mother. She still likes the food made by Martha very much. It tastes like home. Clark expressed his understanding, then said goodbye to Karla, and flew back home overnight. Karla looked at the mess left after Clark left, and had no choice but to clean it up. In the blink of an eye, a week later, Karla came to the office building of Planet Daily again. She changed into an elite female white-collar dress again. There was nothing wrong with it except that the skirt was replaced by trousers and the shoes were small flat leather shoes. A head of beautiful long hair is tied into a single ponytail and hangs obediently on the back. Karla is still wearing those glasses. At first glance, she has a sense of sight of an intellectual literary big sister. Today she came to work officially, holding a folder in her hand, which contained the planning she had completed alone in the past week, and it was also a task assigned to her by the editor-in-chief before. Karla was asked to make a plan, which was about her self-column copy. Karla is also unambiguous, using her rich knowledge to get it done easily. There are even 3 categories in total. The first category is a travel column, the second category is a food column, and the third category is more realistic, introducing culture, inheritance, customs column. It depends on which editor-in-chief will take a fancy to. When Karla arrives, everyone else is already at work. When Perry saw Karla, he warmly greeted her and accompanied her to the editor's office. The only person Karla knows here is Perry, including for Perry, Karla is also the only junior from the same school after him. So the two naturally wanted to get closer, and Perry was willing to take care of this junior who he knew in school. In the office, the editor-in-chief began to review the 3 copywritings prepared by Karla. The more he looked at the back, the more dignified his expression was, and his brows were tightly knit together. Perry, who was by the side, asked with some concern, "Editor-in-chief, how is it going? Is there anything that needs to be revised?" Instead, Karla looked indifferent, as if she was an outsider, but she was clearly the one involved. Perry gave her a sneaky look. It was true that the emperor was not in a hurry and the eunuchs were in a hurry. No, he is not a eunuch. The editor-in-chief looked at it for a while before raising his head, glanced at Perry, and then turned his gaze to Karla, took a long breath and said, "The 3 copywritings are all good, I really want to accept them all at once. But you are still I'm a newcomer, so I plan to let you only be responsible for 1 column for the time being, and when you become more proficient in your business and gain a reputation, you can find an opportunity to create a new column." It turned out that it wasn't that it was bad, but that it was so good that he wanted to accept all 3 proposals. Doesn't this mean that there are 3 columns for Karla? This status is an honor that only those old seniority who have already gained a reputation outside have. It is even difficult for ordinary people to have a column dedicated to themselves. It can be seen how outstanding Karla's ability to write copywriting is. At the same time, the editor-in-chief is also testing Karla. If her level of column writing is far inferior to that of copywriting, she will not even be able to keep a column. Only when Karla becomes famous for her writing will a new column be created for her. It's just that it doesn't need to be said. Tell me about your thoughts. Which aspect do you want to start with? The editor-in-chief threw Karla a difficult problem. The 3 copywritings were all good, but it was difficult to choose. At that time, the food column was also very popular, and there were even many TV programs that featured food as the selling point, such as teaching people how to cook, or cooking competitions, food tasting and so on. Definitely travel style is also good. This is the era when the world is restoring peace. Rich people will inevitably want to go out and see the world. So Karla's experience of traveling the world helps a lot. As for the introduction of the world in a realistic style, it will also attract many readers who are curious about this aspect. In short, the editor-in-chief always feels like he has found a treasure. Karla's final choice is to use the travel style as her first battle, because this aspect needs to be better written, and it will be very attractive, and even have the opportunity to take some photos and share the beautiful scenery I saw from her perspective. So Karla started working at the Daily Planet, and she got her own desk. It's not an office, she is not qualified to have her own office, and even Perry is just an ordinary employee now, and she doesn't have an office either. From this day on, Karla has been commuting to get off work every day and can take at least 1 day off every week. And Karla is not a reporter yet, so she doesn't need to go out to run news, just sit in the office all day and write at least 1 column a week. Karla's writing style is at least much better than the author's, which made her very popular among readers. Many people even came to the gate of the newspaper office to wish her to write an article every day. The editor-in-chief also talked to her once. Karla is very helpless, even if the earth is so big, if you have to write an article every day, you will finish it sooner or later, so you refuse decisively. Why don't you change someone? The editor-in-chief is also very helpless. This girl is really rude. If you can change people, what can you say? Isn't this a column for you? Everything was normal at first, but Karla seemed to have forgotten about the tornado incident, and Supergirl just had a flash of inspiration and then disappeared, as if she had never appeared before. But can she really go on like this forever? A year after Karla's comeback, a piece of news suddenly caused a stir. Bruce Wayne, the son of the Wayne Group who had disappeared for 7 years, suddenly returned. Even Metropolis, which is next door to Gotham, was screened by this news. Unknowingly, a year has passed since Karla came to the Daily Planet. That is, 4 years have passed since she circled the world. There is nothing to say about this year. The Planet Daily is not a newspaper dedicated to reporting on Superman's deeds, but has its own news sources and various columns of its own as selling points. Among them, Karla's column has gradually become the biggest selling point of Planet Daily since the first issue was sold. She even has a group of fans of her own, and there are many fanatical fans who once ran to the gate of the Planet Daily, wishing that she could write more, preferably 1 article a day, because the beauty of the world she portrayed is so fascinating. Sitting on the Arctic glacier, the polar bear in the distance led the little polar bear to look for food in a naive manner. The northern lights under the night sky were dazzling. Karla also attached beautiful pictures of the northern lights, and once photographed a polar bear leading a picture of 2 young suns. This degree almost caused Arctic heat, and many people wanted to see the northern lights. Because it is dangerous and costly to go to the real top of the North Pole, Karla gave a lot of advice at the end. In fact, there are many safer places to see the northern lights. And the top of Mount Everest. Mount Everest is known as the highest peak in the world. The mountain is covered with snow all the year round, and the highest point may even touch the clouds. Climbing Mount Everest is very dangerous, even for professionals. It is possible to sleep on it forever. But Karla climbed up in person, and took pictures of the scenery and environment on the top of the mountain. She is just a columnist, but she has recorded such precious records so truthfully and so bravely that more and more people are flocking to her articles. This year has been so fulfilling for Karla that she almost forgot about her other identity and only focused on the work in front of her. Moreover, Karla's development is very smooth, and she will soon be able to get a lot of royalties, and officially signed a contract with the Planet Daily. Everything seems so smooth and peaceful. Karla has at least 1 day off every week, and sometimes she chooses to go back to her hometown to be with her parents. This year Clark will go to university and leave her hometown. She is afraid that her adoptive parents will be lonely. Sometimes she would stay in her apartment and have a good rest for a day. At that time, Martha came by train to accompany her, tidy up the house, wash, and cook for her. Originally, it was no problem for Karla to take care of herself, and the house was well organized. But as soon as Martha came, the house suddenly became a mess. Although she is already 28 years old, Karla still seems to be a young child who likes to act like a baby with her parents. Definitely this time she did not continue to be unfamiliar with Danny and Jennifer, but often found time to get together. Sometimes it was after get off work in the afternoon, and the 3 of them found a bar to have a drink. During the period, I also encountered a lot of experiences of being harassed. After all, they are all beautiful. However, Karla is no longer needed to protect Jennifer and Danny. The 2 of them have also practiced self-defense at some point. In Donnie's words, her profession requires her to have a certain self-protection ability. And Jennifer is a trustworthy and upright prosecutor because of her stern face, and sometimes uses self-defense techniques. For example, if she is targeted by a prisoner. Everything was going smoothly. Clark was also admitted to the Metropolitan University, and he wanted to follow his sister's life trajectory to study at the Metropolitan University. Karla is also ready to welcome Clark next month, and she even wants Clark to live in her own apartment instead of the dormitory. Anyway, there was already a spare guest room, and the apartment she rented was so big that it could accommodate her 2 siblings. However, on this day, a piece of news disrupted Karla's rhythm. Bruce Wayne, who disappeared for 7 full years and was even declared dead, suddenly announced his return. The news went viral even at the Met, and it was in the newspapers that afternoon. It had nothing to do with Karla. She just glanced at it and threw it aside, because she knew the news a long time ago. Bruce called Karla before going home and said he was coming back. That is, the night before, when Karla was about to go to bed, she hung up the phone after saying crazy. Does it have something to do with your sister whether you go home or not? The 2 of them were just ordinary friends at most, even if they exchanged phone numbers and kept in touch with each other from time to time. They were not so close that they would rush to him to congratulate him. So Karla didn't take it to heart at all. But just as she was about to leave work today, the editor-in-chief called Karla over. There is another change this year. The previous editor-in-chief has retired because of his age, and the new editor-in-chief is none other than Perry. Karla wondered that although Perry had a good business, he couldn't get his job in terms of qualifications. It was only later that Karla found out that Perry had actually made great contributions to the newspaper. Apart from discovering Karla, he also discovered many outstanding journalists, and even Perry recruited members of many clubs from his student days. Unconsciously, Perry's position in the company is getting higher and higher, and it is reasonable for him to become the editor-in-chief. And today, Perry called Karla into the office. Sit. Perry beckoned to Karla, only to see that he was late and she had already sat down. Perry didn't care, and asked, "How is it? Is next week's column already written?" I'll take a look first, after all, I'm also your fan. Karla gave a hee-hee with a half-smile. Brother, I just handed in this week's paper yesterday, and you're going to next week's now? Do you really think I'm writing an article every day? In fact, Karla has already seen that Perry's looking for her is definitely not for this matter, but for something else. Karla is not stupid either. She rolled her beautiful big eyes and immediately guessed what was going on. Raising her right hand, she deliberately pushed the frame with her middle finger. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly and warned Perry, don't go too far. Perry also knew that she had guessed it, so he stopped concealing it and coughed dryly to signal Karla to put down her fingers. It's too uncivilized, she is such a beautiful girl. Ahem, Karla, you and Bruce have known each other since we were students, and now news of him is flying everywhere, so I plan to send someone to do an exclusive interview with him. Perry finally said his purpose of finding Karla. Karla knew that he was aiming at this idea, and only Perry knew best. Karla and Bruce used to be classmates, and even had many overlapping activities. Maybe they had a good relationship in the eyes of others. In fact, because the two had an encounter while traveling around the world, Karla also received a lot of help and advice from Bruce, and the relationship was indeed better than when she was a student. But, so you're telling me to go to Gotham? I'm not going to that goddamn place. Karla jumped up, telling her to go to Gotham? Hell, she wasn't going. Metropolis is very close to Gotham City, and it is very close, very close. In fact, go across a bridge in the Metropolis, cross a highway, and then you will have Gotham City. There is only a lake or inland sea in the middle. At the moment Karla is driving a sedan and is crossing that bridge, on his way to Gotham City. After all, she was tricked by Perry, who wanted her to interview Bruce. That bastard. Karla gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. And the reason why Perry was able to buy her was that the conditions he gave were very simple, and he bought her with 1 month's paid vacation. The premise is that Karla has to prepare 4 columns a week in advance. Sure enough, the holidays are still much more fragrant. This month, she can have a good rest, and even go home to spend time with her family and help Clark prepare for college. As for the 4 columns, to be honest, she had already prepared the manuscripts. Why did Perry know that she only handed in this week's manuscript yesterday, and then next week's manuscript today? In fact, Perry also knew that she had manuscripts for several columns, but she just didn't bother to break through them. Damn Perry, you must beat him up when you go back. The distance from Metropolis to Gotham City is not far, but that's just the distance between 2 cities, but it doesn't mean that arriving in Gotham City is equivalent to arriving at Bruce's home. Karla had called Bruce when he was on the bridge, and asked about Bruce's current whereabouts. He had just returned, and now he was staying at Wayne's Manor to sleep late. Wayne Manor is a super manor built outside Gotham City. If Karla wants to visit, he has to cross half of Gotham City. Trouble is dead, Karla muttered, still complaining. Now she can't wait to fly over with her own car, it's faster. However, now she could only drive obediently, at a moderate speed, and after spending a total of several hours, she arrived at the gate of Wayne Manor at noon. The Wayne Manor may cover an area of several thousand square meters. The garden and lawn around the outside are all decorated, and there is a splendid and magnificent castle inside, like the castle of a medieval lord. That's where the Wayne family has lived for several generations. The value of this castle alone is enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime, provided it is not corrupted. If you just buy an airplane, a yacht, or another castle like this, you will run out of money soon. Karla called Bruce again at the outermost door, which opened with a click. Karla didn't hesitate, and drove along the wide road of the manor to the gate of the castle. When she came to the gate of the castle, there was a handsome old gentleman waiting to greet her in front of the steps. Hello, Miss Karla, I am Alfred Pennyworth, the housekeeper of this manor. You can also call me Alfred, the gentleman butler introduced himself. Karla stopped the car at the steps, regardless of whether it was a parking space or not. Definitely it's not a parking lot. Karla glanced at the butler, or can I call you Afu? The butler smiled wryly. He was the same age as Bruce's father, and Karla and Bruce were the same age and were classmates. I always feel impolite. Karla shrugged. The name Alfred is too long. I think Alfred is good. What do you think? In fact, she already knew that this is the Afu known as the housekeeper man, who has helped Batman out of danger many times, and is even Batman's most loyal and beneficial backing. Afu didn't dwell on the issue of name and title, but turned around and made a pleased gesture, and said, Master Wayne is already waiting for you in the living room, please. Karla nodded, and followed Afu. The two walked up a long step in front of the door. After entering the door, they crossed a long corridor and came to a spacious living room. With the wealth of the Wayne Group family, not to mention the luxurious and historical cultural relics and decorations, Karla didn't bother to care about them. When I came to the living room, I saw Bruce, whom I hadn't seen for several years, sitting in front of the sofa by the window. It was already noon, but he was only wearing pajamas, with his legs crossed, and a glass of red wine in his hand. Watch Karla come in. Karla rolled her eyes, turned her head and asked Afu, is that how you indulged him? Afu shrugged. After all, he is the young master. Although I don't want to see the heir of the Wayne family look so sloppy and decadent, I can't say anything. Bruce blinked. Alfred, you've talked a lot. As soon as they sang together, they came in and heard him. You know, he just came back from wandering, so why not take a break? Karla pursed her lips, holding back a smile and took a shoulder bag from her shoulder. It wasn't an LV bag, let alone a decoration, but a very practical, slightly large bag, and it wasn't a tool bag that I didn't care about. Karla started to dig things out of it. Bruce took a sip of the wine, but Afu forcibly took the glass away. He turned his head and looked at Karla's movements curiously. She took out the camera first, and clicked the shutter button of Bruce involuntarily. Bruce caught off guard and raised his hand to block it, and shouted, "Wait a minute, you don't intend to use these photos as the cover, do you?" Afu was about to leave to prepare black tea for the two of them. Hearing this, he couldn't help dissuading Karla. "Miss Karla, anyway, Master Wayne is also the heir of the Wayne Group and family." Bruce thought to himself that the rhetoric of "anyway" is needless to say. Karla waved the camera in her hand and threatened, "Why don't you go and change my clothes?" Bruce sighed, "Miss, who is begging whom now? There are countless people who want to interview him, but he only agreed because Karla is a friend. I have to say that Perry is very smart. If it were another reporter from the Metropolis, Bruce wouldn't have the time to deal with it. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in if he had this time?" Faced with Karla's threat, Bruce had to go to his bedroom with a little helplessness, take a shower and change into formal clothes. It is said that a man depends on his clothes and a horse depends on his saddle. This saying is absolutely true. If the Bruce just now was completely a decadent and unrestrained young man, wearing pajamas and holding a glass of wine early in the morning, it would be outrageous at all. So the current Bruce is really a bit like the helm of the business empire Wayne Group. Afu also brought a pot of black tea to the two in time, and then disappeared voluntarily, allowing the two to chat alone. Facing Bruce, who had changed into a formal attire, Karla also asked him to pose a few poses. This is a photo for the cover, replacing his previous sloppy look. Bruce was being manipulated helplessly by her, very obedient, at least he didn't want his previous photos to be published. "It seems that you also know the importance of appearance." Karla also joked with a smile, "I thought you didn't care all the time." Bruce couldn't help but let out a chuckle, "I remember you weren't much better back then, right?" The two were referring to their previous encounters while traveling the world, when neither of them was much better off. Karla shrugged. After taking the photo, she put away the camera, then took out a voice recorder and put it aside, took out a notebook and pen, and made a mouth gesture to indicate that it was about to start. Bruce sighed, "You definitely want to treat me to dinner. This interview will definitely make you a lot of money." "My money is nothing compared to yours, Bruce." Karla wasn't fooled. Bruce was about to start saying, "Didn't you find several uninhabited gold mines, and even a nice diamond vein?" Karla raised her hand in a SHH gesture. "Shut up, Bruce, those gold mines and diamond veins are the wealth of other countries, and she can mine some secretly at best. Okay, let's get into the topic officially. Mr. Bruce, you disappeared for 7 years before, and you didn't even have time to finish your university studies. Where have you been all these years?" Karla started to work, asking these are also very formal questions. Bruce wants to say, "Don't you know?" But he noticed that Karla's eyes were very threatening, so he cleverly changed his words and replied, "In fact, I have used these years to broaden my horizons. I have traveled to many places to allow myself to grow. At least personally I feel that I am much more mature now than before." "So you're planning to inherit the Wayne Group when you come back this time?" "That's not the case. Although it is indeed the Wayne family's property, it is also very good now, so I believe that the current executive's decision-making will only make Wayne Group better." Including the executive, Mr. Earl intends to take the Wayne Group public and then sell a large number of shares to cash out. Karla's question was already a bit too much, too sharp. She seemed to be saying that the current Wayne Group executive, Earl, was going to sell Wayne Group. The Wayne Group can be said to be the most important economic support for Gotham City. Not to mention how many people the Wayne Group has provided jobs, the significance of its original existence is the most important. It can even be said that most of the construction of Gotham City is supported by the Wayne Group. At least in terms of the setting of this world, the Wayne Group, especially in the era of Bruce's father, had encountered the Great Depression era. It was the efforts of the Wayne Group and Thomas Wayne that saved Gotham City from the crisis of extinction. This was also proved afterwards. Faced with Karla's sudden sharp question in a few words, Bruce was stunned for a moment. In fact, Bruce has nothing to do with the company's decision now. However, his superficial inaction does not mean that he did not act secretly. But that obviously couldn't be said in person, especially since Karla was going to report to the office. So in the end Bruce could only say something on the scene, "I believe this will make Wayne Group better." Karla didn't hold him accountable and repeated what he had said before, indicating that Bruce was just coping. Karla didn't mind at all, she was just doing it for work. Speaking of which, someone seems to have noticed recently that after Mr. Bruce came back, he suddenly frequented places where there were extravagant feasts, and often spent a lot of money, sometimes with those movie stars, and sometimes with celebrities in the social circle. Just bought a hotel for them. Is there a business plan, or is it just a hobby of a swinger? Don't be so contemptuous or sharp, right? Bruce finally couldn't take it anymore. Karla's question was more like questioning and interrogation, which made it difficult for him to answer. In fact, those are just his superficial acting skills. After Bruce returned to Gotham City, he discovered that Gotham City is darker than he knew before he left. The boss of the gang, Carmine Falcone, has almost completely controlled Gotham City. From top to bottom, from black to white, he almost controls everything with one hand. But no one can catch him, because he is black and white, and even some official people are his people. This is an exaggeration. After all, the prototype of Gotham City can be considered New York City. If the Metropolis is New York City in the daytime, singing and dancing, prosperous and peaceful, so Gotham City is New York City at night, needless to say. However, this boss can control the entire Gotham City, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the boss behind Gotham City. In order to deal with him, Bruce knew that he had to use some means beyond common sense, and he could no longer use ordinary laws to deal with him. So under a Fuss suggestion, Bruce began to put on a mask. During the day, he was a bohemian son. At night, he had already started to act, turning into a shadow under the night, and began to search for Carmine Farr Corney's evidence. But there is definitely no way to tell Karla about these things, let alone ask her to report everywhere. So I can only ask Karla to spare herself. Please stop being so sharp. Karla explained. No way, after all, news always needs some gimmicks. You don't know that a certain country's news has always been disregarding everything for the sake of traffic and eyeballs. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not, as long as it can be sold. It's not good for you to say that yourself, Bruce said dumbfounded. Karla didn't care. Anyway, I have my own column now, and I'm not a reporter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you, but what about others? And, Karla raised her eyelids to look at Bruce, her eyes suddenly revealed a look of accusation. You bastard, don't you know that your gossip will make a girl sad? Who? Was it you? Bruce joked with a smile. His smile was not serious, it was just a joke, because he knew that Karla and himself were just friends, and they were limited to friends. Karla was actually his favorite, but he had a sweetheart. And Bruce is very self-conscious, he is not Karla's type, otherwise there will be ambiguity back then. Karla clapped the notebook in her hand. Do you want me to ask you all the gossip again? It's definitely not me, I mean Jennifer. Do you remember her? She liked you when she was in school, and she has been around you for so many years there has never been another man. I really don't know what's wrong with you bastard, you're just a troublemaker. For this exclusive interview with Bruce, Karla did a very good job, because Bruce has always been the one who suffers. Seeing that the two had a good relationship, Bruce accepted Karla's interview appointment, but many of Karla's questions were too sharp, which made him uncomfortable. Plus Karla has a bit of a personal vendetta, because Bruce has recently started dating celebrities and courtesans, which has made Jennifer very sad recently. In fact, Karla and Danny feel very helpless towards Jennifer. Obviously she and Bruce didn't have much intersection in school, so they really don't know why she is so infatuated with Bruce. In the evening, Karla declined Bruce's offer to have dinner together, and drove back to her home in Metropolis overnight. Just kidding, she doesn't want to continue to make Jennifer sad. Seriously, why does Jennifer always think she's having an affair with Bruce? Don't treat her as a rival in love, okay? What Jennifer really needs to worry about is actually a prosecutor named Rachel Dawes, who works in Gotham City. Like Jennifer's job in Metropolis, the young girl named Rachel is also the prosecutor of Gotham City, but the position is not as high as Jennifer's. Jennifer is the chief prosecutor, which is equivalent to the position of a judge, the kind who can issue search warrants and arrest warrants at critical moments. Rachel is an assistant to the Gotham City Attorney General. Sometimes Karla really sighs, she didn't expect her two girlfriends to climb to such a high position now. That naturally proves that they have sufficient ability and skills. It is said that when Karla said goodbye to Bruce, she also met Rachel's visit. It's actually Bruce's birthday tomorrow, and Rachel has come to give him a gift, and says that tomorrow might not be time to celebrate. When Karla heard this, she had to throw her hands in a hug and wish Bruce a happy birthday. This is your gift. Bruce was speechless, too stingy. Karla said in her heart that besides her family, he is the first person of the opposite sex to be embraced by her. Don't be dissatisfied, bastard. When Karla left, Rachel watched Karla drive away with obvious sourness, and asked Bruce, is she your new girlfriend? Bruce quickly explained, she was my classmate in college and now works for Planet Daily, so I just accepted her interview. I hope she won't embarrass me too much. Bruce's worries are unnecessary, because it will definitely not be too good. The next day, Karla got up early and came to the Planet Daily with the materials compiled last night and the 4 columns prepared in advance. Perry snorted after reading her article. I knew it. He guessed that Karla had a manuscript in her hand, but she never sent it out, keeping readers' appetites. Don't send it out all at once, Karla threatened Perry. As I said before, I plan to go back to my hometown this month. Even if you call me, I won't answer it. Perry looked at Karla helplessly. Can't you improve a little more? I'm planning to write a 2nd and 3rd column for you. Karla immediately refused. It's fine now. Perry could only sigh, stopped the topic, and took the materials Karla had sorted out. After a casual glance, Perry had to admire, only you can easily obtain such good information. He refers to Karla's interview with Bruce. In order to complete the work, Karla also digs out some things besides lace news. Definitely Bruce is not all frank, there is no need to say a lot of secrets. Okay, if it's okay, I'm going home. In fact, I'm hesitation whether to drive back or take the train. Would you like to be reimbursed for the gas? Karla said her hesitation. Her car was recently bought, and the loan has not been paid off. She felt a little distressed if she went back to the farm home, and she would be too embarrassed. Perry said without even thinking about it, don't think about reimbursement. At most you can report some of the gas money you went to Gotham City. Karla rolled her eyes. The distance between Gotham City and Metropolis is not as good as if she went back home, and she could go back and forth twice. What a sting. Forget it, a month of paid vacation is better than anything else. Definitely, Perry is not taking special care of Karla. One is to buy Karla to let her conduct an exclusive interview with Bruce, and the other is that Karla has been working for a year, so she can take some annual leave, not to mention that she is not prepared enough in advance to publish a month's article yet. So Karla came to the company less than half an hour before leaving, and she was not driving to go home. To be precise, she didn't intend to go back to her apartment, but went straight to the town where her farm was located. The trip took several hours, and when Karla suddenly drove back to the farm, both her adoptive parents and Clark came out to greet her in surprise. And that dog, the original puppy, is now grown up, standing upright and hugging Karla's waist, wagging his tail and holding a baseball in his mouth. Karla smiled and reached for the baseball, throwing it forward casually. The dog turned his head and watched the baseball disappear into the distant sky. He didn't wag his tail, and ran to Clark's feet whimpering. Martha went over and hugged her daughter dumbfounded. Don't bully it, it obviously likes you so much. Obviously, only Karla stayed at home for the shortest time, but this dog was the closest to her, but Karla always bullied it. But every time Karla came back, he would still find Karla with a ball in his mouth. Karla smiled and bent down, reached out, and rubbed the dog's head. The dog immediately wagged its tail quickly again. Jonathan just came out of the field. It was noon, and he planned to make a casual lunch. At the moment, seeing Karla came back, she silently took off her muddy boots and put on ordinary shoes, picked up the car keys and prepared to start the pickup truck to go to the town to buy some delicious food. But Jonathan muttered mercilessly, if you are busy with work, you don't have to come back all the time. Martha turned her head and glared at her husband. My daughter came back to see me. Jonathan didn't argue with her either. Clark greeted him and said with a smile, welcome home, sister. Karla also greeted Clark. I'm back, by the way, Dad. I bought ingredients when I came back from the town. Clark, help me get them in. As soon as he came back, he unceremoniously instructed his younger brother to do things, as expected of his own sister. Clark went over to open the rear door, and sure enough, he took out a big bag of things. Especially when I saw a chicken inside, I couldn't help but say, is my sister planning to make chicken curry? What chicken curry? Martha looked at Karla curiously. She couldn't cook it. Karla bit her lip, pinched her waist and stared back at Clark. I don't know what you're talking about. This idiot, she said not to reveal that she can cook. She originally wanted her adoptive mother to cook roast chicken but because of Clark's revelation, or disclosure, Karla finally revealed the secret that she already knew how to cook. So the lunch meal was prepared by her herself. Martha stood at the door of the kitchen with a look of relief watching Karla busy there. Why? Karla was a little uncomfortable, and her already superb cooking skills seemed to be in a hurry. Martha just shook her head with a gratified smile, and suddenly became a little excited, and said with a choked voice, my Karla has grown up. Karla hurried over and put her arms around her adoptive mother. Now she is the tallest in the family, with a height of 1.9 meters, even Clark is a little short. Karla comforted, please, I'm not married yet, I'm still the daughter of the family. But you still moved out and found your own life and job in the big city, Martha said, still with a little resentment. Jonathan's voice came from the living room outside the door, Martha, don't embarrass Karla. And I'm starving to death, come out and stop hindering her. Martha was angry, this old thing. Karla let go of her with a smile, and pushed her adoptive mother out. You are really going to hinder me, Mom, I can eat later. Because it was noon, Karla didn't prepare too many things, just as Clark expected, using the potatoes and carrots at home as ingredients, and the rice usually used to make soup, steamed a large pot of rice, and made a curry chicken. I also specially boiled some chicken in white water, and 2 eggs for the dog at home. I don't know when the dog's food became picky. Many people say that dogs cannot eat salty food, spicy food, this or that. I really don't know what dogs ate when there was no dog food. Maybe dog food first and dogs later? Martha and Jonathan may have eaten such a lunch for the first time, or they may have eaten chicken curry in other restaurants, but it is definitely not as sweet and delicious as today, because this was the first time they had a meal cooked by their daughter, including that dog also ate all the dog food mixed with Karla. Karla couldn't laugh or cry, should she save face like this. Then Karla also helped to clean up the things, and she also cleaned up the dishes. Martha began to secretly wipe tears from the side, saying that her daughter had grown up. This is also the reason why Karla has been doing nothing in front of her mother, for fear that she would think too much. Isn't it the same relationship when you grow up? Really, don't be so sad, okay? She obviously came home to live. Why did it seem like she was going to move out back then? In this way, Karla returned to her home in the countryside. She had a full month's vacation to be with her family, and she had enough time to help Clark prepare for the upcoming college life. The only thing that upset Karla was Clark's plan to live in a dorm instead of moving in with her. I want to live on my own, sister. I have always been by your side and taken care of by you, but I have grown up, so it is time for me to be independent. Clark is still a young man with ideas. I want to take this opportunity to be independent, and I don't want to be taken care of by my family all the time. Facing Clark's complaint, Karla has no way to stop it. After all, she came here in the same way back then, and it didn't make sense that she wanted to be free at the beginning, but now she has a different attitude when facing her younger brother, and she can't double standard. The reason why Martha was so excited before may also be because of the shock, first her daughter, and now it's Clark's turn, both children are leaving home. Jonathan couldn't help feeling a little sentimental, and walked out before crying, and sat down in the back of the pickup truck outside. That was Karla's favorite position. Since she was a child, she liked to sit there and bask in the sun or look at the stars when she was free. Therefore, Jonathan will not dirty the compartment in many cases, so that she can sit or lie down at any time. Karla chased after him carefully, still wearing her adoptive mother's apron. She came to the side and stretched out her hands to grab Jonathan's thick shoulders, and asked with a smile, "Why? Do you feel old? Can't bear us to leave?" Jonathan snorted, "I'm not old yet." Karla just laughed, and suddenly made a suggestion after a while, "Otherwise, you and your mother will sell the farm and move to the Metropolis together, then we can live together again." "I don't think Clark will want to inherit farm." Jonathan was moved, but he immediately shook his head and refused. "This is the painstaking effort of 5 or 6 generations of the Kent family, and it cannot be ruined in my hands." "Stubborn?" Karla muttered. Jonathan pretended not to hear. "This is the land where he has lived all his life, how could he be willing to leave? And in case you get bored of staying in the big city, there's always another home for you to come back to." Jonathan smiled and looked at Karla, which was her and Clark's retreat. "Always." Karla hugged her adoptive father's neck excitedly. Jonathan broke away uncomfortably. It's not good to be seen as a baby at such an age. Karla rolled her eyes and turned away. Jonathan continued to sit there, looking at the yard, as if he could still recall the scene of the 2 children playing here when they were young. In this way, Karla returned to the life of the farm again, and from the next morning, she spontaneously picked up the farm tools and went to the field to help with work. Martha and Jonathan don't feel sorry for her. They know that she has super strength, and doing some farm work is not tiring at all. In the past, she would be allowed to rest for a few days, but Karla has been helping the house since she was a child, and she has long been used to it. But on the 3rd day, Perry called Karla. Karla also kept her promise, hanging up on Perry's phone more than a dozen times in a row, thanks to Perry's patience to keep calling. In the end, Perry had no choice but to convey the news to Karla through Jennifer. She really didn't answer the phone. "This woman is fine." Jennifer brought Karla the news that Perry wanted to say. It turned out that the recent Gotham City is not peaceful, and a vigilante who is said to have been called Batman by the public suddenly appeared, walking in the dark. After all, he still acted. Even just yesterday, Batman helped the police catch the biggest underworld boss in Gotham City, that Carmine Falcone. Now Gotham City is discussing whether Batman is a good guy or a bad guy, whether he should be advocated and pursued, or whether he should be arrested. But anyway, Batman did catch Carmine Falcone, and there was a criminal record on the spot, enough to send him to jail. The reason why Perry wanted to call Karla was because she believed in her writing and hoped that she could temporarily add an article to report on Batman. Karla called Perry on the spot. "Damn, I'm on vacation, I have my own column, don't even think about it." Perry was still blank after she hung up the phone. Who is the editor-in-chief? Who is the boss? Definitely Perry is the current editor-in-chief and boss of Planet Daily. But Karla didn't care about that. She agreed to give her a month's paid vacation, and she didn't care about Batman and Batmans. In fact, Karla knew that the Batman was Bruce. But she obviously shouldn't know. If she asks, Bruce should not refute, but it will be very troublesome later. Why bother? Karla will not run around for that little money. As she said, the money for the column she writes now is enough for her to live. So Karla didn't care about Perry's thoughts, just put the work aside, and continued to live her life as a peasant girl happily. In fact, the farm does not have endless work, it is not exhausted. Sometimes it is necessary to sprinkle water manually, but most of the time it is for entertainment. Anyway, I have nothing to do when I am idle, so I pass the time to do some work in the field. At the same time, it is also a pleasure to get some fresh food from the ground, such as roasting a sweet potato, or roasting a few corns. The way she eats makes the family feel fresh. At least the way of eating roasted corn has never been tried, and it is not bad to taste. Not the kind of grilled corn that is put on a charcoal fire as a skewer, but the whole skewer with twigs and then put it there to cook. It tastes both the original sweetness of corn and a slightly roasted aroma. To be honest, isn't this just farmhouse music? Karla likes this kind of free life very much. However, although she tried her best not to cause trouble, trouble still came to provoke her. One night, Karla was woken up by a sudden ringing of the phone. She took the flip phone on the bedside and punched in. It was Bruce's phone number. Karla pressed the answer button, pressed her forehead that was already starting to ache with one hand, and asked, "Bruce, why do you have to call me so late? If you dare say it's just to harass me, I'll kick it tomorrow you." When she was on campus, Karla kicked Bruce into the air and killed him instantly. "Karla, I need your help." Bruce's heavy words came from the other end of the phone. "Come find me, I'm afraid Gotham City will be destroyed." Karla sighed. She really didn't want to get involved. "I'm just a newspaper columnist who makes some money, and you think highly of me, Bruce." Karla didn't agree right away. She actually didn't know what happened in Gotham City. It stands to reason that the mafia boss was caught, right? It should be fine, right? This is because she has been deliberately ignoring the situation in Gotham City recently. Bruce's tone became more anxious. Karla, you can fool others but you can't fool me. What I have learned in at least 6 years, you have learned everything in less than a year. It seems that you have been wandering outside for 3 years. In fact, it only took 1 year to visit all the high teachers I visited, and don't forget that I recommended you to go. Karla was silent. Apart from the fact that the identity of the Kryptonian is still a secret, Bruce is right. Maybe the person who knows her best in the world is this guy. Definitely her family must know her better. I need your help, Karla. You may have stronger strength and skill than me. I need you to help me deal with the enemy. Otherwise Gotham City will be destroyed. Bruce asked again, and he did not. It is an exaggeration. He once spent 6 years visiting famous teachers in the world, and finally tempered his skills. But Karla took less than 1/6 of his time to master all the skills Bruce learned. They all master almost all styles of kung fu in the world, and Karla may be stronger than him. Karla combed her long hair back, finally made up her mind and asked, who is the enemy? Bruce said 2 names, the League of Shadow Warriors, and Lars Al Ghul. Of these 2 names, the former is an organization and the latter is a person's name. But Karla felt strange. Wait a minute, isn't this the organization you joined in the last year? And that Lars Al Ghul, shouldn't you kill him? I can't tell on the phone, so come here now. Knowing that she couldn't evade it, Karla had no choice but to agree. Okay, I'll drive there right away. Really, I'm just an ordinary white-collar worker. You think highly of me. Bruce, who was on the opposite side, couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that she had agreed to his request, and he thought to tease, an ordinary woman who is proficient in martial arts and kung fu from all over the world. Karla is not to be outdone. It's better than someone running around in a costume with a shameful name like Batman. Come on bastard, heard each other? Bruce was silent for a moment, then changed the subject and said, I've asked Afu to drive my private jet to pick you up. It's much more convenient to call him Afu. So he also started calling Afu? Karla snorted softly and didn't bother with the topic of Batman. Anyway, she didn't intend to get a first-hand interview, otherwise Perry would probably pester her in the future, and that would outweigh the gain. Karla is more concerned about, I can't help you in vain, can I? And I don't want to expose myself. Prepare me a suit like yours, and I want your Batmobile and other full sets of equipment. Bruce's heart was bleeding. Even a rich man like him couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. Another old man's voice that didn't belong to Afu came from beside him. Master Wayne, what's wrong with you? Bruce on the phone said, it's okay, it's just a toothache. Batman's chariot, motorcycle, and even all the equipment on his body are the best of the best. His clothes may cost millions of dollars, not to mention other things. But in order to make Karla willing to help, he had to agree. It's just that Karla may have forgotten that Bruce has always been the most black-bellied one in the Justice League. Bruce finally said, but after all, these equipment cannot be found casually, so I will put them here to help you save them, and wait for you. I'll give it to you when. Karla readily agreed at first, but she didn't realize it until she hung up the phone. Damn, isn't it still yours if it's in your place? She finally understood, it's still not his if it's in Bruce's place. Bruce even said that people should not be found casually. Even if she was given the Batmobile, she would not be able to drive the Batmobile to work, right? Mistake, misstep, this black-bellied bastard. Bruce even set a trap for Karla, saying that she will give her when she needs it. Doesn't it mean that she will help in the future? This guy. It's late at night now, but Karla still woke up her family. She thought that the roar of the plane would wake them up anyway. So she talked about the call and request for help from Bruce she just received, but she didn't mention Bruce's name. But in the name of Batman, she said she was going to Gotham City. Jonathan is definitely worried about her identity. Karla reassured them, saying that she would wear Batman's battlesuit, and try not to use her super abilities as much as possible, and just end the battle with ordinary strength. As a result, when Afu drove the helicopter over, Karla discovered that it turned out to be a silent plane. Didn't it wake up the family in vain? In fact, this is the prototype of Batman's future Batfighter, probably. There was only Afu on the plane. Because the engine of the plane was almost silent, the people nearby were not disturbed. Instead, it landed silently to a place not high from the ground in front of the house. Karla heard the seriousness and haste in Bruce's tone before, and guessed that the situation in Gotham City must not be optimistic. At that moment, she bid farewell to her family, followed the rope ladder Afu dropped from the plane, and quickly climbed onto the plane. He waved goodbye to his family and stopped Clark with his eyes. He wanted to help too, but Karla had warned him to think about it later, at least a little more mature. Unlike many works where Superman tries to appease his cousin as much as possible, here is Karla who has been appeasing his cousin who wants to prove his own ideas. The speed of this plane is very fast, and Gotham City is not far away, so it can arrive at Bruce's location very soon. While on the road, Afu briefly introduced the current situation to Karla. It turned out that before this, Bruce had actually been attacked and severely injured. Just after he helped the police capture Carmine Falcone and caught his crime on the spot, Bruce discovered some unexpected clues. But when Bruce went to investigate, he was attacked with poison gas, which made him highly poisoned and had terrifying hallucinations. Later, Afu and another person named Lucius Fox detoxified Bruce in time. If Afu is Bruce's most trusted butler and assistant, he is even treated as an elder like a relative. Then Lucius is the most trusted technology leader of him and Wayne Group. including Batman's equipment. He provided technical consultants. After that, Batman got the news that his childhood sweetheart, Miss Rachel, seemed to be in danger. Bruce had to rush to the rescue, and he rescued Rachel from the most famous Arkham Asylum. And because of this, I learned of a shocking conspiracy and crisis. There is a group of people, it is the League of Shadow Fighters and Lars Al Ghul, who plan to use a certain device stolen from the Wayne Group to make a certain psychiatrist named Jonathan G. Lois, who is good at concocting this kind of poison, evaporates and spreads throughout Gotham City, in order to overthrow the goal of completely destroying Gotham City. Who? Karla suddenly noticed a person's name. Afu was flying the plane. He couldn't help being surprised. What? He obviously didn't respond to Karla's question. Karla asked again, what's the name of that K. Lois? Only then did Afu realize who she was asking. We also just learned that he also has a nickname called Scarecrow. No, I mean his real name. Karla didn't want to know what his name was, Scarecrow or not. She only cared about Lois' real name. Afu felt strange and added another sentence, Jonathan, miss, his name is Jonathan Lois. Boom, Karla suddenly punched the plane's cabin wall. Why not call it Jonathan? She narrowed her eyes slightly, and snorted coldly in her heart. How dare you call him Jonathan and discredit the name? You're done. In fact, Karla is a bit paranoid, and it's not a surname. There is still a high probability of overlapping the first name. For example, Martha, her adoptive mother's name is Martha, but Bruce's mother is also named Martha, but with a different surname. Martha's real name was originally Clark, and her name was Martha Clark. That's why she named Clark this, which is a combination of her own original surname and Jonathan's surname, so the name Clark Kent appeared. Bruce's mother was named Martha Wayne. Both of them were named Martha. In addition, there are many overlapping names, so I won't repeat them here. The key is not Jonathan, but the surname. In fact, in public, such as Karla's exclusive interview with Bruce, he should be called Mr. Wayne instead of Mr. Bruce. As for Afu calling Karla Miss Karla instead of Miss Kent, it is because he knows that she and Bruce are friends. So Afu called Rachel is also Miss Rachel instead of Miss Dawes. Anyway, it's more troublesome. It's just that Karla obviously held a grudge against the Scarecrow and mourned for him for a few minutes. Next, Afu was still explaining the current situation to Karla. At present, Bruce has actually been attacked by the Shadow Warrior Alliance, as well as Lars Al Ghul. When Bruce joined this mysterious assassin organization, Lars Al Ghul used another identity to guide Bruce, and the Lars Al Ghul who was actually killed by Bruce was just a substitute. So Lars Al Ghul did not die, but Bruce saved his life back then. As a result, such hidden dangers are left behind. Lars Al Ghul is now bringing a large group of elite killer assassins to Gotham City. With the help of that gangster Carmine Falcone, they were secretly transported there and prepared secretly. It turned out that Carmine Falcone was also used by the Shadow Dancer, and it was through his channel that the preparations were successfully completed. Bruce was first attacked by the Scarecrow's poison gas, and then his home was stolen by the Shadow Warrior Alliance, including the glorious Wayne Manor Castle, which was also set ablaze. What a pity, I would have known better if I had given those good things inside. Karla also saw the ruins of the castle, and Afu flew over the manor with a plane. Afu shook his hand, and the plane almost didn't fall. This Miss Karla is simply a robber. He actually heard the conditions Bruce promised her through the communicator, so why would he want to benefit? Definitely, Karla just said casually, if Bruce really dared to give it, she might not dare to accept it. What name? Just give a gift? Don't mean to chase her, she doesn't care about feelings. Here we are, now is the place where the young master temporarily uses it as his stronghold. We generally call it the Bat Cave. It was located in the backyard of Wayne's Manor. It should be a hidden underground facility in the backyard. According to Afu's introduction, this place used to be used by the Wayne family to help the enslaved slaves avoid persecution during a special period. Speaking of which, the belief of the Wayne family has the spirit of service. They serve Gotham City and many people in need, including the Great Depression era, at least in this world. According to the Shadow Warrior Alliance, they had planned to destroy Gotham City in this way. But it was the Wayne family who saved Gotham City's economy with their own efforts, so that the Shadow Warrior Alliance had to choose tough methods and plan to make a move in the near future. When Karla came in with Afu, Bruce was decadent. What happened to him? Karla asked Afu. Bruce looked up and answered Karla's question himself. If you had been smashed to the ground by a burning beam more than an hour ago, you would have been the same as me. It turned out that I was knocked out of my head, so don't drink too much alcohol if you have nothing to do, Karla complained casually, and then she was attracted by her surroundings. Bruce smiled helplessly, and it wasn't because he drank too much that he set his house on fire. But he didn't argue, and saw Karla walking to the side workbench and picking up a helmet. That's what covered his face when he acted as Batman. Karla took off her glasses, tried to put the helmet on her head, and felt amused in her heart. Didn't she debut as a female Superman or Supergirl, but as Oracle Man? Don't get me wrong, Oracle Man is not referring to the female Batman, that is, the female version of Batman, but there is indeed such a superhero. Oracle Man generally refers to the first-generation Oracle Man Kathy Kane and the second-generation Kate Kane. They are also included in the Batman family. There is another misunderstanding that needs to be explained clearly. The Batman family has Oracle Man and Batgirl. Oracle Man is equivalent to Batman, and Batgirl is equivalent to Robin's position. The original Oracle Man was Kathy Kane, and Kate Kane was her niece and the original Batgirl. It's just that Oracle Man is definitely not as well known as Batman, so most people don't know the existence of this man. And now, instead of being Robin to help Bruce, which is Batman's, Karla will wear the same costume as Batman and debut as Oracle Man. So Karla was amused, and kind of fresh and weird. How is it? Turning around, Karla asks Bruce how she looks, as if wearing his Batman helmet. It would be better if you could cover your hair, Bruce said mercilessly. He who was complained by Karla just now was obviously narrow-minded and insisted on returning it. It's not good for a man to be too dark, Karla said, picking up Batman's cloak and hanging it on her shoulders, and hiding her long golden hair inside, and asked, how? Bruce nodded, and this time he expressed his approval. It can make you hide in the dark perfectly. Karla sighed, that's why she didn't want to be some kind of Oracle Man. Just hiding in the dark is very unfulfilling. Only this time, Bruce, and what's going on with your Shadow Warrior alliance? Karla threw all the things on her body aside, and began to learn more about the situation. What Afu said was only approximate, and there must be many details that have not been mentioned. Bruce was the real party involved, so he started to tell, and while explaining to Karla, he modified an existing set of equipment to better meet her standards according to her requirements and figure. Regardless of the original reason, under the leadership of Lars Al Ghul, the ultimate goal of the League of Shadow Fighters is to completely destroy Gotham City, and kill everyone. Karla almost spit out a classic saying, Gotham City is simple and honest, and Arkham is full of talents. Definitely, in fact, Metropolis people are not qualified to complain about Gotham City people. When Superman starts to rise, Metropolis will become less peaceful. It's not that Superman brought enemies in, it's just that the existence of Superman amplified the existing problems. Definitely there are also some reasons, because the existence of superhero has attracted more challenges, as the vision of a certain universe said. If there is no superhero, the bad guys can finish the bad things smoothly. Wouldn't there be so many troubles? Your resistance turned out to be the superhero's fault. Far away. Originally, the potion used by the Scarecrow, that is, Jonathan Lois, could not poison the whole city by infecting the drinking water. He used a kind of poisonous gas, so all the poison must be spread throughout the city through the sewer pipes in some way, and then repeated. Tone evaporates them. It just so happens that the Wayne Group has been a weapons businessman before and now, at least one of their departments is responsible for developing weapons. There is a device called a microwave launcher or something that can evaporate a lot of water. But now, a microwave transmitter has been stolen. As for who the prisoner is, it seems needless to say. Karla slapped his forehead. This is your pot together? Why do you want to develop something like a microwave transmitter? Bruce said, when I get back control of the company, I will dismantle the weapons development department as soon as possible. But it is meaningless to say these now. Besides, it is not what we want to lose. Karla said in her heart that I was just complaining. You insist on deliberately hurting me? Seeing that the two of them were about to start a fight, Afu had to remind him, if you guys insist on fighting, why not wait until that alliance is resolved? It's still at stake. Karla and Bruce looked at Afu together again, always feeling that this butler was the most cunning, always complaining just right, and whether it was Karla or his own young master Bruce, he would never let it go. Bruce shrugged helplessly, all my money is with you, you have the final say. Afu showed a smug expression, and said deliberately, then hurry up and work, be careful that I will take back the car and nameplate I lent you. It seems that their relationship is really good, not the kind of master-servant relationship where they are wary of each other, but more like family. So what's your plan now? Karla finally got serious too. Since Bruce asked her to help, he naturally would not hold back. We already know that he, Lars, intends to deliver the poison to every corner of Gotham City through the sewers. As long as he brings a microwave transmitter around, turning around the whole city can turn all poisonous water into poisonous gas. But Karla felt strange. Actually, what I'm more curious about is, isn't the human body the first to be vaporized? Bruce froze. If that microwave transmitter is really that powerful, logically speaking, the blood and water in the human body with not too strong physical fitness should be the first to evaporate, right? This thing is simply bug. Bruce thought for a while, and could only say, maybe they just want to do this. That's the only way to explain it. Finally, Bruce personally completed the creation of her bat battlesuit for Karla. With the help of Bruce and Afu, Karla began to put on the battlesuit that did not belong to her. By the way, you haven't said what your plan is. You interrupted me, right? Well, my plan is very simple. I hope you can help me stop Lars' plan. It's really simple, and it's too simple, right? On the street in the middle of the night, Gotham City still doesn't know what's going to happen, so it's still a peaceful scene. This is Gotham City? Isn't it supposed to be full of hooligans and hooligans? Karla looked out through the car window. At the moment, she has put on a pure black battlesuit, and now she is transformed into Oracle Man and rides on the Batmobile. This Batmobile does not only have a seat for one person, it actually has a co-pilot and a rear seat. At least Lucius was in the passenger seat during Bruce's first test drive, and Rachel was in the back seat when he later went to rescue Rachel. So Karla is sitting next to the driver. The speed of the Batmobile is naturally unquestionable, but in Karla's eyes, if she wants, everything around her seems to be still, and she can see all the passing pictures clearly. Bruce, who was concentrating on driving, still had the energy to hear Karla's words, and couldn't help saying, "What do you think of Gotham City? Even Gotham City in the dark is not a criminal concentration camp." Karla shrugged. Ha. Facing Karla's perfunctory sneer, Bruce had nothing more to say. He is a Gotham native himself, and definitely knows Gotham City more clearly. Speaking of which, this voice changer sounds terrible. Karla began to lower her head and fiddle with the equipment on her body again. This is Bruce's bat battlesuit, which was originally transformed from his spare battlesuit. There is a voice changer near the neck, which makes Karla's voice sound hoarse, not as crisp and pleasant as her original voice. Karla's voice is definitely as sweet as a silver bell, even if it is not as heavenly as the legend says, but if she wants, she can definitely carve out her own world in the field of music. Clark's voice is also very magnetic. Perhaps this is the unique capital of Superman and Supergirl? Bruce said the reason why I wear a mask and change my voice is that I don't want to be recognized as my identity. Whatever I do is not legal. Bruce knew very well that he was not a judge, let alone a policeman. In fact, he was not qualified to arrest others. The most important thing is, I don't want those people I offended to know my identity, and then deal with people I care about. You don't want your adoptive parents to be hurt by others, do you? Karla frowned. It was definitely, but she loosened her eyebrows again, and snorted softly, thinking disapprovingly in her heart that she and Clark could use psychological hints to make people not recognize themselves. For example, when acting as Superman and Supergirl, they will become great heroes. But after returning to the mundane, no one will associate them with superheroes. Unless they are in ordinary identities, they don't do anything to cover up, and show up almost exactly the same as in action. That's why she started wearing glasses in advance. Regardless of a small change, it is enough to cause cognitive impairment. Many times, the most brilliant cross-dressing is just showing people what they really are. Okay, tell me about the guy's plan and what we're going to do now, Karla said, repeating Bruce's plan. In fact, what Bruce said before was too simple, so simple that he almost didn't say anything. Bruce said, "I'm going to Nahi Island soon. There is a friend of mine there. I think he is also confused. Why don't we explain it to you at that time? Save me saying it again?" Karla didn't mind either, and would have chosen to do so if she had. So the two stopped communicating, and went straight to the direction of Nahi Island amidst the roar of the Batmobile. Nahi Island is a small island close to Gotham City. Because of its particularity, Gotham City built a prison called a mental hospital on it. Yes, it is the Arkham Asylum. Bruce said before that Lars transported all the fear toxins that passed through the Scarecrow Lois to the Arkham Asylum through the channel of the gangster Falcone. And today's Nahi Island is completely chaotic. Lars has already acted, at least he started to turn Nahi Island into chaos but full of fearful toxins everywhere. In such an environment, there is no need for Lars to do it himself, and Gotham City will be destroyed by itself. What a terrifying picture that was, it was full of fear like hell. But Karla and Bruce didn't hesitate, and flew into the sky along the connecting bridge between Gotham City and Nahi Island. Because of the unexpected situation on Nahi Island, the bridge has actually been suspended, which is equivalent to disconnecting the connection. But Bruce didn't mind, and rushed out along the raised broken bridge, and finally landed on the opposite Nahi Island accurately. Karla sat there with an old god all the time, until the end he complained, "Your flying car skills are not bad." Karla is already indifferent to exciting facilities such as roller coasters, including this speeding car, which can't make her heart beat faster. If you have the supersonic flight ability to break through the sound barrier, you can even break through 20,000 meters and fly to the edge of the atmosphere. When you get to the ground, you will feel that those are pediatrics. Crack. Doors opened on either side of the Batmobile. "Put this on." Bruce throws a black one at Karla before getting out of the car. Karla held it in her hand and took a look. It was a simple and portable gas mask. It turned out that Bruce was worried that Karla hadn't injected the antidote, fearing that she would be infected by the fear toxin that had now covered the entire Nahi Island. Looking at Bruce getting out of the car, Karla shrugged and threw the mask away. Then she stepped out of the car with long legs, and was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of mist. The mist was obviously formed by Lars vaporizing the poison with a microwave transmitter, and it was filled with the Scarecrow's fear toxin. Karla didn't care too much, she didn't take a sip to see if she would be affected, and she didn't dare, because once she lost control, Lars would have nothing to do with it, and she could take it all by herself. Gotham City is ruined. Even destroying the world, the out-of-control Superman is the scariest. Karla does not need to inhale, and now she can even hold her breath for dozens of hours, or even more than 10 days. So Karla didn't need to care about the poisonous gas around him at all, and even quietly put a layer of psychokinesis shield on the surface of his body. She was worried that in addition to entering the body through the respiratory tract, these poisonous gases could also penetrate through the capillary pores of the human body. After all, she was a high-achieving student, so her thinking was very comprehensive. After doing this, Karla turned to look at Bruce. He had already found his so-called friend, and it was Gotham Sheriff Gordon. Definitely, Gordon should still be a clerk now, not a sheriff yet. Gordon also saw Karla, and couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Does Batman have two people? At the moment, Karla, Bruce, and the later director Gordon, the three of them got together and looked at the messy Nahi Island behind them. Nahi Island is not all Arkham Asylum. In fact, there are still other people living on the island. I have no helpers here. All the special police officers in Gotham City have been dispatched, but as you can see, everyone is down except I got the antidote that Miss Rachel gave me, GE said. When Deng said this, the expression on his face was ugly. Because it's normal that there are only 3 of them on the entire island now. If Karla and Bruce didn't arrive, he wouldn't even have a backup. So here we are, Bruce said in an eerie husky voice. Karla glanced sideways at Bruce. Do you still have the time to comfort him? It seems that the relationship is really good. You want me to avoid it for a while, and then you two are good friends and have a good time. Karla glanced at the two of them, and reminded, please, is this the time for a leisurely chat? It was the first time for Gordon to come into contact with this Oracle man, because it was indeed her first debut as an Oracle man, and she couldn't accept Karla's sharp complaints. In order to prevent Karla from continuing to complain, or imagining them as some not-so-good pictures, Bruce hurried to the topic. Nahi Island is just the beginning. A group of people are planning to spread the poison throughout Gotham City through tap water and underground water pipes, and then pass through the Wayne Group's underground main hub, covering the whole city with these poisonous gases with microwave emitters. Bruce briefly talked about Lars' plan. Gordon couldn't help but thumped in his heart, and exclaimed, in that case, the entire Gotham City will be destroyed. That's right, Lars and the Shadow Warrior Alliance are planning to destroy Gotham City, and even kill everyone. They frantically believe that Gotham City is completely corrupt and hopeless, and they may even think that they are just. Karla curled her lips. Even if she also belonged to the more radical kind, she would not implicate innocent people. She will only judge the damned, but there are still many ordinary people in Gotham City. They are innocent and should never have been implicated. Therefore, Karla will never approve of the actions of the Shadow Fighters Alliance and Lars. That's why she readily agreed to Bruce's request for help. Precisely because she couldn't just sit back and watch. How do they plan to send that launcher to the Wayne Group? Gordon also began to get to the point, knowing that the situation was urgent and he had to find a way to stop the enemy's plan. Bruce is Bruce after all, and Batman is Batman after all. He had already guessed Lars' plan. He intends to go straight to the Wayne Group on the single track. It turns out that there is also a single-track train between Nahi Island and Gotham City. As soon as Karla slapped her forehead, she didn't complain about why Gotham City decided to raise the bridge, but didn't temporarily close the elevated railway tracks. And since that bridge exists, why do we need to build an elevated railway track? Most importantly, why does it have to be a single line? That is to say, there is only one train running back and forth? In short, this plot always feels a bit deliberately rushed. Anyway, that's it. I don't even bother to complain, since a microwave transmitter can instantly evaporate the water source of the whole city. Wouldn't it turn Gotham City into a big steamer to steam everyone? Surely it will be turned into jerky by the evaporated water, right? Karla still couldn't hold back, and muttered beside her like a monster. Bruce and Gordon glanced at her. Is this woman complaining that too few people died? Are you one of those people? If it weren't for the fact that she and Batman were wearing a series of battle suits, and the two came together, Gordon would have suspected that she might also be part of the enemy. Bruce, who was used to Karla's sharp complaints, didn't bother to argue with her, and continued to Gordon, I need your help. Gordon was taken aback. What can he help? Bruce took out the keys of the Batmobile and handed it to Gordon, and said to him, my car has weapons that can destroy the viaduct. I need you to rush to the Wayne Group as quickly as possible and blow up the viaduct for me. Gordon looked at Bruce dumbfounded. Let him, the policeman who should guard Gotham City, destroy the city buildings? But Gordon also understands that Bruce's plan is a last resort, and the enemy must not let the microwave transmitter be sent to the Wayne Group, otherwise everything will be over. There is not much antidote yet, and now only 4 copies have been made. Bruce has injected 1, Rachel and Gordon each have 1, and Gordon has a backup in case of emergency. The antidote cannot be produced in a large amount in a short period of time. If the enemy's plan is successful, everyone in Gotham City will go mad because of the fear of poisonous gas, and no one will be able to save the city by then. After thinking about this clearly, Gordon immediately took Bruce's car keys and took a deep breath. Trust me? Bruce nodded. Karla on the side spoke again, unwilling to be lonely. By the way, do you really know how to drive this car? Gordon was about to cry. He watched the two of them jump over just now, and the suspension bridge has not been lowered. Doesn't it mean that he will also jump back to the other side? It's okay if Karla doesn't say it, but if he says it, he will retreat. What's more, Karla's worry is not without purpose. Gordon really doesn't know much about the Batmobile. Bruce glared at Karla, took Gordon to the side of the Batmobile, and comforted. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary manual transmission. Gordon looked at the complicated console. There are a lot of buttons. You call this an ordinary manual transmission? Also, Bruce said there was a weapon system in the car. Are you sure he's okay? After Bruce's simple instructions, Gordon at least knew which is the most important operation and weapon system. I'm going. Gordon said goodbye to Bruce and Karla in a decisive tone, and then he took out the walkie-talkie and shouted inside, I'm Gordon, put the bridge down for me. He didn't have the courage to jump over it. Karla laughed silently, thinking that Gordon was also quite funny. Bruce shrugged helplessly, knowing that Gordon's request for help was meaningless, and the other side would definitely not, and he did not dare to lower the suspension bridge, because the situation on Nahi Island was too bad. So in the end, Gordon still has to muster up the courage to leap over, and he will indeed have that backbone. Then, Bruce came to Karla's side. Next, it's our turn, Bruce said. Karla pressed her fingers together with both hands, and there was a crisp crackling sound at the joints, and she moved her neck and shoulders. I wish for it. Although Gordon had been asked to destroy the viaduct, Karla and Bruce did not relax. They still needed to find out the source of the incident, which was Lars and the others. If it's enough to just destroy the viaduct, wouldn't they be able to destroy it first when they come? Definitely, Karla also questioned. Wouldn't it be better to destroy the viaduct from Nahi Island? Must Gordon go to the city and destroy the other end? Bruce was helpless. Can't you stop complaining about me? Karla spread her hands, and kicked a guy who suddenly ran out of the slanted stab into the air, and said at the same time, it's just a rant, don't take it too seriously. But her complaints gave Bruce a headache. Because what Karla said is indeed correct, since the viaduct of the railway track must be destroyed, why not destroy it nearby, so that Lars can see that there is no chance to leave in this way, and the destruction of Gotham City can also be avoided. But since that has been done, Gordon should also start, and there is no point in saying anything. Having said that, the entire Nahi Island at the moment fell into chaos, and everyone was infected with fear toxin and became crazy. How did that sentence come from? The extreme point of fear is either collapse or madness and anger. Fights between people can be seen everywhere on the street, because in everyone's eyes, they will see things that make them fear. When they realize that this fear cannot be eliminated, people will go crazy and want to destroy their own fear. Karla frowned. She saw so many people almost killing others that she had to knock everyone unconscious. It's just that her shot may be a bit heavy. Even if she recovers, she will have to go to the hospital for a few days. Bruce is also in action. He has many weapons on his body, but he doesn't use them on others. Perhaps from now on, he has already adhered to the principle of not killing people? Suddenly, Karla grabbed Bruce's cloak with such strength that he almost fell over. What? Bruce didn't blame Karla, but asked her what was wrong. Karla closed her eyes tightly, as if she was listening. The next moment she opened her eyes and asked, Your Miss Rachel is also on the island. What? Bruce was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a shocked expression. Rachel. Karla did hear it. She heard the Scarecrow's voice first. Someone came from a corner. I'm not K. Lois, my name is Scarecrow. The dead K. Lois didn't know that he had been hated by a certain tyrant. When he said the keyword Scarecrow, he was locked by Karla. Because of this, Karla accidentally noticed Rachel's location. Come with me, Karla sprinted out. Bruce had no doubts about how Karla knew Rachel's location, because he was more worried about Rachel's current situation. So the two quickly passed Nahi Island one by one, and finally they came to an alley. In this alley, Rachel is taking a child to hide around. Behind them, there is a group of prisoners who escaped from Arkham, and they are also infected by neurotoxin, with murder weapons in their hands. Point closer to Rachel. They were planning to hurt Rachel. Bruce, who saw this scene, couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed in immediately, punching and kicking those people. But Bruce didn't notice that Karla was gone. On the other side, a horse was running fast in the city, and on the horse's back, a man with a rough hood on his head fell on the horse's back, with 2 stun guns hanging from his body. He is the Scarecrow, and he was indeed going to Shanghai Rachel before, but Rachel knocked him down with a self-defense stun gun. At the moment the Scarecrow screamed involuntarily while running wildly. In fact, the Scarecrow is just an ordinary person. He just uses the fear gas he developed to make people have hallucinatory images of fear, thus bringing people fear. But the fact is that he originally didn't have any so-called real skills, at least he didn't have enough physical fitness and combat effectiveness. At the moment, Karla's cloak floats behind her, making her look as if a large bat is soaring through the sky, over the long distance to the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow let out a more terrified cry, because he had already fought against Bruce. At the moment he thought that this Batman was still Bruce coming to find him. Although Karla is not Bruce, she is indeed looking for the Scarecrow, and she is scarier than Bruce. Squinting her eyes slightly, Karla locked on to the Scarecrow. Without any hesitation, she put away the gliding function of the Batman battlesuit, and went straight to the Scarecrow. She was not far from the ground just now, but Karla didn't care. She fell to the ground with a boom and stopped in front of the horse. The horse was startled, and the front half stood up and subconsciously wanted to kick Karla. Karla snorted coldly, stepped forward quickly and grabbed the horse's head with her hands, and fell over her shoulder with her back. The horse was dumbfounded. It was thrown over the shoulder by a human. During the process, the Scarecrow fell down and let out a muffled groan when it landed on the ground. It wanted to turn its back on Karla and tried to escape with both hands and feet. Where are you going? Karla stepped on the Scarecrow's back, and huge amounts of strength made him lie on the ground and could no longer move. The Scarecrow noticed something. It was a woman's voice. Who are you? Karla sneered. Never mind who I am, you are doomed to pay for what you did. As he spoke, Karla began to exert force gradually on his feet. She didn't rush to kill the Scarecrow immediately, but let the Scarecrow gradually feel the coming of death in such a slow way. The huge and irresistible force is absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. The Scarecrow's back first issued a series of terrifying noises, and his spine was broken. This is not over. The next thing is that the internal organs of the Scarecrow began to be oppressed. There was a sneer on the corner of Karla's mouth all the time. When she traveled the world before, she saw countless natural laws where the weak preyed on the strong. She has seen all the more terrifying scenes, and even personally participated in the handling of prey. But she doesn't treat everyone like this, and there's a reason for that. Don't you worship fear? Then, come and taste the taste of fear too. Karla was retaliation in her own way. Scarecrows often complacently use fear to hurt others, and now they want to let he tasted fear. The Scarecrow kept screaming, and from the moment his spine was crushed, he knew he was going to die. You are not him. At the last moment, the Scarecrow suddenly yelled, you are not Batman. If you were him, you would never treat me like this. Karla smiled, congratulations, you got the answer right, so I reward you. Puff. The whole Scarecrow was trampled to death by her. The Scarecrow was right, if it was Bruce, he would never kill someone easily. But Karla is different. When she heard that the Scarecrow's name was also Jonathan, she secretly held a grudge in her heart. Until at the moment found a chance and stumped him to death. TCH, don't get my boots dirty. Even though they belonged to Bruce, Karla looked down at some blood that was inevitably stained on her feet, curled her lips and complained. But she didn't think about it. Did they want to dirty her boots on purpose? After solving the Scarecrow, Karla turned around and jumped up in the direction she came from, then jumped into the air again and glides away. Although the Bat battlesuit originally has the function of gliding, it does not have the function of taking off actively. In other words, you can think of it as a parachute, which allows people to float down, but it cannot be reversed into the air. So Bruce can jump from a high place and glide far without being injured, but in fact Batman does not have real flight ability. However, Karla was different. She used her own flight ability to leap into the sky, and after identifying the direction, she rushed to the direction Bruce had pointed out earlier. Finally, Karla came to the roof of a nearby building. Here, Bruce had rescued his sweetheart and his childhood sweetheart, Miss Rachel, and there was a little boy in Rachel's arms. Is that your child? Karla asked Rachel immediately after landing lightly on the edge of the roof. Rachel quickly explained, how is it possible? He is a child I met by chance on the road. I can't let him act alone, right? Speaking of which, did Batman have two people? Rachel also knew for the first time. That's because Batman definitely has only one person, at least for now, and it's him who brought in Karla to help. You guys stay here and don't act rashly. Bruce stopped Karla, who was still about to say something, stepped forward to block her behind, and explained to Rachel with concern. Rachel also cared about them. What about you? Are you still fighting the enemy? It's too dangerous. Miss, that's what we're here for. Karla shrugged, and Bruce pulled her to help, not to find Gordon or Rachel, and she knew what was going to happen next. Let's go. Bruce swung his cloak and turned around, beckoning Karla to move on. Rachel shouted behind him, wait a minute, at least leave your names. You also know that the next battle may even be life-threatening. At least let me know who you are. If anything happens, let me remember you. This woman really can't speak. Karla turned her head and looked at Rachel with some dissatisfaction. What is an accident? Don't curse them as if they are bound to die, okay? What a crow's mouth. But Bruce spoke. He had already jumped onto the edge of the building. At the moment, he turned around half-squatting, looked seriously into Rachel's expectant eyes, and said, it doesn't matter who I am under the surface. What I do, it's what you do that matters. Rachel was taken aback, and said subconsciously, Bruce. But Bruce has already kicked out. Karla raised her right hand and put her index finger and middle finger together on the temple to make a gesture. Goodbye, miss. Are you Miss Karla? Seeing Karla jumping out after Bruce, Rachel seemed to have even guessed her identity. This made Karla dissatisfied. She quickly caught up with Bruce and asked, you did it on purpose? You guys definitely made me expose my identity on purpose. Bruce did it on purpose, because he was actually not sure that he would win this battle, let alone that he would retreat unscathed. So Rachel's words touched him. He is not the Batman later. The current background is the mystery of Heroine Shadow, which can be said to be the new origin of Batman. He is still a novice, and he will inevitably make mistakes, and there will be times when he is not confident, so when he feels that he may go to death, he wants his beloved girl to at least remember himself, at least she can remember what he is. Identity and why he died. Karla felt annoyed and threatened, you must accept an interview with me as Batman, and I must warn you Bruce, this Miss Rachel has a lover, and she has a boyfriend. Bruce said without thinking, that person is dead. Damn, are you still playing widow? Karla scolded directly, what's wrong with Jennifer? At least in her opinion, Jennifer is more beautiful than Rachel, and she is also determined, and she still has a deep love for Bruce after all these years. What a scumbag. Karla cursed inwardly. At this moment, the two of them turned into two shadows of bats, almost crossing half of Nahi Island before they knew it. And when they passed through the sky, the people below were terrified when they saw their figures. Under the effect of the fear toxin, they seemed to see a terrifying picture. Many people were frightened and fainted just because they saw the figures of the two passing by, which made Nahi Island gradually settle down. After crossing more than half of Nahi Island, they finally came to a train station, which was the only single-track high-speed rail train leading to Gotham City. No one cares what this train was used for in the past. It may have replaced the subway, it may have been used to pull goods, and so on. In front of the station, Bruce landed first, followed by Karla. The two of them were wearing a bat helmet and a fairly sturdy set of armor, and a long and spacious black cloak hung on their shoulders, which would become like a bat's wing when unfolded. The two wear the same uniform battlesuit, only their bodies are slightly different, and even their heights are very close. Karla is 1.9 meters, and Bruce's setting in the original comics is 1.88 meters. When they came to the station of this train, there was another group of people in front of them. They were Lars' subordinates, that is, the Shadow Warrior Alliance. At the moment they were about to get an instrument onto the train, seeing the sudden arrival of the two Batmans, Lars turned around, but let four of them still send the things up. That instrument should be the so-called microwave transmitter. Karla and Bruce exchanged glances. The latter nodded slightly to express his understanding. They have exchanged ideas tacitly inadvertently. Although seeing two Batmans suddenly appearing in front of him, Lars didn't care, but said to Bruce, "Are you being too direct in my suggestion about drama?" Karla on the side asked Bruce, "What advice did he say?" Bruce glanced at Karla speechlessly. Did she have to let him say what he had been mocked by Lars? Bruce ignores Karla, instead announcing, "It's time to end." Lars obviously knew it. He knew that the Batman in front of him was Bruce, and he even burned down the Wayne Manor before. But last time he didn't kill Bruce because Bruce had saved his life, so this time he also let Bruce fend for himself. The result is that Bruce didn't die, and he came to him again to stop him. "Do you think you can stop me if you find a helper? You are too naive. It should end, but what should end is Gotham, a city that is already corrupt and hopeless," Lars shouted frantically. Karla was not happy when she heard this. She really didn't plan to take this muddy water, but since she didn't want to come, there was absolutely no reason for her to be underestimated. "You go and kill him, and leave the others to me." Karla glanced at Lars, not stealing the limelight that belonged to Bruce, but looked at the others. But Karla is not someone who likes to suffer. Lars seemed to look down on her just now. At the moment Karla put his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and asked, "By the way, are you just these kittens and puppies?" "Definitely not just these few people." Lars clapped his hands unexpectedly, and a dozen more people suddenly appeared from behind him. Including the people who were already by Lars' side, there are a total of 20 or so fighters in the Shadow Warrior Alliance. These samurai are all rigorously trained. It can be considered that each one is a martial artist, proficient in martial arts, ninjutsu, jujitsu, and various forms of kung fu. Bruce glanced at Karla, very powerless. "Do you have to ask him?" Although these people had been ambushing here in advance, even without Karla's inquiry, they would have emerged to attack them. But after Karla's question, there is indeed a sense of déjà vu that she is a crow's mouth. Lars glanced at Bruce and Karla, and sneered, "They will bring your heads to me. At that time, I will let you see the destruction of Gotham City for yourself, although you can no longer see it." After speaking, he turned around and climbed onto the train compartment confidently and calmly, ready to go. He wanted to bring the microwave transmitters on the train all the way to the Wayne Group, and then use the center below the Wayne Group to vaporize the poison that filled the sewers and water pipes in one go. The Scarecrow's poison must evaporate into mist to be effective. Normally, it will have no effect even if it is drunk as water. "You go and stop him, and the others will be left to me," Karla said without waiting for Bruce to speak, and took the heaviest task on his own initiative. "Can you?" Bruce was worried that Karla could not solve these people alone. He knew the strength of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Karla smiled indifferently. "Isn't that why you asked me for help? Could it be that I came to see the fun? Don't worry, I won't court death if I don't have enough self-confidence." Bruce turned his head and took a deep look at Karla next to him. Seeing that the train over there was about to start, he knew it was not time for hesitation, so he nodded and agreed. "I understand, but you be careful too, and don't get into trouble." With that said, Bruce was about to jump up and catch up with Lars. But how could those warriors let him pass? Two of them were about to draw out their long knives behind them to stop him. These people are all dressed up as samurai, and they also have a ninja style. They all have a long sword behind their backs, similar to katana or teideo, shua. But there were two flashes that were faster, flying past Bruce's side, one on the left and one on the right, and out of the corner of Bruce's eyes, he saw that they seemed to be his flying darts. Puff. The two samurai fell on their backs. Bruce took a quick look as he continued to charge forward. The heads of the two samurai were pierced, and it was two flying darts shaped like bats that caused the fatal injuries. That's right, it was his bat flying darts. At some point, Karla touched them and put them on his body before taking action. At the moment, he took them out and put them in his palms, grabbing several of them and looking at others with unkind faces. Her technique was so fast and ruthless that even the powerful warriors didn't see when she made the move. Those flying darts even pierced into the brains of the two warriors and almost came out. Karla stood there, raising her chin at the members of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. "Hey, how about playing with me? If you don't kill me first, don't try to stop him." Bruce took the opportunity to jump onto the train that had already started, and those people really didn't dare to stop him. The reason is that they have a feeling of being locked in, like a frog being stared at by a snake, and dare not move. There is an instinct and crisis from instinct, as if they will immediately attract an attack of destruction if they move. The warriors looked at each other. The current situation has reached a stalemate. They know that the number of flying darts in Karla's hands is limited, but who dares to move first? After all, the person who moves first is the easiest to kill. It seems that your so-called Kage-Mura alliance is nothing more than that. Karla was very vicious, and sneered disdainfully after seeing this scene. But that's all. I'm ashamed to say what is for justice? For the world? For the sake of justice? Do justice for the heavens. Some people want to refute. They didn't say that they were doing justice for the heavens. Come on, Karla yelled frantically. Aren't you going to kill me? I'm right here. Come and kill me. If you don't kill me, I'll go over and kill you. The shadow fighters couldn't stand her continuous and merciless ridicule. Whoever mustered up the courage first shouted, "Kill." Others responded one after another, and everyone seemed to draw out their long swords at the same time, and they were about to rush forward. But there is one person who is faster than them. Karla. She was taunting and yelling like a troubled girl just now, but when she was about to fight, her expression immediately turned cold, and she even put away the flying darts in her hand. Then Karla jumped up and rushed over. The long black cloak flew up behind her, making her look so handsome and shocking. Karla leaped into the midst of the cage Mura, and she shot, or rather kicked. "Tan leg," he said softly, and saw Karla's right leg under his feet turned into a phantom, which instantly hit one of them under the side of the waist. In martial arts, there is a saying that the south fist and the north leg are said. It is generally believed that the boxing refers to the Taija boxing, and the north leg refers to the pool leg. It is also said that the southern martial arts are stronger than boxing, while the northern martial arts are stronger than legs. In short, no matter how you say it, Tanso has its power and reputation that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the pool leg routine is simple and neat, symmetrical from left to right, and pays attention to a coherent momentum. In addition, Karla also had the experience of practicing taekwondo. When at the moment was cast, it not only hit a person's side waist instantly, but also immediately turned sideways and hit the person with another kick after that. Crack. The sound of ribs snapping. Puff. The muffled sound of shattering internal organs came out from the force of the feet. Those hit by Karla were kicked out before they could react, and died in midair. Karla, she spent 3 years traveling all over the world, of which it only took 1 year to visit famous teachers from various places recommended by Bruce. Like Bruce, she can be said to have mastered all the fighting skills and kung fu of all genres in the world. And Bruce didn't know that Karla was hiding a bigger secret. She was a Kryptonian, or a Kryptonian who had lived on the Earth for 28 years. She was soaked in the golden light of the sun for such a long time, and her strength was unmatched by anyone. Guess how powerful it is. This also made her fly with her legs and kill one person in an instant. The cage Mura was originally not weak, but he met Karla. Karla kicked a mandarin duck in an instant, and after kicking the man with one kick, before the kick landed, the second kick flew away again. This set of attacks is smooth and flowing, chic and neat, and simply domineering. The others were dumbfounded, and they didn't even have time to react. Karla turned around to look at the other people around, and deliberately lowered her voice with a voice changer, roaring, "Tonight, have a good time hunting." At the moment, she seemed to be a hunter, and those shadow fighters who brought fear and destruction to countless people have now become her prey. The shadow warriors looked at each other. They could even see the fear flickering in the eyes of their companions, and guessed that they must have the same eyes. But they are the best fighters after all. Even in the face of how terrible danger, they are still indifferent, did not choose to turn around and flee. Even though Karla was already walking towards him, she was still further away a second ago, but in the next, she turned into a phantom and appeared in front of one of them. Karla glanced at the person beside her out of the corner of her eye, but didn't even bother to look directly. She had already used the pool leg just now, and at the moment she used another martial art, Wing Chun. Wing Chun has the main characteristics of changeable moves, flexible use, flexible punching, short bridge and narrow horse, and good at sending out inch strength. Especially the inch strength. No one can see Karla's fist clearly, and the distance is obviously very close. It is not enough to open the posture at all. But she exerted stronger strength, and when she hit the target's chest with her palm, it instantly shattered his heart through the chest. Then Karla quickly rushed to the next person. At the moment, there was no one Karla needed to guard against and care about, and Bruce had already jumped on the train and went away with the train speeding up. Except for these shadow fighters, there are all people who have lost their sobriety due to fear of poison. She can finally do her best. This is terrible. Once Karla moves at full speed, even these powerful shadow fighters can't see clearly, and she used all the skills she had learned. I saw her rushing left and right in the crowd, and no one could stop her. She was not an enemy at all. Seeing her rushing towards a person quickly, before the others had time to react, she had already dealt with that person and rushed in front of the other person. Later, she simply used the most common punches and kicks, feeling that it was a waste of time to use too complicated kung fu against these opponents who were at most just ordinary people. He simply rushed towards the opponent at a terrifying speed, and only punched one by one with his own powerful strength. In an instant, all of Lars' men fell down. When Karla came to the last person, the person finally couldn't bear the pressure and shouted, "Who are you? Your strength is definitely not what a human should have, and your speed, who are you?" He's right, Karla's strength is indeed at Superman level, but that doesn't make sense to him. "Tonight, all of you must die," Karla said with a terrifying aura, coupled with the low, hoarse voice from the voice changer, causing the will of the shadow fighter in front of him to fluctuate. But he finally stood firm. Lars Al Ghul is immortal and immortal. Karla immediately sneered, "There is no immortality in the world, even the legendary Shendo will fall. What do mere human beings know? How do you know the vastness of the universe? Have you heard of the apocalypse star? Have you heard of the origin wall? Have you heard of the infinite multi-universe? Have you heard of high-dimensional creatures? Have you heard of the origin of the universe, and the oldest gods, and even the monitor, anti-monitor, and master monitor? People who don't know anything dare to claiming to be immortal? Even the universe will perish, let alone a mere personal life. The man showed a surprised expression. It was indeed the first time he had heard of this. But he had no chance to listen anymore. Karla pinched her hand hard, and with a click, the man's neck was crushed by her. Even a planet as powerful as Krypton will perish. No one will live forever unless you transcend everything. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a shocking belief inadvertently. She wasn't worried about being heard, because there were no living people around her, including the Batman battlesuit on her body, which she also checked, and there was no bug. Don't underestimate Karla's level of technology. She studied crazily for 4 years in college. If she wants, she can get all the most complete degrees in the world at any time. Definitely she is not willing to do that. One is that the knowledge she has learned is not for showing off, she is to enrich her knowledge so that she can face any unexpected situation that may occur at any time. For example, in this crisis in Gotham City, if there were no tactics arranged by Bruce, she would have found the best way to get rid of Lars and his gang. Even the microwave launcher, she just listened to a brief introduction, and she already noticed that there was something unreasonable in it, and made complaints about it many times. It stands to reason that human beings should be the first to be vaporized, especially Lars and the others. Those who dare to get close to the transmitter will have their blood evaporate immediately. Definitely, her complaints are of no use. It is precisely because Karla has a high level of knowledge that she is not afraid of Bruce making small moves in the battlesuit, otherwise she would not be so free. Casually discarding the last enemy's body, Karla thought for a moment, then bent down to remove a man's long knife from the back. From Karla's previous flying darts technique, it can be seen that she has also practiced weapons. In addition to boxing skills, she has also dabbled in swords, guns, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. As for swords, she can skillfully use everything from ancient martial arts in the east to great swords in the west. Holding a long knife in her hand, Karla turned around and looked in the direction where the train had gone. Supervision allowed her to see the train in the distance and even the situation inside the train clearly without being disturbed by the surrounding fog. Bruce has already fought with Lars and several of his men, but Bruce is alone and is being suppressed by Lars. He doesn't have the physicality of Karla's Superman after all. Karla flicked the long knife in her hand, and said slowly, "The cycle of life and death is endless, and we live, they die." After saying the last word, Karla jumped forward, and then the whole person flew into the sky, and quickly went straight to the train. The high-speed train has successfully left the blockade of Nahi Island through the viaduct, and when the microwave transmitter entered Gotham City, all the water in the underground pipes entering the range was being evaporated. The sudden huge high pressure caused the sewer covers on the road to be lifted off one by one, and Gotham City began to be shrouded in the poisonous fog of those terrible fear toxins. At the moment Bruce has chased after him, and he broke into the train to stop Lars' conspiracy and ambition. You just can't learn the lesson. Lars didn't expect him to follow, but he wasn't surprised. After all, Bruce was his disciple. At the same time, Lars was not afraid of Bruce's incarnation of Batman, and he waved his head to signal, and immediately 4 subordinates on the left and right automatically stopped in front of Bruce. "Originally, I didn't plan to kill you, but if you keep looking for death, then I'll let you go," Lars said, clearly imposing the death penalty on Bruce. The 4 subordinates also heard what he meant, and murderous aura suddenly appeared on their bodies, and they rushed towards Bruce from left to right. Bruce was also unambiguous, displaying the skills he had learned and fighting with Lars' men. The road Karla walked was recommended by him, and what Karla learned, he definitely also learned. It's just that Bruce doesn't have Karla's super strength, so he had to join the Shadow Warrior Alliance for the final training, but now, when he confronts other Shadow Warriors, he immediately judges against each other. Bruce is more powerful than those Shadow fighters. The former fellow apprentice brothers are not Bruce's opponents at all. With 1 against 4, he solved them one by one in this narrow space. "Will you just hide behind your subordinates?" Bruce finally shouted to Lars. The 4 had already been knocked down by him, but Bruce didn't kill them. Lars snorted coldly, and suddenly took out a knife. It was the knife he hid in the cane. It was usually invisible in the cane, but when the switch was turned on with a special technique, a sharp straight blade would pop out. "Then let you really see my horror." Lars swung the long knife in his hand and slashed at Bruce. Bruce didn't have a weapon in his hand, but he had 2 arm guards inlaid on the battlesuit on his wrist. Facing Lars' attack, he just raised his right hand and blocked his attack with the arm guard on his wrist. There are even some sharp sawtooth-like blades on Bruce's arm guards, which are not used to hurt the enemy, but he specially prepared to deal with Lars and the others. I saw Bruce didn't wait for Lars to retract the knife, clamped his blade with the arm guards of his arms, and then used those sharp serrations to form a scissors-like pinch, and exerted more force. Crack! Lars' long knife made a crisp sound, and it immediately shattered into several pieces. Many people may not know that a knife seems to be good for chopping, as if it is very strong. But in fact, it can be easily cut off from the side of the knife. If it is difficult to cut off the knife against the blade, at most it will break off a piece of the blade. But now Bruce is exerting force from the side, easily destroying Lars' favorite knife. That's Lars' knife, definitely the best knife in the Shadow Warrior League, probably not one of them yet. Now it is destroyed. This is the combat style of Bruce and Batman. He is used to preparing everything before the battle, and using a comprehensive countermeasure to catch the enemy by surprise. If Bruce is well prepared, even Superman and even Karla may be defeated by him, or even killed. After all, the bastard had a warehouse of kryptonite in his craziest moments, and who could have guarded against that? Back to the present. Lars glanced at the broken knife in his hand, but didn't care about it on his face. Don't forget that Bruce was his disciple. It can be said that Lars taught all the exercise and training Bruce received in the Shadow Warrior Alliance. How could he be afraid of his disciples? Do you think this will stop me? You underestimate me, Bruce. You can't stop this train. Gotham City is over. I'll let you watch it fall before your eyes, Lars said. Without any hesitation, he threw his bare hands at Bruce. Bruce is definitely not afraid, but when he actually played against Lars, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Lars is much older than Bruce, but Lars is stronger in speed and strength. Bang bang. The muffled sound of punches to the flesh came from Bruce's body, and Lars pounded on his body with punches and punches. His sophisticated moves and vigorous posture prevented Bruce from even touching the corner of his clothes. What's the matter? Is that all you have? Bruce, don't forget who taught you your skills, and don't forget that you have never defeated me once, Lars said while lecturing Bruce, while mocking and reprimanding loudly. Although Bruce is already trying his best to resist, he really has nothing to do with Lars, at least in a face-to-face one-on-one battle. The distance between him and Lars is still very large. If nothing else, Bruce has basically no chance of winning Lars, unless Gordon completes the plan assigned to him and blows up the viaduct to attract Lars' attention. But the bridge that Bruce asked Gordon to blow up before was the viaduct in front of the Wayne Group. Now the train has just left Nahi Island and entered Gotham City, which is still far from the Wayne Group in the center of Gotham City. Maybe he's about to get beaten up again. At this critical moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the train. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful black figure came in from the car window upside down. Hey, handsome guy, do you want me to help you? Karla was wearing a Batman battlesuit in the same style as Bruce, standing there with her hands on her hips, and joked leisurely. Bruce was suppressed miserably, but when he saw Karla, he immediately turned from worry to joy. Have you dealt with those people? Small idea. Karla tilted her head, revealing a long knife behind her back. Lars frowned. He knew what losing his sword meant to a samurai. Even though he didn't care about his favorite sword, he trained his subordinates very strictly, and he knew that those subordinates were likely to have been died. Speaking of Bruce, Karla seemed to have noticed something at this time. She turned her head and glanced at the microwave transmitter placed in the middle of the train. Don't tell me that your Wayne Group is still planning to recycle this dangerous machine. Won't you destroy it? Bruce said weakly. Do you think I have a chance to destroy it like this? Karla seemed to have just noticed that Bruce was being ridden under Lars, with one hand stuck around his neck and the other clenched into a fist. Before Karla arrived, Bruce was being repaired very badly. Karla raised her hand to cover her eyes. Go on, I didn't see anything. Bruce and Lars roared at the same time. What are you misunderstanding? For Karla, an elderly man pressing down on a middle-aged man is a bit hot-eyed anyway. Definitely she must be thinking too much. Lars let go of Bruce with a snort, because he felt that Bruce had been taught enough by him, and if he was smarter, it would be better not to get up. Turning around, Lars also reached out to straighten his suit. When he came to Gotham City, he changed into a neat suit and leather shoes, and he looked a bit like a dog, but he was also a bit of a gentleman. It's just that if you think about what he wants to do, you won't think so. You think you can stop me? Lars sneered. Even in the face of the double Batman, he was still indifferent. It's just two ordinary people wearing masks. You can neither stop me nor stop this train. Karla put down his hand that was covering his eyes, but the gap between the fingers could hardly block anything, and shrugged. He can't, but it doesn't mean I can't. It's time to show real skills. As she said that, Karla pulled out the long knife behind her and swung it left and right, and she beheaded the 4 Lars men who were defeated by Bruce. Lars' eyes twitched. Unlike Bruce, Karla's shot is a fierce killing move, and Bruce just beat them before. The reason why Lars still has such confidence is precisely because he knows that those 4 subordinates can stand up at any time to help him defeat the 2 of them. But now, he was alone with Karla and Bruce. Bruce, on the ground, glances at Karla. Karla also glanced at Bruce. Why? I can't bear it anymore? But you have to know, if you don't kill your master, millions, or even tens of millions of people in Gotham City will die. Do you want to put the lives of 40 million people at risk by yourself? Bruce sighed. I haven't said anything yet. Even Bruce knows what's important. That's right. By the way, do you mind if I clean up the door for you? Karla turned her attention to Lars again. But what she said was the opposite. The so-called clean-up should refer to the top-down, or the betrayer who seriously endangered the behavior of the family. But no matter how you look at it, Bruce should be the one who was cleaned up. So Bruce rolled his eyes and fell down, not wanting to get up. Lars glanced at Bruce and snorted again. What? Do you think she can beat me? Karla is a girl after all, and this Batman battlesuit was specially remodeled for her. The graceful figure is a woman at first glance. What's more, the voice changer only makes Karla's voice a bit darker, but it doesn't change the female voice into a male voice, and you can still hear that she is a girl. Lars felt insulted. How dare a mere woman underestimate him? Lars was about to say something. But at that moment, Karla made a move in an instant, and a silver-white blade quickly slashed in front of him from a distance. After all, Lars is Lars. As the leader and even the founder of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, almost everyone is his disciple, and he is also the strongest. Surprised, Lars took a step back subconsciously, and leaned against the wall of the train with a cold back. But at least he dodged Karla's deadly sudden onslaught. What surprised Lars was Karla's decisiveness and ruthlessness. She didn't fight head-on, but chose a sneak attack indifferently. Lars was about to accuse something in shock and anger. However, when Karla missed a single shot, she had already rushed over a long distance. Seeing that she fiercely and decisively raised her right leg, she came straight towards him with a knee bump. Lars didn't have time to finish his sentence, so he quickly turned and hid aside against the train wall. Boom! There was a loud bang behind him, and Lars, with a quick glance out of the corner of his eye, saw Karla's knee bump sending the train straight into shape-shifting. The material of the train was so strong that even Lars was stunned by Karla's terrifying strength. Bruce shielded his eyes with his hands, recalling the time when he was kicked by Karla when he was a student. Lars was careless. He underestimated Karla because of Karla's gender, but in fact, she is stronger and faster than Bruce, and the most important thing is that her moves are more crisp, decisive, ruthless, direct, and even more deadly. Karla stopped talking after the shot, but had a cold face. From the lower half of her face under the mask, it could be vaguely seen that there was a killing intent in her expression. "Don't hide for me, are you a rat? Or are you related to a rat?" Karla shouted angrily, raised his hand and grabbed into the steel wall of the train, and then waved his hand to chase Lal even faster. The two chased each other and hid from the middle of the train all the way to the console inside. At this point, Lars still had nowhere to hide. He looked in shock at Karla, who stood in front of the car door with a sneer and a little bit of complacency on his lips. Lars never expected that this oracle man was stronger than his disciple Bruce. "Who are you?" Lars couldn't help asking. He wanted to know who he was defeated by. Karla was not as he wished, and complained, "Why does everyone want to ask other people's identities? If I could tell you who I am, I still wear a fucking mask. Fool. The old lady wears a mask because she doesn't want people to know who she is, so how could she tell you? As for you," Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, "life is a part of reincarnation. And this part of you is over." With the low and somewhat hoarse voice, plus the lines full of secondary meaning, let alone, it is quite bluffing. Lars would never sit still. He opened his hands in a special posture, ready to meet Karla's final attack. After Karla glanced sideways, Bruce finally got up, but instead of paying attention to Karla's battle, he was paying attention to the microwave transmitter that was still functioning continuously. "This bastard, even if you trust my sister's strength, treat me as a qualified audience." Karla complained in her heart, "Bruce is simply an unqualified group performer, take your lunchbox and leave." Lars on the opposite side noticed Karla's distraction. He was already extremely neat, and jumped onto the control console, about to jump out of the high-speed train. This might be his only chance of escape. But at the moment when he was about to jump out, Karla somehow came to his side and grabbed his ankle. "Hey, did I let you go?" Lars turned back in horror. "How did she do it?" Karla gave him a sneer, lifted Lars up with terrifying strength, and hit the console in front of him hard. Boom. Lars, a living person, turned into a puddle of flesh in the end, stuck to the console and unable to get up and down. Lars here is just an ordinary person's physical fitness. He doesn't have the so-called regenerative healing factor in the comics. If it wasn't for Karla's fear that Bruce might discover her biggest secret, Lars couldn't even last the first round. Will be decapitated by her at supersonic speed. But in the end, when Lars mistakenly thought that Karla was distracted, he actually exposed the biggest flaw. Karla grabbed his foot and slapped it on the console like a whip or a school bag. Now I can't even recognize Lars's appearance, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to pick it out when dealing with the follow-up. Karla clapped her hands, and turned back to the middle of the train, which was beside the dangerous machine, indifferently. Glancing at Bruce, who was busy looking for a way to turn off the machine, Karla complained, "So I just said this thing doesn't make sense at all." Where the train passed by, the water in the underground pipes more than 10 meters or tens of meters away from the viaduct was evaporated. As a result, she and Bruce were beside the machine, and the blood and water in their bodies were not affected at all. Influences. Also, Lars and the others should have died a long time ago when they were so close. Bruce rolled his eyes. "If you have time to complain, why don't you want to help me?" Those guys obviously didn't intend to turn it off, so they destroyed the switch controller. Karla shrugged, picked up the knife she was carrying and walked over. Bruce was taken aback, and quickly stopped her. "What are you doing? Don't act rashly. I don't want to be killed because of you. No matter how you say this thing is a high-tech machine, if you mess with it, it will only detonate it." Bruce is really just a normal guy in a mask, and Lars is right that he would still die if he got caught in the blast. Karla glanced at Bruce. "Who do you think I am? After you slipped away from the university without saying goodbye, what did you think my sister was doing? I read all the books in the Metropolitan University library. Do you really think Superman is a fool? I always feel that this guy is very rude." Karla looked at the microwave transmitter in front of her again, opened her perspective eyes silently, easily saw through the machine in front of her, and found its main hub. All machines must have a hub, that is, a starting device, just like a computer case. If the power supply inside is burned out, or the running hardware is damaged, the computer will definitely not be able to start. At the moment Karla found its main hub, without any hesitation at the moment, holding the long knife in his hand at a speed that Bruce didn't even realize, shot like a thunderbolt. Puff. As if stabbing tofu, the long knife in Karla's hand instantly pierced through the outer steel plate of the microwave launcher, accurately destroying the most important hub. Buzz. The microwave transmitter made a sound, and then slowly stopped. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down on a nearby chair. Karla withdrew the knife and saw that something was stained on it, including the blood of the beheaded 4 people, and something in the machine. Subconsciously, he picked up the cloak behind him and wiped it. I won't wash it for you, and you only have this battle suit, Bruce threatened from the side. Karla froze, glared at Bruce, and dropped the knife in her hand. That's right, she still had some knives that she couldn't put it down just now, but now she has decisively discarded them, so let's leave the head office. The corners of Bruce's eyes twitched. Is it so casual? Fortunately, he stopped. It's not that Bruce is stingy. Do you think this cloak is for being handsome? Why is Bruce's battle suit worth more than a few $1,000,000? Even this cloak is part of the gliding function, not an insignificant thing. How could that knife be worth tens of thousands of dollars? But the price of this cloak may really exceed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Karla also turned around and walked to the side chair and sat down. It's finally over. Karla opened her hands, leaned against the back of the chair, and stretched her waist fiercely. She has been very busy tonight, and even she is a little tired, but still quite enjoyable. Suddenly, Bruce on the side turned his head to look at Karla, and glanced sideways at the console compartment in front of him, and could vaguely see some bloodstains. He had already guessed something, and couldn't help asking, can't you choose another method? Karla knew what he was talking about. Are you asking me why I had to kill him? Bruce didn't agree, but that's what he meant. Karla sighed. At the moment, she didn't mess around anymore, or avoid Bruce's questioning. She was obviously no longer a child, although she was still a little excited when she put on a mask and became the so-called Oracle Man. But at this moment, Karla took off Batman's helmet and looked at Bruce with his true face. She knew that there were no video recorders on the train, so she was not afraid of being known. Bruce, he just wanted to murder tens of millions of lives. I know we have stopped him, but what if we don't stop him? Tens of millions of people will die, and Gotham City will be destroyed. Even if this time don't kill him, he will come back next time. You told me that they have done something. How many people died in Gotham City during the Great Depression? They should pay for it. Karla faced Bruce's doubts with sincere eyes. Bruce also reached out and took off his mask. The two of them knew each other, at least Bruce thought so. But we are not judges, not even the police, we do not have the power to lynch, and even we are originally illegal. Bruce has his own ideas. Then you should have been in the house from the start, you shouldn't have put on the clothes, you shouldn't have stopped this. If you feel criminals are the ones to support and superheroes are illegal, I think you should hide and watch Lars destroy Gotham City once, then turn around and mess up the whole world. It doesn't matter if you kill billions of people, we are breaking the law anyway, aren't we? Karla scoffed at Bruce's idea. How come superheroes have become illegal, and the behavior of criminals has become normal? Bruce frowned deeply. Karla, your thoughts are dangerous. I never said that the behavior of criminals should be supported, let alone normal. I mean, we can fight criminals, but if we use violence to counter violence, then what is the difference between us and them? And you will only get deeper and deeper. When you realize that killing a criminal is much easier than arresting him and punishing him, in the end you and Lars have another what's the difference? Is Lars really evil? Maybe what he did was right, but his starting point, at least he thought he was just. Lars is right, Gotham City is rotten and a bit hopeless, so Lars wants to get rid of it in one fell swoop. But Lars got one thing wrong, that is, he was too desperate and crazy, and he even wanted to kill and erase innocent people. And now Bruce is worried that Karla will become the same person as Lars sooner or later. Karla was startled, and couldn't help but think of a name in her mind, Unrighteous Superman. Is she going to become the unjust Superman? The so-called Injustice Superman refers to the work of injustice, gods among us, including games and adapted comics. All the culprits originated from Joker's evil conspiracy. He used illusions to make Superman accidentally kill his pregnant wife Louise, and also destroyed half of the Metropolis with a certain bomb explosion, and killed thousands of people. This time Joker no longer wanted to drag Batman into the abyss, he turned Superman into his goal, tried everything, even took his own life to be killed by Superman. Joker succeeded. He made Superman paranoid and crazy. Since then, Superman has stopped restraining himself and began to act as judge, jury, and executioner at the same time. There was a time when the entire Justice League, except for Batman and a few others, was almost on Superman's side. Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Cyborg, Shazam, even Superman's enemy Lex Luthor, and even the fifth-dimensional troublemakers, and even Batman's good helper Robin joined here. Even Aquaman joined from the initial resistance to the later compromise. Superman set out to bring peace by solving criminals before they hurt others. It's just that slowly his team also began to change their taste. After tasting the simplicity and convenience of this method, they began to get out of hand. Even the world has been threatened and intimidated, and everyone is starting to feel insecure. After all, the so-called criminals are dealt with before the crime begins. Who can guarantee that they will not be treated as criminals? Maybe the idea of Injustice Superman is good, but he is too extreme. Before the criminal actually commits the crime, he cannot be punished as a criminal. Are we wrong? Karla suddenly asked. She didn't doubt herself, but questioned Bruce. So we are wrong, we shouldn't stop Lars in advance, we should wait until he killed tens of millions of people. Put him in a prison where he can escape at any time, and then arrest him after he continues to hurt tens of millions of other people, and even after he kills everyone in the world. We should be like this right Bruce? Bruce looked at Karla deeply. He seemed to understand something. If Bruce knew the unjust Superman, he would definitely see that Karla was dangerous, and she might rise up and become the unjust Superman at any time. You're so extreme. Bruce snapped his helmet back on, inevitably disappointed with Karla. You're too weak, Bruce. Karla put on Batman's helmet again, her tone full of disdain. Have you ever seen the cruelty of nature? In order for hyenas to eat buffaloes, you know that the first place hyenas attack is where? I think being a man gives you a chill down your spine, or your hips. At the end, Karla let out a burst of unreserved laughter. Because when a hyena besieges a buffalo, especially a male buffalo, the easiest and most convenient place to attack is the crotch. Do you know what the first thing a male lion does when he conquers a lioness' pride? Kill all the offspring of the previous Lion King, that is, the cubs. Do you think they are animals, so they have no reference value at all? Maybe. I just want to say that I have seen more cruel and terrifying natural worlds, and human beings are also part of nature. Even though we don't have to do those things to survive, I just want to tell you that killing will never end, and human beings have not forgotten the most primitive sins. You have to remember, what we want to protect is those good people who won't hurt others, not to be the umbrella of those damned people with blood on their hands. If you can't even afford this, superhero, you really don't deserve it. You're an icon of justice, Bruce, and after all you've been through, you're still willing to believe that justice exists. But I'm the one who would rather kill a man to save tens of millions. Don't worry, I won't turn into Jor-El, because I don't hurt innocent people, and even if Gotham City is beyond redemption, I won't let go of the fact that there are good people and innocent people in it. However, even if you give me another chance, even if you stop me, I will kill Lars again. I don't care if he is alive or not, and I don't care what you think of me. I only know that if we without stopping him, tens of millions of people in Gotham City will all die. Aren't you afraid of what will happen if we don't stop him? Just now it was Bruce's ideas that prevailed, and now, Karla is fighting back. It's a paradox that no one knows what the right choice is. It's like when you know a person is going to kill some people 5 years from now, even on purpose. But 5 years ago he was still an innocent person. Can you do it? Rather, what qualifications do you have to take action against someone 5 years ago because of what happened 5 years later? He didn't make a mistake 5 years ago. And what Bruce is most worried about now is that Karla will taste the sweetness because of this time, and that she will continue to do this in the future, killing the prisoner before committing a crime, which will only make her the prisoner he hit. Bruce's worry is not unfounded. He still doesn't know how powerful Karla is. If she really turns into an unrighteous Superman with the power of her female Superman, even the whole world will be threatened. For a while, although they defeated Lars, they successfully prevented the crisis. But the atmosphere between the two was a little stiff. Karla glared at Bruce. Bruce looks at Karla with concern too. The relationship between the two people had some cracks, and they knew that their ideas were in opposition. But Karla also recognized Bruce's philosophy, thinking that he was the benchmark of justice, but he couldn't do it himself, not for any other reason, but felt that this should be what superhero really had to bear. Bruce, do you really think it's right to throw them into prison? Karla still had some resentment after all, and she didn't even hesitate to say that the criminal who killed your parents was only imprisoned for 14 years before being released. Released? It turns out that the lives of your parents are only worth 14 years. Gotham City doesn't seem to have the death penalty. I don't think it's unfair because I know you, and I don't view this matter from the perspective of personal grievances. I just simply feel that many times the so-called respect for human rights and life is actually the most disrespectful expression of human rights and life. If you kill 2 people, you only need to sit in prison for 14 years, but the person who was killed will never come back or wake up for the rest of his life. In my opinion, the sin of depriving others of their lives is the most unforgivable crime. Everyone has only one life, and no one has the right to deprive them of it, including me depriving the prisoner of his life. But the damned person can't die. Someone is covering up including this damn law. How many people have been ruined by the boss of the gangster you arrested? How many people died under his deprivation? But in a few years he will be able to come out and enjoy himself, and then you will watch many people being killed by him dead. Since no one can stand up and solve it, let me do it. I don't care about the blood on my hands. There was no hesitation in Karla's eyes anymore, and she completely strengthened her belief. Bruce looked at Karla like this, and could only sigh silently in his heart. It seemed completely unreasonable. If it was the old Bruce, maybe he would agree with Karla's idea, including that he himself once wanted to kill the prisoner who killed his parents when he was released. But he is no longer who he was then. Karla, Bruce called Karla's name. Karla shook her head. Stop talking about Bruce, I've made up my mind. No Karla, Bruce said. He would no longer argue with her about the belief, but about something else. Speaking of which, we seem to have forgotten to call Gordon to let him know that he didn't have to blow up the viaduct again. By the way, you stop the console? Karla spread her hands. You can tell by the speed of the train. Definitely not. With Karla's all-out efforts, or not all-out help, Bruce finally succeeded in preventing Lars' ambitious plan to destroy Gotham City. But in the case of Karla killing Lars, Bruce realized that her methods might have gone too far. Because of this, the two quarreled fiercely like two children and two great philosophers. In the end, no one can convince anyone. But when they were arguing, because they were too involved in the relationship, they ignored a very serious matter, that is, they did not stop the train, which caused the train to still rush to the Wayne group at a high speed. They even forgot that when they first arrived at Nahi Island, they assigned Gordon a key task, which was to let Gordon drive the Batmobile to blow up a section of the viaduct if they couldn't stop Lars. At least it can stop Lars for a while, and maybe with luck, he can blow up Lars or destroy this dangerous machine. But they forgot to contact Gordon. You actually forgot such an important thing. Karla looked at Bruce in disbelief. Are you sure you are the Batman who is known as the brain of the Justice League? Isn't it really some little kid from that locked door wisdom? Bruce was not to be outdone. Isn't it because you forgot to turn off the train? Didn't you go to the console just now? Karla got even more annoyed, and shouted, Bruce, do you think I have a train driver's license in those degrees? I only took a car driver's license at most. Okay, now is not the time to fight. I'll call Gordon right now. Also, stop calling me by my name. You started it first. Come on bastard, hurt each other. Who is afraid of whom? Bruce can't do anything about her, whether it's in terms of two people's beliefs, or just a general quarrel. Helpless Bruce was about to take out his phone. But at this moment, there was an explosion not far ahead. Bruce and Karla looked at each other. It was too late. Boom. The pier support of a section of viaduct was blown up, and a large section of viaduct and railroad tracks collapsed entirely. Jingle bell. The phone in Bruce's hand rang instead. It was Afu who called, and he asked excitedly, Master, please don't tell me that you are on that train. Fu, you guessed it. And me, Afu. Karla reminded Afu, don't just care about your young master, Miss Ben is here too. It's okay, Fu, we'll be fine. Bruce quickly reassured the worried Fu, and nodded at Karla, we have to leave. With the gliding function on the Batman battlesuit, they are not too dangerous, provided that they must leave the car before the train falls. So before the train was about to enter the collapsed bridge section, the two smashed the nearby glass one after the other, and jumped out vigorously. When the two came to the midair outside the train, the two opened the cloaks behind them to form a shape similar to bat wings, as if turning into a real bat, soaring towards the direction of the bat cave. Their battle is over, and the next thing they need to do is to deal with the poisonous gas emitted, and then let the Gotham City Police Department complete the aftermath work, and this incident will be completely over. So Batman can already disappear. Let's just say that this Batman battlesuit is very valuable and has comprehensive functions. The two glided across half of Gotham City with just one hand, and returned to Wayne Manor safely and smoothly. Looking at the ruined Wayne Manor, Karla still couldn't help but said, if I knew your house would be burned down, I might as well have let me take some cultural relics away. It's a pity. Bruce glanced sideways at Karla. You think I'm willing to burn it? I really thought he was drinking too much to light it? Back at the Batcave behind Wayne Manor, Afu was relieved to see the two men returning safely. Poor Afu, having such an uneasy young master is simply heartbreaking. It's finally over. Karla took off the helmet again, reached behind her and pulled her beautiful long golden hair out of her clothes, and shook her head to relax again. Her hair hasn't been maintained since she was a child, but the soft and smooth hair makes Jennifer, who has been taking care of it, feel jealous. Moreover, Karla's hair color is naturally golden. Even in the Batcave in Hunan, as she shakes her long hair away, it emits a beautiful halo like the first sun blooming. Even Afu was moved, and invited Karla, Miss Karla, this incident has received your great help, so the young master plans to invite you to stay for a few days. Bruce was also removing the heavy equipment on his body, and looked at Afu in disbelief when he heard this. When did he say that? Isn't he just standing here? Did he not speak? Karla looked at Afu amusedly and saw what he meant. She and Bruce are in the same class, and now they have this common experience. Maybe Afu knows that she also has the same experience of traveling the world as Bruce. So is this matching them up? Forget it, let's talk about it after you rebuild the manor. I can't live here, can I? Karla shook her head and declined Afu's kindness. Although this Batcave is also very attractive, if it is used for living, there is no need for it. And she ran out overnight, and her family would be worried if she didn't come home. The main thing is, Afu, you chose the wrong target. Karla removed the Batman battlesuit on her body, changed back to her original casual clothes, and suggested to Afu, first of all, if you start with your young master, you should pay attention to that Miss Rachel, that is his sweetheart. If you start with someone who likes your young master, a friend of mine has a deep affection for him. He has never had a boyfriend until now, and he is very innocent. Just don't match me up. Is this housekeeper still going to be a matchmaker? Forget it, she and Bruce are impossible, the other party is not her type. It wasn't that long ago that they had been fighting over their differences in beliefs, which she approved of and despised for Bruce's. Bruce was also worried that Karla would end up being another Lars. Bruce, I'm going back. Karla quickly found her target in the Batcave after disarming the equipment. A motorcycle being modified, with two huge amounts of wheels at the front and rear, is the upcoming Batmobile. Because this is the origin stage of Batman, his equipment is not as comprehensive as later, and now only the Batman chariot is activated, and the locomotive is still in the research and development stage. But even if it's not perfect, Karla's eyes shine. It's better to say that the current locomotive is more in line with her aesthetics. It's a pity that Bruce immediately refused after seeing what she meant. This car is still in the research and development stage. I don't want to hear that you had a car accident on the way home. Karla wanted to say that she didn't mind, but Bruce didn't dare to bear the consequences, mainly because he didn't want the beauty to disappear. Stingy, let's see how I arrange for you then. Dare to offend the reporter? You're done, Bruce. In the end, a foot drove her back in Bruce's private jet. Karla has been speculating that maybe this plane is the fighter after Batman? Or maybe not. Because this plane is just an ordinary small private plane. After Wayne Manor was burned down, when Bruce decided to ask Karla for help, Afu urgently mobilized it. In order to be able to launch and land at the estate, this is actually a helicopter. The advantage of a helicopter is that it can go straight up and down without an airstrip. Before Karla went back, Afu also tried to persuade her to take a bath first. After fighting all night, she couldn't help but feel a little sweaty. Karla is very helpless. It seems that Afu is determined to want her to be the mistress of the Wayne family. No, please don't, she's not interested. What's more, she didn't bring a swimsuit, and with the current situation in Wayne Manor, she can only take a bath in the pool behind the Batcave, right? Fu, what are your intentions? This old and disrespectful guy really did everything he could to make his young master have a home sooner and to have a grandson in his arms. Although Afu is the housekeeper, he has taken care of Bruce since he was a child, and he almost regards Bruce as his own child. He also has no home of his own, no wife or children, so he has always regarded Bruce as his own. But Bruce is really not Karla's type. In the end, when Karla was sent back to her farm by Afu, she found that her family members hadn't slept all the time, but were worried about her condition and waiting for her to come back. After Karla bid farewell to Afu, accompanied by her parents and younger brother Clark, she returned to the living room at home, and saw her family members watching the news on TV. Such a big situation suddenly happened in Gotham City, and the news has been reporting it for a long time. But the reporters in Gotham City didn't dare to get close to the fog, so they could only hide from a distance and report on the scene. This has always been the case in many superhero movies, and the efficiency of news broadcast and relay is very fast. Even Karla appeared on the screen. Therefore, there was a query on the TV news: Gotham City surprised Oracle Man? What is her relationship with Batman? The family watches Karla together. Although Karla didn't want to admit it, she revealed from the beginning that she was going to help Batman, and she could only shrug her shoulders. It's me. She still confessed to her family. Anyway, the biggest secret is the identity of the Kryptonian, which is nothing at all. But the family still looked at Karla with that suspicious look. Karla was finally surprised. Didn't she admit it? Why is there still this look? Why are you looking at me like that? Karla thought they were worried about revealing her own strength, and continued to comfort her. Don't worry, I haven't revealed too unbelievable strength. Karla, who is that Batman? As a result, Martha was even more curious about Batman's identity. He is your boyfriend. Puff. Karla almost vomited blood. Who said that? Seeing that Martha and Jonathan were looking at her expectantly, even Clark seemed to think so. So they were expecting this? No, Karla immediately vetoed it with all her strength, and she also understood why Bruce showed a helpless expression when facing Afu's urging marriage. Once the elders urge marriage, it is really scary. Karla angrily ran to the yard outside the house, took out her mobile phone and dialed Perry's number. Don't look at Karla had hung up on Perry a dozen times not long ago, but Perry answered her call right away. What? I'm tired of staying at home, do you want to come back to work tomorrow? Perry teased, yawned, and asked, have you seen the news? There seems to be big news in Gotham City. As a media person, it turned out that Perry hadn't slept yet, but followed the incident that happened in Gotham City overnight. Karla gritted her teeth and said, definitely no, I haven't rested enough, you can't take back the promise. Having said that, I have news about Bruce Wayne in my hand. You can report it like this tomorrow, just say that the billionaire is drunk. I burned my own manor, and the ancient castle was destroyed. You can let others write other content, but you must put my name on it, otherwise he will not admit it. Karla is pissing off Bruce, the jokes and complaints before, and now it is obviously going to become real. Later, when Bruce saw the relevant news, he couldn't help crying and laughing, but he didn't mind. It was much better than Karla telling the news about the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Gotham City returned to peace from the second day, and with the full support of the Wayne Group, the city's water sources were purified again. Moreover, those poisons are originally harmless to the human body, and only after they are turned into poisonous gas will they have an effect. So after the poisonous gas was slowly decomposed by oxygen and various gases, Gotham City gradually returned to calm. This incident obviously caused a lot of losses, but compared with the result of the destruction of Gotham City, the losses have been reduced to a minimum. In addition, the Wayne Group also helped to compensate, and even undertook the heavy responsibility of rebuilding afterwards. The mayor of Gotham finally heaved a sigh of relief. Later, in order to keep Perry from bothering herself, Karla also asked Bruce to fulfill his promise and conduct an exclusive interview with him in Batman, or in fact only took a few photos and mailed it. Bruce, a black-bellied bastard, had clearly agreed to be interviewed by her, but in the end he sent her away with only a few pictures of his looks. And the whole set of Batman equipment that was promised is gone. If I had known, she would have worn that Batman battlesuit home. Damn it, totally fooled. Karla was very angry and had no choice but to send Batman's photo to Perry. Unexpectedly, Perry was very excited and satisfied, saying that Karla has made great contributions, and she will be given more bonuses this month. Karla blinked. Meow meow, that's okay too. It seems that there is a way to stabilize the money. Karla showed a thoughtful expression. Maybe she really wanted to bring back that Batman battlesuit, and when she had no inspiration to write a column, wouldn't she be able to send Perry away by taking a photo of herself? If Perry knew what she was thinking, he might vomit blood. But whether it's a little Spider-Man or Clark, it seems that they have done this kind of thing. Poor Daily Planet and Daily Bugle. After that, Gotham City also had many follow-up events with large file size and small size. For example, Karla interviewed Bruce before, and mentioned that the current executive chairman of Wayne Group wants to list Wayne Group and sell shares to cash out. As a result, Bruce used a lot of money to buy his company back under the alias of many organizations, and being rich is self-willed. Another night, Gordon, now sheriff, signals Batman with a searchlight, causing Bruce to emerge as Batman. Bruce thought that Gotham City was completely peaceful now, and he could rest. As a result, Sheriff Gordon took out a playing card and announced the existence of Joker. Everything seems to have passed. Gotham City avoided a huge crisis. With the efforts of Batman before, the underground underworld is falling apart, and Gotham City seems to have restored peace. As for Karla, let alone, she didn't even bother to watch the news of Gotham City recently, and only concentrated on resting at home. Now she also starts to put on her sports wear every morning and evening and go out for a run, and walks her dog along the way. You're not old enough yet, Clark said, hitting Karla's minefield one day. Karla is 10 years older than Clark. Unlike many Supergirl origin stories, Karla did not stay in the Phantom Zone for decades because of the impact of a meteorite, but came to Earth with Clark. Clark is 18 now, Karla is 28, and she's turning 30 soon. You mean, I'm already a middle-aged woman? Karla put her hands on her hips and looked at Clark with cold eyes. Clark quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. If it was before, Karla might have spared him, but today is different. Crack clack. Karla clenched her fists, making a series of bone and joint collision sounds, which was terrifying. Sister. Clark started to back away. A slight sneer appeared at the corner of Karla's mouth. It seems that I am too kind to you, Clark. I should let you know that knowing your sister's status is not to be offended. Karla definitely wasn't pissed off by Clark. She warned Clark, I've noticed you've been slacking off lately, and I haven't had time to teach you what I've learned. I think it's just today. Clark asked with a wry smile, can I refuse? The answer is definitely not possible. Karla took this opportunity to find an excuse to start special training for Clark while staying at home. She was teaching Clark the fighting styles she had learned, and as for the means, it was all about fixing Clark so he could experience it for himself and remember that feeling. In order not to cause too much momentum, Karla also agreed that the two of them could not use super strength, not to mention that this was done so that Clark could master some combat skills. Wouldn't it be completely meaningless if he used super strength to dodge? Karla even taught Clark about psychokinesis, or the control of mental power, from the original magic book. Clark, we are not invincible. Although we are indeed strong enough now, there are also weaknesses that restrain us, such as the red sun rays. Karla began to popularize the knowledge and weaknesses of Kryptonians for Clark. He must clearly know what he is afraid of, and even what things and means can kill him. Karla was very worried whether Clark would be careless because of his own strength. If the golden sun's rays can strengthen our strength, then the red sun's rays can weaken our strength. You must remember this. If one day when you have a chance to go into outer space, be sure to stay away from those red suns. In addition, Karla also warned Clark, there is also a kind of ore from our home planet Krypton, which can be called kryptonite, and that kind of ore will also threaten us. All super abilities, even kryptonite, become deadly threats and even toxins. Kryptonite is too harmful to Kryptonians. Except that Superman in the Silver Age can ignore it after reaching a certain level. It has always been the deadliest weapon and threat of the Superman family, even the so-called undead monsters like Doomsday. So I'm going to teach you the control of mental power now. When your psychokinesis is strong enough, you can open a protective shield on your body before the kryptonite approaches. Although the effect of kryptonite is powerful, as long as the minerals emitted by kryptonite or even the position or magnetic field are not affected by itself, I guess there should be no problem. This is the conclusion Karla came to after participating in the Battle of Gotham City this time. At that time, she used psychokinesis as a shield to resist the poisonous mist. Although she could hold her breath, don't forget that there are pores on the human body, and she would be poisoned if she was in the mist for a long time. And under the protection of psychokinesis, Karla has been unaffected. Now she is also going to teach psychokinesis to Clark, hoping to become an important force to protect Clark someday. To be honest, Karla is too kind to this younger brother, because of the age gap between the two, even if they are not raised as their own sons. After all, they have their adoptive mother Martha. But at least Karla and Clark are the only Kryptonians. No matter where Karla's original soul came from, she can only live with Clark now. So Karla had to be fully prepared, and didn't want to regret it when Clark was really in danger. Clark also knew that Karla was doing it for his own good, so he followed his sister to train hard, trying to learn all these things before going to college. And don't forget that Superman has super learning abilities, those super abilities of Karla awakening, and Clark is gradually awakening later. They're both Kryptonians, and they're cousins of the same family. It doesn't make sense that what Karla has, Clark doesn't have. In this way, Karla's 1-month vacation was very fulfilling, and it was so fast that she didn't realize it, and it passed in a blink of an eye. No matter how unwilling Karla is, she will go back to work in Metropolis next. And Clark, he actually went to the Metropolis to go to school a few days ago, and Karla drove him in his own car at that time. Jonathan also wants to send Clark off, but now that his children have grown up, he doesn't have to bother him to do everything by himself. Clark didn't want to see his adoptive mother Martha tearful when they were separated, so he begged his father to stay at home with his mother, and promised that he would come home every week or every month. As a result, Martha immediately glared at Karla with a complaining look. Your sister promised so at the beginning, but then she disappeared for 3 years in one breath. Karla stuck out her tongue and hurriedly beckoned Clark to flee. Later, after Karla sent Clark off, she returned home for a few days, but after the 1-month vacation was over, she would leave home and go to work again as a female white-collar worker. It was on this morning that Karla was driving her car, which had not yet paid off the loan, with a lot of vegetables at home in the trunk. If she hadn't stopped her, the rear seats would have been filled by Martha and Jonathan. The bustling life of the city. The road she was going to take next was the road where the tornado incident happened, but it didn't happen again today. It's not so unlucky every time. How can such natural disasters happen every day? Karla turned on the radio and listened to the song. It was fun to be alone. At this moment, a series of phone rings rang, and the inexplicable Karla had a bad premonition. She picked up the flip phone. There are still no smartphones in this era. Even if it has a prototype, she doesn't want to buy a machine with an old system. Moreover, can you imagine how slow it is to open a web page with a 2G network? Sorry, it's not yet the 3G era. When Karla answered the phone, Jennifer's voice came from the opposite side. Her tone was very excited, shouting, Karla, I have good news for you. I will be transferred to Gotham soon. Congratulations me? Karla slammed on the brakes and almost ejected himself. Congratulations you banana bala. Are you going to fuck in Gotham City? Jennifer perfectly interprets what is called surprise. No, it is shock. The shock was that she actually asked to be transferred to Gotham City. In fact, not long ago, actually a month later, Gotham City had an honest chief prosecutor at that time, and he was Rachel's boyfriend at the time. But according to Bruce, the chief prosecutor is dead. At that time, Karla complained that Bruce wanted to play the widow's plot, which is definitely just a complaint, and Rachel is not the wife of the chief prosecutor, so she is not a widow. And now, a month later, because of Jennifer's voluntary application and the fact that Gotham City really needs a new chief prosecutor, she has been approved. Because Jennifer is also the chief prosecutor in Metropolis now, she can take office directly after she goes. After Karla got the news, she rushed to Jennifer's house that night without caring about her work. Are you crazy? Karla rushed to Jennifer's house after opening the door, and shouted. She has keys to Jennifer's house, including Donnie's. Definitely the keys to her house were also given to them respectively. But Karla didn't see Jennifer. It wasn't that Jennifer was not at home. Karla immediately realized that she was in the kitchen with her super hearing. Karla held back her anger temporarily, and rushed into the kitchen. In addition to Jennifer, Danny is also there, and the two are busy preparing dinner. It seems that they want to celebrate. Karla yelled again, Jane, are you crazy? Jennifer glanced at Karla, then raised her finger to her feet. Karla came in with her shoes on. Karla was very angry, but still bent down and took off the sneakers and carried them in her hands. Really, at such an old age, you are still so hot. Also, you should try wearing high heels and skirts, right? Jennifer didn't give Karla a chance, and she was sarcasm when she opened her mouth. You see, she was wearing a beautiful blue dress, and she turned it around so that the skirt floated like a flower. But Jennifer didn't notice that Donnie's already black face was even darker. I'm really sorry that I don't wear skirts, Danny reprimanded angrily. Because of work reasons, it's not convenient for her to look as pretty as Jennifer. Jennifer knew that she had accidentally affected innocent people, so she quickly hugged Danny and said deliberately, don't be angry, you know I'm targeting that person. Karla sneered, she was the one. Don't change the subject for me, Jane, do you know what you're doing? Do you have anything else on your mind besides that scumbag? Do you have to go to Gotham City? You didn't see what happened before Gotham City what? Karla was not distracted by Jennifer, and brought up the topic that made her angry again. Jennifer sighed helplessly. I know you must have mistakenly thought that I went to Gotham City because of Bruce. You really misunderstood me. Karla, the Metropolis is so peaceful. What do you think my daily work is? Sitting in the office drinking coffee and reading the newspaper, that's all. Sometimes I even envy the articles you write in the column, and want to go out and take a look. Just because Gotham City needs me, that's why I'm going. Karla looked at Jennifer, and Jennifer looked directly into her eyes. After a while, she showed a wry smile. Please, I am also a woman who is almost 30 years old. Do you really think I am just an info girl? I know Gotham City it's a lot worse than the Mets, but that's where I can make a difference and that's where I can play. And you didn't hear me on the phone, did you? What? Karla was curious, because what Jennifer said was right. When she heard that Jennifer was going to be transferred to Gotham City, she slammed on the brakes because of shock, and almost ejected herself, completely missing her words, all words. Jennifer shrugged. Actually, my going to Gotham City is equivalent to airborne plus promotion. I was promoted to Karla. I went to Gotham City not as a prosecutor, but as a chief judge. How to explain the difference between prosecutors and judges? To sum it up in one sentence, when a prosecutor wants to report or denounce a prisoner, he needs to submit all the materials to the judge and get approval. Although prosecutors and judges are not a system, it is judges rather than prosecutors who really decide whether a prisoner is guilty or not. So at the beginning of the second part, Harvey Dante, as the new chief prosecutor, needed to submit materials to the chief judge, but it was the judge who made the final judgment. Let's put it this way, even if she is not the head of the department, Jennifer's political status is already very high. She is not yet 30 years old. If Karla didn't know her well, Karla would have wondered if she used some kind of woman's tricks to climb so fast. Ask for flowers. But it's not true. The reason is that when they were students, Jennifer and Danny had good academic performance because of Karla, which can be seen from the fact that they can successfully enter the university together. They are genuinely talented. Do you have to go? Karla asked again. Jennifer shrugged. The application has been approved, and I will move in a few days. And it would be nice if I could meet someone or something. I knew you were still going for Bruce, Karla said angrily, and she was still a nymphomaniac after all. How could she be so obsessed with it? Jennifer showed an aggrieved expression. You don't like it, but it doesn't mean others don't like it, and you can't deny that he is really attractive. I don't want to just find a man for the rest of my life. Karla, you can't use your standards. See what I'm thinking? You're not married. We're not. And you know who my parents introduced me to? It's all the idiots around the house, the ones you used to beat up for nothing. Who do you think I will choose? Karla sighed. There was no way to say anything else, and Bruce was indeed rich and handsome. Even if he had no money, his temperament and every move and gesture could make people fascinated, definitely not including her. The main reason is that Jennifer has been obsessed with Bruce for 10 years, so Karla doesn't know how to persuade him. She was obsessed from the age of 18 to the age of 28. Karla didn't even know what happened to her. At most, she spent 1 year with Bruce in school, only 1 year. 1 year was exchanged for 10 years of persistence and obsession. It seemed that she had to see the coffin not to cry. Karla sneered in her heart, and you will know when you go to Gotham City. Bruce has a sweetheart in his heart. It is Bruce's childhood sweetheart Rachel. At that time, Jennifer will feel distressed and give up. Thinking of this, Karla simply stopped trying to persuade Jennifer, and only waited for her to come back crying to find out that she and Danny were wrong. But Karla never imagined that Gotham City welcomed a new chief prosecutor at the same time, that Harvey Dent. And then, Rachel, she just fell into this guy's arms. To celebrate Jennifer's promotion, Karla and Danny had a small celebratory dinner at her house. The hometowns of the three daughters are all in that small town, and they don't have many friends here. If I have to say, Donnie has a boyfriend now, but she is very wise not to bring it. This is a party for the three of them, not to mention what does it mean that she brings her boyfriend here alone? The main reason is that it's inconvenient. The three of them have made a fuss in the end and it's already out of shape. On the next day, Karla had to act as a driver to take Danny home first, and then had to drag Jennifer, who was suffering from a hangover and headache, to get the letter of appointment back. In the end, she finally got her wish, and she was going to take office in Gotham City in 3 days. Gotham City is very close to Metropolis, and the 3 days are not rushed, which is enough for Jennifer to get ready. What's more, Gotham City just went through a catastrophe not long ago, and 890 needs her to rush to justice as soon as possible. It is said that after the former boss Carmine Falcone was imprisoned, his subordinates gradually became chaotic, and he might be able to seize the opportunity to catch many people. Carmine Falcone wants to control the entire Gotham City, definitely not relying on his own strength alone. In fact, he has a family to help manage the business, and even rule the entire underground of Gotham City. Now after he was caught in the Arkham Asylum, at least 15 gangs emerged under him, and it can be said that they fell apart in 1 day. Karla was still worried about Jennifer and drove her there on the 3rd day. On the way, Perry called, and this time he couldn't bear to growl and questioned Karla, "Why haven't you come to work yet?" This is already the 4th day that Karla has returned to the Metropolis. Originally, she went to work on the 2nd day of her return, but in fact, she has been helping Jennifer with everything these days. Perry finally seized the opportunity, and even Jennifer, who was sitting in the co-pilot, could clearly hear his roar, and couldn't help but glance at Karla, worried about her situation. Karla didn't care at all, driving with one hand, holding the phone to her ear with the other, and didn't care whether the movement on the other side was big or small. She had long been used to it. In response to Perry's rant, Karla explained, "Jennifer has transferred to Gotham City, and I am helping her moving." Perry almost died of anger. "You really don't take your work seriously, do you? If it is an ordinary employee, he would like to be fired on the spot. But the opposite is Karla, not just his little junior sister. The main reason is that Karla's column has always been very popular, and it can be regarded as the face of the Planet Daily. What's more, Karla has also signed a contract. She can't leave the Daily Planet casually, and the Daily Planet can't fire her casually, otherwise she will have to pay a liquidated damages. Don't worry, Karla said, not wanting to embarrass Perry, let alone being yelled at by him. I will find time to interview Bruce, or find a chance to help you get back a set of Batman photos, so that there will be no is there a problem? By the way, I'm about to become a reporter, but I remember that I wrote a column. Perry glanced at the one on the table. Karla sent it to him by courier this morning. The article to be published in the next issue, with a grin on the corner of his mouth, snorted softly and said, this is your usual laziness. Punish. Karla yelled and put the phone away. Brother Perry still takes good care of you. Jennifer on the side took the opportunity to joke. Could it be because he likes you? I remember when he was in school, he always took good care of you. Karla glared at Jennifer, knew she was unmarried and still made fun of her. As for Perry's words, Brother Perry, you still don't know, there is only one old man, and he is self-aware. Jennifer sticks out her tongue. Brother Perry is so pitiful. He actually said he has self-knowledge. Does that mean he knows it's hard for him to lick toad and eat swan meat? It's not that Perry is not good, but there are too many people who are better than Perry. Among other things, if Karla winks at Bruce, he will forget who Rachel is. In fact, Karla has too many suitors. Once she was too popular because of the column, and the company also wanted to train her as a face, and let her participate in a talk show. It was also because of that talk show later, for a period of time, many well-known wealthy people went to the planet to declare that they wanted to invite her to dinner. The retirement of the previous editor-in-chief may not have been due to the exhaustion of dealing with those rich people. Because Karla never shows up, you solve the troubles you provoke yourself. Karla has been a figure of the day since middle school. Maybe she's the only one who always thinks she's relatively low-key. The two drove while chatting, and soon came to Jor-El City. During these few days, Karla also accompanied Jennifer to find a place to live in advance, an apartment with a high safety factor, and the corresponding costs are not low zero. But with Jennifer's current salary, this payment is still very easy. In fact, with Jennifer's current position, she can be regarded as a little rich woman, with at least tens of millions of deposits on the card. Doesn't feel like a lot? But you know this is pre-millennium, and that's a lot of money. What's more, it's not about comparing with those billionaires. Compared with the income of the bottom of Gotham City, this is also astronomical. If Jennifer dared to accept bribes unscrupulously, she would only get more. Definitely she is not that kind of person. When she was a prosecutor, she was known for being unselfish. Even when Karla called Bruce and asked him to host a treat to welcome Jennifer, even Bruce praised Jennifer on the phone. Even Bruce had heard about the deeds of the new justice. But what didn't make Jennifer happy at all was that although Bruce had heard of her reputation, he only forgot that Jennifer was once his classmate. That's embarrassing. But at night Bruce still drove to meet the two beauties. Karla didn't pay too much attention to her own image. She was dressed in casual clothes, shirts, pants, and flat sneakers. She didn't look like a person who was about to turn 30, but was a bit youthful and playful. Only those glasses hindered her overall style a bit. Karla also tied her long hair into a single 0.7 ponytail, which is already one of her regular hairstyles in her daily life. Otherwise, she would put her hair in a straw hat to avoid getting dirty when she went to work in the farmland. On the contrary, Jennifer has been well dressed, wearing a blue dress, beautiful high-heeled shoes, simple light makeup, and specially combed hair, no expensive jewelry, just wearing a pearl necklace and a delicate lady's watch. When compared with Karla, even Karla is a little bit inferior. After all, people depend on their clothes, let alone girls, and a well-dressed person can be compared with a sloppy one. Even Bruce's eyes lit up when he saw Jennifer after he came. Even if he didn't feel shocked, he still thought Jennifer was very beautiful. Jennifer secretly rejoiced. It seemed that her work was not in vain. Before coming to Gotham City, Karla called Bruce. Jennifer is her friend, and she knows that Jennifer has not forgotten Bruce for so many years, and she is simply an infatuation. That being the case, she can only try to match up as much as possible, and she doesn't care whether she can help Jennifer in the end. So after they packed up, Bruce drove a supercar to meet them. Don't doubt how much money Bruce has, any more than you need to doubt that Iron Man can buy a building in an instant in order to tear it down. According to Karla's evaluation, Bruce really looks like a dog after some grooming. Moreover, this bastard would also play the role of a bohemian swinger during the day, rich, handsome, and exuding a deadly aura. No wonder it can attract so many famous women. Only on behalf of Gotham City, I personally welcome the arrival of the Chief Justice. Bruce greeted Jennifer with grace and humor. But Jennifer was a little unhappy. I hope you can call me by my name and welcome me as an old classmate. Bruce glances at Karla aside. Old classmate? You haven't forgotten 20, have you? Jennifer's shoulders drooped a little. She dressed up with great interest just now, but she didn't expect that people might have forgotten her character. Isn't this too shocking? Karla glared at Bruce. Back then, I only had two friends. One was Jennifer, and the other was Danny. Even though you and I were the only classmates, you shouldn't forget your classmates, right? Bruce slapped his forehead with his hands. I'm really sorry. You also know that the Wayne Group has a lot of work every day, so forgive me. I will use a well-prepared dinner to make up for my mistakes. Karla actually wants to expose his lies. She has a lot of jobs. She is a reporter, and Bruce has already handed over the position of CEO of the company to Lucius Fox. In fact, Bruce is honestly playing the swinger now, so he doesn't have any so-called work to be busy with. But in order to keep Jennifer from being sad, Karla just continued to stare at him without revealing it. Then Karla and Jennifer got into Bruce's car together, and it was the rear driving. Karla's car wasn't too bad, but compared with Bruce's super sports car, he immediately felt extremely sad. The bastard, who had promised to give her the Batmobile, but Karla later realized that she couldn't drive that thing to work. What's more, after Oracle Man debuted, she had to be careful not to reveal that she was Oracle Man. It seems that there is no chance to get the agreed reward. This made Karla intentionally begin to speak ill of Bruce. Bruce, I heard that you burned down the manor that your family had passed down for generations after getting drunk. How about it? Are you rebuilding? Bruce glanced at Karla from the rear car mirror, very helpless. Who reported it? Isn't it your signature? Jennifer also knew that Karla's name was on the report, and knew that she was deliberately making fun of Bruce, so she couldn't help covering her mouth and letting out a soft snigger. Karla glanced at Jennifer. Sisters, who doesn't know who? When did you become such a lady? Jennifer rolled her eyes. The male god is here, to save face. Because of Karla's gags, the whole journey can be regarded as laughter. And Karla learned that in just 1 month, the Wayne Manor seems to have been rebuilt, and Bruce also invited them to be guests at night. Karla was dumbfounded, and could only swear, evil capitalist. That's right, Bruce is so rich, such a huge manor was burned to ruins, but it was about to be rebuilt in less than a month. It seems that being rich is self-willed. Bruce refrains from mentioning those veins of gold that Karla found somewhere. In the world, nothing can be compared with gold to preserve value, even if diamonds are artificially hyped. In fact, the original diamonds are not expensive, just the value of ordinary gems. Only gold, since ancient times, has been used and stored as a currency guarantee since its value was discovered. Including now, if there is no gold as a store of value, can't those banknotes be printed at will? The US dollar is also called the US dollar because the original US dollar can be directly linked to gold. Gold is very important, more precious than oil and natural gas. Let's put it this way, even if the veins Karla discovered were sold to others for mining, she could sell at least 10 of them for more than 1 billion. In fact, she is the rich woman. The Wayne Group is rich, but it also has a lot of expenses, including many other shareholders in the company, not all of which belong to Bruce alone. It's just that Karla doesn't want to be so troublesome. She doesn't want to cause trouble because of these gold mines, and she doesn't really care about money. It's like you want to buy God with money, a person who can tear the earth apart at any time. Does she care about money? Bruce drove Karla and Jennifer all the way to the front of a magnificent hotel. God knows how many stars this hotel is. Anyway, there is a large courtyard outside, with flower beds, fountains, and so on. Naturally, there are well-dressed welcome doormen at the entrance. Compared with the surroundings, Karla seems not so popular. Even the doorman stopped Karla tactfully. Dear miss, your clothes don't conform to the rules, so please. Karla is wearing an ordinary shirt, a pair of jeans and a pair of sneakers, which is really different from those well-dressed ladies and celebrities who wear small dresses and high heels. Karla raised her hand to scratch the back of her head, and shook her beautiful long golden hair, which made the doorman stare blankly, as if a galaxy appeared in front of her eyes, which was brilliant and extraordinary. Give it to you. Karla turned to Bruce and asked, since you brought us here, you definitely have to solve it. Jennifer complained to Karla in a low voice, I told you to wear my 850 dress, and there must be a dress requirement when you come to this kind of place. Karla snorted, may I ask who is the customer? I've only heard that customers pick restaurants, but I've never heard of restaurants picking customers. Hypocritical, poor, and fastidious. Bruce's eyes lit up, as if Karla had spoken to his heart, and he, a swinger, liked to be so informal. I once heard that he brought 2 supermodels with him, but those 2 girls were not easygoing lamps, so they ran to swim in the pool in the lobby of their house halfway through their meal. Later Bruce also joined in, not a fuel-efficient product. At this time, because of the situation at the door, the manager rushed over and heard Karla's words. He couldn't help frowning and reminded, Miss, this is a high-end hotel, and the guests who come here are all celebrities and politicians. You are responsible, and you are also responsible to other guests. This sentence can be said to be neither humble nor overbearing. Even Karla nodded. If it was just blindly making things difficult for the guests, then she definitely had more words to refute. But the manager was very smart to ask her what other guests asked her, and she had nothing to say. You are a guest, and others are also guests. But when Bruce opened his mouth, it was completely different. He said to the manager, sorry, I'm Bruce Wayne, the owner of this hotel as well as yours. The manager looked straight at Bruce, then bent over and said, please. Karla has only one sentence, MMP. Why don't you just watch people order dishes? Under the leadership of the hotel owner Bruce, Karla still came in. You should really learn from Miss Jennifer. If you are willing to dress up a bit, there will be countless people willing to invite you to dinner just by standing in front of the door. Bruce also teased Karla deliberately. Jennifer glanced at Karla secretly. Karla is angry. Girl, people call you Miss Jennifer. Can't you recognize such an unfamiliar title? Are you still happy? And for Bruce's statement, Karla is not cold at all. Do you really think I care about coming here to eat? Or do you think I don't have any money? Karla snorted. I'd rather share my prey with the pack than sit with you beasts in clothes. At least the most direct hostility can be felt without intrigue. Bruce shrugged, scolded. A group of 3 walked into the lobby of the hotel. As the boss, Bruce didn't need to reserve a seat in advance. Unlike other people, the earliest one might need to reserve a seat a week in advance, otherwise they would not be entertained. Like Harvey Dent. During this time, they passed a table where Harvey Dent was sitting next to him, and Rachel was opposite him. Harvey Dent was complaining to Rachel about how outrageous the hotel was. He waited for 3 weeks. It is said that this was the last attention he got from revealing his identity as a government official. We also had to find someone, for example, someone to manage the sanitation. It can be seen. But just think about who their boss is. Rachel. Bruce also noticed the situation at this table, and made a surprised sound when he saw Rachel. Karla slapped her forehead. That's a little promising. Jennifer sneaks a shoulder bump to Karla, meaning who is that? That's your rival in love, Karla muttered unambiguously. She is Bruce's childhood sweetheart, so you know, your rival in love is not me, she is. But don't be discouraged, I see her, I'm dating this gentleman in front of me. Bruce glanced back at Karla, who heard it, and then at Jennifer, who bowed her head shyly. Stupid Karla, don't let him hear you. Karla's words were only heard by Jennifer and Bruce, not even Rachel and Harvey Dent who were in front of them. Rachel looked a little embarrassed when she saw Bruce, but she forced a smile and said, hello, Bruce, this is Harvey. Harvey, this is Bruce. Bruce politely reached out to Harvey, and the two said hello to each other. But that's all, they are not familiar with each other after all. Rachel glanced at the two women behind Bruce again, and asked with a smile, why don't you introduce your friend? Bruce turned sideways and introduced successively, this is Miss Karla, who is now working for the Planet Daily. She is a sharp-tongued reporter and has a well-known column. This is Miss Jennifer, who used to be the Metropolitan Ding-Ding, a well-known prosecutor who was recently transferred to Gotham City as Chief Justice. Harvey's eyes lit up, he took the initiative to shake hands with Jennifer, and said, I've heard of your unselfishness before, and I've been yearning for it for a long time. Jennifer responded politely with a reserved smile, I've also heard about Mr. Harvey. Before coming to Gotham, I heard that you will be the new chief prosecutor. It seems that we can cooperate well. Gotham City is sorted out. That's right, Jennifer and Karla already knew that the newly appointed chief prosecutor was Harvey Dante, and Jennifer was promoted to chief justice. Bruce glanced at Jennifer and Harvey, thought for a while, and suddenly said emotionally, I think we might as well join a table. He suddenly had the idea of wanting to test it out. No one else knew, but Karla and Rachel knew that he was the Batman. Today I just met the newly appointed chief justice and chief prosecutor. He wanted to hear their views on the current Gotham City and their future ideas. But Rachel obviously misunderstood, and muttered, it's not convenient, is it? The hotel probably won't agree. However, although she is Bruce's childhood sweetheart, she still underestimates Bruce. Karla shrugged, this is his. Even the entire hotel belongs to Bruce, so he can come here as he pleases. In the end, under the arrangement of the manager, the waiter arranged 3 chairs beside the small table for 2. This kind of square table used to be barely enough for 4 people, but now it sat a full 5 people. Karla complained, can you really let it go? Bruce obviously didn't want to drink, so he gave Karla a wink, meaning that he could go to his manor to entertain her again at night, and don't talk now. Karla was about to order, but at this moment she had to close the menu, and said with a sigh, a bottle of wine, I don't know the brand, anyway, you can just take the most expensive one. The waiter looked at Karla stupidly, wondering what kind of wine to drink if he didn't know the brand. People who come here are very particular. Even drinking a glass of wine requires several steps. Needless to say, sobering up, even shaking the glass a few times, and smelling it, how much to drink in one sip, how much to pour in a glass, is very troublesome. Anyway, Karla doesn't care anymore, she drinks the same whether you give her red wine, white wine, or beer. Bruce obviously had something to say, looked at Harvey with a smile, and asked suddenly, the new chief prosecutor hasn't been welcomed yet. Speaking of which, you should have heard of the masked vigilante, Batman. I wonder what you think of such a dangerous person who is not under the control of the law. I say myself? Karla on the opposite side turned away, with an unbearable smile on the corner of her mouth. But Harvey's answer surprised Karla. Gotham City should be proud of those who act bravely, Mr. Bruce. Although he is indeed a dangerous person, it cannot be denied that what he did was just. Karla saw Bruce's eyes light up, and even she herself became interested in Harvey. Are you saying Batman is a hero? And Oracle Man? She didn't, Zhao, forget her, responsibility. But in my opinion, you trusted and elected officials are the real heroes, not a person above the law. Karla also became interested in Harvey, wondering what he would do reply. Even Bruce said, who allowed him to be so arrogant. They secretly looked at each other and smiled, because they were the Batman and Oracle Man that at the moment talked about. Rachel looked at Karla thoughtfully. It turned out that this time it was not Harvey who answered their questions, but Jennifer who spoke. She picked up the red wine that the waiter had brought and poured a third into the glass. Looking at the bright red wine in the glass, Jennifer said in a cold tone, everyone, those who stand by and watch the bullies wreak havoc on this city, and watch this city finally degenerate and decay. Batman and Oracle Man, they are the expected dawn in this darkness. It is stated in advance that Jennifer does not know Karla's super ability, let alone that she is the previous Oracle Man. Karla still respects her adoptive father very much. Since Jonathan won't let her reveal her identity, she won't let others find out that she is a Kryptonian. So, Jennifer's thoughts are not because of Karla, but her own most authentic thoughts. Even Karla was a little surprised. Jennifer looked at Karla amusedly. She didn't really think that she was just a nympho. Did she really think that she came to Gotham City because of Bruce? As a metropolitan, I once thought that Gotham City was hopeless. It was full of darkness, corruption, and depravity. It was like an abyss that would never see the light of day. I always thought that it would destroy itself. Jennifer shrugged, although she was surrounded by Gotham people, but she didn't care about expressing her truest thoughts. Like the Queens versus Brooklyn meme. Gotham City and Metropolis are so close, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are brother cities. But the people in the two cities are not so friendly. It is better to say that the people in the Metropolis are more different. It is not that they look down on the people of Gotham City, but that the environment of Gotham City is criticized. The former Carmine Falcone even blatantly entertained the dignitaries of various departments, and almost bought the head of the government. This is 350 Gotham City in the eyes of outsiders, and the city is hopeless. Jennifer took a sip of the red wine that was as red as blood, and continued, "It is because of the appearance of Batman and Oracle that I saw the light. Do you think they are bastards who are beyond the law? No, it is because of people's inaction, because the law sometimes has no way to deal with real assholes, and the city needs them. They are real superheroes in my opinion. If Gotham City was in darkness before, then Batman and Oracle were the city's dawn, and they made me see that there is still justice in this city. I'm not accusing ordinary people of inaction, but it is. Because everyone is just watching, the existence of superhero is more needed." Finally, Jennifer took out her necklace from the neckline, and Karla realized that her necklace was not an ordinary decoration, and there were two little bat logos hanging on it. One is pure black and the other is silver white. Black stands for Bruce's Batman, and white stands for Karla's Oracle. Because of them, I have the confidence to come to this city. I believe that with their help, coupled with the efforts of Mr. Harvey, Kal-El, and me, and the common awareness of the people in the city, justice will eventually defeat all evil. While speaking, Jennifer brought the two little bat logos to her face and kissed them lightly. Karla didn't start again, wondering how Jennifer would feel when she knew that one of the idols she admired was her. Even Bruce stared deeply at Jennifer, as if he had known her for the first time, or felt her existence intuitively and profoundly for the first time. In fact, even Karla didn't expect Jennifer to say these words. After all, they had a fault for a period of time, and Jor-El didn't know much about Jennifer's growth. Jennifer is almost 30 years old, and she is a mature prosecutor, so she is no longer a little girl who is well informed. Harvey on the opposite side also nodded approvingly. I think so too, either to live forever, or to live long enough to watch myself being forced into a villain. I don't dare to be a villain. Jennifer smiled playfully, raised the cup in her hand, and greeted, to the heroes, to Batman and Oracle Man, cheers. Harvey raised his glass decisively and touched Jennifer. Then the two clinked glasses with other people respectively, but when Harvey was about to clink glasses with Bruce, Karla reached out and held Bruce's hand. Hey, man, you still have to drive us back, are you sure? Bruce had to put down his glass and show Harvey an apologetic expression. In fact, Karla knows that Bruce does not drink, including when he invites her to dinner. He quit alcohol after becoming Batman, so that he can meet the challenge at any time. If it is really unavoidable, he will also replace it with ginger juice. As for Karla herself, don't worry about it. It is very difficult for her to be poisoned in the world. Alcohol is generally called ethanol, which is a common name for ethanol aqueous solution. The purity is definitely higher than that of ordinary wine, and it must not be drunk directly. Therefore, drinking too much or getting drunk can also be called alcohol poisoning or alcohol poisoning, but it is only a mild and severe relationship. For Karla, she is immune to almost all toxic substances in the world except kryptonite, and alcohol is definitely no exception. But she won't pretend to be dead, just find the most poisonous snake to bite herself. In fact, I have encountered them before. When I traveled all over the world, I inevitably encountered rattlesnakes or cobras. However, due to her defensive power, she didn't get bitten through the skin, but was roasted and eaten by her. As for the smell of snake meat, chicken, to pay respect to the two superheroes, Karla and the four of them had a toast without Bruce. I have to say that it is really wise for Karla to choose expensive ones and not the right ones. Even Karla, who doesn't know how to taste wine, nodded. That's right. She also called the waiter and asked if she could pack a box and take it home. Bruce's face turned dark. Sister, this bottle costs about $100,000, or US dollars. Are you really welcome? There are better wines in my manor. If you still want to drink, you can come back with Miss Jennifer and stay with me for one night, Bruce invited along the way. Jennifer's eyes lit up. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly. The bastard did it on purpose. She glanced at Rachel beside her, and smiled. Do you still want to hurt each other? Come on, bastard, whoever is afraid of whom. Miss Rachel, Karla turned her head, looked at Rachel beside her, and asked, you and Mr. Harvey must not be together by chance, right? Are you dating? Rachel paused, bit her lip, not knowing how to answer. Harvey didn't have any worries anymore. He took Rachel's little hand directly on the table, and replied actively, yes, we are dating. Rachel is the most beautiful girl I have ever met, and she is also the kindest girl in my heart. Deeply infatuated with her. I love you. The last sentence was Harvey turning to Rachel. Karla smiled and clapped her hands for them, and winked at Bruce, who was not in a good mood. Bruce couldn't help but raised his hand to pick up the glass and drank it down. Karla didn't stop him this time, but stood up and poked Jennifer on the shoulder. Bruce looked at Rachel, and couldn't vent the sadness in his heart, so he could only forcefully smile and say, "Congratulations, Rachel, and then, we won't bother you." Without eating, Bruce ran away in disgrace. Karla hurriedly called Bruce to stop. "Don't forget to pay the bill." The bottle of red wine she asked for might cost Harvey several months' wages. Facing Rachel, who switched to Harvey's arms, Bruce had a hard time accepting it. So he didn't even bother to eat, so he ran away as if to escape. Karla and Jennifer, who were involved, could only leave temporarily. Bruce, who was driving the super gun, was obviously absent-minded, and Karla had to drive him out of the driving seat halfway and sit in the driving seat by herself. "Dare to drive after drinking? You are not afraid of death, and we don't want to bury you with you," Karla cursed while starting the expensive super sports car. As a result, Jennifer complained, "Didn't you drink it yourself?" Karla glanced at Jennifer, and Bruce, who was deliberately driven to the back row by her, from the rearview mirror, snorted softly, and started to look outside before they got married. Bruce did suffer some blows. It turned out that after solving Lars and saving Gotham City, Rachel went to find Bruce because he knew his identity. At that time Rachel also kissed Bruce because of what Bruce superhero did. Just when Bruce thought he could be with her, Rachel turned him down, saying that maybe they would reconnect when he was no longer Batman. But Bruce never expected that before he was no longer Batman, Rachel would have a new boyfriend. Rachel is not the kind of person who only dates her boss. After all, if she is, she should be with Bruce. It's because she likes upright people and people with a heart of justice. Including Rachel's ex-boyfriend and the current Harvey, they are all people full of justice and integrity. However, only Bruce was left out of the list by her. But Bruce is Bruce after all. He quickly recovered from this shock, and called the housekeeper Afu on the way. In fact, the only servant in Bruce's family is Afu, and he doesn't even have a servant on weekdays. After all, he has many secrets that he doesn't want to be known. Poor Alfred is both a father and a mother, and has to be responsible for making Bruce's quilt every morning. Now Bruce still called Afu to prepare dinner. After all, they didn't eat anything. Still, Karla couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Afu on the phone without looking back, "Just prepare the ingredients, and I will take care of it." "Bruce, Afu is already so old, you better not torment him. It's best to quickly ask for a child to take care of the old man." Afu's voice suddenly rose. "Miss Karla, are you already planning to accept the young master? That's really great." The car obviously shook, and Karla shouted angrily, "It's not me, but I will bring a more suitable candidate." This is already an indication. Jennifer couldn't care less about being shy anymore, and looked at Bruce affectionately. Bruce smiled wryly. He just found out that his beloved childhood sweetheart had a new love. In a blink of an eye, he met a new relationship here. "I just thought it was too dramatic. And the one in front of him and the other on the phone have been urging him to marry. They are not his parents." Bruce smartly didn't answer anything, but changed the subject and explained to Afu, "Then just prepare the ingredients as Karla said. I remember there should be a lot of things in the refrigerator at home." Afu agreed. "There are some ingredients. You said you wanted to eat Wagyu beef a while ago, so you specially airlifted over a dozen of them." Karla cursed silently. "Evil capitalist. Airlift more than a dozen Wagyu cows directly? Don't go too far, Master Bruce." In this way, Karla and the others started to rush to the Wayne estate of the Bruce family. Karla has been there once before, and now she still knows the road. She slammed on the gas pedal, and the super sports car roared and rushed quickly on the road. It was getting late now, and there were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the road. It was a rare opportunity to let the sports car run in the city, and she would not give up. Instead, the two people in the back row held each other's hands involuntarily, with cold sweat on their foreheads. "Big sister, slow down." Bruce glanced at the pointer inadvertently, and found that she ran at a terrifying speed of nearly 300 at the highest. This was in the city, and she definitely did not run over the speed limit. It can also be seen from this that the performance of this car is definitely worth a lot. In this era, it can easily run 300, and it is definitely a super sports car among super sports cars. This is also in line with Bruce's identity. When she came to Wayne Manor again, Karla found that Bruce hadn't lied. The ruined manor had been rebuilt. What's rare is that she was surprised to find that not a single brick or tile had changed here, as if the old manor had just been restored. The castle has been updated inside and out, replacing the old ones with new tiles. 0 for flowers. 0. This is the third time Karla has come to Wayne Manor. The first time she saw the oldest castle, the second time was the ruins, and this time she saw the new Wayne's house. Before entering the door, Karla stood there and said to Bruce, "Congratulations." Brewston paused before replying, "Thank you. Welcome." Squeak. The door opened. Afu appeared in front of several people, and asked, "Are you going to stand outside and chat all the time?" Afu's complaints are still just right. Even Bruce had nothing to do with him, and turned to greet Karla and Jennifer. "Welcome to Wayne Manor, two beautiful ladies. Don't be a vampire's castle." Jennifer also began to get familiar with getting along with Bruce, restored her old style, and joked. Karla and the others are always laughing and fighting with each other on weekdays. It is really difficult for Jennifer to let her play a qualified celebrity lady all the time. In fact, Jennifer is a little more interesting. Walking into the gate of Wayne Manor, Karla looked around and found that even the interior decoration was trying to reproduce the previous picture as much as possible, as if the castle had been reborn. The only regrettable thing is that all the valuable cultural relics, works of art, etc. used as decorations have all become new ones. After all, those that were destroyed in the past cannot really be restored. It's better to let me take it and sell it, Karla complained a little, and the others pretended not to hear it. Okay, Karla clapped her hands again, and greeted Bruce. I'm going to prepare dinner, tell Jennifer to walk around. Karla also winked at Jennifer. This is her chance. Jennifer understood. Bruce was amused. Don't pretend he doesn't exist, he was watching. Afu stretched out his hand and led Karla to the kitchen behind the castle, and asked Karla along the way, is this lady the one you mentioned on the phone? Karla nodded. How is it? It's still suitable to be the mistress of the Wayne family, right? Afu looked at Karla complainingly. Miss Karla is more suitable. Don't think about it like that. Borrowing those super ingredients stored by Bruce's family, Karla prepared a sumptuous dinner by herself. And she is not afraid of waste at all, so she even used Wagyu beef to make beef brisket and persimmon soup. Even Bruce shook his head. Afu also said that if she was the mistress of the Wayne family might go bankrupt. After a belated dinner, Karla and Jennifer were left behind, and the Wayne family's castle had enough room for guests. At night, Karla was awakened by some unknown voices. She had to block out those voices, got up in the silk nightgown prepared by Alfred and went to the hall outside. Afu was well prepared, with a variety of water and beverages on the outside table, and even a bottle of red wine. Karla glanced at it, and finally chose to take the glass of water to the floor-to-ceiling windows. When passing by, 450 brought a sofa and put it down. She sat there and watched the beautiful night scenery outside, feeling happy for her friend. At the same time, Karla is also worried about Jennifer. Gotham City is far from ushering in its own dawn, and even before the dawn, it is the darkest time. Jennifer didn't understand that late at night was not scary, only this time was the scariest. Just then, there was a slight sound of footsteps behind him. Karla took a sip from the cup, and complained without looking back, I think it's time for you to check your body. Bruce was a little embarrassed, and muttered, I didn't expect her to be. It's hard to say what happened later. My Jennifer is very innocent and a rare good girl. The only person who makes her fall in love is you, and you are definitely her first love. Karla turned around and said without warning, don't disappoint she. Bruce lowered his head and picked up a glass, hesitated for a while, picked up the bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. This is the second time he has been held against his will. I don't know, Bruce said awkwardly after drinking the drink in his glass. Karla sneered, you definitely don't know, back then you were completely immersed in hatred and sadness, and you turned a blind eye to everything around you. Later, various things happened, especially that Miss Rachel was the one in your heart love. Facing Karla's eyes, Bruce felt more and more uncomfortable, so he had to change the subject and said, actually Gordon recently brought a piece of news, a mysterious. It's better not to tell me. Karla interrupted Bruce impatiently, reached out and pressed the arm of the chair to stand up, drank the clear water in the glass while walking and put it on the table in front of Bruce. Looking closely at Bruce, Karla reminded, don't forget that you and I have gone in two opposite directions, and I will not help you anymore. Bruce, you can only rely on yourself. Otherwise, you will never want to see me kill those damned guys again in front of your face. Bruce fell silent. They had had a dispute before over the settlement of Lars. Although the two people's beliefs are to fight criminals, their choices and views on the ending are completely different. Karla pays more attention to using violence to control violence. For those who will endanger the lives of others, she advocates cutting the grass and eradicating the roots to prevent future troubles. But Bruce thinks that their original existence and actions are not legal, let alone have the power and qualification to judge others. They are not judges. Rather, Jennifer, who was lying on Bruce's bed at the moment, is the judge of Gotham City today, and she is the judge. Jennifer, she finally got her wish. It's just that Karla doesn't know whether she can get what she wants in the end. The bastard Bruce was obviously stimulated by Rachel, and then, although Karla also contributed to the flames, she was still worried that Jennifer would be hurt. It cannot be said that Karla's ideas are too extreme, nor that Bruce's approach is too cowardly. They each have their own reasons and principles of conduct. Even Karla said that Bruce is the benchmark of justice, and she admires Bruce's character and principles. But she couldn't do it, and even despised him while admiring him, so the two can no longer cooperate, and she will no longer put on Batman's battlesuit and discredit Batman. So Karla didn't give Bruce a chance to finish speaking, turned around and was about to leave gracefully. By the way, Karla suddenly remembered something, turned around and said to Bruce, before I go back to Metropolis tomorrow, you still have to ask me to take a few photos, otherwise I won't be able to explain. In order to get my best girlfriend I sent one of them to you, but I missed work, and I can't explain it when I go back. 0. Bruce is powerless to refute. Is this the shortest way to eat people? Karla went back to the room again, and she had nothing to say all night, but she planned to sleep until dawn, but she was woken up early in the morning. Karla looked at Jennifer, who was sitting sideways beside her and was already fully dressed, and rolled her eyes. Even if you have become the mistress of the Wayne family, you don't have such hospitality, do you? Jennifer blushed, and knew that what happened last night should have been discovered. But, the women of the Wayne family? What the hell, talking nonsense. Hurry up, we should go back. I'm supposed to take office tomorrow, and I still have a lot of information to hand in, and make preparations in advance. I also need to know who I'm going to trial for the first time. Who is it? It seems to be from the Falcone family. I heard that the previous patriarch, Carmine Falcone, was once the biggest underworld boss in Gotham City. Shouldn't the Falcone family be destroyed after he entered? After waking Karla up, Jennifer immediately talked a lot. And it's all about her work. Karla sat up and looked at Jennifer in surprise. Jennifer rolled her eyes amusedly. What? You really think I'm here to be in charge? I'm not here to be the mistress of the Wayne family. I'm here to be a judge in Gotham City. Don't look at me like that, as you and Dan have been worrying about. The 0.0 relationship should come to an end. Well, it feels good to fall in love with a male god. Karla can't laugh or cry. Don't you just treat Master Bruce as a master for nothing? You put it down. Karla exclaimed. Isn't that white, blind? Jennifer shrugged. I don't want to be called an old nun by Dan, that guy. By the way, you should also find a chance to taste this taste. Actually, it's not bad. Karla shook her head. Suddenly she didn't know Jennifer. Jennifer smiled nonchalantly. This way I can concentrate on my work more. And I knew it after I met Miss Rachel last night. His heart had already been given to someone else, so I gave it up. Karla sighed and put her arms around Jennifer. It wasn't Karla who slept through the middle of the day, it was Bruce. Master Bruce, I think you really should check your body. Afu just walked into Bruce's room with coffee and milk. Bruce sat up and complained helplessly. Don't eavesdrop on my conversation with Karla. Afu shrugged. You guys almost had an argument last night. Even if I didn't want to hear it, I would hear it. But the meme about the body check is the original conversation. Bruce didn't poke Afu, but asked, what about them? Although Bruce didn't name them, Afu still knew who he was asking. Nothing more than Karla and Jennifer, and they were the only guests other than them yesterday. Already gone, Afu said their whereabouts, and also drove away your Lamborghini. Bruce didn't care about this, but cared about another thing. Did Miss Jennifer leave anything? She just asked me to pass this to you. Afu put the tray on the table beside him, and took out a small black thing from it. It was a bat decoration, and it was that black bat. Does she already know who you are? 20. Afu picked up the black bat and asked. No, Bruce shook his head, knowing that Jennifer didn't know his and Karla's other identities, but had other symbols. The black bat represents Batman, and the white bat represents Oracle Man. Ordinary people may mistakenly think that Oracle Man and Batman, who appeared just once before, are lovers, right? This is just a token. There is another letter. Suddenly, Afu took out another letter and handed it to Bruce. Bruce has nothing to do with him. Is such an important thing brought out last? Open the envelope. It was Jennifer who wrote to him. Bruce, Mr. Wayne, you are gentle and not as bohemian as the outside world says. After many years, I see that you are no longer as decadent and sad as you were in your school days. I am really happy for you. You don't have to play anyone, just be yourself. It seems that Jennifer has recognized that Bruce is not the slutty brother as rumored by the outside world, but a mature and gentle excellent man. And that's Bruce's acting skills to disguise another identity. Later, Jennifer also wrote, Karla once asked me to bravely pursue my own happiness and love, and I have done it. Now I give this sentence to you. Since you like that Miss Rachel, you must bravely pursue it. Well, I've got what I want, and I hope you can too. Also, what happened last night, not bad, but that's about it. What does this mean? Bruce raised his head and asked Afu, because the belief was not blocked, so he guessed that Afu had definitely read it. Afu thought for a while, that is to say, that Miss Jennifer voted you for nothing, master, and then kicked you. To put it bluntly, she dumped you. Bruce's complexion is very dark, so needless to say it so bluntly. I mean, doesn't she like me? She has been secretly in love with me for many years. How could this happen? Bruce began to doubt life. Jennifer has loved him for so many years, and has never even favored other men. As a result, when the two of them finally had a chance to come together, they turned around and left in a smart and neat manner, leaving only a black bat logo behind. Why is this happening? Bruce is still a little ignorant of emotion. Afu sighed. Master, Miss Jennifer already knew that you belonged, that's why she left without saying goodbye. I think you should know what happened better than me. Rachel? He finally knew what was going on. On the other side, at Jennifer's house, Karla was still a little annoyed and poked Jennifer's forehead with her finger, angrily reprimanded. Forget about anything else, it was like that last night, and you still let it go? Are you crazy? Jennifer glanced at her amusedly and angrily. It is because I have tasted it that I can let it go, otherwise I will never forget it. You don't understand. Karla gritted her teeth. Who is she helping to avenge the injustice? Okay, you have time to go around me and beat my head. Why don't you help me sort out the information? Jennifer worked hard on her own for so many years, and she really let go of Bruce. Turned around and concentrated on his work. She changed from yesterday's dress to home clothes, with her hair casually tied, and she was sitting cross-legged among a pile of documents. It was full of information about her work, and most of them were about the prisoners she was going to trial for the first time since she came to Gotham City. Jennifer also found the business card Harvey gave last night, and communicated with Harvey. Harvey is now the chief prosecutor of Gotham City, including the first court session, when he served as the prosecutor to indict the criminals. In other words, they will have their first collaboration next. In addition, they talked very happily during dinner yesterday, and they even spoke bluntly during the phone call, discussing the best way to sentence the criminal to life imprisonment. Because there is no death penalty, life imprisonment is already the most serious punishment. Karla looked at Jennifer helplessly. Are you too righteous? If the private conversation between her and Harvey gets out, including Jennifer and Harvey, it will be too much to go around. At that time, let alone demotion, it will be good if they can take the blame and resign smoothly. If they are serious, also serve time. But this is Gotham City, so it should be fine, probably. In the end, Karla had to help Jennifer do a lot of homework. For example, the evidence about the Falcone family, and even the Falcone family's royal lawyer has some stains, and it will be a good one at the critical moment. Handle. But in the final analysis, the witness is the most important thing. You might as well find a way to prepare for the witness. Once the witness backtracks in court, it will be very troublesome. Karla is also a high-achieving student, and she knows something about this. Jennifer carefully took notes to record some of Karla's suggestions, and when she finished sorting it out, she talked with Harvey again on the phone to discuss the matters that need attention. Afterwards 120 Karla heard after returning to the Metropolis that the trial was quite exciting, and the person who was the accusation witness really retracted his confession on the spot in court. However, both Jennifer and Harvey had already made preparations, and their plan was thwarted. In the end, the current head of the Falcone family still made a trial. It's a pity that there is really no way to sentence him to life, only 10 years. Okay, it's time for me to go back. Karla couldn't stay in Gotham City to accompany Jennifer all the time. She herself had a job in the Metropolis, including Clark, who had already started college life, and she hadn't paid a visit yet. Jennifer didn't care, and just threw a bunch of keys in the past. One is the key to her house now, and the three sisters are used to giving the keys to the other two. In addition, there is another one that is Jennifer's own car key. Karla is a little puzzled. In fact, Jennifer has her own car in the Metropolis, but she asked Karla to help her move because it was being overhauled recently. I heard Jennifer say, "Leave your car to me, you send Bruce Wayne's car back, and drive my car after returning to the Metropolis, and change it back when you come over next time." Karla looked at her seriously. Really, let go? If I keep Bruce's car, there will be a chance to meet again, right? Jennifer shrugged. As you can see, I'm very busy now. The implication is that there is no time to fall in love, or a secret love. Jennifer seems to have turned on the sage mode suddenly. Karla has been surprised. Isn't the sage mode only for men? Anyway, she suddenly seemed to be enlightened, or maybe it was indeed as Jennifer complained, that Karla had always underestimated her. Who is not a mature intellectual big sister? Karla finally bid farewell to Jennifer, and she really should go back here. If you don't go back, I'm afraid Perry will go crazy. After all, she only submitted one issue of articles, and Karla's readers are planning to ask her to add updates, but you said you want to stop updates? This joke is not funny. And before going back, Karla had to send back the Lamborghini supercar that he drove in the morning to Bruce. When Bruce came to pick them up yesterday, he had been in his car all the time. When he left in the morning, he had to drive one of Bruce's cars. It was very troublesome to go back and forth. Karla really wanted to turn into a female Superman and fly back. Unfortunately, now is not the time. When Karla returned to Wayne Manor, Bruce finally woke up. You just woke up. What Karla saw was Bruce in his pajamas wandering around in the living room at home, which was almost the same as the time she interviewed Bruce before. Bruce shrugged. This was his home. Well, how is Jennifer? Bruce asked, pretending to be calm. Karla glanced at Bruce, only amused in her heart. Jennifer had been secretly in love with him for 10 years before, but now he finally pays attention to Jennifer, but Jennifer is no longer in the same place. Forget about her. Karla, who had told Bruce not to let Jennifer down last night, said abruptly, she's let it go. Bruce was dumbfounded. She just wiped it out and left, so she doesn't care about my feelings. Bruce met this kind of person for the first time, and hasn't she always liked me? How did it happen? Is it reversed? Generally, isn't it that a man is irresponsible to a girl? Why is everything different after coming to him? He was abandoned? Karla sneered. What's going on you don't know yet. Just because Jennifer could see Bruce's attitude towards Rachel, especially the look in his eyes, she knew that this man's heart was already occupied by other women. Forget it, Bruce, you should focus on your Miss Rachel. By the way, quickly put on your battle suit and take a photo. By the way, maybe I have to take a group of photos, otherwise it will be difficult to explain when I go back. Karla didn't forget the excuse she used to fool Perry. She either had to bring back a copy of Bruce's interview, or she had to bring back a set of photos of Batman. In today's world, maybe Batman is the first and only superhero. Karla has been to the deep sea and traveled all over the world. She once met Aquaman Arthur by chance. That kid's age is actually not young, probably not too much different from Karla and Bruce's age, and maybe in the same grade as Clark. Then, at that time, he was training with a man named Vico. Karla also learned a little about Atlantis fork tactics, and defeated Arthur in less than a day. Karla once also noticed that there is a female Superman who is deeply hidden, not a Kryptonian, but a woman with strength beyond ordinary people. She is Diana, who came to the human world from Paradise Island. That is Wonder Woman. However, none of them reveal their existence, but are either hiding among humans, or are not yet ready to debut as heroes. In fact, Karla and Clark are not the same. Karla is hidden among humans like Diana, and Clark is not ready yet. This also led to the trend of the Batman family dominating, and various reports focused on him. It's not the time for every city to have its own superhero. This also makes Batman's photos precious, especially the photo of Batman and Oracle Man, enough to gag Perry's mouth. Under Karla's urging and request, Bruce had no choice but to be pushed by her to the newly built study room, where there was a piano. As Bruce pressed some specific notes in sequence, a secret door was opened, and behind it was the mysterious Batcave. Bruce's full gear is there, including the second battle suit he built and perfected for Karla. The previous battle suit of Oracle Man was temporarily changed, but it was actually a battle suit that Bruce made for himself, and it was not suitable for Karla. I don't know when he secretly prepared a battle suit specially made for Karla. Karla even noticed that Afu had come here one step earlier and was painting Karla's battle suit. The color that would be harmful, that is silver gray. It's not white, after all, it's Batman, the Asgardian of Gotham City in the night, and the Dark Knight of Gotham City, so white can't be the main color. Silver gray, although not as stealthy as black, it will not be too conspicuous when moving in the dark. Karla seemed to understand something. It was because of Jennifer's necklace pendant. The color of the two bats was black and the other silvery white. Here it's just changed to silver gray. The two were happy friends, and Karla began to wonder if they were really destined for each other. I even thought of the title, and it's called Oracle Man Opens a New Era. Karla showed a satisfied expression, and the silver gray battle suit and cloak were still very impressive. Are you going to help me? Bruce asked. Karla looked at him sideways, the kind that can kill people casually. Forget it. Bruce shook his head decisively, the only thing he couldn't accept. Karla snorted softly, then don't ask, didn't I say that last night? A few steps forward, Zula took over the new battle suit from Afu. The dye he used is not only harmless to the human body, but also completed very quickly. Karla started to wear it on her body, and noticed that Bruce was still in a daze, so she couldn't help urging, quickly move me, I have to go back before night after I finish my work. Really think how much time she has? Having just returned from a month-long break and missing work for several days after returning, Perry couldn't be more crazy. Even Karla herself felt embarrassed. So Karla and Bruce put on the battle suit together, and asked Alfred to take pictures of the two of them. Karla also made up a little script, such as asking Bruce to cooperate with the two as if they were training, or the two sat on the Batmobile to rest. During the period, Karla also noticed that although Bruce has always been the most black-bellied one in the Justice League, his promises are still very good. So Bruce is building her own Batmobile for Karla, and it also incorporates the Batmobile that was under development before. Once the Batmobile is damaged, just can change four-wheel vehicle into two-wheel vehicle. After receiving a set of photo books completed in cooperation with Bruce, Karla bid farewell to Gotham City and embarked on the road to return to the Metropolis. As for Jennifer, I hope she can take good care of herself and handle this relationship well. There should be no problem. That night, Karla came home in the evening, and before she had time to rest, Perry called and warned her that she should come to work tomorrow. Karla quickly agreed, and mentioned that she had got Batman's photo and would even prepare tomorrow's manuscript overnight, so Perry let her go. Then Karla called Clark and asked how he was doing at school, whether it was going well, and agreed to have dinner together in the evening. In the end, he was rejected by Clark. He actually rejected his sister's dinner invitation? It turned out that after Clark went to college, he finally made friends with a boy named Lex Luthor who lived in the same dormitory with him. After all, the people of the Metropolis don't know Clark's weirdness since he was a child, and now that he can control his power, Jonathan will no longer prevent him from interacting with others. So Clark finally stopped being alone, and he made his first friend. The reason why Clark rejected Karla's invitation was also because he had an appointment with that friend. Karla, who heard the news, was also happy for the carrot 907 grams. Just a look of surprise after she hung up the phone. Wait, who? Lex Luthor? No kidding? Isn't that one of Superman's main enemies? Karla was speechless, never thought that the first friend Clark made would be his future enemy. But at least for now, Lex Luthor is not Clark's enemy, let alone a bad guy. On the contrary, according to Clark, Lex Luthor is still a very good person with great ideals. At least Karla is not yet the unjust Superman. She hasn't reached the point where she would kill someone just because of a name, and the other party is Clark's first friend. Therefore, she did not act in a hurry, but suppressed the matter, and was even interested to see what kind of sparks would be produced between Clark and Lex Luthor. By the way, what about Louise? On the second day after returning, Karla first went to fetch Jennifer's car, and then she will drive Jennifer's car for a while, because her car is now being used as a means of transportation for Jenny in Gotham City. In fact, Jennifer's car is better than Karla's, and she is making money. Driving to the long-lost planet daily, Karla couldn't help but feel dazed. She always felt that she hadn't come to work for a long time. To be honest, she felt very happy. Some familiar colleagues also showed surprised expressions when they saw Karla, as if they were surprised to see that she was not fired, but dared to come back. In fact, if ordinary people did this, they would have been fired long ago. But Karla's status in the Planetary Daily is not low, and she has prepared the archives of each issue in advance before starting her vacation, which means that she is resting. But the column she is in charge of has never stopped updating. Only these 2 days she really delayed the time, but when Karla found Perry and sent up the prepared photos and even the written copy, Perry was almost unhappy. The reason is also very simple. Karla also knows what's going on. Not only did she take a photo of the long-disappeared Oracle Man, but Oracle Man also replaced a new battlesuit, which alone is worth a lot. Nice job, Perry said, not blaming Karla, but praising her productivity. Karla asked, aren't you going to fire me? Perry didn't admit it. I never said I would fire you. By the way, during your vacation, I recruited an assistant. You come to get to know him. Perry cleverly changed the subject, and greeted a blonde beauty to meet Karla. Karla, she is Kate Grant. Grant, she is Karla, and now she is in charge of a column. You can ask me if you don't understand anything, Perry said, throwing Kate to Karla, and he wants to temporarily check whether the copy written by Karla has any deficiencies, or whether there are any places that are out of line. Karla rolls her eyes at Perry's back and asks her to bring someone new. Are you kidding? Are you serious? Cad. However, Karla turned around and looked at the newcomer in front of her. She stood there with her head down and her hands were still clasped together, looking very nervous. That's right, Karla is more or less a celebrity of the Daily Planet. As a novice, how could she not be nervous? Karla did not reject Perry, but looked Kate up and down. She has a good face and a good temperament. To be honest, if she is willing to go to sugar daddy, even marrying into a wealthy family should not be a problem. She came here to be a newcomer. She seems to be a girl with her own ideas. Karla nodded and greeted, since Perry wants you to follow me, you can be my assistant first. Perry raised his head and reminded, I remember what I said just now. She is still my assistant now. I asked you to take charge of a column after training her because her writing is not bad. He's not an assistant for Karla, think too much. Karla grumbled pettily, then left with Kate first. Perry pretended not to hear. As long as Karla is not too out of line, in fact, Perry can be said to be spoiled by her. If it is someone else, let alone a month of paid vacation, you can take a vacation and try it, and you will not be sprayed. Definitely he is not bad, as long as you can successfully complete the task, then even if you go to the lounge to smoke and drink water or drink coffee and snacks, he doesn't care. The premise is that you can complete the task, which is very important. Perry likes talents and cherishes talents. He seems to be ruthless and selfless, but in fact there is no rain if there is too much thunder. As long as it is not too much, he will not fire anyone easily. This is why he can quickly become the new editor-in-chief and is loved and supported by everyone. Afterwards, Karla returned to her original life, going to and from get off work every day as before, with at most a small follower, and the new Kate was following her to learn how to make a column. Karla doesn't hide her secrets, and she doesn't play big names or pretend to be seniors to show off her qualifications. She will patiently talk about what she can teach Kate and give advice. Even Karla paid for the many times when I was looking for a place to have a drink at lunch or after get off work. The relationship between the two quickly became good. There was only one embarrassing quarrel, because Kate was curious that Karla was so powerful at such a young age, and praised her a lot of compliments. As a result, the former classmate who passed by poked Karla's pain and told Kate, who just graduated, that this girl who looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old was actually 28 years old. Karla is angry. I want you to talk too much? But what I have to say is that Karla has always looked very young, as if age and time have been frozen in a certain moment on her body. Only Karla knows that this is because of the relationship between Superman's physical fitness and cells. Then until one day, a news caught Karla's attention. It was reported that a group of gangsters wearing masks similar to Joker robbed a bank. Joker. Karla's life is back on track. She continues to go to and from get off work every day, and when she is free on weekends, she sleeps in at home or drives Jennifer's car back to her hometown. She never went to Gotham again. Anyway, Jennifer's car is better than hers, it doesn't matter. Jennifer didn't call Karla all the time, because her side was also very busy. After the biggest gang boss fell in Gotham City, at least 15 gangs were split in one fell swoop. Now Harvey is trying his best to fight against those gangsters, and Gordon is also helping. Other than that, Jennifer has only called Karla once, and it is said that Bruce now seems to be stalking her. It seems that Bruce is not satisfied with being dumped after being voted for nothing, or finally noticed Jennifer's. Okay, it's a pity for Bruce. Once a girl is cruel, she will be more thorough than a boy. Say no more love, no more love. Jennifer didn't talk to Bruce, but was busy with her work. And with the efforts of Jennifer and Harvey, the Falcone family was completely destroyed, and the new patriarch was also arrested. In addition, more than 90% of the most important money of the Falcone family was confiscated, and only some of the people who fled overseas in time took part of it. This battle can be said to be a complete victory. Karla told Jennifer to be careful not to be retaliated against. Jennifer is also very experienced, and in order to protect her, Gordon and Harvey will send many people to escort her every day. But Karla reminded Jennifer, Harvey and Gordon are credible, but their subordinates may not be. In short, you should be careful. Don't worry, Karla, it's not that I haven't received threats before. I bought the car you're driving not long ago, and the last one was blown up. But it can't scare me, Jennifer said once she became strong. Karla felt strange. She was no longer the weak girl who needed Karla's protection back then. Then Karla stopped paying attention to the situation in Gotham City. After all, she had made up her mind not to act as Oracle Man again. There is only one reason: she and Bruce have different ideas. The reason why she can still be friends now is because she no longer acts. Otherwise, they should have fought by now. Having said that, on the other side, Karla is now more concerned about Clark's recent situation. Why did this brat suddenly become friends with that Lakes Luthor? Because Karla was so curious, she quietly came to Metropolitan University this weekend. She came from here, so she didn't encounter any obstacles when she returned to her alma mater. The alma mater is still the same as before, but it is a bit strange to Karla, because she only cared about stuffing knowledge in her head, and had no time to go around the school at all. But at least she won't get lost. Together with supervision, she quickly found Clark's whereabouts. Karla raised her eyebrows, a little surprised by Clark's current position, and walked forward with her arms crossed, and finally came to the edge of a field in the playground. Looking forward, Clark was running on the basketball court, chasing the only basketball with others. This is rare, because their adoptive father was strictly forbidden to participate in any sports activities in order to prevent the siblings from revealing their biggest secrets. I also know that if they participate in the sports meeting with their strength, no one else will have anything to do. But now Clark is playing basketball with his friends, and he has a big smile on his face, which Karla has never seen before. Sure enough, he still needs friends and an unfettered life. Seeing this, Karla didn't disturb Clark, but turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Clark's smile made her feel relieved, and it didn't matter who Lakes was. But at this moment, there was a gust of wind behind him, and many people exclaimed, "Be careful." Karla stopped in her tracks, turned around abruptly, her long blonde hair drew a bright circle of light. Karla raised her right hand to block in front of her. The next moment, with a bang, a basketball appeared in her hand. It turned out that someone accidentally threw the basketball over. Only then did Clark realize Karla's existence. "Sister, why are you here?" On the court, other people looked over, and a group of brats were amazed by Karla's peerless beauty. Karla held the basketball in one hand, pushed the glasses with the other, laughing, and asked, "Why? Can't I come and see my brother? By the way, it's too difficult for you to invite, right? How many times have I asked you for dinner? Dare to let me dove?" Clark scratched the back of his head, giggling. Someone next to him bumped Clark with his shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Clark, it's so embarrassing. You never told us that you have such a beautiful sister. Zero looking for flowers." Clark also muttered, "She's 10 years older than me, so don't even think about it." Huh. Karla tilted her head, and her long hair behind her tilted like a galaxy. Karla looked at Clark unkindly. "It's not a gentleman's act to reveal a lady's age casually, Mr. Kent. Be careful, I'll go home and file a complaint." "Okay." Speaking of which, Karla turned her head to look at the basketball in her hand, and said intentionally, "The movement of a dozen people chasing a ball is really incomprehensible. Can't we buy a few more, one for each person?" "Miss Kent, basketball is not that kind of sport," someone said, dumbfounded. Following Clark's surname, it was always correct to call Karla this way. Karla shrugged, raised her head and looked at the basketball hoop in the distance. Suddenly she jumped up lightly, threw the basketball forward with her hands in her hands, and threw the basketball gracefully, and after drawing an arc, it went hollow into the net. "Don't think I really don't understand, I'm just making fun of it," Karla said, winking at Clark. Clark was a little helpless, bid farewell to his companions, walked out of the stadium quickly, and complained in a low voice when he came to Karla, "Sister, your performance is too exaggerated, it will affect me." Karla didn't care, and took a towel from someone from the side, and went up to wipe the sweat off Clark's head. Originally, Clark wouldn't sweat, he made himself sweat on purpose, so as not to look too different from others. "Let me do it myself, I can," Clark protested sheepishly to Karla. Karla sneered, "Little kid, I used to change your diapers and breastfeed you, now you hate me." Clark has nothing to do with her. When siblings, or when the age gap between brothers and sisters is too large, the dominant relationship in status is unshakable. There's no way, as long as Karla casually mentions a few black histories from his childhood, Clark can only submit obediently. "Okay, Clark, go and call your good friend Luther. Let's find a restaurant nearby to have some food. If I let my parents know that I haven't seen you since you came to the Metropolis, I will suffer because I am hungry." Second. Outside the Metropolitan University, in a nearby Western restaurant, Karla and the others didn't go in, but sat down by the window outside. It is not that there is no cafeteria in the school, and Metropolitan University is a famous university. The food in the restaurant is still good, and the price is definitely not cheap. A university in a certain country is different from us. Their canteens are not cheap at all, but very expensive. Some unscrupulous universities even require you to eat in the cafeteria in the first year, and the most ruthless ones may require you to eat in the cafeteria for 4 years. The cheapest hamburger on the outside is only $3, and the inside costs $5 or $8. What's more, Karla wants to treat guests, so she can't go to the cafeteria to treat guests. At the moment Karla they are 3 people, she finally saw that Lakes Luthor. Karla didn't know why, but Lakes and Clark were in the same grade, and even happened to be assigned to a dormitory in 347. Moreover, Lakes was not bald when he was young, but his hair was still very dense, and it was deliberately left to the point where it passed the ears. Karla has been staring at Lakes, wondering why he turned bald afterwards. Lakes was a little embarrassed, being stared at by such a beautiful woman, and Karla had already entered the society. Even if her eyes were not sharp, it would make people feel unnatural. Most importantly, Lakes is too young right now. After some understanding, Karla found that Lakes was not evil when he was young. It can also be said that he was not a bad person until he did bad things. Even Lakes has a sense of justice. The Luthor family is also a business family. If there is a Wayne family in Gotham City, then Metropolis is the Luthor family. In fact, there are many rich families in the DC world, such as the Quinn family in Green Arrow, not to mention the business empire created by the Pharaoh in Asgardian. In other words, the Wayne family is not the only one, and the Wayne family is just a facade consortium in Gotham City. Metropolis has its own consortium, which is the Luthor family. And Lakes is the heir of the Luthor family. During the meal, Lakes talked a lot about his views on society and his understanding of class. He believes that the poor are poor because they have no chance to rise, because wealth is held in the hands of a few. In particular, many children are not given a good environment and even learning opportunities from birth, and there is even less possibility of improvement. So he wanted to start charity first after inheriting the family business. In fact, Lakes has indeed appeared as a philanthropist many times, and has held many charity galas and established institutions himself. Karla was very relieved, and said, "It's a good idea to take from the people and use it for the people." Lakes savored that sentence carefully and thought it was very good. If this is the case, Karla believes that he will not lead Clark badly, and if Lakes can't help Blacken, he can become Clark's best friend and the biggest reliance. So Karla left with peace of mind. The biggest purpose of her visit this time was to test Lakes, and the second was to visit her younger brother. After all, she knows that Lakes is likely to be one of Superman's biggest and toughest opponents. I didn't expect them to become friends. Could it be because of Karla's relationship? She insisted that Clark must finish college. Maybe it really has a lot to do with her. Reassuring, Karla bid farewell to Clark and Lakes and was about to drive home. Today is the weekend, and it is a rare day off. She can still hurry home in the afternoon, have dinner with her adoptive parents, sleep at home, and drive back tomorrow morning. She is not too much trouble. Having said that, their siblings really deserve to be siblings. Karla had promised that she would go home during the school holidays, but she later reneged on her promise. Now Clark also didn't plan to go back during the vacation, but stayed at school to get along with his friends. I don't know how Martha and Jonathan will feel. The leisurely and peaceful days and life passed unknowingly for a month. Until one day, Karla was woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night. Disturbed by the harsh ringtone, Karla answered the phone, and it was Bruce. Before Karla threatens Bruce, if he wakes himself up because of some silly little thing, he will definitely go over and kick his ass. "Karla, Jennifer is hurt." Bruce's voice came first, which shocked Karla and immediately woke up. "What did you say?" Karla raised her voice and shouted angrily, "What's going on?" It was her car that was planted with a bomb. But don't worry, Jennifer didn't get too seriously injured because she noticed something was wrong in advance, but was slightly scratched. Bruce quickly explained to Karla. Just before midnight, Jennifer was coming home from get off work after working on a case. Gordon and Harvey provided Jennifer with 2 teams as usual. But when Jennifer opened the car door, she intuitively sensed something was wrong, immediately closed the car door and fell backwards. As a result, the car exploded, and huge amounts of impact and heat waves pushed Jennifer far away, causing many scratches on her body. Fortunately, Jennifer was not seriously injured. And Bruce has rushed to the hospital now, observing and protecting Jennifer. At least she won't be hurt twice. "Who is it?" Karla asked coldly. Bruce replied, "Joker. A bastard criminal who calls himself Joker. If you know anything about Gotham City's recent news, you should have heard of him." It's a pity that Karla really doesn't understand. But this does not prevent Karla from knowing who Joker is. Even if she doesn't know Joker's real identity, she still knows the existence of Joker. Squinting her eyes slightly, Karla hung up the phone directly. Although Bruce didn't ask Karla for help directly, how could Karla be indifferent after hearing the news of Jennifer's injury? So Karla didn't care about anything else, and drove to Gotham overnight. 5.6. On the way, Karla also called Perry. "Perry, I want to ask for leave." Perry was already asleep, but she was not only woken up by a phone call, but also asked for leave? How could he agree? But before he could refuse, Karla continued, "Jennifer is injured, it's a terrorist attack, I have to go there." Perry paused, held back what he was about to blurt out just now, and changed his rhetoric. "But what can you do when you go?" Karla sneered like silver bells on the phone. "Perry, why do you think I can get the photo of Batman so easily? Why do you think I can get the information of Oracle Man's new battlesuit in the first place? Don't silly. You. No. When I don't know anything, go and do what you like. But don't forget to bring back a new set of photos, otherwise we won't talk about it." Karla is not impulsive, although she has made it clear to Perry that she is the Oracle Man, but there is a reason for this. The first is that she must go to Gotham City next, otherwise Jennifer is likely to be in danger at any time. Secondly, Bruce and her identity are already known, and that is Rachel. If Bruce can tell Rachel, why can't she tell anyone else? And Perry is a smart person, he knows what he should know and what he shouldn't know, so when Karla is going to ask him to say "You are Oracle Man," he still chooses to refuse. He didn't know. So Karla felt more at ease. Throwing the mobile phone on the co-pilot's seat, Karla slammed on the accelerator, and did not hesitate to use psychokinesis to reduce the weight of the car, so that this ordinary car, which is not a sports car, soared to 400 miles per hour in an instant. This is already a terrifying speed that is difficult for super sports cars to reach. Even the theoretical maximum speed of the F1 racing track is only 375. Ordinary people can't control the car now. It's not just floating, it's almost flying. That's why Karla didn't go beyond common sense, otherwise she could make the car actually fly. Just like this all the way, Karla came to Gotham City again. Obviously, what she should be protecting is Metropolis, but now she is basically fighting for justice in Gotham City, and the two times are not because of herself. Injuries and attacks. According to the address given by Bruce, Karla came to the hospital where Jennifer is now. Quickly rushed to the corresponding floor, and in the corridor outside, Karla met Bruce. "Where's Jennifer?" Karla rushed over and asked, "How is she?" Bruce stepped aside so that Karla could see through the transparent glass window, and found that Jennifer had woken up and was sitting on the bedside, holding a thick file in her hand and looking at it. "I want her to rest, but she..." Bruce shrugged, and then said to Karla, "You go and accompany her first, and I'll buy you some drinks." With that said, he left first. Karla breathed a sigh of relief. Pushing open the door, Karla walked into the ward. Jennifer looked up at Karla, then lowered her head again, focusing on the document in front of her. Karla walked over in a hurry, took away the document in her hand, and said angrily, "You don't want to die? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Also, you are a patient now, what are you looking at?" Karla was very angry, because Bruce described the scene. Her car has been completely reduced to ruins, which shows how powerful the bomb is. If it weren't for Jennifer's fall backwards after closing the car door in time, her life would probably be in danger, because there are also huge amounts of threats from the debris from the window explosion. It can be said that Jennifer is very dangerous. Jennifer looked at Karla amusedly, and noticed that Karla was a bit disheveled. Even her usually beautiful blonde hair was messed up, and she forgot to wear her glasses, revealing a more perfect and peerless beauty, and the clothes on her body were put on randomly. The upper body is a white shirt worn at work, the lower body is a pair of jeans, and the feet simply come out wearing a pair of slippers. It can be seen how hurried she came out, and she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Opening her hands, Jennifer pouted and said coquettishly, "I'm not dead." Karla went up to hug Jennifer angrily and weakly, gritted her teeth and cursed, "You're going to die. What's going on here?" Jennifer didn't hide from Karla, and expressed her own speculation. "It is estimated that we have obtained enough evidence with the help of that Batman, and then wiped out those gang leaders, so we have attracted revenge." Jennifer said it easily, but Karla's eyelids twitched. "Want to wipe out all the brains of the gangsters in Gotham City in one go? Hey, your appetite is too big, right? Definitely that Harvey's idea." Karla rubbed her forehead with a headache. Jennifer is not a prosecutor now. To be honest, she is not qualified to arrest others, just like prosecutors are not qualified to judge prisoners. They are different divisions of labor and duties. It is the prosecutor and the police who have the evidence to arrest people, but Jennifer is mainly involved in the trial. After all, she is the Chief Justice. In other words, it was definitely Harvey who urged Jennifer to do that. They wanted to sentence the bosses of all the gangsters in Gotham City in one go, which would definitely provoke crazy revenge. But seeing Jennifer's indifference, Karla was angry. "Are you serious? How can you explain to your parents when such a big thing happened?" Jennifer sat up and took Karla's hand. "So don't tell them, they will be terrified. Do you know?" Karla rolled her eyes and said that she was almost scared to death. She was just two best friends. If something happened to them, she would never let it go. "Okay, let me see where the injury is," said Karla, and started to lift Jennifer's quilt and her hospital gown to check her injury. Jennifer pressed her clothes tightly, looked at Karla with an incredulous expression, and shook her head to signal Karla to look behind her. Karla turned her head and noticed that Bruce had gone and returned, standing outside the door with a few bottles of drinks in his arms, looking straight through the window. "You come in instead." Karla is speechless. When did he have this hobby? Speaking of which, what's going on here? Karla's gossip soul suddenly ignited, and she looked at Jennifer strangely, always feeling that Bruce's attitude seemed to be that way. "Will you care too much about Jennifer? When did they get along so well?" Jennifer shrugged, put the quilt back on her body nonchalantly, and muttered, "It's nothing, it's just that I'm pregnant." Puff. Karla's foot sprained and almost didn't sit on the ground. "Big sister, you got 607 moves in one shot? Are you developed?" Karla reached out to touch Jennifer's belly. Jennifer reached out and slapped her away, and said angrily, "I'm going to kill her." Karla almost vomited blood. "Why? Isn't that the male god you have had a crush on for 10 years? She could hardly understand Jennifer. Jennifer looked at Karla with resentment, and sighed, "It's not that you don't know that he has someone in his heart, so I have let it go. I only have one thought now, to restore peace to this city and bring justice here. Let Gotham City usher in the dawn earlier. Then I may return to Metropolis. I used to think that I came here for the justice in my heart. In fact, you are right, Karla. My purpose is not pure. I came for him. But now I have seen clearly that we are destined to be unsuitable for each other. Maybe I will start a new relationship. Why don't you give me Clark?" Karla complained unceremoniously, "Even if it's a best friend, I can't let my beloved brother take over. He's still an old woman." Jennifer said, "Don't forget we are the same age, you old woman." Then heard each other. "Or I could have a relationship with that Batman, and I find I'm obsessed with that mysterious hero now," Jennifer added. Karla looked at Jennifer, who seemed to be looking forward to Batman, and sighed in her heart, "Silly girl, that's still Bruce. Are you trapped in the Bruce circle and can't get out?" Bruce was very gentlemanly and didn't bother Karla and Jennifer until Karla walked to the door and opened the door, asking him, "When are you going to peek? Why don't you come in?" He walked in with a little unnaturalness. "I bought some drinks, don't worry, they are all function drinks." Bruce put several drinks he bought on the cabinet next to the hospital bed. Jennifer nodded and thanked her. Many people think that pregnant women should not drink function drinks, but in fact it is best not to drink coffee, because caffeine may be bad for babies. After all, caffeine can stimulate the nerves and brain. But most of the function drinks contain beneficial ingredients for the body. As long as they are not anti-fatigue, they can still be drunk. It's not that you can't eat or drink anything. In addition to Jennifer's work reasons, she usually drinks some function drinks to make herself more focused on her work. Karla looked at the two. It seemed that Bruce already knew that Jennifer was pregnant. But Bruce was obviously at a loss and overwhelmed. He didn't know how to deal with Jennifer and this relationship. But Jennifer was very natural, smiled and said to Bruce, "You have helped me a lot, and now Karla is here, you can go back, Mr. Wayne." What a strange and normal name. Bruce turned to look at Karla. Karla shrugged, "Okay, she'll leave it to me." Bruce obviously didn't want to leave, but Jennifer had already said so, and he could only say, "Call me if you have anything to do. Then go away." Jennifer shook her head and said hello to Karla, "You can sit down by yourself, I still have some materials to read. I will trouble you to stay here with me tonight, but I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Those bastards think so. Can you scare me? I'm sorry, but no one should try to run away." Karla watched her take back the file and read it again. While feeling helpless in her heart, she also admired and comforted the strength of this best friend. If an ordinary person encounters this situation, let alone a girl, even a big man will be frightened. "I was attacked by a bomb just now, how dare I continue to return to work like a normal person?" This is the current Jennifer, already full of charm, but unfortunately Bruce is blind and only sees his childhood sweetheart. "Don't work too hard." Karla didn't stop Jennifer anymore, knowing that she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to, but just told her not to work too hard. "Don't forget that you are not alone now." Jennifer froze, and looked at Karla resentfully. "Do you have to say it?" Karla shrugged, "It's better to give birth. At worst, I will help you raise it. Aren't you really a lesbian?" "I don't want to marry you," Jennifer joked. Karla was angry. At least the godmother can't escape. Godmother and godfather generally refer to the guardians of Christian newcomers when they are baptized. In the early days, most of them were pious and famous believers in the church. Moreover, godparents and godmothers can also become surrogate parents, which means that if the parents of the child are no longer there, they can act as guardians to replace the identity and responsibilities of the parents. So nowadays, people who are not church believers generally have godfathers and godmothers, and they are all served by the closest people. With the relationship between Karla and the three of them, there is no need to think and know that they will become godmothers to each other's children, and Karla claims to be a bachelor, so Danny and Jennifer can only give half of the children to her. In fact, it's like the godparents or foster parents we recognize here. But Jennifer shook her head, apparently not intending to accept Karla's suggestion. But Jennifer didn't want to talk about it anymore, and continued to focus on the document in front of her, looking at the information silently. Don't doubt the reason why Jennifer seems to have endless documents and files. In fact, Jennifer and Harvey plan to list 900, or even more than 1,000 crimes to try those gang leaders. You heard me right, there are hundreds of crimes listed alone. So definitely do your homework. What's more, there are tens of hundreds of prisoners to be tried, which is so simple and easy. Don't you really think that the judge just needs to sit there with a wooden hammer and give it a go? Karla didn't bother Jennifer either, and took a bottle of drink and pulled a chair to sit aside. Later, when she got tired, she got into a small hospital bed. It was no problem for two girls with good figures to squeeze into one bed. Karla hugged Jennifer's waist like this, and she fell asleep peacefully. Jennifer is very helpless. One is that she is in the way, and the other is, what are you doing here? Are you just here to sleep? Also, Karla hugged her belly tightly. Didn't she think she was going to take the baby out in the middle of the night? But she just shook her head dumbfounded, and didn't say anything, knowing that it was hard for Karla to come all night, so she had to work harder. Speaking of which, Jennifer suddenly felt like going back to her girlhood. When they were young, the three of them often lay on the ground side by side, chatting about young girls. When I was in college, I always crowded on the same bed and chatted. Obviously each had its own bed. It's a pity that Karla gradually alienated the two of them, and finally they left for 3 years. Jennifer pinched Karla's face with her hand, gritted her teeth and muttered in a low voice, hard-hearted guy. She and Danny have worried and feared for Karla a lot, and imagined countless miserable endings that she may encounter, such as whether she will be torn to pieces and eaten by beast, whether she will be robbed to be the wife of the village, and so on. Sometimes I will be awakened by nightmares, worrying that I will never see this good sister again. Shaking her head, Jennifer took back the distracting thoughts in her heart, and finally took a look at the thick document, then put it aside, patted Karla's arm, moved it down after Karla opened her hand, and put their heads together. Just like that, he fell asleep. But suddenly, Karla opened her eyes, looked at Jennifer who was familiar, so good, sleeping, and then turned her head to look out the window where the dawn was approaching, and quietly turned and got out of bed and stood on the ground. Her expression was extremely cold and terrifying, and she walked slowly to the door. If you look closely, you will find that Karla's feet are actually about 1 centimeter above the ground. She is not really walking, but floating. She didn't want to disturb Jennifer, and even opened the door with a layer of psychokinesis to prevent it from making a sound. Karla left the hospital just like that, and flew straight into the clouds. Condescending, Karla looked at the Gotham city that fell into silence, slowly closed her eyes, and listened attentively. She didn't hesitate to turn on the super hearing, regardless of the noise of the whole city pouring into her ears for a moment, and analyzed it, trying to find out the movement of a target. After a while, Karla suddenly opened her eyes again, turned on supervision and looked somewhere. Joker, I found you. Because of Jennifer's injury and being attacked, Karla has actually been suppressing the almost unbearable anger and killing intent. She is just covering it up, but she just doesn't want Jennifer to notice. But when Bruce was gone and Jennifer fell asleep, she had nothing to worry about. Karla flew over Gotham City, looking for Joker with supervision and super hearing. She doesn't actually know who Joker is, nor has she encountered Joker. But this does not prevent Karla from hearing Joker's voice on TV. Joker has been on TV arrogantly. Before attacking Jennifer, he also attacked others and handed over the video to the news agency. Karla identified and found Joker's location through the voice on the TV. But Karla has not completely lost her mind, so Karla took the time to fly to the Batcave before going to Joker, quietly drilled from the other side of the Batcave, under a waterfall, and took away her own equipment. She changed into a silver-gray Oracle Man battlesuit, crossed half of Gotham City, and finally flew to Joker's place. She came to Joker's headquarters, which is an abandoned and dilapidated playground, where the original Joker's headquarters is. In one of the dark facilities, Karla stepped inside. This bit of darkness has no effect on her. 967 is as clear as daylight. She could clearly see dozens of people holding dangerous weapons hidden in the room, and they were aiming at her. Karla can also see that there is a guy in a purple suit with thick Joker makeup on his face. He is Joker. The oil paint was white to flaccid, the dark eye sockets, and there were still 2 horrible scars around the bright red lips. This is Joker. Joker is generally a clown in a circus, and its existence is only to make people laugh or bring happiness to people. But at some point, another side of Joker began to exist. For example, Joker Killer. When Joker became the protagonist of a horror movie, people discovered that Joker can be so frightening. And at the moment, the Joker in front of him has become the haze of Gotham City. In fact, when Jennifer was attacked, Joker also attacked the director of Gotham City, who was Gordon's immediate boss after he became the sheriff, and the highest position in the Gotham City Police Department. His madness and unscrupulousness can be said to scare everyone. Now, however, Karla is coming to end him for no other reason than Joker hurting people he shouldn't hurt. Oh, let's see who this is. Oracle Man. She found us. Ha 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 ha. Joker also noticed Karla's arrival, and laughed wildly. Let's welcome her, Joker yelled, as if he had given some order, and the entire facility suddenly fell into a hail of bullets. Numerous bullets surrounded Karla from all directions, and most people didn't even know the enemy's location, and they couldn't survive such intensive attacks at all. But Karla was not an ordinary person. She just stood there without moving, and let all the bullets vent on her body, but the bullets that couldn't even damage the battlesuit were all turned into powder. After a while, the facility returned to silence and darkness. Karla patted her body, shaking off all traces, and said with a hoarse voice from a voice changer, "Are you finished? Then it's my turn." After speaking, Karla acted quickly. She was different from Bruce. Karla acted with the power of Superman, and she turned into a silver-gray light and shadow, rushing to one of the enemies in an instant. With a slight lift of the hand, Karla grabbed the man, and then pressed the other hand on the other's shoulder, and the other hand grabbed the other's neck and continued to lift. The whole head was pulled off by Karla. It must be dead. Then Karla turned around and charged at the other man, the cloak behind him fluttering like wings. Karla punched him this time, piercing the second man's heart. Immediately after the third person, Karla chose to slap the target from above this time, smashing the target's head with a split palm. Then came the fourth man, the fifth, and the sixth pie. In the dark environment, only screams could be heard continuously in the facility, and the screams were fleeting, making other people who had not been attacked break out in cold sweat. They offended people who could not afford to offend. Even Joker lost the whereabouts of Karla, turned his head and searched around quickly, but often only saw a blur of silver-gray shadows drawing beautiful and deadly tracks in midair, and then one of his men would appear was spiked. In the end, Joker didn't look for it at all, and waved his hands to dig around his ears, as if he was very annoyed by the screams of his opponents. Joker is a genius, a lunatic, and 10 monsters. Joker not only despises the lives of others, but even the lives of his subordinates, as well as his own life. Countless times he even wanted to die, just to drag others, especially Batman, into the water. He is not afraid of death, let alone killing others. Facing such a terrible person, Karla has only one choice. After killing the last of Joker's men, Karla turned into a light and shadow, holding a long silver-gray line behind her, and came straight to Joker. She clenched her fist tightly with her right hand, not giving Joker a chance at all, and she didn't want to capture him alive. That was not Karla's choice at all. She has only one goal, which is to not give Joker a chance to speak, and kill him instantly. Only in this way can the Joker and the chaos he has caused be completely resolved. But just when Karla was about to punch Joker, and was about to pierce his heart, but Joker spoke in time. I can blow up Jennifer. Because of that? Karla was startled and had to stop in front of Joker. How did he know about himself? And Jennifer, what's going on? Why do you think the judge could find the bomb? Why didn't the bomb just kill her? Even the baby in her stomach was not affected? Can you guess why? Joker suddenly seemed to have grasped the situation. Yes, and his question just caught Karla's heart. She also wanted to know why. Could it be that? Did you lure me here on purpose? Karla gritted her teeth, but couldn't drop her raised right fist. Joker let out a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, you really know, you really guessed, you really can understand my thoughts. That's right, my goal is not only Batman, but also you, Oracle Man, Karla Kent. How do you know who I am? Bruce Wayne told me. Did Bruce tell Joker Oracle was Karla? How is this possible? Such a childish estrangement. Karla sneered. She would not be fooled. Boom. Karla grabbed Joker by the collar, not at all afraid of his horrible makeup, and lifted Joker to her face. Joker is set to be the same height as Batman, while Bruce is 1.88 meters tall and Karla is 1.9 meters tall, which allows her to condescendingly put pressure on Joker. Say, how did you know my identity, and the threat to blow up Jennifer? How did you do it? What did you do? Karla raised the volume, looking even more horrified under the voice changer. But Joker was not threatened by her at all. Instead he smiled. If you want to threaten others, I suggest you add a little torture method. Like taking out your heart. Karla moved her gaze down, aiming at Joker's heart. If Joker hadn't spoken in time just now, she would have pierced through there. As a result, Joker shook his head. No, that's too easy. I mean that you can use some methods to torture your opponent crazy. Kill his most important people in front of him. Or physical torture. It was as if he didn't know that what he said could happen to him at any time, or he just didn't mind or didn't care. Karla only felt that she had nowhere to use her strength. This kind of crazy, nervous, and terrifying opponent was the most difficult to deal with, so she planned to kill Joker directly from the very beginning. But Karla is still a little careless or conceited, and she still gives Joker a chance to speak. And inevitably, Karla fell into Joker's rhythm. She couldn't ignore Jennifer's safety, let alone the danger that her identity might be exposed at any time. You'd better not keep pissing me off. I'm afraid of myself if I get angry. Karla began to gasp, not a sign that she was about to lose control, but another deterrent. She will not let herself be completely led by the Joker. When necessary, she may resort to extraordinary measures, such as killing the Joker instantly, and then fly to Jennifer's hospital with all her strength, only saving Jennifer regardless of other people's lives. Maybe Joker also knew that he couldn't go too far, so he spread his hands and began to explain Karla's doubts. Actually, I guessed it. I attacked Wayne's manor before. Bruce Wayne attacked last night. Now it's the next day dawn, throwing a charity gala, or rather a fundraiser, for Harvey Dent. It turns out that Joker not only attacked Jennifer and the director, he also attacked Harvey Dent. After all, Harvey Dent is now like the Light Knight of Gotham City, guarding Gotham City with Batman, the Dark Knight, as a double knight. In fact, Oracle Man is also known as the female knight, but she only appeared once, and never appeared again. So everyone agrees with the statement of the two knights. As a result, while attacking Harvey, Joker encountered Batman and was ruined. After all, it was at Bruce's house, and he was sure to be there in time. At that time, Joker wasn't sure who Batman was, but it was a coincidence that Joker took Rachel as a hostage at that time, and in the process of threatening Rachel's life, he guessed by observing Bruce's actions and desperate attitude. He is Batman. Now that you know that Bruce Wayne is Batman, it's not difficult to guess the identity of Oracle Man. First of all, although your relationship with Bruce is not close, it is not unfamiliar. It can be said that Bruce can trust, because there are not many women Hill. And I also know that you have traveled all over the world like Bruce. You are such an amazing woman. In this way, only you can be the Oracle Man. Even only you can easily interview Bruce Wayne, and even get photos of Batman and Oracle Man. All the signs make me focus on you. What's more, even if my reasoning is unsuccessful, it doesn't matter even if it fails. But judging from your reaction just now, it's obvious that I bet right? Karla Kent. It has to be said that Joker has meticulous thinking and superb reasoning, and even the criminal psychology and anti-reconnaissance that give Batman a headache. And he has always been recognized as one of Batman's strongest opponents. Joker's strength is not his own strength, but his madness, nervousness, fear of death, and purposeless chaos and evil, coupled with his superb mind, is simply invincible. Don't feel like I'm threatening you. I have set up tons of explosives in Justice Jennifer's hospital, and I can let it go up to the sky at any time. Joker mentioned the threat to Jennifer again. You definitely don't want to. Would you die if you saw your best friend without even seeing your own child? 0 for flowers. 0. Joker has repeatedly threatened Karla, but Karla has nothing to do with him, because Joker has accurately pinpointed her Achilles heel. Tell me, what do you want to do? Karla had no choice but to loosen Joker's collar. She didn't dare to risk Jennifer, and she didn't want to reveal her identity. In the end, she still had to follow Joker's rhythm, or enter out of his rhythm. Joker showed a smug expression, and at the same time said his plan: I just want to play a game with you. I will not reveal the identity of you and Bruce, but I will let you disclose it willingly. If you can bear if I survive the test, I will keep this secret in my heart forever and will not tell anyone. 0. You think I can trust you? Karla sneered. But Joker asked back, can't you kill me at any time? Karla is silent. She can't let Joker go, because he knows his identity. Joker apparently also guessed that Karla would kill him, but he didn't care at all. Sometimes when facing a guy like Joker, there is really nothing he can do. When a person is not afraid of death, but also has a terrifying mind and IQ, it will be an extremely terrifying opponent. Karla clearly knew that Joker's real plan was not what he said, but she was still helpless. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you regardless? Even if you planted a bomb, I guess you need to press the button. Karla finally threatened Joker. Joker opened his hands and reminded Karla, if the controller was on me, I would have taken it out in the first place. As long as I die, the hospital will explode. In fact, Karla has secretly scanned it with perspective, and there is indeed no controller on Joker. What should we do now? Do we really want to accompany him to play around with a lunatic? But she seemed to have no choice. It seems that I have to go back to discuss with Bruce. You'd better not do stupid things. Karla pointed at Joker, warning him not to do stupid things that would get him out of control, such as hurting Jennifer, or revealing her identity. Facing the threat of Joker, Karla had to temporarily choose to compromise. The reason is that Jennifer is under a fatal threat, and she must go back to make sure. So Karla gave up killing Joker on the spot, but turned around and left quickly. Joker looked at the back of Karla leaving. The smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more open, and finally he let out a big laugh. He didn't know what he was laughing at. Karla paused, but finally restrained herself, gritted her teeth, clenched her fists and walked away quickly. If Joker dares to lie to her, if there is no bomb in the hospital where Jennifer is, she will definitely come back as soon as possible. However, before dawn, Karla quickly flew over the hospital under the cover of the last night and turned on supervision to search the entire hospital. Unexpectedly, she actually found the bomb. Joker is not as deceitful as 673, but Karla did not expect that he was really so mad. Karla hastily disposed of the bombs. She has never learned how to dismantle bombs, but Karla also has her own method, using super freezing gas to freeze all the bombs into ice cubes, and then put them in a bag to be taken away, so that professionals can dismantle them. Then, Karla hurried back to Jennifer's room. Jennifer, wake up, it's time to leave, Karla called Jennifer. Jennifer was taken aback, because Karla was still wearing Oracle Man's battlesuit, and when she opened her eyes, she saw one of her idols, the superhero, appearing in front of her eyes. Isn't that too surprising and unexpected? Oracle Man? I'm not dreaming, am I? Jennifer suddenly turned into a little fangirl, looking at Karla in surprise. Karla raised her hand dumbfoundingly and lifted her hood. Okay, it's me, Karla. Jennifer opened her mouth wide and looked at Karla dumbfounded, feeling disillusioned all at once. Why is it you? Jennifer shouted angrily. Wait, why is it you? Karla, the Oracle Man I have always admired and longed for is you? Give me back my previous praise and admiration. This is actually the reaction of anyone who encounters this kind of thing. The superhero I admire turned out to be my usual friend, including myself, who said many shameful things. Jennifer is in this state now. She sat there covering her face. One was that she suddenly couldn't believe that Karla was Oracle Man, and the other was that she remembered the shameful things she said in front of Karla before. It was simply a dark history that could not be recalled. The superhero she admired so much turned out to be her good sister. You have to make it up to me, Karla. Jennifer raised her head and looked at Karla resentfully. You have to hug me well. Is that all? That definitely is fine. But Karla opened a bag she brought back, revealing more than a dozen bombs that should be C4 or the like, but now they are all frozen into ice cubes by her. Now is not the time to say that, Jennifer. That lunatic obviously hasn't given up on attacking you. You have to go with me. Damn, I didn't notice that there were so many bombs in the hospital. Karla cursed. She herself is not afraid of explosives. With Karla's current physical strength, she can withstand even a nuclear bomb. Clark wasn't even close. But what about others? Even if Karla can protect Jennifer in the first place, can the child in her stomach withstand the shock? Even if Karla can separate psychokinesis and her biological stance to protect Jennifer and her unborn child, what about the others? Does anyone else in the hospital care? I have to say that Karla was really careless. She should have scanned the hospital as soon as possible, otherwise Joker could have been killed just now. Karla believes that Joker has not confirmed that she is Karla Kent before meeting her, and if Joker is killed at that time, nothing will happen. But because of her own carelessness, she was not only led by the nose by Joker, but also confirmed by him. Now even if Joker is killed, he may have told others about Karla's identity. Once Joker is dead, his men may reveal Karla's identity to the world. That was a picture Karla never wanted to see, so she could only hold back her temper and go to meet Bruce and discuss it later. As for exposing her identity to Jennifer, one is that she believes in her best friend, and the other is that Jennifer is obviously not out of danger yet, and she will even become one of Joker's breakthroughs. In order to protect Jennifer, Karla must take her to Wayne Manor, which will be the safest safe house. It is absolutely impossible for Bruce to watch his children be in danger, right? Jennifer is the only man. This child is obviously the next generation of the Wayne family. Hearing that Alfred is going crazy, he has been urging Bruce to bring him back Zero. But Afu didn't understand Bruce's difficulties, and now Bruce was chasing Jennifer around. Jennifer, Bruce is Batman, and I'm going to take you to Wayne Manor, which is the safest place, Karla said, helping Jennifer up. Help her change clothes for going out. Jennifer stood there stupidly. Ha, ha. I want to die. Karla, let me be blown to death. Jennifer knelt down covering her face. Karla looked at her friend amusedly. Didn't she say it before? She had given up on Bruce, and wanted to have a relationship with Batman, and said that Batman was her idol. Turns out, Batman is Bruce. I'm not going. Jennifer shook her head vigorously, ashamed to go to Wayne Manor to face Bruce again. Karla persuaded, now is not the time to joke. Jane, do you know why I suddenly confessed my identity to you? Because that lunatic, that bastard has already guessed the identity of me and Bruce. Now his goal is just in Gotham City, but what if he sends someone to our hometown? My parents, your parents, even Dan's parents, our family is being implicated by us. Now is not the time to be petty. What's more, whether it's Bruce or Batman, aren't they both your male gods? Your idol and male god has become the father of your child. What else do you have to resist? Karla said intentionally. Jennifer covered her heart with her hands, and stared at Karla resentfully. Are you still stimulating me? Karla shook her head amusedly, picked up the bag of bombs with one hand, and put her other arm around Jennifer's shoulder to make her stand up. I really can't hold you and leave, so stop being coquettish. By the way, help me put on the headgear, Karla said to Jennifer Nunu and put on the headgear she just took off. Jennifer obediently picked up the hood and helped Karla cover her perfect face. Come on, I called Bruce, I guess his car is here. When Karla came downstairs to the hospital with Jennifer in his arms, there was indeed a pure black armored combat vehicle parked there on the street outside. It was a Batmobile, and it had been used last time against the Shadow Warrior Alliance. However, Bruce has recently started to develop a new type of tank. I don't know if this is it. It is said that a locomotive is placed in the tank so that when the tank is seriously damaged, it is easier to change the locomotive. Karla also has her own chariot, but the color is different. It is silver gray. It was because of Jennifer's change that a certain stubborn man unilaterally changed her battlesuit and equipment to silver gray without asking Karla's wishes. Although Karla doesn't mind either. The jerk, meaning Joker, definitely not. The doors opened automatically as Karla and Jennifer approached, one from the co-pilot and one from the rear. As a result, Jennifer unceremoniously grabbed the co-pilot's door and slammed it hard, and followed Karla to the back seat. Karla shrugged, just because she could protect Jennifer more easily. Bruce didn't know that his identity had been exposed, so he asked in the 20 voice of the voice changer, has the bomb been defused? Karla simply threw the package to the co-pilot. Look. Bruce was taken aback. Didn't he know that Karla brought all the bombs out, and even threw them over? But he was relieved after opening the package. Although he didn't know how Karla managed to freeze them, at least now he didn't have to worry about blowing up the three of them. Are you sure it's safe to go to Wayne Manor? Bruce was still acting, pretending he wasn't Bruce but someone else. Jennifer behind her looked at Bruce with her arms folded, and said with a sneer, fake it, keep pretending. I already know everything, Bruce. Bruce turns to look at Karla. Karla simply took off the hood, and said without waiting for Bruce to ask, even Rachel knows, and that Joker, that lunatic, also guessed the identity of you and me because of your previous relationship. Damn, what did you do before? What did you do? Invite your Miss Rachel to dance. In fact, Karla also has a lot of grievances. One is to complain about the injustice of her best friend, and the other is really complaining that Bruce has exposed her identity. Bruce had nothing to say, his momentum weakened, and he muttered, he threatened Rachel's life and almost threw her off the building, so I may have exposed some flaws. But how did he guess you? Bruce, he is not an idiot. Although he is a lunatic, his IQ may be higher than that of you and me. He guessed it based on some cobweb clues. Although you acted cynically, after guessing that you are Batman, and I'm sure that Rachel can't be the Oracle Man, so you can trust, there are women with enough strength. You can imagine that I'm the only one? He even investigated the fact that I have traveled all over the world, although it's nothing secret. Karla recounts Joker's reasoning. And Karla is very sure of Joker's IQ, even a little jealous. Karla is not afraid of other things. She is not afraid of being threatened. At least the Earth does not have Krypton now, and there is no way for the sun to directly transition to the Red Giant stage. She is invincible. But what about her family and friends? Except for Clark, they are all ordinary people, and she can't bear any blow. Bruce started to start the chariot, and without talking nonsense, he drove straight to Wayne Manor. During the boarding process, the atmosphere in the car was always a little awkward. Jennifer didn't speak, Karla didn't speak, and Bruce wanted to speak several times but couldn't find a topic. For the first time, he felt that after removing his acting skills and mask, he turned out to be such a clumsy tongue. When the chariot returned to Wayne Manor, the sun was finally about to rise in the sky. Karla asked what to do with the bombs, but Bruce said, Afu can handle it. Only then did she realize that the housekeeper had never been simple. No wonder he had been dubbed the housekeeper. Because those frozen bombs still need some time to thaw, Afu was not in a hurry to deal with them, but enthusiastically circled around Jennifer, and asked with concern, May I ask Miss Jennifer if she was scared? Get the family doctor that the Wayne family has been cooperating with? And the fetus is not frightened? Or, wait, Afu, the fetus is not formed yet, it's only a month old, don't be so worried and impatient. Even Bruce couldn't stand it any longer, and started to remove the equipment in the hall, while stopping Afu from letting Jennifer too bothered. Jennifer's pretty face was slightly red, and she still couldn't adapt to being discussed about her child in front of outsiders. Alfred glanced at Bruce. In fact, since he drove the Batmobile through the main entrance, he already knew that Jennifer had obviously guessed his identity. But Afu still wants to warn Bruce, Master, should you send the Batmobile to the Batcave first? Just park it outside so blatantly, I can't help you cover. Also, Miss Jennifer, excuse me, what would you like to eat? Why did you turn around and care about Jennifer again? Karla on the side also thought it was funny. In the past, Afu had always wanted to match her and Bruce, but now he gave up completely, and saw hope in Jennifer. The Wayne family has a future. But Afu never knew that Jennifer was ready to get rid of the child at any time, but she didn't know if she would do that when she knew that Bruce was Batman, and the Batman she was thinking of was Bruce, who was also the father of her child. Karla also went to the Batcave with Bruce, and she also had to change her equipment. When they came back, they found that Afu had already prepared breakfast, and there was a rich breakfast on the table. Definitely means that the breakfast in front of Jennifer was rich, and in front of Bruce, there was only one piece of bread, a glass of milk, 3 strips of bacon and a fried egg. Karla wisely pulled the chair and came to Jennifer's side, since she couldn't finish eating anyway. Jennifer sighed with a headache on her face. In fact, she had told Afu not to be so enthusiastic, and she couldn't bear it. She didn't intend to come to this house to be the hostess, and she even let go of her feelings for Bruce. If she didn't suddenly know that Bruce was Batman, she might have taken the child away when she was discharged from the hospital. In other words, she planned to be discharged from the hospital today. When the time comes, the surgery will be completed. But now, Jennifer glanced at Bruce opposite with a complicated face, and then quickly turned her head to look at Karla beside her, not letting Bruce catch her small movements. So, what do you guys do now? Will that lunatic really keep his word? Jennifer was also worried about Karla's situation. Karla sighed, can only hope he keeps his word. At this time, Bruce on the opposite side finally found an opportunity, and quickly opened his mouth to join the discussion between the two women. Karla, you don't really think that the game he wants to play is just our identities, do you? I don't think it's that simple. In fact, Bruce's worry is the most correct. Joker has made so many preparations just to reveal the identity of Batman and Oracle Man. How could it be that simple? Even Karla herself understands this truth. But Karla reminds Bruce, but we're being held hostage. How? Bruce and Jennifer looked at Karla together. Karla took a sip of the milk in front of him, and explained the current situation to the two. Bruce, even if we know that Joker's real purpose is not this, we can't be careless. Because the reason is very simple, our identities must not be revealed. In fact, it is very simple for Joker to kill us. He doesn't even need to take action. As long as our identities are exposed, countless people naturally want us to die. You'll say we can protect ourselves, and not be afraid of the gangsters you've offended. But what if the enemy is the police department you've been helping? If Gordon brings someone to arrest you, if Harvey and Rachel send a subpoena, what if Jennifer puts you on trial? Even when the time comes, all the citizens of Gotham City will want to arrest you, definitely including me. Killing and punishing one's heart. Sometimes you don't have to kill, the most terrifying thing is to punish one's heart. We have always existed above the law. As you said, we are originally not bound by the law. The only thing that can constrain us is the morality we believe in. So we are all sinners, even if what you do is good, you are still a sinner. Karla's words made Bruce's and Jennifer's expressions serious. Karla described herself as being held hostage. Now we can only cooperate with that lunatic to continue playing. Otherwise you think I will return empty-handed? No. I was going to kill him this morning, but Jennifer was threatened by him. I had to stop. Speaking of Bruce, do you still want to stop me from killing that lunatic this time? Definitely. I didn't expect Bruce to look straight into Karla's eyes without any hesitation, and said, if we also become like him and wantonly hurt other people's lives, then what is the difference between us and him? Got it. Karla waved his hand impatiently. Stop talking about your big truths, I'm tired of hearing them. At worst, I'll kill him behind your back. Bruce wanted to say more. Karla turned her head to Jennifer's stomach and said deliberately, smelly boy, I can't do anything with your father, but I won't let you become that kind of rigid and pedantic person. Wait for me to train you to be an executioner. Jennifer quickly covered her stomach with her hand, and glared at Karla. Executioner is not a nice word. Bruce even reminded, that is my child, he is destined to become the heir of the Wayne family and the Wayne group, don't even think about it. Jennifer looked at the two amusedly. I haven't said I'm going to give birth yet, have I? You're overthinking it. She is the one who has the most decision-making power. Well, sorry, she may still firmly plan that this child should not be born. Bruce's face sank immediately. He knew where the problem was. Just like Joker took the opportunity to see through his identity when he showed his flaws before, he still couldn't let it go. It's okay to save Rachel, but he cares too much about Rachel. You can see the difference in his eyes and attitude towards Rachel. Especially for girls, this feeling is the most uncomfortable and unacceptable. No one would like the person they love to have another person in their heart, especially the one they have loved for 10 years. This child was an accident, and the biggest accident was knowing that Bruce was Batman, which made Jennifer feel headache and tangled. Leave me alone for a while, I want to be quiet. Jennifer said goodbye to Karla and Bruce at the same time, turned and left the restaurant. Karla asked from behind, Jane, who is Jing? Jennifer was not in the mood to pay attention to Karla's joke and left quickly. With Afu taking care of Jennifer, Karla and Bruce don't have to worry about her. Then there were only two people left face to face. Karla looked around, picked up a piece of bread that neither she nor Jennifer had touched, and handed it over. I don't know if Afu is complaining, or Bruce doesn't eat much in the morning. His breakfast is obviously not enough for Bruce to eat. Bruce was not polite, and it was even more impossible to dislike it, so he chewed it in his mouth. Karla laughed and picked up what she hadn't finished eating, and took a big gulp of the milk that Jennifer had only drank. Bruce raised an eyebrow. Hey, she doesn't seem to have anything to do with you right now. Karla glared at Bruce. They have nothing to do with each other yet. On the contrary, she and Jennifer have been close friends for many years, so this little thing is nothing. In the past, the three of them would buy 3 kinds of ice cream and eat each other. Definitely the kind to eat with a spoon. To be honest, Bruce, I want to know what is going on with your current attitude. If all you care about is that child, I hope you will stop pestering Jennifer. She finally let go. I don't want her to continue to be hurt. What's more, you don't suffer from that matter, do you? Karla put on a serious expression, regardless of the huge threat of Joker, but spoke for her friend. What's the matter with you and Rachel? Isn't Rachel Harvey's boyfriend? Or did she promise you something? Karla suddenly spoke to the point, guessing the complicated relationship between Rachel and Bruce. Bruce nodded and admitted, yes, Rachel promised me that as long as I can stop being Batman one day, she will be with me. Peng Shen. Karla hammered the table, and her expression was also ugly. She was so angry that she directly picked up the food on the table in front of her and threw it to the opposite side. Still not relieved, she poured half of Jennifer's glass of milk over it. Bullet Ruth did not hide, but endured silently. Disgusting, Karla stood up angrily, pointing at Bruce, while you're thinking about other people's women in your heart, you're still pestering another woman? You're a scum, pervert. This time Karla is not just angry because she is Jennifer's best friend, as she said, Rachel is now Harvey's girlfriend, and it is immoral for you to think about other people's girlfriends. Besides, Bruce is still pestering Jennifer. It's not fair to anyone, it's immoral, it's simply scum, and it's disgusting. Karla sneered. So, the purpose of holding a charity party for Harvey before was to raise enough funds for him, so that Harvey can govern Gotham City for you without any worries, and also so that you can get rid of this problem as soon as possible. Wearing a battle suit, so that you can sleep together with your Miss Rachel? I really want to slap your size 36 shoes on your face. It's hard to say whether Bruce is affectionate or thin or promiscuous. He has a deep love for Rachel, just like Jennifer has been secretly in love with him for 10 years. Bruce's feelings for Rachel may have been there since he understood the concept of love. This is nothing, and Karla will not accuse Bruce of loving Rachel instead of Jennifer. As for Jennifer's choice, it is her freedom, and she cannot force Bruce to take responsibility. Jennifer even planned to take this opportunity to let go, but the child came unexpectedly and suddenly. But what Bruce did later made Karla unacceptable. Even Bruce's support for Harvey is probably for his conspiracy. Bruce said that Rachel promised him that as long as he wasn't Batman, they would be together. But you can't ignore that Rachel is Harvey's girlfriend now. You've been thinking about the girlfriend of someone you keep saying you want to support. Is that okay? Co-author, are you the big brother who you made friends with because your sister-in-law is pretty? What about basic moral values? And he was pestering Rachel. What did Karla think he cared about? It turned out it was just a child? Then why didn't you let Rachel give birth to you? Damn, I'm still talking so much for you. I'm really blind. Karla waved her hand, turned around and left. Bye, please don't bother us. Bruce, who was reprimanded angrily, looked at the back of Karla leaving angrily, wanted to say something but couldn't say anything. After a while, Afu came in and glanced at Bruce who was in a mess. If Miss Jennifer was my child, I might be worse than Miss Karla. But he ended up delivering a towel. Bruce shrugged, took a towel to wipe off his things, and asked, did they leave in a fit of anger? Bruce is worried that Karla and Jennifer will drive his sports car back to Jennifer's house like the previous time. Afu shook his head, they are upstairs. But they don't want you to go there, otherwise they will leave. And Miss Karla also warned you, if you want her to help, at least for the time being, she has the right to control the room in this house. Karla thought about it. This is Bruce's home, yes, but Bruce needs her help now. That's good, she doesn't have to feel indebted, she just uses the temporary room usage right as the price and bargaining chip for helping, she won't take advantage of it. Bruce can only let her go. Upstairs, Karla finds Jennifer, who she's calling. Jennifer made a wait gesture and said to the phone, Harvey, my side is ready, and the court can be reopened at any time. Those bastards must be brought to justice. What? You said my injury? It's okay, it's just a few scratches. Xiaolu is fine, right? As long as he is willing to continue testifying in court, none of those people can escape. Okay, then you can come to pick me up anytime. My location? I'm at Mr. Wayne's manor now, and I have some things to discuss. Okay, I'll wait for your notice. After Jennifer finished speaking the last sentence, she hung up the phone and turned around, motioning to the phone in her hand. Talk about work a little bit. And I have to tell Harvey that I'm safe, but the people he sent didn't protect me, as if I feel a little guilty. Karla looked at Jennifer like this, stepped forward and embraced her in her arms. Jennifer felt strange. What's wrong? Karla shook her head and muttered, now I support you to remove the child. Just before the child is formed, it is not considered to have murdered a life. It is only a month, and the damage to you is not too great. Then get a boyfriend, or I'll introduce Clark to you. She would rather cheat her younger brother. Jennifer couldn't laugh or cry. Dan and I both regard Clark as our younger brother. We used to play with him around when we were young. You let me and Clark be together? Don't be kidding. What's wrong with you? Don't you still want to be the child's godmother? Karla raised her head and looked at Jennifer, feeling worthless for her. That bastard is still obsessed with Rachel, and even made promises or something, whether he is evil or not. Cassie. Jennifer thought what was wrong with her, but it turned out to be this. She couldn't help but smiled and reached out to help Karla fix a strand of messy hair, and said in a mature tone, Karla, I'm the latecomer. Even if you want to despise me, I'm also a third party. At the restaurant, I had already seen that Miss Rachel was the only one he had in his eyes, so I planned to withdraw and let it go completely. So it doesn't matter. Jennifer didn't evade, let alone quibble, but clearly stated that she knew it. She knew that Bruce only had Miss Rachel in her heart, but she did it in the end. Because she's not reconciled, she needs to do that to let go. So I have been telling Mr. Wayne that I hope he will not have any psychological burden, and there is no need to be responsible to me. That is my choice, and don't you also say that I voted for him for nothing? So you are still thinking about it. What? Jennifer smiled at Karla. It was a relieved, relaxed, and calm smile, without any resentment or resentment. It turned out that she had thought everything through from the very beginning, and it was Karla who had been worrying that she hadn't let go. So, it seems that the Wayne family is going to lose this descendant. Afu's voice sounded behind the two of them. He didn't know how many times he heard it, and how long he came, carrying a tray with black tea and pastries in it. Afu's eyes were a little red. He had been at Wayne's house for a long time, and he also regarded Bruce as his own. Just imagine the disappointment of Grandpa who is about to hold his grandson but hope for nothing, and you can know how disappointed he is. But it is definitely impossible for Jennifer to compromise, at least not for him. Afu also knows it well, and he heard the conversation between the two women just now. There is no right or wrong in this matter. In fact, Bruce is right, and Jennifer is also right. There is nothing wrong with one wishing to fight and the other wishing to suffer. Everyone is an adult. The only thing to criticize is the shitty things Bruce did. Miss Jennifer, I'm sorry. Afu still apologized to Jennifer for Bruce, and said, I used to think that Miss Karla is very suitable for Synthesis as the mistress of the Wayne family, but now it seems that maybe Jennifer Miss is more suitable. Jennifer smiled and lifted Afu's shoulders. I don't have that kind of luck. She was not at all reluctant, and the smile on her face made Karla understand that she had completely returned to the state Karla had always been familiar with. The two of them raised their cups and touched each other tacitly. Karla said, congratulations on being single again. Haven't I always been single? Jennifer muttered dissatisfied. Seeing the two of them like this, Afu could only sigh in his heart. Young master, both of them are rare women in the world. Why didn't you get either? Karla and Jennifer stayed at Wayne Manor until around noon when they got a call from Harvey, who was on his way. The general court time is mostly in the morning, which is to allow Jennifer to prepare in advance for the court session tomorrow or next week. More information about crimes is still stored in the serious crime team, and they will go there for investigation. When Karla was preparing to leave with Jennifer, Bruce followed them to the door, watching them, wanting to keep them but not knowing what to say. Because Harvey was still on his way, Bruce tentatively asked, why don't you stay and finish your lunch before leaving? I'll let Afu prepare. Afu also quickly said, I'm going to prepare now. Jennifer shook her head and declined his kindness with a smile. Mr. Wayne, we are already very disturbed, and you have a lot of things to do. Gotham City needs you now, so don't waste time on me. Go help more people. There was a certain light in Jennifer's eyes. She already knew that Bruce was the Batman, and she couldn't help saying, maybe it's a little different from that Miss Rachel. I prefer the Dark Knight to this dude's mask. Brewston nodded, and when he wanted to say something again, Harvey's car had already entered from the outside. Jennifer, are you okay? Harvey was still concerned about Jennifer's physical condition when he came over. Jennifer was amused that everyone was starting to care about her, but she also understands that the only one who really cares about her is Karla, including Bruce for the unexpected new life in her belly. As for Harvey, he was even more innocent. He was worried about whether she would be competent for the next trial. Only Karla is the purest, just pure concern and care about her health. Jennifer took a deep breath, and her expression gradually became serious. She glanced at Harvey and nodded, it's okay. Let's go. Just like that, Jennifer followed Harvey into his car without looking back. Master Green. Karla looked back at Bruce, snorted softly, and naturally followed Jennifer's footsteps quickly. Harvey, on the other hand, inevitably had to say a few words to Bruce, but Bruce's eyes kept following Jennifer's figure, and he obviously didn't hear what Harvey said. In the car, Karla and Jennifer sat in the back seat together. "Aren't you bringing your battle suit?" Jennifer glanced at Karla and asked. Karla was a little speechless. "You don't have to be so excited to ask about this kind of thing." Jennifer stuck out her tongue and made a face. Although both of them are 30 years old, their cuteness skills have not regressed at all, and they are also damn cute. In fact, Jennifer is a little excited. She has been excited since the morning. After all, she was originally a fan of Batman and Oracle Man, and she didn't even know where to buy the merchandise. "By the way, don't you need to pay copyright fees for this peripheral?" Karla complained secretly in her heart. Should she collect money? So Jennifer has been chatting around the topic of Batman. As she said just now, if what Rachel promised was that Bruce would accept him after giving up his Batman identity, then Jennifer now prefers the superhero who is Batman Bruce. It's not the Bruce after putting on the mask. On the contrary, Jennifer thinks that the Bruce in the eyes of others is his mask. Should it be a woman's intuition? Or is it true love? Jennifer pointed directly to Bruce's heart. His unrestrained playboy appearance is indeed just an illusion, just to cover his figure under the night. No one doubts that the swinger dude will be the hero of justice fighting criminals at night. To say that she prefers Jennifer, what Rachel likes is Bruce's appearance, but what Jennifer loves is Bruce's heart and true face. Ever since Bruce put on the Batman battlesuit, he is no longer that idle and ignorant nobleman. After traveling all over the world and returning to Gotham City, he just wants to save this already decayed city. But Rachel wanted him to let go of Batman, but how could she know that Batman was Bruce's true face, that was his true self? There was once a comic in which Wonder Woman Diana tied herself, Superman and Batman with a lasso of truth, in this way to let each of them tell their true identities. Wonder Woman said her name was Diana. Superman is also not immune to the effect of the mantra lasso, so he has to reveal his true identity. His name is Clark, and the Kryptonian's name is Karl. Zero looking for flowers. But when it came to Batman, he said he was Batman. You asked him to give up his identity as Batman? Isn't it equivalent to asking Bruce to give up all of himself? Justice, the goals, ideals, and future he pursued. What was he working so hard for all these years? Just to torture himself and come back and be a swinger? Only Jennifer notices that Batman is Bruce's real body, but damn, she's in love with Batman again. He just got out of Bruce's pit, turned around and fell into it again. Jennifer turned and lay in Karla's arms as she left Wayne Manor. Karla sighed. There are only a few people in the world who can blatantly take advantage of her. Going to the hospital? Karla asked. Jennifer knew what she was talking about and just shook her head silently. Harvey thought that Jennifer's injury was still not healed, so he persuaded worriedly. There is no rush for work. If there is anything that has not been dealt with, it is best to go to the hospital. Karla patted Jennifer on the head. The hospital can't cure it, Harvey. If the heart is hurt, no one can heal it. It was only then that Harvey realized what was going on. He looked at the two women through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but feel admiration and disdain for Mr. Wayne. What he admired was that there seemed to be no shortage of women around him, even such a good woman. The disdain is that he can't keep any woman, including such a good woman. Harvey secretly alerted himself in his heart. He would never be like Bruce. He would definitely cherish his girlfriend, that is, Rachel. Because Karla and Jennifer both had concerns and didn't want to talk, they were silent all the way. The car stopped in front of the serious crime unit of the police station. As a judge, Jennifer didn't need to check the case in person. If she met an ordinary judge, she would leave it to the prosecutor to do it herself. But Jennifer was different. After getting off the car, she adjusted her breathing and state, and immediately returned to the unselfish justice. Come on Harvey, let's find enough evidence to put those bastards in jail forever. Jennifer began to re-enter the busy work, and Karla was always by her side, worrying about her relationship status and worrying that she was too tired. Even Karla was surprised that there were too many criminal records and materials, but before that, Gotham City had nothing to do with those gangsters. This is why Gotham City has always been called rotten to the root. If Carmine Falcone hadn't been attacked and arrested before, the previous Gotham City could be said to be dominated by gangsters. That Carmine was even arrogant and blatantly entertaining politicians in his restaurant. So, in fact, it's just after the autumn to settle accounts now, and none of the fish that slipped through the net before can't escape. That's why there is a lot of information. If the prosecution is successful, the longest person may be sentenced to hundreds of years in prison. Don't tell me, he still owes hundreds of years of punishment. After all, a person's 890 life is limited after all. Karla is also very worried about Jennifer's state. Don't forget, you haven't removed the child yet. If you don't want to remove it, you should pay attention to rest. Jennifer froze all over, and then pretended she didn't hear Karla's words, but when she was thirsty, she silently replaced the coffee with water. As mentioned earlier, on the night Jennifer was attacked, the director of Gotham City was also attacked. That director was not as lucky and intuitive as Jennifer, and Joker succeeded in killing the director of Gotham City. Not to mention that his death gave Gordon a place. The chief was originally an upright and righteous man. His death is a loss for Gotham City, and the director has always been very popular. So the chief planned to make an obituary and hold a parade ceremony for the chief this week. Therefore, the trial originally scheduled for this week may have to be postponed to next week. This is the conspiracy and plan of that lunatic, Karla guessed. It must be Joker's careful plan. He calculated that the chief would arrange a grand funeral for the chief, so he attacked the chief. As for the reason, it is also very simple. Joker is not alone, and he cannot complete his crazy plan alone. Don't forget that when Karla went to kill Joker before, he met dozens of his men. Not all of those people were recruited by Joker, almost all of them were people he borrowed from other mob bosses. In other words, Joker is now cooperating with those gang leaders, and he must protect those bosses, at least for the time being, so that he has enough manpower and financial resources to play games with Batman and Oracle. Joker is a lunatic, but he is by no means a fool. Even Karla has to follow his rhythm with his mind and IQ, and even Bruce has nothing to do with him. Karla has to admit, Joker is more difficult to deal with than the Shadow Warrior Alliance. The plan of the Shadow Warrior Alliance is not difficult to stop, but Joker is good at playing with people's hearts. He even wants to drive everyone crazy. He wants to bring everyone into the abyss. For this reason, at the expense of his own life, he does not think it is evil, but he is righteous. Karla also has a degree in psychology, criminal psychology, at least her knowledge can get a degree. So it's not hard to guess what Joker is thinking. Actually, Joker's goal is very simple. He wants to turn Bruce, he wants to turn Batman into the next Joker, and even me. Karla narrowed his eyes slightly. Joker's purpose is very dangerous and crazy. He is creating a laughter world. Manta is even laughing Superman. Joker definitely doesn't know Karla's real identity, but Joker doesn't care. He just drags Bruce and Karla into the abyss, trades 1 for 2, sacrifices 1 Joker, but creates 2 new Jokers, and he wins. And his bargaining chip, or his reliance, is the real identity of everyone in Gotham City whom he kidnapped, as well as Karla and Bruce. After hearing Karla's analysis, Jennifer gritted her teeth tightly, saying that it was impossible not to worry about Karla, and it would be false to say that she didn't care about Bruce. So, as long as Harvey and I can send all those gangsters to prison in the shortest possible time, Joker will lose his helper, and you and Bruce can only target him alone. Jennifer reinvested in the adult among the piles of data. Although Jennifer already wanted to do her best to help Karla and Bruce, but Joker's plan was superior. On the same night, he caused another murder. 2 police officers were killed, one surnamed Harvey and the other surnamed Dante. Harvey Dent, he's the Joker's target again. Not only that, but a newspaper was found next to the bodies of the 2 police officers, with a picture of the mayor giving a speech. At that time, the police found that the newspaper had been graffitied by Joker. The picture of Chief Shi was graffitied to look like a Joker, and it was written in large black letters, "If Chief Shi was killed in front of the citizens, what would happen?" Ha 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 ha. That series of ha has the crazy style of Joker, and also makes people shudder. This bastard not only wants to attack other people, but now he even has his eyes on Chief Shi. What made the atmosphere even more tense was that tomorrow would be a parade for the sacrificed chief, and it was impossible to change what had been decided. Even if the chief now knew that he was the next target, he had to announce the obituary as scheduled. If he was afraid of death, wouldn't it seem that the director's sacrifice was not worth it? And the more it is at this time, the more necessary it is for the people to see their courage and determination to fight Joker. If you back down at this time, you will lose everything. There is no need for Joker to do anything, and Gotham City is over. Therefore, the most terrifying thing about Joker is not his madness, but his mind and IQ. He is definitely one of the smartest people in the DC world. That night, Bruce called Karla and Jennifer separately. He called Karla first, and Karla didn't know how many times she was awakened from sleep by this bastard, and she could guess what he wanted to say, so she directly pulled out the battery and threw the phone away, almost losing her strength throwing it out the window. In that case, she would definitely ask Bruce to buy herself a new mobile phone. Why? Later, Bruce had no choice but to call Jennifer. 4.4 In fact, the 2 of them haven't slept yet. Why are they so worried? How can they still fall asleep after receiving such news just now? Jennifer looked at Karla helplessly, knowing that she definitely did it on purpose. But Jennifer didn't make up her mind to hang up, but picked it up. "Hi, Mr. Bruce, what's the matter?" Bruce on the other side felt sad at first. From the time when he was secretly loved by a girl who took the initiative to court him, to now he was called a distant address in a lukewarm way, and he always felt uncomfortable. But he did not forget the purpose of his call. "Jennifer, tomorrow's parade is very dangerous, I hope you don't go." Jennifer sighed. "Mr. Bruce, if I don't go tomorrow, I can resign." "That's the director?" Bruce was on the verge of telling her to just quit. Joker has attacked many people, the most shocking of which is the police chief. The power of the entire Gotham City consists of several parts: the chief, the director, the chief judge, Jennifer, the chief prosecutor, Harvey, and some counselors. But the real power of those counselors is not great, and they are still subject to the restraint of the chief judge, Jennifer. In other words, the director can be regarded as the power giant in Gotham City, and now he is dead, and died in the attack of Joker. For this reason, the Chief Shi decided to hold a parade for the sacrifice of the chief, and personally issued an obituary. This is also to motivate the citizens and let the people see the determination of the government. They will never bow to the Joker and those gangsters, and they will definitely defeat the enemy. But there are huge hidden dangers hidden in this activity. Both Bruce and Gordon know that not only Harvey has become the Joker's target again, Joker even wants to attack the mayor, and his plan must be related to this parade. Even Jennifer. Harvey had already been attacked once, and so had Jennifer, and both 20s were much luckier than the chief. Now that Harvey is being targeted again, maybe Jennifer will be attacked again. Bruce had called Jennifer overnight last night to persuade her not to participate in the parade. But Jennifer, as the chief judge, if she is absent for no reason, then don't do it next time, just resign. Even if the Chief Justice doesn't blame her, people in Gotham City will no longer trust the new female Chief Justice. So Jennifer declined Bruce's kindness and decided to participate in tomorrow's event. Bruce hung up the phone. Alfred came to Bruce's side mysteriously, and handed him a wet towel and a glass of water. Bruce just came back from the outside. He just went to check the newly discovered murder scene and then called Jennifer immediately. Master, I'm not talking about you, I think you're a bit too much. Even Afu couldn't stand it anymore. If you really like Miss Jennifer, then go for it bravely, but you have to let go of Rachel first. It's about Miss Rachel. If you still miss Miss Rachel, then don't hesitate to pursue Miss Rachel. It's not fair to the two girls you are doing now. Bruce glanced at Alfred. He definitely wanted to pursue Rachel. But Afu, Rachel said that he would not be with me until I decided not to be Batman anymore. Bruce reminded Afu that Rachel had promised him that. Afu wanted to complain, and then she switched to someone else's arms? This stupid young master, you are the only one who is in place, and he is already 800 meters away. But Afu couldn't say anything, let alone say that. He just pretended to mutter, and muttered in a voice that Bruce deliberately heard. Are you really planning to give up Batman? Then the days you worked hard for it, what is the purpose of the year? Just to attract Miss Rachel's attention as Batman, and then give up Batman's career for her. Bruce just pretended not to hear, but even his eyes showed a trace of blankness. The next morning, Jennifer's home. Karla, don't you plan to wear that outfit to accompany me to the parade? Please, Jennifer's voice was a little crazy. She looked at Karla innocently wearing her usual, full of informal style clothes, inevitably a black line. To say she's informal would be a compliment, just her jeans, sneakers and casual shirt. Wait, is that my shirt? Jennifer shook her head with her hands on her forehead. Even if you go to an ordinary Western restaurant, you will be kicked out. Karla didn't care. I'm not the protagonist, I just need to find a place to stay, and it's enough to ensure that you don't get attacked. I'm not the target, at least I haven't found any clues that I'm Joker's next target, right? Also, put me in this suit. Jennifer had to open her closet to find a white dress skirt, a matching pair of exquisite high heels, a pure white pearl necklace, and a designer bag. Karla glanced at Jennifer. The latter shrugged. Don't think I received money, but some people did give it to me. Don't use that kind of look. Do you think politicians are not stars? We will also attend various parties, so those merchants will also give us something to show us wearing their products as an advertisement. Is it okay? But think about the party Bruce held for Harvey, and the politicians of a certain country will cooperate with various consortiums, especially the president. There will be many large corporate activities behind each president. There is no need to say more about this kind of thing. In short, Jennifer's famous brands and luxury goods are obviously not paid by her, let alone wasted her own money, but are similar to celebrity endorsements, and are given by various businessmen on their own initiative. In this case, Karla is relieved. As for wearing this kind of dress, she actually doesn't resist it. The reason why she always dresses like that on weekdays is entirely because of convenience, simplicity, and comfort. How dare you sit on the grass in this dress? How dare you lie in the back of your adoptive father's pickup truck? How dare you let the family dog pounce on you? No kidding, she's not willing to spend thousands of dollars maintaining a dress. With Jennifer's help, Karla finally changed into the white dress. It was a gown with an open back, and Karla glared at Jennifer, who was holding her corset, and neither of them would back down. Damn, the most prominent part of this dress is your white and beautiful back. Okay, do you still want to wear this thing? Jennifer almost jumped up, only thinking that Karla was unreasonable. Karla also thinks she is unreasonable. Then you want me to vacuum up? Even if you are a friend, I will fight hard with you. Hurry up and give me 633. My hair is so long and my back will not be seen by others. Besides, you didn't pay attention, my back is kind of scary. It's not that Karla is boasting. She has experienced years of exercise, and her back is more terrifying than that of ordinary men, but it doesn't look very conspicuous on weekdays. But now when I put on this dress, it immediately shows up. Jennifer was also stunned, and reached out to touch Karla's back. The murderer was full of muscles as hard as steel. You are already a man of steel? Jennifer was dumbfounded. She didn't expect what she said. Karla is really a man of steel. Karla shrugged, took back the dress that Jennifer had snatched just now, and put it on inside, and covered the back with her long golden hair, so that this dress turned into a very ordinary-looking and very conservative dress-up. Karla put on those high heels again. She has the same feet and figure as Jennifer and Danny, but she is a little taller, so it's no problem for them to change clothes. However, Karla looked down at the heels, which were definitely not short even if they could not be called heavenly tall, and looked helplessly at Jennifer, who was suddenly half head short again. Jennifer curled her lips. It's nothing. Why are you so tall? Karla was originally 1.9 meters, but now it seems that she is already 1.95 meters. No wonder she likes to wear flat shoes on weekdays. This comes from her own self-confidence. No one came to pick up the two beautiful ladies today because they have their own cars. Although Karla's car was blown up when Jennifer was attacked, don't forget that Karla drove Jennifer's car over. You absolutely have to compensate me, Karla complained as she started the car. I haven't paid off my car loan yet. Damn, no one said they want to reimburse me? The insurance company won't come out and take care of it? Jennifer looked sideways at Karla helplessly. Her life was in danger at the time. Sister, can you stop caring about your car? Karla started the car and rushed towards the venue. The parade started at 8 o'clock in the morning, on a section of a main street, from one end to the other, and there were 10 pre-arranged podiums at the end. Those who participated in the parade were all police officers from the police station, and some citizens also came to participate in the parade spontaneously. When Karla and Jennifer arrived at the venue, many people on the podium had already arrived. Harvey brought Rachel over to greet the two of them, and took them to the podium to find a place to sit down. The person who made the obituary must be Mr. Shi Chang, and the others are just here to show their faces. Even if it's just a formality, it must be done again, otherwise the sacrifice of the director is too pitiful. Have you made any arrangements? Jennifer approached Harvey and asked with concern. Now that it is known in advance that Chief Shi will become Joker's next target, some arrangements must be made, and it is impossible to do nothing. Harvey nodded. There are snipers in the nearby upstairs and in the box. If Joker dares to show up, or if there is any accident, he can be killed immediately. When Harvey spoke, he gritted his teeth, obviously hating the Joker who suddenly jumped out to make trouble. That's right, with the cooperation of the Chief Prosecutor, Jennifer, the Chief Justice, and the Chief, Sheriff, and Chief Shi, they are about to bring order to Gotham City with the dawn of justice. As a result, it was delayed to convict those gangsters because of Joker's disruption. In addition, many people have died since Joker appeared, so as a man of justice, he naturally cannot remain indifferent. After Karla heard the conversation between the two, she turned her head and inspected the surroundings with supervision, and sure enough, she saw snipers in some hidden places. At the same time, she also discovered an unexpected person, Bruce, who was also acting. At this moment, on the street in the distance, all the police officers who participated in the parade had come close. Gordon also participated in the parade as the sheriff. He is the sheriff, not the director. The director is the chief boss, and the sheriff is also responsible to the director. After Gordon walked around, he looked at the surrounding windows, worried that Joker might be hidden there. Unfortunately, he found nothing. In fact, Joker is actually hiding in the crowd, even in a location that people can't guess. Even Karla didn't find Joker. The reason is that Joker is no longer that crazy look, but has wiped off the mask on his face, and sprinkled it in the distance with the appearance of an ordinary person, even a little master. This keeps Karla from noticing him. When the parade was over, the head of the department also stepped onto the podium and began to publish his obituary to the head of the bureau. He is a man of integrity. When I invited him to be the director, the only request he said to me was that he should not be involved in political matters. He only wanted to do his job well, which was to protect the citizens and the city. The Chief Shi began to make a speech, but the few people behind him did not dare to relax, and Harvey also asked Gordon, "Is there anything missing?" Gordon said, "I looked at almost every window during the parade, but there are too many windows here." In fact, Karla also scanned all the windows and rooms around her. She will not let the mistakes she made in the hospital happen again. Karla can guarantee that there is nothing suspicious about the nearby windows. Joker has not arranged for a killer, and she has not even found Joker's figure. Karla has also turned on super hearing. She has memorized Joker's voice, and once Joker utters even half a syllable, she can immediately lock on it. But no, it can be said that there is no shadow of Joker within 100 meters. Could it be that he is afraid? He also dare not act recklessly in such an environment? Or did he have some last move? Instead of doing it here at the meeting place, he planned to plant a killer move in the chief's office? Thinking about it, Karla subconsciously used supervision to observe the chief's office. At the moment, as the chief finished his obituary speech, a police officer in charge of the gunfiring honor guard shouted, "Shoot, let go." The first batch of the first rounds were fired. Karla subconsciously turned her gaze back, and set her eyes on the guards of honor, with a surprised expression on her face. She heard slight differences. Normally, this way of shooting off, especially in this environment, uses blank ammunition. Blank bullets refer to bullets with only shell casings, a small amount of gunpowder, and a primer. They are usually used for training and exercises. Although they have certain lethality at close range, but they are not fatal. But blank bullets and solid bullets are different. Karla once had the opportunity to play with guns. Don't look at her like this. She has traveled all over the world. It is inevitable that she will encounter various things, such as entering areas where war is still taking place. Just then, the second batch of second shots fired. In a series of gunshots, Karla noticed that there was one gun, and only one of them was live ammunition. Karla subconsciously looked at the man. Damn it, Joker? Karla finally found out that Joker has been here since the beginning. He wiped off all the colorful things on his face, and he revealed his true colors. He was even earlier than Karla and Jennifer. Has been lurking here. The most dangerous place is precisely the safest place, and the safest place is also precisely the deadliest place. This is not a nesting doll, this is the most dangerous place for Joker, but Qian Wang's is also the safest place because no one would guess that he will be here. And for the chief, this is the safest place, and almost all the police officers in the city are here. But it is precisely because of this that once Joker breaks in and launches an attack, it will be the deadliest. Karla had no time to act. She noticed that Joker was smiling smugly at herself. Before the third shot was about to start, without waiting for the leader to give orders, all of a sudden, the whole firing team turned their guns and aimed at the podium the Shilong. Damn Joker, the whole firing squad is actually his men? Karla could only turn around and hug Jennifer subconsciously, blocking the direction of those gunpoints with her back. It is by no means that Karla is played around by Joker again and again. Although Joker is indeed a criminal with a high IQ, Karla is by no means stupid, and even guesses a little bit about what Joker really wants to do. However, Joker's madness is something Karla never expected. Who would have thought Joker would show his true colors on such an occasion? He actually risked himself in order to complete the plan to assassinate the chief. He was really crazy to the point that even Karla didn't expect it. It's not that Karla couldn't rush in front of Joker immediately, but she couldn't expose herself any further. Clark wasn't ready yet. Both she and her adoptive father Jonathan knew that Clark was far from ready to appear in front of the world. Karla had to be selfish, so she only had time to hug Jennifer and use her back as her shield. But if this is the case, what will Chief she do? A person rushed out. It was Gordon. It turned out that he also noticed the abnormality of a gun during the second shot, so he threw down the chief who hadn't reacted at all. But Gordon was shot in the back. This sudden change suddenly made the scene chaotic. There were many people around who spontaneously came to see the director off, including those police officers who participated in the parade because they were not equipped with guns, so they were all in chaos. Among them, the capable police officer 023 began to hunt down those members of the firing squad. The entire firing squad was Joker's people. No wonder no one discovered the existence of Joker. Moreover, when attacking the chief, the firing team all turned their guns and pointed them in the direction of the chief and the podium. Now everyone knows that the shooting team is Joker's people. God knows how he got in there, etc. Karla turned her head, looking in a certain direction. In one of the rooms over there, Bruce has now arrived, and in his place are bound together a number of men who were the original firing squad. Damn, she was still careless after all. Karla was only focused on looking for Joker, but ignored the scene here. Karla gritted her teeth. She was played by Joker again. Karla, suddenly, Jennifer in her arms pushed Karla away, raised her head, and looked at Karla seriously. Go and catch him. Karla looks worried. But Jennifer continued firmly, this is the best chance, don't let him go. Sergeant Gordon is still alive and dead, and he must pay the price. Even Jane, Cabby, Nifer was pissed off. Karla saw her like this for the first time. Nodding, Karla told Jennifer to be careful, then turned around and jumped off the podium resolutely. Note that Karla from at the moment is still wearing high heels, but she just ran without caring. It's not that Karla can't wear it, nor is it that she's not used to it, but she's just too lazy to wear it. Even though the heel may be as high as 50 centimeters, she can quickly run in the direction Joker left. Karla has locked Joker. This time, she will not let him go. It has to be said that Joker's escape method is very clever, and many people around him didn't notice him, and they saw that Joker was about to flee into an alley and disappear. But Karla followed up in time. The footsteps of Clack came from far to near. Before Joker could look back, he felt an irresistible force of gravity coming to his back, and then he was stepped on the ground up. You can't kill me, Oda suddenly said. Karla sneered. Why can't I kill you? Is there anything else you can threaten me this time? No, not at all. Revealing my identity? I will gag everyone's mouths. Don't you care about that, Lady Judge? But Joker said something that surprised Karla. Karla subconsciously turned her head and looked back, but she couldn't find Jennifer. It wasn't until she turned on supervision that she realized that Jennifer was leaving here under the escort of a police officer. Karla was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But Joker said again, how do you think I know the identity of the firing team members? How do you think I got in? Do you feel at ease? No, that's my man. Karla stepped a little harder, and the high heel pierced Joker's back instantly like a sharp bayonet. But Joker didn't take it seriously at all, and laughed wildly. She is your weakness. Once the masked hero's identity is exposed, she will be controlled by others everywhere. You can only blame yourself for being too careless. And it's broad daylight. You are not wearing a battle suit. How are you going to save people? Do you even dare to kill me in front of so many people? Don't be kidding. Your threats are not scary at all. Karla hated her teeth, but she had to admit that Joker touched her sore spot. Can she fly in front of so many people? Can she show the power of Superman? Or even kill Joker with her own hands? This bastard is completely reckless. Are you trying to drive me crazy? If you really intend to do it, I will show you the real horror. Karla lowered her head and did not use a voice changer, but her voice was full of the direct and most undisguised killing intent. But Joker continued to laugh. Driving you crazy? Ha ha ha, I'm not that boring. In fact, you have never been my target. No, after meeting you, I realized that I don't need to do anything to you at all. Karla frowned. What do you mean? I always thought you and Batman were on the same side, but you should be on my side. Justice? Order? Do you really think those boring things make sense? You want to kill me so much, and you know how to kill me. It is the most correct choice to kill me, but you have not done it for a long time. But what restricts you is not something like morality or law, just because you can't do it. Karla can't. If instead of the boring bat mask you wore, you were wearing a Joker mask, how would you be any different from me? Joker's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing deeply into Karla's heart. Even Karla took a step back unconsciously, allowing Joker to get up from the ground. He touched his back indifferently, and shrugged his shoulders as if it didn't hurt at all even though he got a bloodstain. As for Karla, her expression was in a trance for a while, because what Joker said was right. She doesn't actually belong to order, she should belong to chaos, if there are really two camps. Isn't this also the reason for the conflict between Karla and Bruce's ideas? She believes that Lars has endangered the lives of tens of millions of people in Gotham City. Killing Lars can save those people and eliminate the troubles forever. And Bruce believes that after he and Lars's conspiracy are stopped, Lars should be arrested and brought to trial by Gotham City. One is the idea of order following morality and law, and the other is the idea of complete chaos. Joker escaped from Karla's hands again, and even Karla didn't know when he left. Until a ringtone brought Karla back from the trance to reality. Karla? Did you catch him? It was Jennifer. The reason why Karla let Joker go is because of her. Joker will let Jennifer go only if Joker is let go. Jane, where are you? Karla asked. Jennifer replied, I'm in my office. What's wrong with you? As expected of being a good friend for many years, Jennifer immediately heard that there was something wrong with Karla's tone. Karla didn't say that Jennifer almost fell into Joker's trap just now. In fact, before the person who escorted Jennifer did it, Karla was actually not sure if that person was Joker's person. But Karla didn't dare to bet, and Joker was sure she didn't dare to bet. Karla is not Joker after all, she is not as crazy as Joker. Karla has someone she cares about, she dare not gamble with Jennifer's safety. Karla didn't say much, and just told Jennifer to stay there and wait for her to pass. When Karla turned around and returned to the previous street, there was only a mess around, but the chaotic crowd had dispersed. After finding Jennifer's car, Karla drove to Jennifer's office and hugged Jennifer as soon as she entered. Jennifer was a little dazed, but also felt that Karla seemed to have been hit. What's the matter? Why did you suddenly act like you were scolded by Jonathan Uncle when you were a child? Jennifer asked in as relaxed a tone as possible. She had rarely seen Karla like this, all her life. What happened? If it's just that you didn't catch Joker, it doesn't have to be that way. After all, you didn't even catch Batman, right? Jennifer already knew that Bruce was Batman, so when she mentioned the idol again, she felt a little uncomfortable. Be polite. Faced with Jennifer's efforts to appease, Karla shook her head. It had nothing to do with whether or not Joker could be caught, but his words had a great impact on Karla. Jen, do you think I look like Joker? Karla asked Jennifer. Jennifer was startled. How could she have such an idea? What did he say? Jennifer's expression gradually became serious. She was worried about Karla's mental state. Could it be that she was infected by that lunatic? I've only heard that idiots can be contagious, but I haven't heard that gangsters can. Infectious. Karla repeated what Joker said just now, and smiled wryly again. I even began to feel that he seemed to be right. I did rely on a little power to start naturally, self-righteously feel that I can transcend all laws on. But it's not normal, and we all know it's twisted. Jennifer is a justice herself, and she was the Attorney General of the Metropolis before. Faced with Karla's self-doubt, she actually recognized it in her heart. You still know, Dolly girl. But at this time, she definitely didn't dare to hit Karla again, but stretched out her hand to hold Karla's cheek, and said seriously, who doesn't want to be righteous when it is not a last resort? Karla was startled. How dare he call us Karla as crazy as he is? I really want to smack him. You didn't kill people for no reason, did you? You didn't want to destroy a city just because it was so peaceful and beautiful. Karla, don't get distracted by what he says. He's a murderer. He's killing people for no reason. You see what he's been doing lately. He doesn't even have a purpose. He's like a guy who doesn't want money, power, women, fame, and fortune. Not for anything. Just want to see the world into flames. Just want to see the abyss and hell. What about you? You are here to protect innocent people. You are here to protect those who will not harm others. Although your methods are sometimes a bit excessive, one is for justice, and the other is to create chaos and cultivate evil. How dare you call you a lunatic like him? Do you remember that drunk man? I was afraid for a while back then, and even felt unnatural in the first few days, and didn't even know how to face you, because I knew that you killed that drunk man. No, somebody with a bat mask. Bruce has absolutely no idea you got him blamed years ago. That was several years ago. See chapter 11 for details. Jennifer looked into Karla's eyes seriously, and said sincerely, but when I think about it later, I was afraid for a while. If the man's gun hadn't missed, later it was reported that the drunk man had missed the shot. After all, he didn't find the bullet, or he didn't dare to miss it, believe it, but hit you or me, and I dare not think about what will happen in the future. We are not pure perpetrators, Karla. We did not hurt others without reason or with malice. We are just doing everything possible to protect others. So you don't have to have any psychological burden. If you still can't let go, then in my capacity as Chief Justice, I acquit you. 0 looking for flowers. Karla looked at Jennifer, her mind gradually calmed down. She smiled and stretched her arms around Jennifer's waist, buried her head on her shoulder, and muttered, it's a pity that I'm not a man. If I don't let you, I will never give you up to others. Jennifer just smiled and pushed her away. Okay, stop making trouble. If someone sees it, bad rumors will spread. They are just friends, not the kind of relationship that crosses the line, including Karla, who is also a normal girl and will never come out of the closet. The reason why Karla has never wanted to fall in love or find a boyfriend is also very simple. She is at ease by herself, not to mention that she has secrets of one kind or another, and it would be too troublesome if there are more people by her side. What's more, even Bruce can't catch her eyes, and Superman is her younger brother. How many people in the world can Karla favor? 0. After Jennifer tried to persuade her with good words, Karla finally stopped digging into the dead end. In fact, many people can't think about it for a while. Simply put, the authorities are confused and the bystanders are clear. Joker's words have dealt a blow to Karla, but Joker is suspected of confusing the public and changing concepts, or the facts. Joker deliberately ignores the difference between him and Karla. Although Karla kills, she kills all bad people. What Karla pursues is to kill a bad person and save more good people. And what about Joker? He kills all good people. Can it be the same? Even if Karla puts on the mask of Joker, her actions are still different from Joker. After all, Karla aims to become a superhero. Even if she is above the law, she will restrain herself with morality. Karla has not completely lost her morality. She is fundamentally different from Oda. Damn Joker, almost got fooled by him. Karla clenched her fist. Never let him run away next time. Jennifer poured cold water. You have already said it, but you still let him run away. Karla is discouraged. Who is it because of? The next time you dare to ride in someone else's car, I will file a complaint with Bruce, and Karla will fight back. Jennifer couldn't laugh or cry. Why did you sue him? Also, I just sat in the car of Gordon's police officers. Karla stopped joking and warned Jennifer, the situation is getting more and more unclear now. How do you think Joker got into the shooting team? I suspect that someone under Gordon and Harvey was bribed, or from the beginning there are gang undercover workers. Although Karla managed to escape Joker from her own hands again that day, she was even almost shattered by Joker. She can go head-to-head with Bruce, and the reason why she lost to Joker's mouthpiece is that her code of conduct can be counted in the chaotic camp in a certain way. But Karla has Jennifer, and the Chief Justice of Gotham City has acquitted Karla, so definitely not guilty. Is she covered by someone? However, in the evening of the same day, there was a piece of good news. It turned out that in the chaos of the day, in addition to Karla chasing Joker himself, Harvey also captured one of Joker's men. The reason why the news did not come out until the evening was because Harvey desperately wanted to find out about the Joker, even at the expense of lynching. It was only when Bruce arrived that he stopped. Bruce definitely showed up as Batman 213 and brought bad news. Joker is not only going against Harvey now, but also his other target is Rachel. Now that Bruce is Batman, and Rachel is Harvey's girlfriend on the surface, Joker will not let her go in any way. It also hit Bruce. That's right, after Karla, Bruce was hit by Joker as well. He planned to surrender himself, and he wanted to admit to everyone that he was Batman. Since he insists on making me turn myself in, then I will admit defeat, and no one will die because of this boring game, Bruce said to Karla on the phone. This time, because it was still early, Karla saved face and didn't hang up Bruce's call again. Karla glanced at Jennifer who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, turned around and walked to the balcony, and asked Bruce, "Are you sure you didn't make this choice because you want to sleep with that woman?" Bruce on the opposite side was silent. Karla sneered, "Okay, I get it. Since this is your choice, then do whatever you want, but don't reveal my identity. Joker doesn't dare to reveal it yet. If he doesn't have this trump card, next time he will be killed by me. So don't expose it." The reason why Karla cooperates with Joker's game is because Joker has this handle. Karla had already thought of a solution during the day, but she was threatened again at that time, and her spirit was hit, so she didn't have time to make a move. But Karla has already thought of how to deal with this threat, and Joker wants to threaten her with this matter for the rest of her life? How could she always submit, and she has already thought of a solution? It's just that since Bruce already had his own idea, Karla didn't say anything more. "Karla, you can come over for dinner?" Jennifer's voice came from the kitchen at this moment. Karla agreed, and said to the phone, "Goodbye Bruce, and I wish you happiness. I hope." Then she hung up the phone. And that goodbye has both a superficial meaning and a meaning of seeing you again. If Bruce exposes his identity, then in order for Karla to continue to protect his identity information, the two are doomed not to act together again. Maybe she can't even be a friend on the surface, and she won't take the risk of contacting Bruce, let alone meeting him. Maybe they will completely become people from two worlds. And Jennifer, Karla will persuade her to return to the Metropolis after this matter is over, no matter whether Jennifer wants this child or not. Since Bruce chose Rachel, it will be over completely. That's all for now. After solving the Joker, they will say goodbye to Gotham City. Whose call? Jennifer couldn't help asking when she saw that Karla hung up the phone and stayed there for a while. Karla responded casually, "A sales call. I sold some interesting things. I wonder if I want to buy something." "What?" "Well, it's not easy to say." Jennifer almost spit out a mouthful of water. Karla didn't care about Bruce's affairs anymore, no matter whether Rachel hid at his house, no matter what happened to Joker's men later, and no matter what Bruce planned to do tomorrow. She began to decide to ignore Bruce completely, but to concentrate on accompanying Jennifer, as long as her personal safety was well protected. When going to rest at night, Karla naturally wore Jennifer's pajamas. She came in a hurry this time, so she originally didn't bring anything, and she was even worried about whether all the windows at home were closed when she left. Fortunately, the weather in the Metropolis was fine during this time, without rain, so as long as it was not patronized by thieves, it would be fine. Definitely in the end, she asked Danny to take care of herself, and help clean the room by the way. Danny has nothing to do with her. If Karla and Jennifer hadn't tried their best to stop her, Danny would even have planned to chase Gotham City to live for a few days. 0. It's messy enough here. Karla doesn't want to give Joker another hostage who can threaten her at any time. The next day, Harvey called Jennifer, and it was said that he would hold a press conference on Gordon's murder and Joker disrupting the parade. It is also necessary to give an explanation to the outside world. At the same time, Harvey also revealed in advance that Batman would surrender at the reception. This immediately caused a sensation. Some people said that Batman still succumbed to the threat of Joker, and some people said that Batman was compromising in order to protect more people from being harmed. In short, not only Joker, not only the people of Gotham City, but people all over the world are now focusing on today's press conference. The reason why Harvey told Jennifer was actually just to say hello, and did not invite her to attend, and even warned Jennifer not to show up. Jennifer accepted Harvey's kindness and planned to stay at home honestly on this day. Even Karla didn't plan to go out. After washing up, they didn't even bother to change their pajamas. They sat on the sofa leaning on their shoulders, turned on the TV, and planned to spend the day leisurely like this. Speaking of which, there are spare toiletries at Jennifer's house, which are specially prepared for Karla and Danny, so as not to have to mix them up when they come to visit unexpectedly. They themselves don't mind abandoning each other in 4.1, but the toiletries don't cost much, so it's okay to have an extra set. Only clothes. Karla has been wearing Jennifer's clothes for the last 2 days. Karla's car has been backed by Jennifer, so it's not too much to wear a few clothes. Later, at the point when Harvey had a mouthful, Jennifer switched the TV show to his press conference. Karla glanced at Jennifer and didn't speak, but groaned coldly in her heart. Still can't let go? Was it a concern about what would happen if Bruce revealed that he was Batman in front of so many people? But her worries were obviously unnecessary, because Harvey suddenly said that he was Batman, which stunned everyone. Even Jennifer turned and threw her hands at Karla. Karla glanced at Jennifer. Can I still lie to you? Bruce is indeed Batman. Maybe they have some plan. Karla guessed right. Bruce and Harvey did have their plans, because then Bruce called Karla. Harvey was trying to use him to lure Joker, Bruce said of their plan, and let me catch Joker. Joker knows your identity, Bruce. Even if Harvey can really draw out Joker, it's because he was originally Joker's target, and he's in danger, Karla reminded Bruce. Don't forget that it's because of Bruce that Karla's identity was captured by Joker. Guess what? Bruce obviously knows this too, so he turns to Karla for help. So I need your help. Impossible, Bruce. You know it's impossible. Karla ruthlessly refused. Because you can't let me kill Joker, so I won't go. He needs to be punished, Bruce yelled. But his so-called punishment is not what Karla wants to see. Karla obviously won't let Joker live, but Bruce's so-called trial is nothing more than putting Joker in prison. That 20 is too simple, too easy, and endless troubles. So they can't negotiate. I hung up on Bruce. Karla was about to put the phone away. Bruce couldn't help but said, Karla, you can't give up Harvey for personal reasons. Karla paused, and then said, Bruce, Harvey's life is fate, and so is Jane's life. Joker has targeted her more than once, Bruce, including yesterday I caught Joker, but he once again threatened her through Jane. Me, I can't let her be in danger anymore. At least Harvey has you to protect. If I leave, what will Jane do? Selfish? Well enough. If you have to talk about selfishness, who is it that is selfish? Bruce, Karla sneered, and snapped the flip phone closed to give Bruce another chance to speak. Turning her head, Karla saw Jennifer behind her, holding 2 boxes of ice cream in her hand, and asked, Do you want to eat? Karla walked over quickly and snatched both boxes. It's not suitable for you to eat 2 cold things now. When did you become a doctor? Jennifer felt amused, and said again, So you let Joker go because of me. I'm so sorry. Karla shrugged, reassuring her not to think too much. Bruce will take care of it. What if not? Then let him die. Karla, I'm just kidding. Don't worry, Batman will take care of it. Karla fooled, and walked aside with 2 boxes of ice cream to enjoy alone. Jennifer had no choice but to sit aside and look at Karla helplessly. She was obviously not asking for a box of ice cream that should have been her own, but that Karla would come out. Soon, Karla sighed and handed the half-eaten ice cream to Jennifer, and while sending another unopened box of ice cream back to the refrigerator, she took out her phone. Afu, bring me the equipment. It turned out that she was calling Afu. Afu was also unambiguous. Miss Karla, I'm already downstairs. I'll go up now. Karla raised her eyebrows. It seems that Bruce is determined and she won't refuse, will she? It's really annoying. Not for anything else. Karla is angry for Jennifer. Turning around and seeing Jennifer happily eating the remaining half box of ice cream, Karla became angry and warned, Don't eat too much, my son hasn't formed yet. Anyway, she is a godmother. Jennifer reached out and rubbed her belly. How are you sure it's your son? Karla shrugged, instinctively. She wouldn't say that one night she dreamed that there was a brat and his bastard dad who had been arguing with her, and that kid's name was Damian Wayne. Karla's dream is obviously a precognitive dream, not an ordinary fantasy. And that brat called her mommy one by one, it must be Jennifer's son who didn't run away. That's why Karla has been trying to appease Jennifer not to really kill the child before, and at the beginning she wanted to help Bruce match the two. But now, let that scumbag die for me. Because of dissatisfaction with Bruce, Karla was still not in a good mood when Afu sent the equipment up. Hiding in the bedroom, Karla put on the silver grey Oracle battlesuit again. Miss Karla, your chariot is ready downstairs, said Afu, who had come driving Karla's silver grey chariot, so she could set off directly. Karla snorted softly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. She wanted to take that chariot for a long time. Afu, Jane will leave it to you, Karla told Afu before leaving, and now only Afu can believe it. That being said, before leaving, Karla seemed to have thought of something and asked again, I heard that Miss Rachel went to hide in the manor, right? What will she do when you come out? As a result, Afu said, Miss Rachel has already left, so please rest assured, I will definitely do my best to give up this old life, and I will also protect Miss Jennifer and the little Master Wayne in her belly. Jennifer muttered, just saying that I don't know if it's a man or a woman, right? Wait, why Wayne? It's her kid. But neither Karla nor Afu asked her what she meant. Karla flicked the silver grey robe and cloak, turned around and left in a smart way. As I said before, don't underestimate Afu, at least in this world. Afu seems to have a background in special forces, and has even participated in many battles. Not only does he know a lot about various weapons and equipment, he even has good fighting skills, it's just that it doesn't show mountains or leak water on weekdays. Even when Bruce was acting as Batman, most of the injuries he suffered were Afu's help to deal with 787. Looking at Karla again, she quickly came downstairs, and she saw an exaggerated and cool chariot on the street. She is dressed in silver grey, not arrogant at all, but low-key and introverted, just like the moon in the dark night, not dazzling, but not to be ignored. Many people gathered around because of this, and some took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Karla walked over, stepped on the front of the car, and turned to look at those people. Haven't you seen it? As a result, everyone shook their heads. Karla laughed, then take a picture for my mother. The car is low-key and restrained, but it can't stand the owner's arrogance and domineering. And when he came up, he stepped on the front of the car. If the car could talk, it would probably cry. If he had encountered an Autobot like Bumblebee, he would have thrown her aside long ago. After showing off for a while, Karla opened the car door and sat in. She glanced at the complicated console. She had seen the Batmobile before and knew the general operating system, so she confidently raised her hand to operate it. Suddenly, a warning sound sounded from the car, and only a female voice said, "Goodbye." An intact car exploded in the street with a bang. Karla was dumbfounded, and rushed out of the ruins on a motorcycle. What happened? Why did the four wheels become two wheels? Those onlookers were also dumbfounded, and Spider-Woman was too irritable. Such a good car, said it was blown up. Karla operated like a tiger, but somehow activated the self-destruct system of the tank, then abandoned a better tank and replaced it with a locomotive and set off. Afu and Jennifer upstairs obviously also heard the movement downstairs. Jennifer stood in front of the windowsill, holding the ice cream in her hand that she was not willing to finish in one breath, looking at the silver-grey Kinley disappearing in the distance. The figure turned to look at Afu. Afu muttered, "Did I forget to tell her that this is the latest tank?" It turns out that the latest device has been activated on the current battlefield, which is to install a spare locomotive in the chariot system. Once the chariot is seriously damaged, it can be replaced with a locomotive to continue operations to maintain mobility. But in order to prevent the chariot from being recycled by others, once the locomotive is started, it will self-destruct. Karla did know the mode of operation of the tank, but she knew the old model, and accidentally started the locomotive, and the tank was destroyed. When she found Bruce's whereabouts and joined him, Bruce looked at Karla in surprise. "Have you been attacked?" Karla was embarrassed to say that it was caused by her own operation error, and nodded vaguely. What about that? Where is Harvey?" Bruce didn't ask any more questions, and said, "It's inconvenient to come out now. Harvey will draw Joker out first, and then we will go out. That is to say, it is not yet time for the protagonist to appear on the stage." Karla stood up straight from the locomotive, and expressed her opinion on the locomotive again. This kind of locomotive is not an ordinary motorcycle. In order to maintain the highest speed and for safety reasons, in short, the tripod of the body is set at the back, and even Karla has to lie on the body. This is very tiring. In fact, it is not as comfortable as ordinary locomotives. And this will make your hands unable to exert strength, as if you have been doing push-ups, holding the handlebars with both hands to support your upper body, and you will be very tired after a long time. But there is no way. After all, this locomotive was originally hidden in the chariot system. It is not easy to hide a locomotive in the car. It is impossible to prepare a pair of tripods under the chariot, right? According to Karla, it's better to prepare a cooler locomotive and a separate sports car for me. Bruce thought it would be much cheaper. If he had known it would be so easy to dismiss Karla, he might as well have fooled her with old tanks and old locomotives. Why on earth did he prepare the latest chariot for her? He was still so picky. Just when Karla was complaining, Bruce finally received the news that the convoy escorting Harvey had already set off. Harvey voluntarily admitted that he was Batman at the daytime reception, so he was temporarily detained, but after all, he was in order to lure Joker to bring him to justice, so Harvey intends to have him escorted to another prison. And during this journey, Joker will definitely appear. Once Joker appears, Bruce and Karla can arrest Joker and bring him to justice. To put it bluntly, this is all a conspiracy, and it will be revealed at all. But they just bet that with Joker's crazy style, he will definitely show up. Sure enough, not long after the convoy escorting Harvey left, they encountered a pre-prepared roadblock on the highway, and several ignited trucks blocked the planned way, forcing the helpless army to enter the underground tunnel. But immediately afterwards, several trucks suddenly appeared in the underground tunnel and began to attack the convoy. Because the enemy's firepower was too fierce, even the escort convoy could not fight back. Bruce and Karla know it's their turn. Bruce also asked Karla if she wanted to ride in his car. Karla shook her head. Forget it, working with you will only make me feel more tied up. Bruce understood what Karla meant, she was probably going to kill. Before Bruce opened his mouth to stop him, Karla reminded, Bruce, do you know how many people died in just this moment? Bruce fell silent. Karla started the locomotive first, and then disappeared into a silver-gray light and shadow with a whoosh sound. Bruce didn't neglect either, and followed Karla closely to the direction where the incident happened. When Karla and Bruce arrived one after the other, the battle in the underground tunnel had already entered the most intense stage, and even the Joker side arrogantly pulled out rockets. Bruce, are you sure you want to keep such arrogant and crazy guys? Karla glanced sideways at Bruce, and asked in a sarcastic tone through the headset. Bruce didn't make any waves, at least keep Joker. Shouting, Karla smacked her lips, added a bit of accelerator in her hands, and the speed of the locomotive began to shake off Bruce's chariot, and went straight to the oncoming convoy. It turned out that Karla and Bruce came in from the other end of the tunnel. They didn't chase the two convoys, but came face to face. Karla dodged the police convoy before heading straight for one of the gangsters' trucks on the other side. The driver and the co-driver in that car looked at each other, then shrugged and spread their hands. They were driving a truck, so would they be afraid of a locomotive? Who is afraid of the other? At the moment, the two sides refused to give in to each other and collided head-on. Karla. W. Seeing this scene, Bruce exclaimed, even if it is a Batmobile, it is still a motorcycle. How could it be possible to hit a big truck? He thought Karla would escape in time. Unexpectedly, Karla bumped into it. At this time, Karla's voice sounded on the channel of the two. It's so noisy, don't shout so loudly, my sister is not dead yet. Only then did Bruce see clearly that Karla lifted the front of the car at the last moment as if she jumped up. She didn't collide with the truck in the ordinary sense, but smashed the windshield and crashed into the driver's cab with the car up. Just like the locomotive is not worth mentioning in front of the truck just now, how can two human bodies be compared with the locomotive under the huge amounts of impact and inertia? Very good, and Karla secretly arranged with his own biological standpoint. He smashed the two into flesh on the spot. Karla started the locomotive again in the cab, knocked open the door of the cab and jumped out. And the truck that lost the driver immediately lost control, turned around and hit the load-bearing wall of the tunnel on the side. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. If something happened to Karla, not only would he be sad as a friend, but he also didn't know how to explain to Jennifer. Now that she's all right, Bruce gets into action too. Stepping on the gas pedal of the tank, Bruce rushed to another gangster's truck just like Karla just now. The body of the chariot was not high, and it was extremely strong, which allowed Bruce to drive the chariot into the chassis of a truck, overturning a heavy truck. In the blink of an eye, Karla and Bruce each took out an enemy truck. And then they almost locked the truck that Joker is in together. The arrival of Karla and Bruce immediately reversed the unfavorable situation of the police force. They violently eliminated the two trucks in their own ways, leaving only the last Joker's truck in front of them. But Joker is not easy to mess with. He noticed two Batmans, one left and one right, one silver gray and one pure black, one male and one female, coming straight towards him. Joker, however, was unhurried and let out a strange laugh. He raised the RPG launcher in his hand and aimed a rocket at the truck that was actually escorting Harvey. In a hurry, Bruce had to choose an angle and flew up through a police car, blocking Joker's rockets with his tank. Karla scans and sees that Bruce himself is fine, but his tank is clearly out of action. But don't forget that Karla turned the chariot into a locomotive, and apparently Bruce also has a locomotive hidden in his army. With Bruce also changed to a pure black motorcycle and walked side by side with Karla, the two men's styles matched even more. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other, even if there was not enough tacit understanding. Don't forget that they still have special channels and radios. Karla, don't kill him. We can pull him out of the truck with steel wire with a load-bearing capacity of more than 30 tons. Bruce is the real owner of these equipment, so he knows what weapons he has. It turns out that the locomotive is also equipped with a terrible steel wire, which is not originally heavy, but the load-bearing capacity can reach a terrible 30 tons. 090 Karla turned her head and glanced at Bruce again, feeling bored in her heart. But she didn't say much, but agreed, I see, don't forget to fix my chariot. It was the first time she got her own chariot, and she was destroyed by herself before she had time to show off, and it would be embarrassing to say it. Fortunately, Bruce didn't know why the chariot was destroyed. Bruce naturally agreed, this is just a small problem, and the problem that money can solve has never been a problem for him. Then you see, Karla and Bruce start to move separately. They rush from the left and right and behind Joker's truck from behind. Joker couldn't see clearly what was going on in the car, and seemed to be jumping up and down there a little impatiently, and for a while, he really had a sense of Joker's déjà vu. But he was a manifestation of madness, hiding a terrible disregard for the rules, and even a madness that disregarded morality and law. Anyone who dares to underestimate Joker will suffer a lot, even Karla and Bruce are no exception. When they came to the back of the truck, Karla and Bruce started to act. They first got in from the last wheel behind the truck, and then drove the powerful steel wire into the cargo compartment of the truck with the weapons on the locomotive. Then, the two quickly continued to move under the truck site, laying down several sections on the left and right sides, because there is no cure. Finally, they left in the left and right directions respectively, and then circled around the nearby load-bearing wall column several times, and then drove the steel wire at the last end into the ground. Stopping the locomotive, Karla turned to look at the truck behind her. This is an underground tunnel, and the quality of those load-bearing wall columns is unquestionable. Even if the entire truck hits it, the car will only be destroyed. What's more, the two stone pillars bear the gravity together. When the steel wire was stretched to the limit, there was a terrible sound, and the truck compartment was pulled down. That's right, the front of the truck continued to move forward at a fast speed, but the rear compartment was torn apart abruptly. Because this kind of carriage can be disassembled, so the carriage was not torn apart, and the Joker and others inside just lost their balance and rolled together, falling into a coma. The police force who saw this scene also stopped in the distance ahead, and subdued the people in the front of the truck by the way. Karla noticed that Bruce was driving towards the direction of the truck compartment, and noticed some people jumping out of the darkness nearby, and the leader was Gordon. It turned out that Gordon was not dead. He was wearing body armor at the time, and after blocking a shot for the commander, he escaped by feigning death. Then he and Bruce planned the entire operation plan together. Even the steps of arresting people here are all exactly the same. Seeing this scene, Karla simply didn't bother to pass by, without saying hello, and left far away with a kind of hidden merit and fame. Gordon glanced at Karla's leaving back, didn't say much, and continued to lead the prepared team to capture Joker. Joker was not thrown to death in the carriage, but jumped out with a CABG gun. Facing the fast-moving Bruce, he stood in the middle of the road without avoiding it, and opened his hands as a gesture of greeting. Come on, kill me if you have the ability. Karla resisted the urge to turn around. If Joker dared to yell at her like that, she would definitely hit him head-on, and she wouldn't be able to kill you. But now he is facing Bruce, and Bruce is actually struggling. He really wants to run into it desperately, but Bruce understands that once he hits it, it will be over. The beliefs he insisted on, the morality he last insisted on and maintained, will fall apart in an instant. In the end, Bruce avoided the Joker, not because the Joker avoided him, but because he avoided the Joker. If it's a mind game, the Joker is clearly winning. Bruce also caused the locomotive to lose control and fell behind Joker, and Joker's men who came down from the car were about to control Bruce. Karla sighed and shook her head. Not only didn't care about Bruce's safety, but instead accelerated the speed of the locomotive, turning into a silver-gray phantom and disappearing in the selected place in an instant. This is because Karla knows that a well-prepared Gordon will bring Joker to justice and Bruce will be fine. Sure enough, as Karla thought, everything seemed to be developing in a happy direction. Gordon appeared in time to arrest Joker and his party, and Harvey, who had been in danger along the way, was also released. But when he saw Gordon, Harvey was also surprised. It turned out that Gordon had only discussed the plan with Bruce, and even Harvey didn't know that Gordon had escaped and moved behind the scenes by feigning death. Normally, the villain, the biggest enemy, has also been captured, so this should be the end of the finale, right? Shouldn't the subtitle group also take a turn? However, is this really the case? Speaking of which, Karla had doubts on the way back. It stands to reason that Joker shouldn't be so stupid, right? He played around with himself, Bruce, and even everyone in Gotham City. Would he really be so easily fooled? Not to mention anything else, Joker should not be lying when he said that he was an undercover agent in the police station. So in other words, Joker may have heard some news, right? For example, this is Harvey and Bruce's plan or something. Speaking of which, Joker didn't use rockets from the very beginning and insisted on waiting for them to appear. Why is that? Karla had a bad premonition. I always feel that my mother is being fooled again. Asshole, just say that you can't let this dangerous guy speak, otherwise all 10 mouths will be full. Karla even felt a sense of frustration that all these years of knowledge had been learned in vain. There is no way, after all, she is not a lunatic and does not understand the way of thinking of neuropathy. But she still thinks, Bruce, be careful, maybe this is a trap of Joker. Always feel that Joker deliberately let himself be caught. Bruce. The radio channel was still there, but Karla would never have guessed that Bruce had knocked one of his own people out. Karla was running fast on the street, and went straight home, definitely to Jennifer's house. As for the arrest of Joker on the other side, it has nothing to do with her. If Joker cannot be caught in this way, those people will all die. It's rubbish. Fortunately, there was no situation where Karla scolded others. I heard that Joker has been indeed captured. And Bruce, he still didn't make up his mind to run into Joker at the time, although he wanted to do it so much, but Bruce knew, and Karla also knew, once he ran into Joker and killed him, Bruce's faith would collapse. In that way, the Joker's conspiracy has succeeded. Although there is no so-called Joker toxin here, once Bruce's beliefs collapse and the constraints on justice, morality, and law are all released, he will be terrible at that time. The Laughing Bat once completely destroyed his own universe, and everyone in the entire Justice League was killed by him, transformed and transformed. Once he kills Crazy Eye, maybe even Karla will find it tricky. So when Karla quarreled with him, she also said that she recognized his beliefs, but she didn't agree with them. Approval means that I think your idea is very good, and disagreement means that I will not do that. In fact, Karla has always been afraid of driving him crazy. Batman is either this extreme or the other extreme, which is very troublesome. But if he really kills the Joker, once he sets the precedent, once he tastes the sweetness, once he becomes an unrighteous Batman, there will be no unrighteous Superman. Fortunately, he is Batman after all, and still retains his bottom line. Karla also breathed a sigh of relief, standing on the windowsill, looking out at the night sky that was still in the middle of the night. She said that Batman is the benchmark of justice. This sentence is not a compliment. At least she couldn't, and if Bruce hadn't told her a few times not to kill the Joker, she would have done it. At this moment, Jennifer came over from behind and handed Karla a glass of water. Karla turned around and glanced in the direction of the door. Alfred had already gone back, and he left after Karla returned safely, and he was also worried about whether Bruce was injured again. Why say again? Because every time Bruce acted as Batman, he often wounded himself. After all, the main targets he faced and attacked were gangsters who almost ruled the underground of Gotham City. Afu didn't say anything, did he? Karla suddenly felt guilty. Jennifer showed a dumbfounded expression when she heard this, remembering that she and Afu saw Karla blowing up the chariot for some reason upstairs, and finally disappeared into the distance on a motorcycle. Mr. Alfred and I, don't forget Afu's real name, were stunned. Okay, what did you do? Jennifer still doesn't know why Karla chose to give up chariot. Even if it is for the pursuit of speed, the chariot will not be much slower than the locomotive, and the chariot has better defense, more stable, and even equipped with many powerful weapons. No matter how bad it is, you can wait for the tank to be damaged before changing to a locomotive. Karla said in her heart that I pressed the wrong button. But it's definitely embarrassing to say it at this time. Okay, it's getting late, it's time to get ready for bed. Let's go girl, my sister will accompany you. It's dead, people think it's going on when they hear it. The two best friends and sisters are talking and laughing and are planning to take a rest. But suddenly, Karla's eyes were in a trance, and the super predictive ability broke out involuntarily. In fact, even Karla herself can't fully control the super precognition, and she doesn't even know whether this ability is because she learned magic, or the super ability that suddenly awakened when she woke up one morning. The reason is that she has guided Clark to practice magic, but Clark has never had a super precognitive ability, and she is the only one who sees some future pictures from time to time. But this time, what Karla saw was a terrifying scene. The sudden fire engulfed two people, Rachel and Harvey. As expected, Joker kept his backhand. He actually pretended to be tricked on purpose, but in fact he knew that this was a trap. He knew a long time ago that he was playing tricks. Just like what Karla worried about before, Joker was arrested on purpose, and the reason why he wanted to do this was because he had nothing to fear. In fact, Joker never gave up his threat to Harvey and Rachel, even Rachel had already been arrested, and ha to mention. Moreover, Joker was arrested for another purpose. As mentioned earlier, the reason why those gangsters can be prosecuted is because of a witness named Xiao Lu, who is the target of Joker. Once Xiao Lu was taken away by him, none of those prosecutions would be effective. None of this matters. Karla raised her hand and slapped her forehead, and even made a loud noise, which startled Jennifer. Jennifer turned her head to look at Karla in confusion, and was startled again, only to see that Karla's face was suddenly covered with cold sweat. Karla doesn't care about Joker anymore, because there is a scarier guy. Zero looking for flowers. If there is no accident, she will rest with her arms around Jennifer next, but in order not to be disturbed, they will turn off their mobile phones, and they have been disturbed several times by Bruce. But the most important thing this time is that Harvey and Rachel will die, and Bruce will blame Karla for not helping him, and even go crazy because of it. He won't turn into the Laughing Bat, but it will be more terrifying. The future Bruce will be completely out of control, and finally Karla even sees a yellow ring on his finger. At that time, the entire Gotham City will be plunged into fear. Bane? League of Shadow Warriors? They'll never know that when Batman stands in their way, any of their plots will be thwarted by Batman. But once Batman becomes a terror that threatens the city, it can be destroyed more easily than anyone. Zero. Karla? What's wrong, Karla? Jennifer reached out and shook Karla's shoulder, thinking she was injured, picked up the phone and was about to call an ambulance. It turned out that Karla's phone rang first. Karla, Brutzo's voice came from the opposite side. But before Bruce could finish speaking, Karla interrupted, is Rachel and Harvey missing? How do you know? Brewston paused, but now it's no longer the question of Karla's knowledge. He hurriedly said, Karla, I need your help, please. No, I beg you to help me again. Help, I saved Rachel. Bruce even used the word beg. Karla took a deep breath. In fact, she didn't need Bruce to call. She was already planning to rush there. The reason was that she must not just watch Batman fall, otherwise, the entire universe might be threatened. Time to kill Bruce, or Bruce will find a way to deal with the Kryptonians sooner or later. Bruce on the opposite side was silent for a while, thinking that Karla was silent because of Rachel, and suddenly said, "Karla, Rachel has already rejected me, just today during the day, because Harvey said he was related to Batman. She said she was more like Harvey, and decided to accept Harvey's marriage proposal. So it's no longer because of personal feelings, and I'm going to give Rachel to you, and I'll save Harvey." Karla subconsciously looked at Jennifer. Jennifer spread her hands. "Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me?" Karla rolled her eyes and flattened the corners of her mouth before saying this. "Okay, I will immediately go to the loss." In the police station, Bruce was interrogating Joker when Karla had to put on the battle suit again and come back. It is said to be an interrogation, but in fact it has already started. Gordon at the moment was anxiously trying to open the door of the interrogation room, but Bruce blocked the door with a chair in the room. It is estimated that Gordon regrets it now, and Bruce should not be allowed to interrogate Joker alone. Seeing Karla coming, Gordon seemed to see a savior. "You stop him, he is about to kill Joker." Karla glanced at Gordon with a smile on her lips. Gordon still doesn't know that he actually chose the wrong person. The one inside will not kill the Joker, and the one outside is the most dangerous person. Karla took a look at the situation inside the interrogation room. The interrogation room usually uses one-way glass, which means that the outside can see the inside, but the 853 cannot be seen from the inside. Including the sound, only the sound from inside came out, but the movement outside could not be heard. Karla glanced at the chair in front of the door, didn't bother to let Bruce open the door, and walked straight towards the glass. Before Gordon and the other police officers knew what she was going to do, they saw Karla raise her right hand and punch it hard when she came to the thick glass wall. Her movements were too crisp and neat, and she smashed a big hole in the thick glass wall with one punch. That's bulletproof glass that can't be broken by a pistol. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Karla just jumped in. Bruce at the moment is holding Joker against the wall. "Say, where are Rachel and Harvey?" Joker ignored him, but turned to look at Karla with a smile. Ordinary people have long been terrified of Bruce's threat, not to mention that Bruce is going crazy now. He said that he has no attachment to Rachel, but after all, he is still his crush and childhood sweetheart for many years. Don't care anymore. So he also tyrannized the Joker. I didn't see Gordon going crazy, so he went to the doctor in a hurry. How did Gordon know that Karla was the most dangerous one? Karla waved her hand. "Go away. She's talking to Bruce." Bruce wanted to let go subconsciously, but he reacted immediately, and he did not hesitate to block Karla with his body. "What are you going to do?" Karla looked at Bruce helplessly. "Don't worry, I won't kill Sheriff Gordon in front of him. I don't want to turn from a hero into a criminal." Well, she'll still do Gordon a favor. Only then did Bruce feel a little more relieved, and gave Karla the position to face Oda directly. Karla looked at Joker and said, "Let's not go around in circles, and I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Tell me their whereabouts. Everyone knows that your purpose is not to really kill them, otherwise you don't have to play this game, just kill them directly." Karla knew that since Joker didn't kill Harvey and Rachel in the first place, he was playing a game that would probably drag Batman or the Knight of Light into the abyss. But Karla will never let him succeed. Joker looked at Karla, and finally said 2 addresses, "But you have to be quick, otherwise I can't guarantee that you will have enough time to rescue them." "You don't have to worry about that," Karla said, turning to Bruce and asking, "Who are you going to save?" Without thinking about it, Bruce said, "Harvey." He had said on the phone before that he had been dumped by Rachel, and he and Rachel were no longer in that relationship. Definitely no one knows what he thinks in his heart. Karla shrugged, and was about to turn to act. Bruce followed closely behind. Did the two intend to go out through the window that was broken by Karla's punch before, and didn't intend to help Gordon open the door? But at this moment, Joker's voice came from behind. "Speaking of which, I didn't seem to say that there were only 2 people, did I? Sergeant Gordon." "No, it was Commissioner Gordon who just came home and just gave me a few." This subordinate led the way. "I didn't know that Director Gordon had a son and a daughter." Everyone was startled and subconsciously looked at Gordon over there. Gordon was originally only the sheriff, but after the death of the chief, plus this meritorious service, he will definitely become the new chief. But now Gordon can't care about this. He rushed to this side from the door a few steps, stared at Joker, and shouted angrily, "What did you do? Damn it, you are against Jim, actually Gordon's son, James Gordon Jr. Gordon is James Gordon, but as a father, you shouldn't call it that, so it's a nickname." "And what did Barbara do?" Joker shrugged. "Why so serious? This is just a game. Zero, now that I know there are 2 Batmans, it's time for you to make a choice. Who are you going to save? Rachel? Harvey? Little James Gordon? Or Chief Gordon's wife?" "You madman," Gordon said, slamming his fist against the side glass wall, but he didn't have Karla's strength, so he had to rip his own fists apart. Bruce also felt chills in his heart, because he knew that Joker was testing humanity, Bruce, and Karla, Gordon, and everyone present. According to selfishness and personal feelings, they must save Harvey and Rachel, but how should they face Gordon? How will they face him in the future? And just because it is a superhero, at the moment should give up the small self and complete the big self at this moment. But being emotional and reasonable, Harvey and Rachel is more important. But life is not such a simple arithmetic problem. Joker, he really deserves to be Batman's biggest enemy. He is a terrifying existence that can make Batman, a master tactician, frequently hard-pressed. If he is not a lunatic, but a person full of justice, he will definitely team up with Batman to become a bat fighter. Unfortunately, that is not possible. Give it to me. Just when everyone felt that there was nothing to worry about, Karla suddenly stepped forward. Havy didn't ask you the question 3.6, did you? Leave the others to me. But. No but. Karla snorted lightly, continuing to delay will only waste time, and since I dare to make a promise, no matter what happens, I will bear it. Joker reminded Karla, you haven't asked Director Gordon's family address yet, and I didn't intend to tell you so easily. Karla responded with a sneer, it's no longer needed. With that said, Karla walked outside. Bruce could only choose to keep up, but on the way out he still couldn't help but asked worriedly, are you sure? Definitely no problem. After this, though, you're going to leave Joker alone with me. Don't worry, I won't kill him, and it'll only take 10 minutes. 10 minutes of total solitude. Joker is very cunning, he seems to cooperate, he seems to be very happy to explain the location of Harvey and Rachel, but he didn't say until the end that he also hijacked Gordon's family. He was disturbing other people's nerves, forcing everyone to be anxious, and even wanted everyone to become crazy like him. He was not afraid of being hurt, he wished Bruce would kill him, in that case, his goal would be achieved, and he would drag Bruce into the abyss. But Karla's existence is an accident, he thinks he knows Karla very well, but, is that really the case? Karla didn't ask about the whereabouts of Gordon's family at all. It seemed ruthless, as if she had abandoned Gordon's family, but it was not like that. At the gate of the police station, Karla and Bruce separated. Bruce will be responsible for rescuing Harvey, while Karla will be responsible for everyone else, including Rachel. The positions of the two people are almost completely opposite. Joker did this on purpose, his arrangement is to cause trouble for people. This guy. Karla and Bruce started to move separately, not to mention Bruce rushed to Harvey's whereabouts, and then looked at Karla. She drove into an alley nearby, and then she stopped. It's still going to be like this, Karla sighed softly. Joker, including Bruce, and even Karla's best friends Jennifer and Danny, they all don't know that Karla is not from Earth. Her biggest secret is known only to her family, she is a Kryptonian. Joker made a mistake, and it was impossible for him to think that Karla would be an alien. Getting off the motorcycle, Karla flexed her shoulders, and then she kicked off the ground and jumped up into the sky. Karla flew into the sky like this. She didn't want to do this at first, but now that the situation was urgent, she couldn't care less. Flying into the air, Karla glanced at Rachel's position first, to confirm what was going on with her. As a result, Karla was taken aback, and found that it wasn't Rachel at all, but Harvey. It turns out that Joker also deliberately reversed the positions of Harvey and Rachel. That jerk. Karla gritted her teeth with anger. Although it was fine, it definitely didn't feel good to be played by someone. Karla saw that Harvey was tied to a chair, surrounded by countless gasoline barrels, and there was even a countdown bomb in front of him. The countdown time is only 5 minutes. Once it explodes, plus the gasoline on the scene, Harvey has absolutely no chance of survival. But Karla was not in a hurry, but turned her head to look in another direction. At the moment, she turned on supervision to the limit. At this moment, Karla can see almost everything in Gotham City. She is investigating. Although she has never seen Gordon's family, as long as there is something similar to kidnapping the event, it should be. Soon, Karla locked on to the target. In the 3 corners of the city, there are 3 huts. The layout inside is almost exactly the same as Harvey, except that a middle-aged father and daughter, a 13-year-old girl, and an 11-year-old boy are imprisoned inside. Karla is convinced that they should be Gordon's family. The process was cumbersome, but Karla completed it in less than a minute. At this time, Bruce was still rushing to the location of Harvey. Karla glanced over there and found Rachel's whereabouts. There is nothing to say next, and there are 4 minutes left in the countdown, and Karla starts to act. She first flew to where Gordon's wife was, because Joker didn't even arrange a guardsman, so the rescue process went very smoothly. Or maybe Joker originally arranged for his subordinates, but who dares to guard this place? Probably already ran away. Mrs. Gordon wanted to ask the children as soon as she was rescued, but before she could open her mouth, Karla took her across half of Gotham City to another room. That's where Barbara Gordon was, and Karla and Mrs. Gordon rescued her too. Then came James Gordon Jr. at the end. Before the Gordon family could react, they were rescued by Karla. This is the power of Superman. Many times not only the enemy can't keep up with Superman's speed, even the rescued people don't know what happened. If I have to say it, Karla's current speed can circle the world at the shortest distance from the Earth within 1 minute. Not to mention it's just a little Gotham City, the whole journey takes less than a minute. In the end, the Gordon family stood at the door of their house, looking at each other stupidly, and they haven't recovered until now. But they remembered one thing: Karla told them to call Gordon in another 5 minutes to report that he was safe. Karla is worried that Joker will make trouble after hearing the news. Karla was also a little psychologically shadowed by Joker. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Finally, Karla came to Harvey's place. Harvey was on the phone with Rachel when Karla came in. Unexpectedly, Joker took good care of them and left walkie-talkies for them so that they could talk when they were bored. By the way, should I thank Joker? When he saw Karla, Harvey was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed, and he shouted, "Why are you here? Damn it, go and save Rachel." "Don't worry, the other one has already gone," Karla said as she walked over, untied Harvey, and led him outside. Rachel, Harvey was still calling into the walkie-talkie, worried about what was going on with Rachel until he was sure Rachel was okay. As a result, a deep and hoarse voice came from over there. I'm already here. After Karla had already saved the Gordons, Bruce was late. In fact, Bruce is already very fast, but no matter how fast 207 is, it must not be as fast as Karla. After all, she can fly. In this way, Harvey and Rachel were finally rescued by Karla and Bruce without any risk. When they met back in front of the police station, they still hugged each other tightly. Harvey, I am willing to marry you. Rachel, who survived the catastrophe, was very excited, and even confessed on the spot, agreeing to marry Harvey. Harvey can't help being with Rachel Chin too. Karla turned her head to look at Bruce, shaking her head. Tisk tisk, Mr. Green. Be strong, she said, going over to pat Bruce on the shoulder, as if it wasn't a big deal. After all, Bruce is Bruce. Although he was deeply hit, he didn't show it, or he didn't actually get hit, because he said before that he was dumped by Rachel during the day, right? Karla came to Gordon again and said, how is it? Have you received a call from home? Gordon nodded and thanked Karla gratefully. Thank you. If something happened to them, I really don't know how to live in the future. But, how did you do it? You spent almost a minute around Brother Tan. She flied around, right? After all, Karla can't hide it from the Gordon family. He seems to know something. Just when Karla was thinking of an excuse to fool, an unexpected incident gave her a break. Boom. There was a sudden roar from the police station behind everyone, and the police station exploded. This sudden explosion caught everyone by surprise. Moreover, the explosion was so powerful that all the glass on the first floor of the police station was blown away. Everyone outside the door squatted down subconsciously, and some even got down on the ground. Only Karla stood there with her back to the police station motionless, her cloak shaken by the explosive shockwave, making her look even more dashing and handsome. Karla turned her head thoughtfully and smiled. Joker's plan, in fact, she saw in the future picture seen by the super foreseeing. That's the end of everything. It's impossible for you to act recklessly, and it's impossible for you to mess up the world again, Karla said as she walked into the police building. At the moment the aftermath of the explosion is not over, it is actually dangerous to do so. But Karla didn't care, and went straight to the place where the criminals were held downstairs. It was a temporary cell, where those who had just been captured but had not yet been tried and convicted would be held. Karla came all the way here, but when she came to the ground, she saw that Joker had escaped, and he really rescued Xiaolu. It can't be said to be rescued. His purpose is just to take Xiaolu out. As to whether to save or take out to help those big bosses kill, it is not certain. Seeing that someone even wanted to provide Joker with a police car to escape, Karla said, hey, that's our important witness. Where are you going to take him? Joker shrugged, turned his back to Karla, took a pistol from the police undercover, turned around and shot Karla 3 times. However, 3 bullets stopped in front of Karla. Even Joker showed a surprised expression at this scene. Karla smiled, and with a thought, controlled the 3 bullets with psychokinesis, aiming at the undercover agent behind Joker. In fact, she can completely ignore the attack of bullets. Now Karla can resist even nuclear bombs, but she didn't do that, but took the initiative to expose her psychokinesis. The reason is actually very simple. There needs to be an explanation for her ability to fly before. At least she doesn't want to expose her identity as an alien, and would rather expose her super ability. The undercover fell without saying a word, and he didn't have the defenses of Superman. Karla turned her gaze back on Joker again. I won't let you escape, this game is over. Saying that, Karla controlled Joker with psychokinesis, forming a transparent shield similar to a protective shield, trapping Joker firmly in it and unable to get out. As for Xiaolu, he was pulled over by Karla with psychokinesis so as not to be taken hostage by Joker. Are you a fool? Karla knocked Xiaolu on the head with his hand, almost making him faint. If you are taken away by him, the next step is to kill you in front of those big guys. Don't forget that you have already betrayed those big guys. Your only way to survive now is to send those big guys to prison. Otherwise, you will die. Karla also helped Jennifer and the others to warn and deter Xiaolu. Xiaolu may not be ignorant of this. He has offended all the gangsters in Gotham City to death, so he explained aggrievedly, I was held hostage by him. Karla just let him go with a soft snort. After a while, the others arrived late. When I saw the situation here, I couldn't help being surprised. It turned out that there were undercover agents in the police station, and Joker was almost let go. Fortunately, Karla arrived in time and thwarted Oda's plan. But when he saw her protective cover, he couldn't help being surprised and amazed. Even Bruce asked, what is this? I never knew you had this ability. It's just a super ability. Karla obviously didn't want to say more, let go of Joker and asked him to take him away and lock him up again. But, Bruce grinned. Super ability can't be described as but, right? Karla ignored him and turned to warn Gordon, go and inform your people. If there are still people who are undercover, let them think carefully. Those bosses will definitely be tried. If they are willing to wait for this to end, that's all. Otherwise, they will have to pay a heavy price. In fact, these undercover agents are not Joker's subordinates. Joker has only recently become active, and he doesn't have enough time to train undercover agents. These undercover agents are subordinates of the gangsters, and some are leftovers from the time of Carmine Falcone. Karla is too lazy to take care of these things, because it is likely to be thankless, and she only wants to solve the Joker matter now. Joker is the most dangerous, his madness is illogical, and he is likely to threaten the people Karla cares about again. Too bad Bruce wouldn't let her kill Joker. There was a thoughtful look in Karla's eyes, she didn't really have no choice. So far, Karla has been tossing around with her busy work for most of the night, and the matter has finally come to an end. Even Joker sat there obediently, looking extremely well behaved, because even he himself knew that he had lost. Karla cheated by predicting the future, taking Joker's next move ahead of time, and if one move is wrong, the whole game may be lost. He gave up and sat there silently. If he hadn't just experienced the chaos and panic he brought to the city, he might have thought that he was not the kind of murderous person, right? Even Karla couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that it was finally over. Turning around and walking outside the police station, she sat down on the steps regardless of her image. Karla was actually a little frustrated. After all, Joker is just an ordinary person, but it forces Karla to use her super strength. What if she is also an ordinary person? What if she doesn't have those super strengths? Woolen cloth? In fact, Karla and Bruce have already lost, and the two of them together were played around by Joker, and they didn't win. What would happen to Gordon if his family was killed by the Joker and Bruce and Karla gave up? What would he think? Blacken because of it? What about Harvey if Rachel is given up? Will he become double-faced? What if Harvey dies? Will Rachel be the next Joker? The scariest and frightening thing about Joker is that besides his madness and disregard for rules, morals, laws, and human rights chaos, there is also his Niu Zhao Zhao, shocking and unbelievable mind and his psychology, criminal psychology, and the mastery of human nature. Karla suddenly recalled a sentence Jennifer said. She said, "When it is not a last resort, who doesn't want justice? But what about when it really comes down to it? What the Joker has to do is to force people into that last resort, and then hide from the side with a smile and watch the dark side of human nature being infinitely magnified." Even for Karla, the Joker is the greatest crisis and the most terrifying enemy she has ever encountered, because even she was almost limped by the Joker. "Give me a cigarette," Karla said suddenly. "I don't smoke," Bruce said. It was Harvey who came over and offered Karla a cigarette. Karla snapped his fingers, a cluster of flames emerged from his fingertips, lit a cigarette and took a long puff of smoke. In a cloud of smoke, Karla said, "I'm not doing Bat, girl, anymore." Karla finally decided to let go of Batman's identity completely. She's not Batman after all, and she doesn't have synthesis for Batman either. Joker is her last confession to Bruce. "Don't look for me again, because even if you look for me, I won't help you as Batman anymore, that's all," Karla said while standing up. After taking the last puff of cigarette, she slowly floated up. Now that it has been exposed, Karla simply stopped hiding it. Karla flew up in front of Bruce, Harvey, and the others. After taking a final look at Bruce and the others, Karla turned and flew away. From now on, she will bid farewell for a period of time, and will no longer act as a superhero, but return to her original daily life. And there should be a period of peace after Joker too. In the alley before, Karla found her own motorcycle, changed into the motorcycle and went straight to Wayne Manor. Afu came back a long time ago, he didn't know what happened afterwards, and asked Karla, "Didn't you already catch Joker?" While putting all the equipment back into the Batcave, Karla said casually, "Something happened later, let me explain it to you when Bruce comes back. I'm leaving at 277. By the way, give me Bruce's car." Tower. Afu was also unambiguous, opened Bruce's garage, and there were all kinds of luxury cars inside, such as Maserati, Porsche, everything, all kinds of super sports cars, and some locomotives were all high-level goods that far surpassed ordinary sports cars. Karla chose a car at random and jumped in. Obviously, the door could be opened, but she saw that it was a convertible, so she jumped in directly. With Bruce's inhumanity, all the cars are equipped with keys, which means that they can be started by sitting on them. Karla greeted Afu and drove away in a supercar. After that, there was nothing to talk about. After driving all the way back to Jennifer's house, Karla didn't expect that Jennifer was waiting for her all the time, never resting. When Karla came in, he looked at her with a complicated face. "Do you have super abilities?" Karla was stunned for a moment, and instantly understood who said it. "I didn't expect that the Wayne family is still an eighth wife. Bruce must have called her. By the way, didn't you let go? Why are you still in touch?" Karla asked without answering. Jennifer has been with her for so many years, Kai, so she won't be fooled. Don't change the subject. What's going on? Let me see. Karla knew that once she exposed her super ability, it would definitely become like this. At least when facing the people around her, she couldn't help but respond. That's why Karla said that the bastard Joker still won and she lost. No way. Facing Jennifer's shining expectant eyes, Karla had no choice but to show her super ability. "Actually, it's just psychokinesis," Karla said vaguely. She didn't intend to reveal everything. Even with Jennifer, she had to hold back, because she didn't know when this little bitch would betray herself. She looks so strong, but who knows if Bruce will tell it all when he asks. And that guy Bruce, in case he prepares kryptonite to target his teammates, Karla is also worried about being backstabbed by him. Next, Karla showed Jennifer some things she learned in the magic book, such as psychokinesis. Psychokinesis is a very complex power, if it literally means the power of mind creation, or command, control. Therefore, the development space of psychokinesis is very large, and it includes many ways of expression. The most basic ones are teleportation, lifting things up, or twisting spoons. That is not a trick of magic. Magic will find the force point of the spoon, or simply prepare the props in advance, and then cause the super ability of psychokinesis to bend the spoon. But Karla's psychokinesis is real. She doesn't need to pick up the spoon herself, but uses psychokinesis to float all of Jennifer's spoons out of thin air and twist them together. It's not just a bend, it's all twisted into a twist. Jennifer was stunned by this scene, and asked, "What else?" Karla was helpless, and showed her the flame again. Karla opened her hands, and 2 half-meter-high raging flames shot out from her palms. In fact, this is not a super ability, more precisely, it is magic, so Karla is not the kind of controlling flames, but can create flames with magic. This point needs to be clarified. Some super abilities can control flames, but they do not have the ability to create flames originally. For example, the pyroman next door, he himself said that he can control fire but cannot create fire. Definitely the Human Torch is different. The Fantastic Four's Human Torch can control and create fire. Then there is wind, water, and air. Karla was once selected by Necromancer Shazam when she was 15, and almost became Thunder Shazam. Definitely she doesn't like the power of Thunder Shazam. She knows that Thunder Shazam's power is borrowed from those so-called gods, but she also knows that the new Protoss of Apocalypse are also gods. However, in the future, she may fight Darkseid, the God King of Apocalypse, and she must also defeat and surpass Darkseid. A person who is inspired to defeat God, will she borrow strength from someone who is weaker than herself? What is the point of borrowing strength from someone weaker than herself? For example, would Bruce borrow money from a beggar? No matter how rich a beggar is, it is impossible for him to be richer than him, right? Far away. Although Karla did not become Thunder Shazam, Necromancer Shazam still helped her by giving her an entry-level magic book and 5 high-level magic books. In addition to psychokinesis, Karla also mastered the magic of the 4 major elements. The so-called 4 elements are wind, air, fire, water, and earth. Definitely no thunder, those are the 5 basic attributes of Hokage. In Karla's hands, flames, a ball of water, a whirlwind, and a rock appeared respectively. Even Karla showed a more advanced version, such as the flame turned blue and the temperature was higher. There is also a water polo that can transform into an ice hockey, and change shape-shifting states as you like, such as turning into a high-speed vibrating water blade, or a long, sharp ice spear. Not to mention the whirlwind. If the water is kaleidoscopic shapeshift, then the wind is invisible. Who can see the wind with the naked eye? It's like asking who can see the air. Air is both omnipresent and impenetrable because it is transparent, colorless, and odorless. So what if the air is used as an attack? Especially the earth element. Jennifer watched Karla conjure a piece of dirt out of thin air, then transformed into a rock, and finally turned into a gold brick. To tell you the truth, I told others before that I found a gold mine. Although it is not a lie, it is actually easier to create gold with magic than to mine gold mines hard. A few days later, the first trial against the Joker began. Almost without any personal or physical evidence, the crimes he committed are obvious to all. Almost all TV stations in the United States were broadcasting live that day, and there were even news reports from all over the world. As the current Chief Justice of Gotham City, Jennifer also took this opportunity to show her face in front of the whole world, but she would rather not have this opportunity. Because the larger the scale of this trial, the more people have been harmed and even lost their lives. Before the court session, Jennifer also led all the people in the court to observe a 3-minute silence for the dead, and held Yuan Shen for the director. Joker was the only one who was indifferent, and his appearance and performance angered everyone, and someone shouted to kill him in court. As a result, she was unceremoniously expelled by Jennifer. There was an uproar on the spot. Dang dang dang. Jennifer knocked on the table with a wooden hammer to signal silence, and explained, "First of all, I must remind everyone present that Gotham City is an enlightened and developed city, so there is no death penalty in our laws in Gotham City. Remember, hanging people on the gallows doesn't happen in modern times." Also, Jennifer pointed at Joker again with the wooden hammer in her hand. "I think you have seen this guy's madness and ferocity, including me, who was also attacked by him, and Mr. Director died because of this, including Chief Prosecutor Mr. Harvey, Prosecutor Miss Rachel, and even Sheriff Gordon. All have been attacked and threatened by him. However, we are not intimidated by him, and justice will never lose to evil," Jennifer finally shouted loudly, receiving applause in an instant. Look at Joker again. He is picking out his ears with handcuffed hands, and waving around his ears, as if something like a fly or a mosquito is bothering him. Anyone who sees him like this will be angry. But Jennifer didn't care. After finishing her opening remarks, she nodded to Harvey, who was seated on the other side. "It's time to start." This time it is Harvey himself who is the prosecutor, and he will never let Joker go. Because everyone has seen what Joker has done during this period of time, and because he himself is outspoken, the entire trial process went extremely smoothly. Joker was sentenced to life in prison and barred from leaving prison on bail for 50 years. The so-called bail is also called bail pending trial. It is not an exchange of money for freedom and evasion of criminal responsibility. Even only suspects can leave prison this way. However, in a certain country, even the sentenced person still has a way to see the light of day. But now, for at least 50 years, no matter how rich Joker is, he cannot be released on bail. And a life sentence is scarier than a life sentence. Because the life sentence will be reduced according to good behavior. And life imprisonment means that there is no chance of commutation, which means being detained for a lifetime. Definitely, no matter how serious the crime Joker commits, in fact, there is no hope of cutting him off forever, because there are two types of life imprisonment. One is no parole, that is, the so-called bail, and the other is that you can be released on bail. The trial Jennifer gave him was that he would not be released on bail within 50 years, but after 50 years, maybe he could be released on bail with money. Although he was also imprisoned for life, he could be placed under house arrest at home. Anyone who has watched Ant-Man 2 knows that Scott was actually imprisoned on parole at home at that time, which was equivalent to house arrest. Don't mention these, because I don't understand it very well, just make a few sentences just to have fun. That afternoon, Joker was sent to the strictest prison in Gotham City. In fact, some people suggested sending him to the Arkham Asylum. Today, Nahi Island has almost recovered, and the last crisis did not destroy Nahi Island. But before that, there was a person who wanted to meet him, and it was a private meeting with absolute confidentiality and no interference. Karla. She came to the solitary closed cell where Joker was held, and not as Oracle Man, but as herself. You are here, my beautiful girl. Joker seemed to have guessed that she would come, and was not surprised at all. There is only one welded bed in Joker's room, and even the chair Karla is sitting on is brought in from outside. 0 for flowers 0. Prisoners who can enjoy this kind of room treatment are all vicious and dangerous, and this is a necessary guarantee. Karla crossed her arms, raised one leg, and just looked at Joker. As for his address, she didn't have any fluctuations. Joker was also looking at Karla, and the two of them just looked into each other's eyes. Strangely, they were very peaceful. Aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill you? You know, I have countless ways to kill you without being discovered by me. Even if someone knows, they will applaud. Karla asked. Is the Joker afraid? Karla is not Bruce after all, so she won't lose her faith just because she killed Joker. On the contrary, it is not her character not to kill Joker. 0. But Joker said without thinking, you won't kill me. Oh. Karla narrowed her eyes non-committally, so confident. Because you and I are freaks. Joker grinned in a crazy grin. The corner of Karla's mouth moved slightly, but she forcibly endured it, put her feet down and leaned on the back of the chair, and denied, I'm not a freak. Joker is still laughing crazily. Do you really think so? Well, even if you think so, then you won't kill me, because you know that if I die, the next one will be you and him. Superhero? Is it different from me? Perhaps the biggest difference is that you are willing to be used by them, but once all the criminals and evil ones are caught by you, who will be next? Justice? You are not justice. Just like me, why are you thorns in their eyes? If I and all the evil are extinct, what will you superhero do? Even if you want to retire by then, it will be a luxury, and countless people will clamor for liquidation. Yes, anyone can settle accounts after autumn. Facing Joker's crazy clamor, Karla remained silent. She told Bruce earlier that once her and Bruce's identities are exposed, there is no need for Joker to take action against them. Countless people will jump out, including Gordon, who is unwilling to bring someone to arrest her and Bruce. So, Joker is right about power. Even Karla has to say that there are indeed many fallacies in Joker's words, but you can't say that what he said is wrong. For example, Batman. Batman appeared because Gotham City was rotten to the bone at that time, and there was no way to cure it without extreme measures. But the existence of Batman originally is outlawed. If there were no gangsters, Batman would be hunted down by the police first, and he would not even bother to fight criminals. Did evil breed justice, or did justice inspire evil? Did criminals make heroes, or did heroes make us criminals? Joker asked Karla. Karla stood up with a sigh. Okay, I'm not here to discuss this with you, and I'm not crazy. I really can't understand the thoughts and thinking of you psychopaths. She doesn't want to be Harley Quinn. May 17th. So Karla decisively terminated the topic and interrupted Joker's speech. I have only one purpose for coming here this time, and that is to make you completely forget about me and Oracle Man, Karla said of her ultimate purpose for coming today. She can't forget that the Joker is holding a vital secret of his own, and she actually already has a solution. She thought of a solution on the last parade day, but she was still fooled by Joker at that time. But this time, she is bound to get rid of this point that is not good for her. Then you have to open my head and take it out, Joker said wildly. Karla shrugged. Don't bother, look into my eyes. Karla took off the glasses that she usually used to cover up, but her beautiful blue eyes exuded a mysterious brilliance. She is turning on the super hypnotic ability. She can use psychological suggestion and hypnotism to make Oda forget her identity. Even Karla can ask Joker, besides you, who else in your subordinates knows my identity? Do you still have a backhand? At the moment's Joker suddenly became sluggish, his voice seemed hollow, and he only knew how to answer Karla's inquiry. Only I know that you and Bruce are Batman and Oracle Man, and I asked for those people from the gang boss. Yes, not trustworthy at all. I see. Karla nodded. She also felt the same, otherwise those gang bosses should have acted long ago. As for the backup preparations, my plans are all impromptu. I never have a careful plan, so there is no Joker to continue to ask and answer Karla's questions. Karla was surprised and terrified at the same time. The impromptu plan can turn people around. Joker is really scary. But it makes people feel that definitely, Joker is crazy after all, even if he has a meticulous plan, he will often be destroyed by himself in the middle of the execution. Definitely does not mean that Joker has no plan. He definitely has a plan, but it is not meticulous. Not every step is planned in detail, but there is a general framework. But what is the content of the framework? Even he himself does not know. Have no idea. Often he takes one step at a time, which is scary, because you don't know what he wants to do next. For example, he wanted to assassinate the chief, but what happened after the assassination? It seemed that action had nothing to do with the subsequent actions. He just threatened the chief, that's all. Or is he just trying to draw people's attention to himself? In that case, there is no need, because Joker has already killed the director, which is not easy. Even Karla began to feel a headache, unwilling to continue talking nonsense with him, and directly implanted a psychological suggestion. Forget it. Forget all the memories related to Clark Kent, Oracle Man, etc., and forget Batman's identity. But that's all. Karla didn't make him forget anything else. Karla doesn't care why Joker became so crazy, no matter whether he became like this because he had a miserable childhood or experienced a miserable life. There are too many people in this world who are more miserable than him, but how many of them have become Jokers? It is not easy for most people in the world, but this is not a reason or an excuse to degenerate and hurt others, and Karla will not forgive his actions for any reason. At the same time, Karla will not let Joker forget what he did. Karla only wants one result, that is, Joker forgets his and Bruce's identity, and that's enough. Finally, when Joker came back to himself in a trance, he looked around stupidly. He showed a dazed and troubled expression. He always felt that many memories were lost in his mind, which were still precious, and his heart became empty, a little sour, with a sour smell of love, but unfortunately, he didn't like it at all. I remember who I had a crush on. Zero. Who is it? It seems that there is a beautiful girl that makes him fall in love with, but is there really a woman that he, a lunatic, can fall in love with? The other side. Karla walked out of Joker's ward with the chair, returned the chair to the guard at the exit, and was about to leave. She didn't come as Oracle Man, but Bruce managed to help her win this opportunity, so the process was smooth and secretive. Take the stairs leading to the upper floor. The prison is deep underground to prevent prisoners from escaping. There is only Karla in the whole elevator, and there are no cameras or anything. Karla raised her hand to cover her mouth, and covered half of her face. Suddenly, her shoulders trembled slightly, and finally she couldn't bear it anymore, and let out a clear and sweet laugh. Ha 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 ha. What is she laughing at? No one knows. If the Joker is there, maybe they will guess something. It was a ridicule full of irony, self-deprecation, and contempt, and it was out of control. The more I laughed, the more I couldn't stop it, until I laughed until my stomach hurt, and I laughed until tears flowed out. She was almost persuaded by a lunatic before, even twice, and even worse, she didn't think there was anything wrong with the 3.2 that lunatic said. It's ironic, but so true. Karla's tears didn't really come from laughter, but she still felt sad. What the hell is a superhero? Karla shook her head. Joker also said those words. Who made who? And who gave birth to whom? No. In fact, even without Batman, Joker originally existed. He has always existed, but he was attracted after learning about Batman's deeds. So it cannot be said that Batman created Joker. But there is one thing Karla knows, at least for now, the existence of Joker is a kind of protection for Batman. Once Joker is eliminated, Batman will cease to exist. At least people don't want him to exist. Shaking her head, Karla slowly put away her laughter, raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said to herself, sorrow. It's finally a happy ending, Karla said as she walked out of the prison gate, standing on the side of the street under the sun, raising her hands and stretching her waist well. This period of time is not too long, and there is almost no physical work, which is completely incomparable with the Shadow Warrior Alliance headed by Lars in the last battle. To be honest, the last time was an intense and exciting battle, but this time there was no battle at all, it was more like a brainstorming IQ contest. This is a contest of super high IQ that tests psychology, anti-tracking, criminal psychology, human psychology, etc. If the power is suppressed in the category of ordinary people, it will undoubtedly be Joker's victory, and Karla will lose. During this period, she used Superman's power more than once, however, she was still led by the nose several times. If Karla wasn't Superman, it's likely that Otto would still be out there doing it. But in any case, Karla is from Kryptonian, so she uses her own strength, and it's not cheating, probably. It's finally over. After 20, as long as Xiao Lu handed over his confession, and then identify those gang bosses in the trial seat, Gotham City may really usher in its own dawn and justice. But that has nothing to do with her. Karla walked to a Lamborghini on the side of the road, without opening the door, and jumped in neatly after pressing the door. Unexpectedly, without taking out the key on the car, he stretched out his hand and pressed the start button. The sports car roared and rushed out with a whoosh. Karla came to Wayne's estate. She came to return the car. Afu, who has never changed for thousands of years, received Karla. Where's Bruce? Karla asked casually, really just casually, and turned around and she was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Afu said, the young master successfully invited Miss Jennifer, and they went to have lunch. Karla paused. Take me there. She turned around and went back to the car, letting Afu take her there. Ah-Fu looked at Karla, regretting in his heart, he shouldn't have told her. This is Miss Jennifer's own promise, Ah-Fu muttered, wanting to make up for his mistake just now. Karla rolled her eyes and snorted softly, I just went over to grab a sip of lunch. You kidnapped Jennifer, where should I go for lunch? Ah-Fu wanted to refute that it was not kidnapping, but Karla kept urging him to join the army quickly. Helpless, Ah-Fu could only apologize to Bruce in his heart. In the end, Ah-Fu took Karla to the restaurant that Bruce took her and Jennifer to before, which was the restaurant where Harvey met for the first time. Karla is still dressed in casual clothes today, but the doorman already knows her, and Ah-Fu is behind him, so he let her in without daring to stop her. After entering, Karla immediately saw Bruce and Jennifer in it. Jennifer still made a lot of well-dressed clothes today, which was the outfit that was lent to Karla that day, and she was wearing a white pearl necklace around her neck, which made Bruce couldn't help but frown frequently. Stare at Jennifer. Jennifer didn't know that Bruce's mother also had the same pearl necklace, and she was wearing the pearl necklace that day. The shadow of the broken pearls and falling pearls remained in his heart that night, but it was different today. Anson. Karla also saw that the table of Bruce and Jennifer had a total of 4 people, and the other 2 were Harvey and Rachel. At the dinner table, Harvey formally took out the ring and proposed. It turned out that Bruce and Jennifer were their witnesses. It's just that Bruce is for Rachel as a witness, and Jennifer is for Harvey. Because it happens that Bruce and Rachel are childhood sweethearts, and Jennifer and Harvey have a working cooperation. 4 people are chatting happily. Karla didn't go over to obstruct it, but leaned against the bar with her arms folded. Until the manager, who had been silently by the side for a long time, asked in a low voice, Miss Karla, do you want to take you there? Or arrange a seat alone? Unexpectedly, he even remembered Karla's name. It is indeed extraordinary to be the manager of a hotel of this level. Karla shook her head, then turned to Ah-Fu and said, Old man, it seems that I'm going to invite you to treat me. Old man? Ah-Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't say much. It should. Karla has indeed helped Bruce a lot reasonably. The Wayne family owes a lot to Karla. Although Karla doesn't think so, everyone is doing justice with the goal of superhero. How can she feel that she is helping Bruce? Woolen cloth. But Ah-Fu is very stubborn, so he always wants to make up for Karla as much as possible in some things. At that moment, 2 people, one old and one young, walked around to the other side, found an empty seat and sat down, and ordered some food and drink respectively. This is the restaurant of Bruce's family. Others may need to make an appointment in advance, but the people of Bruce's family naturally don't need it. Although Ah-Fu seems to be just the housekeeper of the Wayne family, in fact, during the years when Bruce left home, almost all the property of the Wayne family was concentrated in Ah-Fu's hands. Bruce had collected enough money to acquire the Wayne Group before his sudden return, all of which was brought back from Ah-Fu. If Ah-Fu had a darker heart, he could have swept away the entire estate of Wayne's family, but the old man didn't do that. Therefore, he is also one of Bruce's most trusted people, so Ah-Fu can directly intervene in Bruce's industry, even Bruce's Batman equipment and so on. It's not a problem to have a meal in your own restaurant. After a while, the food started to be served, and Karla was not ambiguous. She ordered several good steaks from 777, and opened a bottle of the most expensive red wine. It's definitely not bad. While eating and drinking, just as she was eating and drinking happily, Karla noticed that Harvey and Rachel had left early at some point. Then there were only Jennifer and Bruce left there. Before they left, a few more desserts were brought in front of Jennifer. Jennifer ate one bite at a time, while Bruce was talking softly. Karla frowned. She picked up a piece of steak with a fork in her right hand and a wine glass in her left hand. There was still food in her mouth, so she just passed by. Ah-Fu didn't even react. When he looked up, he saw why the person had disappeared. After searching for 2 times, he realized that Karla had already reached the side of the 2 people over there. Standing quietly beside the 2, Karla just looked at Bruce and Jennifer. Hey, what are you doing? Karla said suddenly, which startled the 2 of them. Jennifer didn't notice her existence until she turned her head, especially when she saw her current image. She pressed Karla down dumbfounded and asked her to watch the table to eat, so as not to look too impolite. Bruce was also a little uncomfortable, and asked, I told Ah-Fu that the car you drove away will be given to you. Aren't you going back to the Metropolis? Karla sneered, so Yen drove her away? There was no way. Karla sat down and didn't leave. Ah-Fu had no choice but to have the things delivered here. I've entertained her on the other side, master. She came here by herself. Ah-Fu began to shrug off responsibility as soon as he came over, as if it wasn't because of him that Karla knew Bruce had dated Jennifer in the first place. Karla didn't expose him either, just looked at Jennifer. Jennifer, who looked uncomfortable, explained, it was Harvey and Rachel who asked me and Bruce, Mr. Wayne, to be their witnesses. To explain is to cover up, and you just changed your address, right? Karla rolled her eyes, then turned to Bruce and said, I don't want your broken car. It's really cool to drive out, but I'm worried that it will be scratched in the parking lot if you throw it outside, and the maintenance cost is also an expense. The most important thing is what's more, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you if I lose it. So forget it. Bruce wanted to say that you didn't give up when you destroyed the Batmobile that was probably worth more than $1 billion. The problem with the car was a trivial matter after all, so Karla naturally didn't take it to heart. After returning home, she would pay off the remaining car loan, and then buy another car with a loan. In fact, she could have paid off the car loan a long time ago, and it was very simple. Karla had shown Jennifer before that she, who has mastered the magic of the 4 elements, can even change 1,000 elements into gold. This is a bit similar to alchemy, but it is more high level than that. In fact, Karla does not use alchemy to make gold into gold. She is similar to creating, or analyzing, and reconstructing the elements in it. It is very troublesome to explain in detail, because the author does not understand. But Karla is different. She has a lot of useful or useless knowledge. She can even be an archaeologist, geologist, and so on. If she wanted to, almost one person could trigger a global inflation. It's just that Karla doesn't want to live that kind of meaningless life. The ensuing atmosphere was a bit awkward. Only Karla was still eating food with a big heart. Jennifer's eyes kept averting, and Bruce smiled wryly and didn't know how to speak. Again, when Bruce puts on a mask of camouflage to cover up Batman, he can almost be mistaken for the real one, making people think he's really a playboy, but in fact he is not. So when he faced Jennifer and Karla with their true colors, he didn't know what to do, and he was much more clumsy than usual. As for Afu, he doesn't go into troubled waters, but he will also show concern for Jennifer. Don't forget that Jennifer still has a little Master Wayne in her stomach. Others may never know the gender of the child, but Karla already knew in advance that she would have a godson. Hope not to be like his father. In this way, the meal was finished silently in an embarrassing atmosphere. In fact, Jennifer and Verus had finished eating long ago. The reason why they didn't leave was to talk about something, but Karla interrupted them halfway. Karla didn't feel sorry at all. She should eat and drink, and took an extra bottle of wine before leaving. Anyway, Bruce paid for it. When we parted, Bruce originally wanted to send them back, but later he asked Afu to drive them, and Bruce drove home by himself. It seems that Bruce has a psychological shadow on Karla. The main reason is that Karla's scrutinizing gaze is so sharp that Bruce dare not face it, who made him feel guilty. In this way, the two sisters returned to Jennifer's house in Afu's car. After returning, Karla opened a valuable red wine, sat there holding a glass, and once again showed her scrutinizing eyes to Jennifer, who was going to change clothes by herself. Look into my eyes. Karla found that Jennifer had been facing away from her, so she couldn't help making a sound, and specially replaced it with Oracle Man's voice, which was hoarse, deep, and full of fear. But Jennifer was not afraid of her, and muttered, "Wait until I finish changing." Karla felt dissatisfied and asked, "Didn't you say you have let go?" Jennifer said without looking back, "I let it go, but he asked me out. I mean let it go, but I didn't say that I would ignore him for the rest of my life." Karla sneered, mouthing the bitch silently. "Don't scold me." It turned out that Jennifer seemed to have eyes behind her, because she was so familiar, she could guess how Karla would react, and said angrily, "What can I do? I just put down Bruce Wayne. I just said I liked Batman, but you turned around and told me that Batman and Bruce are the same person. What can I do?" As she said that, Jennifer turned her head and looked at Karla resentfully. "I wanted to get rid of this child before, but now I have changed my mind. I really let go of Bruce, but picked up another Bruce. What can I do? I can't get rid of him for the rest of my life, and I can't help it. And Karla, if you had told me earlier, maybe I would have been mentally prepared earlier, so what do you think I should do?" Karla was also very helpless. She wanted to tell Jennifer at the beginning, and thought that Jennifer might not be able to get rid of Bruce. She had a crush on Bruce at first, and she has been in love for 10 years. Later, due to various reasons, the feelings were transferred from Bruce to Batman. With this girl's persistence and dedication to feelings, it may take another 10 years. But I never expected that Batman turned out to be Bruce, and just as soon as he put it down, he picked it up again. In fact, Jennifer was also very speechless. At the beginning, she wanted to abolish the child Mingzi, but after finding out that Bruce was Batman, she began to fall into a daze. In fact, Karla has seen this kind of person before. Otherwise, this kind of person would not love, give you heart, or give you anything. But once in love, you can sacrifice everything for love, and Jennifer was completely freed after that night. However, Bruce's pit is too deep. He thought he had climbed out, but he didn't expect to be at the bottom of the pit. Unless he comes back for another night, maybe he will be relieved to see Wong? But this time it was different. After changing into her pajamas at home, Jennifer came over and threw herself on Karla's lap, knelt on the ground, wrapped her hands around Karla's slender waist, looked up at Karla pitifully. Rachel agreed to Harvey's marriage proposal. She and Bruce also explained it clearly. Before you came here just now, Bruce kept talking about this matter. He had already talked with Rachel. And then, Karla sneered. Jennifer shook Karla's waist, and continued to say pitifully, "He said he would give me an explanation, such as starting from the beginning, and he came to pursue me. And you also know that I have liked him since I was a student, 10 years, Karla." Karla hated iron and steel to push her, and started calling Bruce. "If you give some sunshine, you will start to rot, right?" In fact, Jennifer is already a very strong and self-reliant woman in the new era. Before realizing that Bruce only had Rachel in his heart, she decisively chose to let go, although the way she chose was a bit that way, which made Karla criticize her more than once. But it is undeniable that Jennifer is different from someone who can fall into the arms of others in a blink of an eye. Jennifer's single-mindedness can even last 10 years because of a crush on someone. She is too infatuated. I also have to say that Bruce does have a fascinating personality. On the one hand, he is a suave and uninhibited son, and on the other hand, he is a superhero Batman who insists on faith and fights evil. Bewitched Jennifer. Now Bruce is completely dumped by Rachel again. The reason is said to be because Harvey replaced Bruce at the press conference before, saying that he is Batman. This makes Rachel disappointed with Bruce. Although Karla thinks it's funny, you're disappointed. Could it be that she and Bruce didn't protect Harvey? Didn't Joker know it was a fake? The police station was undercover, and Harvey and Rachel seem to be brazenly keeping this secret. The plan was told directly. Doesn't Joker know that Harvey is not Batman 293? He definitely knew Harvey wasn't. I really don't know why that woman's brain circuit is so fresh. And this also made Bruce completely give up on Rachel. Karla had ridiculed Bruce for staring at other people's girlfriends before, and now it is impossible for him to pester other people's fiancés anymore. And Bruce was already confessing before Karla came to bother him. He told Jennifer at the time that he sensed that Jennifer was the one for him because Rachel resisted Bruce's identity as Batman and Jennifer supported Batman. Rachel didn't know, maybe the real Bruce had died in that back alley, or died with his parents, or went to meet Carmine alone after seeing the decay and darkness of Gotham City. Falcone has since died. After that, he was reborn as Batman. Batman is everything to Bruce now, and it is also the most important existence for him to stick to his beliefs and uphold justice. But Rachel wants Bruce to give up Batman before being with him. And while making this promise, she also fell in love with someone else. Bruce finally sees who he really needs. It's definitely not Rachel, even if Rachel may really have feelings for him in a certain period of time, it's definitely not her. It's Jennifer, a person who can guard him for 10 years, but will never completely rely on or hinder him. She is also the person who still supports him without hesitation after knowing his double-body identity, and recognizes his beliefs. It's just that now, it's no longer Jennifer who revolves around him, but it's Bruce's turn to find a way to pursue Jennifer. The relationship between the two of them, at least in Karla's view, is a pair of happy enemies, and she can't control it anyway. No wonder Karla will see the presence of the eldest son Damian Wayne. That's the only way to go. Then Karla stayed in Gotham City for nearly a month, because those gangsters hadn't completed their trials yet, and during this period, maybe something else would happen. During the period, there were indeed some bosses who were unwilling to fight back, and some even wanted to continue to attack Jennifer. Then those few people and even all their subordinates were uprooted by the mysterious man overnight, and everyone was hanged by hanging, and the whole Gotham City was shocked overnight. Jennifer just said not long ago that hangings are gone, but this happened within a few days. Some people thought it was a provocation to Jennifer, but only Jennifer didn't think so. She knew that Karla was protecting herself, and Karla had already declared to Bruce that she would not be Oracle Man, so she was the mysterious person that no one knew about identity. So Jennifer took the opportunity to warn those gangsters, don't, be stubborn again, let's be honest and wait for the trial, at least you can survive this way. Otherwise they are likely to die. Those people finally calmed down. With the full cooperation of Xiaolu and the efforts of the prosecutors headed by Harvey, they finally collected enough evidence to bring everyone to justice. Among them, many undercover agents were also uprooted, including Gordon, who has been promoted to the director, has one of his most trusted female police detectives. Because her mother was threatened during the hospitalization, she also cooperated with Joker to do some wrong things. Therefore, she was dismissed and investigated, and she was imprisoned for half a year. And the female police detective was the one who arranged to escort Harvey, and she was with Harvey and Rachel at that time, that is to say, she heard the two people talking, and knew that Harvey and Batman had a plan. So, Rachel and Harvey are actually quite suitable, they are both so stupid, knowing that there are undercover agents around them, they dare to say anything. Finally, the gangsters in Gotham City were completely destroyed, and most of the money of the gangsters was confiscated. For a while, the citizens of Gotham City clapped their hands and cheered. And during this period, people have been ignoring one thing, that is, Batman and Oracle Man began to slowly sink down. As Joker said, if there were no super criminals, then the superhero would stand on the opposite side and become everyone's thorn in the side. Bruce has chosen to let Batman's identity go away for a while when he doesn't need it, and he's too busy right now to be courting Jennifer every spare moment. He is now like the former Jennifer, and the identities of the two have been reversed. Karla didn't like the two of them, just doing it, if they were together well from the beginning, where did so many things come from? But who can say for sure about the relationship? If they didn't do like this, they might not be able to get together. A month later, after the last gangster was tried and imprisoned, Karla was finally going back to the Metropolis. This incident here seems to have not experienced much fighting, but the degree of trouble and danger is far greater than the last time against the Shadow Warrior Alliance. After such a comparison, Lars is a fool. As long as he is defeated, it will be solved. Joker is different here, one link within another, all calculations. Sometimes killing him is the trick. Joker is horrible, just a scheming boy. When sending Karla away, Jennifer also wanted to give Karla the white bat she had left behind, but Karla refused. There are two people, Jennifer and Bruce, a black bat and a white bat, and she follows along to join in the fun. Remember the promise you made to transfer back to Metropolis, Karla said to Jennifer intentionally before leaving, not forgetting to make Bruce unhappy. Jennifer suppressed a smile and nodded, I will think about it. Bruce is anxious, he is anxious.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.